Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 357, Thestrals and Urgency. Harry was caught red-handed. What are you doing in my office? Gore. Umbridge's facial muscles twitched involuntarily from where the dog had bitten her. It made her already sagging features all the more twisted and vicious. I wanted to get my firebolt back, Harry said hoarsely. Lies. Umbridge was visibly agitated, her wand trained on all 5 of them. I heard you just now, who were you talking to? Woof. Her face twitched again, and this time she'd lost even the pretense of that simpering smile. She screeched, you were talking to that oaf. No, I wasn't. Harry tried to argue, but Umbridge wasn't listening. She strode forward, seized Harry by the collar, and slammed him onto the desk with a loud bang. A surge of anger shot through Harry, and he reached for the wand in his pocket. But Umbridge was quicker, she snatched it away before he could grab it. Don't try lying to me. Gore. She tossed Harry's wand aside. Who I talk to is none of your business. Harry shouted. Very well, Mr. Potter, I gave you a chance, Umbridge said in that sickly sweet, grating voice, feigning regret. Now I have no choice but to pry your mouth open by force. Woof woof. She pointed her wand at Harry, then walked over to her desk and pulled open a drawer. When she saw the empty bottle inside, her face twitched again. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the plate with the kittens on the desk and suddenly lashed out at Ginny. Expelliarmus. Ginny's wand flew out of her hand and landed in Umbridge's grasp. Not only that, the others' wands also flew across the room into her hands. Trying to attack me, were you? Umbridge let out that detestable laugh. Well, now you're all getting expelled. Her gaze lingered on the 2 redheads. Looks like there won't be any Weasley students left after this. Ginny glared at her in fury, and Ron looked even more shocked, his little sister was being that bold. But in front of a fully grown witch, Ginny was still caught easily. Umbridge pointed her wand at a sheet of parchment on the desk, and the quill began to write on its own. Professor Snape, please come to my office. I have captured Potter. As soon as the words were written, the parchment folded itself into a paper airplane and flew out the door. Now then, woof, we have plenty of time to talk things over, Umbridge said. Harry's expression turned a little blank. Snape, right, Snape. He had forgotten. How could he have forgotten? There was still another member of the Order of the Phoenix. Snape walked in with a dark look on his face, and Harry could even see sorrow. If you don't have anything urgent, Snape said coldly, I don't think I have time to deal with whatever Potter has done. Despite his words, he still came closer. I need another bottle of Veritaserum, as quickly as possible, Professor Snape, Gore. Umbridge said, her face twitching as she forced out a smile. You took my last bottle to conduct your interrogation, Snape replied, his gaze sweeping over the people in the office. 3 drops are enough to make someone spill all their secrets. Harry widened his eyes, locking his gaze on Snape, willing him to read his thoughts. You can brew more, can't you? Umbridge pressed, desperate for revenge. It takes a lunar cycle, Snape said impatiently. You can wait. I still have the authority to grade your performance, Umbridge threatened when she saw she was getting nowhere. Snape remained indifferent, turning to leave, his footsteps brisk. Harry shouted, he's got pad foot. In the place where things are hidden. Umbridge looked confused. What is he talking about? No idea. Snape's steps faltered for the briefest moment, then he left even faster. Padfoot, huh? Oof. Very good, Umbridge said, panting like an ox as she watched Snape go. This is all your own doing, she snarled, her expression twisting into something feral. The Cruciatus curse should loosen your tongue. Wait, Harry, we might as well just tell her, Hermione called out urgently. Harry's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Hermione to say such a thing. Even Ron looked utterly stunned. He tried to tell Hermione to stop, but Umbridge merely pointed her wand at him, and he collapsed instantly. Hagrid wanted us to go into the Forbidden Forest. He has something there for Dumbledore, Hermione said. Something? What something? Umbridge was startled at first, then her eyes lit up with delight. She had long been eager to earn credit by taking down Dumbledore. If she could prove he was plotting against the Ministry, she would receive unprecedented recognition. A weapon, Hermione said, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. But Ron could clearly see the faint curl of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Umbridge was already too impatient to wait for her moment of glory. Take me to see this weapon, she ordered. Hermione's body trembled, which pleased Umbridge greatly. She flicked her wand toward Ron and the others, and ropes shot out, binding all three of them. "Now, you're coming with me, Potter, and no tricks," Umbridge warned. Harry had no idea what Hermione was going on about, but he knew the only option now was to play along with her. The two of them were forced out of the office at one point. Umbridge's face twitched from time to time, and occasionally a bark escaped her lips. Walking ahead, Hermione and Harry exchanged a quick glance. Hopefully, a teacher would appear along the way. Unfortunately, at this time of day, no one was around. Their wands had been confiscated, so they stood no chance against Umbridge in a fight. Before long, they had left the castle and reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Where exactly?" Umbridge demanded sharply. "In the forest, it's in the forest." "The weapon's too powerful to keep anywhere else," Hermione said, feigning timidity. Umbridge still looked doubtful, but the thought of taking down Dumbledore pushed her forward. Harry and Hermione walked ahead, Harry desperate to ask what her plan was. Speaking loudly, Hermione revealed it. She was planning to use the centaurs against Umbridge. But for some reason, maybe because of what happened last time, the centaurs didn't show up. That made Hermione a little anxious. "What are you playing at?" Umbridge sensed something was off. They were already deep into the Forbidden Forest. She aimed her wand at the two of them. "Where is it?" "Where exactly?" Sweat beaded on Hermione's forehead. She stammered, It's. Scree. A blur of white dropped from the sky, and in an instant, blood sprayed from Umbridge's wand hand. The wand fell to the ground. Ruhar. A deafening boom shook the ground, freezing all three of them in place. Umbridge's scream stuck in her throat, coming out as a strangled, duck-like croak. Harry felt a rush of air at the back of his head. Slowly, he turned around. A massive creature with a long, peony-like tail was blinking down at them. Hermione's whole body went rigid, she even forgot to breathe. The big, cat-like beast stood there, and no one dared to move. Just then, the white blur flapped its wings and landed perfectly, right on the big cat's head. Now it was the cat's turn to freeze. Hermione's eyes widened. That was Basil. She called out, and Basil turned to look at her, tilting his head slightly. "Basil, help us," Hermione shouted urgently. Even Harry thought she was taking a huge risk. Umbridge snatched up her fallen wand, pointing it at the big cat as she cursed, "Get out, woof. Of the way, you ugly beast." She shot ropes from her wand, aiming to bind the creature, but the rope snapped in midair before they even reached it. She froze. A black shadow was suddenly in front of her, its sharp beak pierced her wrist, talons sinking into her shoulder. In the next instant, her whole body was lifted clean off the ground. Harry just stood there, dumbstruck. It was a black, long-eared owl, carrying a full-grown person into the air. Umbridge kept cursing as she was carried farther and farther away, until she finally disappeared from sight. "We need to go back." "Sirius!" Harry shouted, sprinting back the way they'd come. Hermione glanced back at Basil, still perched on the big cat's head, then hurried after him. Just as they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry ran into Ron, Ginny, and Luna, who had somehow managed to free themselves. "How did you get out?" Hermione asked, surprised and suspicious. Ron handed the recovered wands to Harry and Hermione. It was Basil. He flew into the office and cut through the ropes. "So what do we do now?" Ginny asked. "Obviously, we go save Sirius," Harry said. "But how do we get there?" Ron asked, looking troubled. Harry froze for a moment. "We can fly," came Luna's airy voice. "Yeah, but we don't have enough brooms." Ron snapped. "Maybe you don't need one to fly, but we can't exactly grow wings." "There are ways other than brooms," Luna said calmly. "Oh. What then, ride a crumple-horned snorkack?" Ron asked sarcastically. "The crumple-horned snorkack wouldn't know the way," Luna replied loftily. "But Thestrals can. Remember what Hagrid said? They're great at finding wherever the rider wants to go." Harry turned around. Standing between two trees were two Thestrals, staring straight at them, almost as if they had understood every word. Chapter 358, Our Promise. Hospital Wing. Snape had returned once more. The moment he stepped inside, Madame Pomfrey called to him. Wiping her tears, she asked, "Can we contact his family? It's a very deadly poison. There's no antidote." Snape spoke quietly. "May I speak to him?" "Mind the time," Madame Pomfrey said, nodding before regaining her usual composure. "The patient needs rest." Snape walked into the quiet hospital wing. The sound of coughing reached his ears. It was John. His face had already turned grotesque, dark veins spread across his cheeks, and each cough sounded violent enough to tear his lungs apart. For a moment, Snape didn't know what to say. An absurd feeling rose in his chest. In the past, he had tirelessly brought up John Wick to Dumbledore over and over again. He had always thought this man was far too much like Voldemort. The same brilliance, the same striking looks, the same way people gathered around him. Even Snape, in some unspoken way, had been influenced. John was even more brilliant than Voldemort. On his own, he had changed Slytherin, turning sand into green glass. As the head of Slytherin, Snape couldn't help but be drawn into it. He had brought glory. He had brought change. Even the proud ones like Malfoy and Greengrass had bowed to him. The more it went on, the more the contradictions in Snape's heart began to waver. He had seen John's true side. This boy once captured Sirius Black and, in the calmest voice, spoke the coldest words. He had also seen the boy deliberately leave behind a badge, as if wanting to align himself with him. But Snape had rejected it all. It was a gamble he couldn't take. The wizarding world had no second Dumbledore, and John faintly bore the makings of a third Dark Lord. Even though, time and again, John had proven himself different from Voldemort. Prejudice was like a mountain. The irony was that when Snape finally crossed that mountain, all he found was a dying Slytherin student. John noticed Snape's arrival, his eyes clouded with a lifeless gray. Snape's expression was complicated. He opened his mouth, but in the end, all that came out was a simple, ordinary greeting. "Hello, Mr. Wick." "Professor." John's voice carried a visible weariness, so weak that even a single word seemed to drain him. They sat in silence for a while before Snape said, "The poison in you was administered by someone. Perhaps St. Mungo's might be able to alleviate it." "Heh, cough, cough." John let out a laugh, but it quickly dissolved into a fit of coughing. Black blood ran down the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and said, "Professor, you're a potions master. With your knowledge, can't you tell?" Lying on the hospital bed, his eyes dull and fixed on the ceiling, he spoke without a trace of fear. "St. Mungo's can't help me. Professor McGonagall is a good person, but she's bound to be disappointed this time." The more one understood, the more despair John's condition inspired. This kind of poison would drain every organ in the body, until, in the end, it consumed all hope. Even Snape, a potions master, was powerless against it. Snape's feelings were impossible to untangle. He had thought he might feel pleased. After all, someone who could have become the third Dark Lord was about to die. But all he felt was irritation, grief, remorse, and guilt. Even that most detested headmaster in Hogwarts history had once sincerely praised this student. Slytherin's finest student was about to die. How ironic. As a potions master, he hadn't sensed a thing. If it had been caught earlier, perhaps even just that morning, John might have been saved. It was only now that he truly realized, this wasn't just someone who might have become the third Dark Lord. This was his student. The one who should have been his pride. Slytherin's most legendary figure. As head of house, it had been his duty to protect him, to guide him. But looking back, he could hardly think of a single time he had done so. From the loathing at the start of term, to the wariness and distance that followed. It was he who had driven John Wick, step by step, to this point. "Sorry." From a mouth usually dripping with venom, sarcasm, and barbed remarks came words he had not spoken in a very long time. Snape said, "I'm sorry, Wick. As your head of house, I failed to protect you." Snape's eyes held a trace of uncertainty, unsure how he would face the Wick family. "I'll notify your parents, let them come and see you one last time." "No need," John shook his head. "Let it be. The more you try to hold on, the more pain you cause." Snape was moved, surprised by John's calm acceptance of death. Unlike Voldemort, who raged against it, John embraced it. "Wick, you still have until sunset." It was one of the rare moments of peaceful conversation between Slytherins. John said softly, "Professor, let the Constellation Society take care of me." Snape's steps faltered as he turned to look at him. Right now, John was completely defenseless. If he used legilimency, he could easily see every thought in the boy's mind. But the notion came and went. Faced with Slytherin's most outstanding student, he could not bring himself to do it. All right. It was the last thing he could do for his student as head of house. The infirmary doors swung open. Professor McGonagall hurried in, accompanied by St. Mungo's chief healer, Hippocrates Smethwick. "I've never seen anything like this." Smethwick was visibly shocked when he saw John's condition. At the same time, all the irritation he'd felt at being pulled away from St. Mungo's completely vanished. Because when he stepped forward to examine John, his hand accidentally brushed against John's. That hand had become shriveled and withered, like that of a mummy. In such a state, forget jostling him, even the slightest wrong movement could be disastrous. The more Smethwick examined him, the heavier his expression became, until at last he shook his head at Professor McGonagall. "I'm sorry, he's reached the end." "Oh, no." McGonagall staggered back in disbelief. She had seen what a vibrant, spirited young man he once was. And though she knew she lacked the expertise in healing, she still pleaded recklessly, "Please, check again. It's a kind of poison never seen before, laced with dozens of lethal toxins." Smethwick's shake of the head was like a death sentence. "This time before sunset, it's all he has left." McGonagall's face turned deathly pale, her hand clutching the collar over her heart. She looked at Snape again. Snape slowly nodded. When even the potions master said so, it was as if all luck had abandoned the boy in that moment. Unable to accept the blow, McGonagall walked heavily out of the infirmary. There were fewer people outside now. Someone was sitting by the doorway. Platinum blonde hair rested against the wall, the tie around his neck yanked loose and hanging crookedly. Malfoy sat there, eyes fixed on the floor, lost in thought. Daphne leaned against the wall as well, flanked by her best friend and her younger sister. They whispered words of comfort to her, assuring her it would be fine. After all, this was the King of Slytherin, the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin in history. The infirmary doors opened, and Malfoy lifted his head. Several pairs of worried eyes turned toward them, and Professor McGonagall's face seemed even paler than before. But this was news that had to be delivered. She was the deputy headmistress, and with Dumbledore gone, it was her duty to bear it. She took a deep breath. Under those expectant gazes, she had to say it, the news that would break everyone's hearts. About John Wick. Malfoy and Daphne both turned to her at once, the hope and silent pleading in their eyes almost too much for McGonagall to bear. Pressing her lips together, she forced out the words, "We have, until sunset." Silence fell over everyone. Impossible. Malfoy lost control, shouting, "He won't die, he's John." "All men must die, Malfoy," Snape said as he stepped out. His expression had returned to its usual composure. "John won't. He promised me." Malfoy's voice trembled with raw emotion. Daphne's knees gave out, and she slumped against the wall, supported by Pansy and her younger sister. Snape, cold and composed, said, "Stop your barking, Malfoy. John Wick wants Daphne Greengrass to go in." Malfoy turned his head sharply, and at those words, Daphne broke free from her friend and sister, running toward the infirmary. She no longer cared about appearances, dashing straight into the room. And there she saw John, though it had been only a short while since she last saw him, he was now barely recognizable. His lips moved faintly, as if trying to speak. Daphne hurried closer, straining to catch the sound of his voice. "Our promise." Chapter 359, I died. The sun sank lower and lower. Daphne wished it could just stop there, but unfortunately, she wasn't a god and couldn't defy the laws of nature. "I don't want to be here," John said weakly. Daphne brought over a wheelchair, and to her surprise, she was able to lift John with ease. Too light, how? She couldn't imagine what kind of suffering it would take to turn the John she knew into this. Pushing the wheelchair through the castle, she was followed by a large crowd of students. Almost no one could believe that the vibrant young man from just days ago had ended up like this in the blink of an eye. All 4 members of the Constellation Society who were still at school were there. Neville Longbottom, Draco Malfoy, Cedric Diggory, Daphne Greengrass. They stood by the Black Lake, gathered around John. How many times had sweat been shed here? How many times had they fallen here? Strength above all. Once, a Muggle-born wizard had stepped into the pure-blood-dominated Slytherin house, using his glory to open the hearts of those proud and unruly boys and girls. They were Slytherins, glory should witness their brilliance alongside them. They were like grains of sand, each with the potential to shine, forged into glass by a student named John Wick, and hung upon the great tree called Hogwarts, becoming its most dazzling ornament. They were proud, because they were Slytherin. They were cunning, because they were Slytherin. They admired strength, because they were Slytherin. They were glorious, because they were Slytherin. To pursue glory, to defend glory, to witness glory, we are glory itself. Everyone stood in silence, like a black wall encircling the star that was about to fade, as if they could catch him before he fell. The sun sank lower, grief thickening in the air above Hogwarts. The last ray of sunlight vanished beyond the far shore of the Black Lake. John's eyelids felt unbearably heavy. The poison was rampaging through his body, and he could no longer even bleed black. He murmured, "It's so cold." Hearing this, Malfoy quickly took off his own robe, ready to drape it over John. But as he lowered the robe, he saw the body that no longer drew breath. His heart gave a violent jolt. Numbly, he laid the robe over John anyway. The others noticed too. Daphne couldn't hold back her tears. They surrounded John, like a ring of stars protecting their center. The brightest star had fallen. The sound of weeping broke out, spreading like sparks catching on dry grass. Hogwarts reached the peak of its grief. The professors stood in collective silence. Professor Flitwick took out a handkerchief and dabbed at the tears in his eyes. Professor Sprout murmured, "Oh, heavens," under her breath. Professor McGonagall clutched the doorframe for support. For a moment, Snape's eyes were devoid of their usual glint. The examiners all sighed in regret, and the invigilator was consumed with guilt. If he had agreed sooner, would things have turned out differently? He felt he no longer had the face to remain in his position. He had extinguished that brilliant star. He was a sinner. "Take him back," Professor McGonagall said. Snape replied, "He asked for the Constellation Society to handle his funeral." Just like. He didn't finish the sentence, everyone knew who he meant. That boy who had always been by John's side. The bond within the society was something truly beautiful. But fortune had never favored them. It wasn't just that star that had fallen, those who had followed him had fallen as well. It was something that left people sighing in regret. Perhaps, many years from now, they might encounter other outstanding students. But to ever meet someone as dazzling as John Wick again, that was destined to be impossible. The Constellation Society carried John's body back. Malfoy still couldn't believe it, that someone as full of life as John could simply die like this. Who was it? Malfoy growled like a wolf that had lost its master, searching for the one who had poisoned him. Cedric kept his eyes on John. He refused to believe John had died without any kind of preparation. Neville, who should have been the most sensitive among them, was instead the calmest. But they knew, it was only because Neville hadn't yet processed what had happened. Among them, Neville had been the first to meet John. From that very train ride, they had formed a friendship. One so deep it was no less than any other bond. If John had been in Gryffindor, then he, John, and Hermione would have been the closest of friends. Daphne steadied her emotions and walked to the round table, to the seat that had belonged to John. It was as if even the Constellation Society had sensed the fall of its master. Today, the dome above was dim and lifeless. Falling starlight gathered into an envelope, clearly prepared long ago, and it landed upon the round table. "Daphne, pick it up," Cedric said, looking at her. Malfoy also turned his gaze toward her. Neville gave a nod. Daphne opened the letter. "If you're reading this, it means I can no longer move. It also means the final opportunity is before us, a gamble, one forged from my life itself. So from this point on, I ask every member of the Constellation Society to carry out what follows. Percy and Fleur are already in position. The Constellation Society's fireplace can take you directly to the Ministry of Magic. Daphne, I need you to conduct my funeral, under the eyes of everyone, and I mean everyone. Only then will certain people be convinced. Neville, Draco, bring your weapons. Cedric, take my wand. Use the fireplace to go to the Ministry of Magic. Kim will guide you through everything. And one last thing, Daphne, remember our promise." It was a plan, carefully laying out what was to happen next. When Daphne finished reading, all eyes turned toward her. Malfoy stared down at his own hands, while Neville began to emerge from his grief. "This is John's plan," Cedric said in a low voice. "It's our duty to see it through." As his words fell, the round table opened automatically, revealing the armory hidden beneath. They stepped inside, and all the cabinets swung open. Weapons of every kind lay before them, but most striking were the 4 sets of clothing floating at the front. Each was already tailored perfectly to its intended wearer. The moment the garments touched them, they dressed themselves onto their bodies. Weapons also flew toward them, each to its chosen owner. Malfoy received an emerald ring along with a protective talisman. Neville watched as the sword of Marvolo floated straight to him. Before Cedric, a long box descended. When he opened it, John's wand lay within. All was ready. The 3 of them stopped before the fireplace. They looked back toward the round table, emotion surging in their eyes, but in the end, they stepped into the flames. Everyone was gone now, only Daphne and John remained. Daphne gently stroked John's thin cheek. His body was cold, without a trace of warmth. Her mind drifted back to the day she found him collapsed. John had promised her, he wouldn't let anything happen to himself. She whispered, "If you lied to me, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life." Carrying John, she held his funeral under the watchful eyes of every teacher and student. White candles were lit across the great hall, each student holding one in their hands. Grief hung heavy over Hogwarts. Those who had once called John their guardian. Those who had once seen him as a figure to follow. Those who had loved him. Without exception, they lit their candles, their flames trembling under the starlight. They stepped up to John, placing white flowers upon him. One after another, the blossoms piled up, slowly covering his thin, gaunt body. Only his face remained exposed, cold, lifeless, its skin marred by dark, branching veins. It wasn't just the students, even the professors stepped forward to lay their flowers. Perhaps it was a mercy that Trelawney wasn't here. Otherwise, who could say how deep her grief would run? She had seen John as her successor. Snape placed his flower down. At last, he could no longer deny it, he had lost a student. A truly exceptional student. His own folly would haunt him for the rest of his life. Self-reproach would follow him into his dreams. When it came time for the third years to lay their flowers, Pansy's ex-boyfriend caught sight of that lifeless face. He fought to keep the corners of his mouth from curling upward in a flicker of elation. He had done it. He was more mature than the others, while the rest of the students had been blindly swept up in their fevered admiration for John Wick. He had already been preparing for this day. As someone who had always been overlooked, he knew he needed extreme measures if he wanted to secure greater benefits. When Voldemort set his sights on poisoning John, he saw it, an open road to glory stretching straight to the heavens. If he succeeded, the rewards in the future would be immense. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Though he didn't understand why the Dark Lord himself would go to the trouble of poisoning a mere student, he still carried it out. For a half-blood orphan like him, this was the only way to be noticed, truly noticed. He didn't dwell on why John's closest friends weren't there. Grief that deep often left people unwilling to face the truth. Once he confirmed John was dead, his thoughts turned to how he might deliver the news to Master Voldemort. In the candlelight, John's body was bathed in a warm, golden hue. Everyone was watching. John Wick's death. Was it truly the end? From somewhere no one could hear, a faint sound began to stir. Ding. Some people die. But, not completely. Chapter 360, Abnormality and the Ministry of Magic. If Thestrals weren't cursed with such a frightening appearance and strange traits, they would make truly excellent mounts. Although the Hogwarts herd had rarely left the grounds, when Harry and the others told them their destination was the Ministry of Magic, they carried them straight there without error. They landed before a red telephone booth. The group squeezed inside. Harry's memory served him well. He recalled the number Mr. Weasley had used the first time they visited the Ministry together. After he punched it in, a cold, detached female voice spoke. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business." Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Ginny Weasley, Luna Lovegood. Harry rattled off the names in quick succession. "We're here to rescue someone, unless, of course, the Ministry's already done the rescuing." The only reply was that same chilly voice, "Thank you, visitors. Please take your badges and affix them to the front of your robes." 5 badges dropped from the coin slot, each printed with a name and the words Rescue Mission. Clearly, this voice wasn't human. After a final, curt instruction, the telephone booth began to sink slowly into the ground. Fortunately, Harry's group wasn't built like Crabbe and Goyle from Slytherin, otherwise they'd have never managed to cram inside. When they reached the familiar golden atrium, they found the place eerily silent. The fireplaces set into the walls were cold and dark, not a single flame burned, and the Ministry of Magic felt utterly lifeless. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant evening," the cold female voice intoned for the last time. The telephone booth door sprang open, and Harry's group stepped out. The golden fountain of magical brethren still murmured with the sound of running water, but even the officials who should have been stationed there for checks were gone. Harry led the way at a run through the atrium. Old Barty might complain the Ministry's facilities were outdated and in disrepair, but the place was still vast. The farther Harry went, the more uneasy he felt. The last time he'd been here, the Ministry had been bustling with people. Even near closing time, it shouldn't have been this deserted. They passed through the golden gates and headed toward the lifts. The sense of foreboding only grew stronger, but with Sirius on his mind, Harry still pressed the button for the lowest level. "Percy works here," Hermione suddenly said. "Ron told me he's a workaholic, he might still be around at this hour." She glanced at Harry as she finished speaking. "We don't have that kind of time," Harry said urgently. Hermione fell silent at that, while Ginny's mind began to turn. At the Weasley household, Percy had always been good to Ginny. After all, in a house full of brothers, she was the only sister. She glanced at the button for the 5th floor and quietly committed it to memory. Luna looked like a dazed little wanderer who had accidentally stumbled into the Ministry, and Ginny felt it was her duty to keep her safe. The lift arrived at the Department of Mysteries, and the gate slid open. The corridor outside was completely empty, and at the far end stood a black door exactly like the one from Harry's dreams. Harry stared at it. This wasn't the first time he'd seen it. In fact, over the past year, he'd seen it far too many times in his sleep. "Let's go," Harry said softly, as though afraid of disturbing someone. When they were only a few feet from the black door, Harry remembered Hermione's suggestion. Actually, Hermione might be right, we could have someone go find Percy, and then. "I think that's fine, but I've got one question," Ron interrupted. "If Percy isn't there and we split up, how do we meet back up?" It was as if he'd read Harry's mind. "Don't even think about ditching us, mate," Ron said. Harry glanced back at the 4 of them and saw no sign of hesitation on any face. The rush of impulsiveness faded, and he found himself calming down. Suddenly, he had to admit, Hermione had been right. Sometimes, he really wasn't all that level-headed. So he had wanted to face it alone, but his companions hadn't backed down. Now, standing before the door, there was no choice left. Harry stepped up to the black door, just like in his dreams, and it opened. They walked inside into a large, circular room. The black walls were lined with many identical black doors, no markings, no handles. Branch-like candle sconces dotted the walls, their blue flames casting a cold light. Reflected on the gleaming marble floor, the light made it look like a dark, rippling pool. "Who shut the door?" Harry asked, and instantly regretted it. When Ron pushed the door closed, the already dim room was left lit only by those faint blue flames. Harry wanted to hurry across, but then the 12 doors from his dreams began to move. It was the wall, the circular wall itself was rotating. When it finally stopped, they no longer knew which door they'd entered through. They needed to stay calm. With no way to tell which was the doorway from Harry's dream, they could only pick one at random. It opened into an empty room. Perhaps after the darkness of the last one, this room felt much brighter to them. This room didn't have the flickering, swaying lights Harry had seen in his dreams. There were only a few tables, and in the center stood a massive glass tank, big enough for all of them to swim in. Inside was a deep green liquid, with dozens of pearly white things drifting lazily about. Ginny thought they were fish, while Luna believed they were Rackspurts, but Hermione recognized them at a glance. They were brains. Watching a whole cluster of brains swimming was far from a pleasant sight. "Let's get out of here," Harry said. "This isn't right, we need to find another door." "There are some doors here too," Ron pointed out, gesturing at the surrounding walls, which made Harry's heart sink. No one knew how big the Department of Mysteries really was, or how many such doors it held. But this place wasn't the room from his dream, so he led them all back into the dark, circular chamber. Just as he was about to shut the door they'd come through, Hermione called out sharply to stop him. She pulled out her wand and marked the door, showing they had already opened it. The clever move made the others silently think how smart she was. When the door closed and the walls began to spin again, they instantly spotted the door they'd just been through. Harry walked up to another door, the others following close behind with their wands raised. This room was even bigger than the last. It was rectangular, with the floor sunken into a massive stone pit about 20 feet deep. All around were tiered stone benches, and they stood at the very top. To Harry, it felt a lot like the Wisengamot courtroom he'd once been in. The difference was that this place was larger, and instead of a chain chair in the center, there was a raised platform with a stone archway standing upon it. The arch looked ancient, worn, and decayed. Yet somehow, it still stood upright. There was nothing supporting it, only a tattered, black curtain or veil hanging from it. Though there was no wind, the veil stirred gently as if something were brushing against it. "Who's there?" Harry suddenly called out. He leapt down, making his way over the stone benches to the floor of the pit. Sirius. He thought he heard something from beyond the veil. But there was nothing behind it, only a faint murmur of voices, just quiet enough that he couldn't make out a single word. "Harry, let's go, all right?" Hermione called, urging him to leave. Harry raised his voice toward the archway. "What are you saying?" "No one's talking, Harry." Hermione couldn't sit still any longer, she came down after him. But Harry stubbornly dodged the hand she reached out to him, which immediately made Hermione uneasy. This was the Department of Mysteries, one of the most secretive, important places in the entire Ministry of Magic. No one knew what kind of magic here might affect someone. Luna seemed to be under its influence as well, which added frustration to Hermione's worry. "We're here to rescue Sirius, not to stand around staring at that archway like idiots." Her words finally had an effect. Harry snapped back to his real purpose. He stepped down from the platform, only to glance back and see Ginny standing there. Without a word, Hermione marched up and yanked Ginny down. Ron opened his mouth, then closed it. After all, that was his sister, and maybe she could have been handled more gently. Too much time had already been wasted here, leaving Harry slightly dazed. As they left, he asked Hermione if she knew what it was. Hermione shot him a glare. How could she possibly know? She marked the door, then shut it again. The walls began to rotate once more. When they stopped, Harry walked up to another door. He pushed, it didn't open. Excitement stirred among them. Maybe this was the right one. Hermione tried an unlocking charm, but it didn't work. Harry took out the knife Sirius had given him, a tool even better than the charm, one that could open any lock. But the moment he slid it into the crack, not only did the door stay shut, the blade melted away. They were at a loss. Hermione reasoned it probably wasn't the right door anyway. Harry's dream had shown him walking through without trouble. After marking it, the walls spun again. When they stopped this time, Harry pushed open a door. Seeing those familiar flickering lights, he felt a rush of excitement he could barely contain. They had found it. They quickened their pace, heading toward the other door from his dreams. Chapter 361, John's Secret and Plan. In the deserted atrium of the Ministry of Magic, the fireplaces set into the walls suddenly flared with ghostly blue flames. Cedric stepped out first. His fitted black suit didn't hinder movement, and his cufflinks were set with amber-yellow gemstones. Next came Malfoy, clad in black velvet. A silver serpent coiled over his shoulder, and on the pinky finger of his right hand gleamed an emerald ring. Neville was the last to emerge, wearing a white shirt and black waistcoat, carrying a sword with an ornate silver scabbard inlaid with rubies. After the three had stepped out, another fireplace beside them roared to life. From it emerged a blond man in white robes, wearing a white mask. "You're here." The man removed his mask, revealing a face they had crossed paths with during the World Cup. "Kim," Cedric said in a low voice. He took in Kim's attire, that silver mask he remembered seeing back during the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. One of Johnny Silverhand's people. "So you're working for Johnny Silverhand," Cedric said, naturally taking the role of elder brother as the oldest among them. "Wrong." Kim's jaw was rough with stubble as he looked at the three of them. "We all are." The three exchanged looks, their expressions tinged with confusion. "John is Johnny Silverhand," Kim said. In the vast, empty atrium, he spoke the truth aloud. "You're saying John is Johnny Silverhand?" Malfoy felt his chest tighten. His eyes locked on Kim, and he growled, "That's impossible. I've met Johnny Silverhand." But his words trailed off. He remembered being brought before Johnny Silverhand once. What was it for again? It was something about being asked to become Johnny Silverhand's godson. Kim clearly knew a bit about it. His expression softened with sympathy. "You never saw his face, did you?" Malfoy's expression darkened. Neville, still trying to process it, murmured, "If John is Johnny Silverhand, then he's far more capable than you think." Kim nodded slowly. "He built this massive network starting in his second year." "But why did he not tell?" "The reason he didn't tell you," Kim continued, "is because you were still too young. So Percy and Fleur already know." Malfoy still seemed unwilling to accept it. "Percy found out, but only last year," Kim said with a nod. "You shouldn't resent him, keeping it secret was the best way to protect you." Malfoy turned to Cedric, who had remained silent, and asked, "You knew too?" Cedric nodded, closing his eyes in pain. The graveyard. It was a memory heavy with grief. Kim's gaze darkened, but a moment later, light returned to his eyes. "That's enough about John's secret," Kim said, his tone shifting to something more serious. "It's time to carry out John's plan, his final plan." A shadow fell over everyone's hearts. "Revenge," Malfoy said through clenched teeth. Kim said nothing, simply turning to lead them forward. As they passed through the Ministry's lifts, Cedric frowned. "Where is everyone in the Ministry?" "John secured one night's exclusive control of this place, to draw Voldemort here," Kim said, a glint of cold steel in his eyes. "So this is it, we're taking revenge?" Malfoy asked. Neville tightened his grip on the sword of Marvolo. Cedric lowered his gaze to the wand in his hand. Kim placed his hand over the badge on his chest. "For John and Heinrich." The other three did the same, the constellation badges on their chests like a starry sky breaking through the clouds, revealing starlight. Their resolve hardened, and as the lattice doors of the lift closed, they descended. Meanwhile, in Percy's office, Fleur's beautiful hair had grown even longer, cascading like a silver waterfall. She wore clothing suited for movement, a string of protective charms around her wrist. Beneath her pale swan-like neck hung a sapphire necklace. Fleur kissed the constellation badge and fastened it to her chest. She looked at Percy. "Shall we go?" Percy stood, his voice carrying a rare gravity. "You know our mission is different from theirs. If I'd known sooner that John was my boss, maybe I wouldn't have been bogged down with all that trivial nonsense," Fleur said with a confident smile. "Still, I don't mind this feeling. The final location will be the death chamber. Remember, do not touch that archway under any circumstances." Percy warned her again and again. "That's something even the Ministry doesn't fully understand. The more mysterious something is, the more likely it is to cause unexpected events," Fleur said with a wave of her hand. "Let's go, Percy." Percy already carried a certain air of authority, but in front of his own comrades, he still couldn't put on airs. Picking up the cup from the desk, Percy kept a stern face. "Yeah. Let's go." He knew the Ministry was completely empty right now, no need to hide anything. The two of them took the lift toward the Department of Mysteries. As Percy watched a corridor slide past outside, he couldn't help but recall a recent conversation with John. "All of this depends on you, Percy." In the Constellation Society, John had shown Percy the deadly black poison. Percy had roared, raged, despaired. Knowing the danger of that thing, he had even considered going to Dumbledore for help. But in the end, John stopped him from doing so. Only this way can we finish everything, Percy, John had said, gripping Percy's hand tightly. And only you can carry out the final stage of my plan. You know better than anyone how the ministry works. The Department of Mysteries hides tremendous power. Those taboos are our only hope of turning the tables. Percy's shoulders felt unbearably heavy. When that golden cup was handed to him, he knew he had no other choice. Either he carried his comrades' deaths into defeat, or he made everything right again. Fleur could see the weight on Percy's shoulders, and she patted him lightly. John believes in you, she said firmly. And so do we. John. Emotion flickered in Percy's eyes before he gave a resolute nod. Silently, he swore to himself, even if it costs me my life, I will see this plan through. The lift arrived. At the end of the black corridor, a black door stood closed. They opened it to find the four who had arrived before them already working out their plan. Noticing the marked doors, Percy couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Who did this? If Minister Crouch finds out, there'll be no escaping a scolding. But, this is actually a clever idea, he admitted, just as the doors began to spin again. He pinpointed exactly where he wanted to go. The time room. Gazing at the drifting golden sand, Percy took out the golden cup. It seemed everyone thought John Wick, Johnny Silverhand, hated Voldemort to the bone. He had sent the Star Disciples to hunt Death Eaters, and placed massive bounties on their heads. The desire for revenge was obvious to anyone. Dumbledore thought so. So did Barty Crouch Sr., but Percy knew that John's plan wasn't something so shallow. It was something far more difficult than simply killing someone. A mere death would never be enough to make the legendary Johnny Silverhand use himself as bait. The golden sand held the power of time, just a touch could bring terrifying consequences to the body. That was why time was a forbidden domain, its effects were irreversible. The ministry's control over it was extremely strict, extending even to time-turners, with hundreds of laws regulating their use. As Percy placed the golden cup inside, the golden sand began to fall into it. The cup seemed bottomless, the sand vanishing as soon as it entered. Soon, one golden hourglass was completely emptied. Then the second. The third. Percy couldn't quite name the feeling, but it was as if he was betraying the ministry itself. This filled him, a ministry official, with deep conflict. Fleur's gaze was fixed on a bird, it soared high into the air, then rapidly aged and fell, only to transform into an egg just before hitting the ground. The eggshell cracked open, and the bird, now a hatchling, grew at an unnatural speed and took flight again. It was like an endless purgatory, an unceasing cycle repeating the same events over and over. The sight made Fleur's skin crawl. Meanwhile, just one door away from the time room. In the Hall of Prophecy, 5 students had slipped into a space filled with towering shelves and priceless prophecy orbs. The ceiling was as high as that of a cathedral, and the shelves rose just as tall. Glass spheres sat upon them, each casting a faint, dim glow that matched the gloom of the circular hall. Harry and the others moved cautiously through the narrow, shadowed aisles between the rows of shelves. Chapter 362, Department of Mysteries and Dumbledore's Army. In his dream, Harry had seen Sirius in row 97. Now they were in row 53. Turning into the passage on the right, Harry felt nervous sweat dampen his palm. He lowered his voice and said, "Get your wands ready." His friends already had their wands in hand, but at his words they shifted into fighting stances, fully alert. Wands raised, they kept glancing back, terrified of someone appearing behind them. Row 84, row 85. Below each glass orb on the shelves was a yellowed little label. Some of the spheres flickered with a strange, liquid-like glow, while others were dim and lifeless. Harry moved cautiously, ears straining to catch the faintest sound. But he heard nothing. Could it be that Sirius had already been tortured into silence? Or was Sirius dead? Harry's mind was a mess. He hurried to reassure himself that it couldn't be. While his thoughts spiraled, Hermione's voice came. 97, she whispered to Harry. They gathered at the end of that row of shelves, looking toward the aisle beside it. No one was there. Harry's mouth was dry. He's right at the end here. You can't see him from back there. He didn't dare think he was mistaken. Could Hermione have been right, that it was just a dream? They had broken into the Ministry of Magic, all for a dream. And if they were discovered? He needed to prove he wasn't wrong. Leading the way, he wove between the towering shelves stacked with glass spheres. He should be around here, he said, as though with every step Sirius might suddenly appear on the floor ahead. Right here, it's really close. Harry. Hermione called hesitantly, but Harry didn't want to answer. He couldn't accept that he might really have been tricked. He's here, somewhere, he insisted. They walked from one end to the other, stepping back into the dim candlelight. There was no one, only dust and an echoing silence. He might. Harry couldn't accept reality and still wanted to keep searching. Harry, Hermione said, watching him. I don't think Sirius is here. Harry stopped in his tracks. He didn't dare look at the others' faces. It hurt too much. He had fought bitterly with Hermione before, over a dream. Now he was being told his dream was wrong. There had never been anything there at all. It was all his fault, they'd been caught by Umbridge because of him, and now they were in the Ministry of Magic. He couldn't face it. Harry. This time it was Ron calling him. What? Harry didn't really want to pay Ron any attention, didn't want to hear what stupid thing Ron might have done, or his suggestion that they should turn back. He almost wanted to stay here forever, hiding away. But Ron hadn't done anything foolish, nor was he suggesting they leave. Instead, he said, "Do you see this?" He pointed to a glass sphere on one of the shelves. For a moment Harry thought it might be some clue Sirius had left behind. He hurried over with quickened steps. It was just a glass sphere, not a clue. Harry was disappointed, and didn't understand why Ron wanted him to look. Ron pointed at the little label beneath the sphere. "Your name's on it." Harry leaned in for a closer look. Being shorter than Ron, he had to crane his neck. It was dated 16 years ago. The label read, "The Dark Lord and Harry Potter." Harry stared blankly. Why would his name be there? "What is this?" Ron asked the same question. "Why does it have your name on it?" He glanced at the other shelves, none of them had his name, or anyone else's. "Don't touch it." Hermione snapped the moment she saw Harry reaching out. "Harry, I don't think you should touch that." "Why not?" "It's got something to do with me, doesn't it?" Harry asked, confused. "Don't, Harry," Ginny said as well, feeling it wasn't a good idea. "But it's got my name on it," Harry insisted stubbornly. His hand closed around the glass orb. He expected it to be icy cold, but instead it was warm, like it had been sitting under the sun for hours. Harry hoped something dramatic would happen, something thrilling. That way, their long journey here would mean something. With that thought, he lifted the glass sphere from its stand. The others crowded around, uneasy about him taking such a risk, but since he had already taken it down, they couldn't help but look. None of them noticed the figures appearing behind them. A slow, drawling voice spoke. "Very good, Potter. Just as expected, you really are a Gryffindor." The voice dripped with mockery and scorn. "Now turn around. Slowly. And hand it to me." It was only then that Harry and the others realized they were surrounded. Dark figures had appeared on both sides, blocking every path. Dozens of wands, held by masked and hooded figures, were pointed straight at their hearts. The one who had spoken, Harry recognized. Not just him, everyone except Luna recognized him. Lucius Malfoy. The handsome, silver-haired man drawled, "Give it to me, Potter." He stretched out his hand, his face twisted in a mixture of amusement and disdain. "Give it to me." Harry tightened his grip on the glass sphere. "Where's Sirius?" "Bahaha." Several Death Eaters burst into laughter. A harsh, manic woman's voice rang out, "The Dark Lord truly is a master strategist." Their mocking was sharp and cruel, but Harry clung desperately to his dream. "I want to know where Sirius is," he shouted. "I want to know where Sirius is." "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha," the madwoman parroted in a sing-song tone before erupting into wild laughter. Lucius didn't laugh. He was, after all, a refined middle-aged gentleman, though of course he allowed himself a suitably mocking smile. "You've got him," Harry shouted. "He's here, I know it." Bahaha, the little baby woke up frightened, thinking his dream was real. The madwoman drifted slowly to Lucius's side. Her pale, almost corpse-like face gleamed under the dim light, but below her neck was a body marred by grotesque burns and riddled with nails. "Little, sweetheart, darling Potter. Bellatrix Lestrange." Her presence made Ron flinch. They had all seen her face before in the papers. Lucius regarded Harry as though he were some pitiful, useless scrap of rubbish. His tone was cool, almost bored. "You really should learn to distinguish dream from reality, Potter. What you saw was nothing more than what the Dark Lord allowed you to see." "Don't do anything," Harry muttered under his breath to Ron. "Not yet. Did you hear that? He's giving orders to the other children, as if he plans to fight us." Bellatrix's laughter rang out again, shrill and unhinged. She clutched at Lucius's arm for balance, laughing so hard she nearly staggered. Lucius extended his hand, his voice sharp with impatience. "Give me the prophecy. Otherwise, we'll be forced to use our wands." Harry's thoughts were a tangled mess. He kept dodging the truth, that it was his stubbornness that had dragged everyone here for nothing. But now, it wasn't just that he had dragged everyone here for nothing, he had put them in real danger. "Then go ahead," Harry said, raising his wand to his chest. Not just him, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Luna all made the same choice, wands lifted, eyes sharp. They braced for the Death Eater's sudden strike. "Arrogant," Lucius said coldly. Who do you think you can stand against? Hand over the prophecy, and no one will be harmed. But the moment Lucius finished, Bellatrix suddenly lashed out, Accio prophecy. Harry's nerves snapped taut. Protego. The prophecy ball nearly flew from his grasp, but he caught it just in time. Lucius's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He roared, I told you not to risk breaking it. Those words struck Harry like a spark, he seized on them instantly, mind racing. Bellatrix, though, had no patience. Ever since the blast that had scarred her and Voldemort's dark magic that had patched her back together, she had only grown more deranged. Grab the smallest one, make him watch while we torture the little girl. Leave it to me. At her command, the Death Eaters advanced a step. Harry and the others immediately closed ranks around Ginny. Holding the prophecy aloft, Harry shouted, if you want to lay a hand on any of us, you'll have to smash this first. But such a threat meant nothing to Bellatrix, already too far gone into madness. To her, it was as worthless as a fart. Accio prophecy. Protego. Harry shielded the orb again. He shouted quickly, this prophecy, why does Voldemort want it? The moment that name left his mouth, the Death Eaters froze, their eyes narrowing on him with murderous glares. How dare you defile his name with your filthy half-blood tongue? Stupefy. Bellatrix shrieked, whipping her wand up and firing a jet of red light. Chapter 363, 363, The Hall of Prophecy in the Constellation Society. Harry. Just as the red light shot toward him, Hermione stepped in and intercepted the spell. A layer of shimmering armor flared across her body, deflecting the curse and sending it crashing into a shelf of prophecy orbs. The glass sphere shattered, releasing the ghostly image of a white-bearded old man murmuring something indistinct. Now. Harry shouted. Hermione snapped her wand up and fired back. Reducto. Reducto. 4 voices rang out at once. But their blasts weren't aimed at the Death Eaters, they struck the towering shelves instead. The rack splintered apart, sending dozens of glass orbs raining down in a cascade of shattering crystal. Harry and the others seized the opening and bolted. Brilliant work. Lucius snarled at Bellatrix. She only laughed shrilly, weaving between the crashing orbs, delighted by the chaos. As the Dumbledore's army group ran, they became separated in the confusion. Harry spotted the same door they'd entered through now cracked open. He grabbed Hermione's arm, dragged her through, and slammed it shut. Hermione flicked her wand, locking it tight with a spell. But once the door was locked, they realized only the 2 of them were inside. They must have taken the wrong path. Hermione said in horror. Damn it. Harry cursed under his breath. He wanted to rush back and find the others, but just then voices echoed from outside. Luna and Ginny had been cornered. 2 Death Eaters blocked the passage at both ends. Ginny squeezed Luna's hand, guilt written all over her face. It's my fault. I took the wrong turn. Grab them. Potter will hand it over once he sees them. Lucius gave the order and then led the others away to hunt for Harry. To him, 2 adult Death Eaters were more than enough to deal with a pair of young girls. The masked figures advanced step by step. Ginny tightened her grip on her wand. We can fly out of here, Luna said calmly. What? We don't know how, Ginny began to protest instinctively. Suddenly, she felt a pair of arms wrap firmly around her waist. It was Luna's. Then Luna tapped lightly against the floor. Wings sprouted from her shoes, and before the Death Eaters could react, they fluttered rapidly. Ginny felt her feet lift off the ground, they were actually flying. Petrificus totalis. A Death Eater attacked, red light shooting toward them. By her ear, Ginny heard that airy, sing-song voice, we're going to fly now with speed. Her vision blurred, but as a seeker, she quickly regained focus. Looking down, she saw Luna's shoes glowing faintly across the surface, gleaming, almost dazzling. The tiny wings beat stubbornly and fast, whipping up gusts of wind that sent prophecies toppling from the shelves. Chasing Death Eaters fired spell after spell while dodging the falling orbs. Why is this? Ginny didn't even get the words out before a streak of red light shot upward. She couldn't react in time, but the curse ricocheted away. It was a shield charm. But neither of them had cast it. She heard a faint clinking sound and glanced down at Luna's hands around her waist. Dangling there were several small wooden plug-like charms. Between the plugs hung little wooden chips and fragments of seashells. One of the shells had just shattered. Ginny asked, what are those? Luna swerved in midair to dodge a curse, her airy voice carrying a hint of delight. Charms John gave me. As Arthur Weasley's daughter, Ginny knew that aura gear sometimes included protective charms. At first, they could rely on their aerial advantage and speed to evade attacks. But as more and more Death Eaters were drawn to them, they became moving targets. Charm after charm shattered, each break making Ginny's heart pound harder. Go lower, quick, Luna, drop lower. Ginny shouted. But Luna wasn't Ginny, she didn't have the same flying skill. When she descended into the spaces between the tall shelves, at least the number of incoming attacks lessened. Just as they passed one towering shelf, the side exploded with a blast. The two of them were thrown down by the shockwave and debris, plummeting hard from the air. They crashed to the ground, tumbling over several times before coming to a stop. The last wooden chip on Luna's bracelet shattered, leaving it bare. A streak of red light shot toward them, and Ginny hastily raised her wand to block it. Ginny was still knocked off her feet, rolling across the floor with shards cutting into her face. Luna staggered upright and glanced at her shoes. The two little wings on them twitched in tatters, then dissolved into motes of light and vanished. Her ability to fly was clearly gone. She drew her wand and looked up, only to see a masked Death Eater looming before her. "Luna!" Ginny shouted, and not far away, another Death Eater was approaching. "Expelliarmus!" Ginny's wand flew from her hand. Luna barely had time to raise hers before the Death Eater batted it aside and sent her crashing to the ground. Now the two of them truly seemed trapped. Blood trickled from the corner of Luna's mouth. She lifted her head again, and saw the Death Eater frozen in place. Something was gripping the back of his neck, forcing him to struggle. His legs kicked wildly, his wand flailing backward, then there was a sharp crack. The wand snapped in two. The hand pressing down on his neck slammed him hard against the floor. The Death Eater lay on the ground, life or death uncertain. "Hello, Neville," Luna greeted the newcomer. Neville rubbed his nose. The same hand that had just crushed the Death Eater's neck hadn't been washed in who knew how long, and the smell of stale sweat clung to his palm. The Death Eater facing Ginny noticed Neville and moved to strike. "Levi Corpus." The man's ankle yanked upward, sending him flipping into the air before crashing back down, bouncing off the floor 3 times. Malfoy smoothed his hair and cast a glance at Ginny. "Are you all right?" Ginny nodded blankly, as if she had never imagined being saved by Malfoy of all people. Neville helped Luna to her feet and picked up her wand, handing it back to her. "It's too dangerous here." "You two should leave," Neville said. Ginny retrieved her own wand and asked, "What are you doing here?" She didn't believe coincidence could stretch all the way into the Ministry of Magic. "That's none of your business," Malfoy said coldly. From behind Neville, Luna peeked out, her gaze wandering as though she were hoping to catch sight of someone else. "John is here too, isn't he?" Luna's question left Neville speechless. Luna blinked, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Another Death Eater was drawn to the scene. Spotting the unfamiliar figure, he raised his wand and attacked. Petrificus totalis. The red light shot toward Neville, only for Luna's vision to flash white as Neville drew the sword from his hand. With a single swing, the blade cleaved through the spell. He dropped low, lunging forward, wand in his other hand releasing a jet of red light at the Death Eater. The man's cloak twisted, binding him up. Neville's sword arm slashed down, snapping the wand clean in two. Then, turning the blade flat, he knocked the Death Eater unconscious with a single strike. The difference in strength was overwhelming. Ginny gaped at the sight, stunned by Neville's power. Among Gryffindors, no one had ever noticed that Neville possessed such terrifying ability. The Death Eaters who had been pressing them so hard suddenly seemed fragile before him. Wand in his left hand, sword in his right, Neville stood tall. Without turning back, he said in a low voice to Luna, "From here on, this isn't something you can take part in." "They're over." The Death Eater's words cut off as Malfoy struck him down. Neville sheathed the silver sword, giving Luna and the others no chance to ask further questions, and the two of them quickly left. Ginny murmured under her breath, "So this is the strength of the Constellation Society." Ron was running for his life, panic driving him forward. But the Death Eater behind him wasn't in any hurry. With a lazy flick of his wand, he sent prophecy orbs crashing down one after another. Several struck Ron, making him cry out in pain. He spun around to cast a spell, but his magic was deflected with ease. The Death Eater quickened his pace, a trail of black smoke carrying him straight in front of Ron. Expelli. Too slow. The Death Eater's wand lifted, and a flash of red light struck Ron, curling his body up as a scream tore from his throat. The Cruciatus Curse. Don't kill him, Lucius said as he strolled over, giving Ron a cold glance. He might be useful to trade for the prophecy. Noticing the shock of red hair, Lucius frowned, his face twisting in disgust. Filthy Weasley. Ron tried to crawl forward, stretching for his wand. Didn't even bother looking at him, just raised his wand. Crucio. Ah. Ron's body convulsed violently as another scream was ripped from his throat. Pressed a boot against Ron's back, watching his pained expression with cruel delight. "Haha, little baby Potter, where are you?" came the shrill, deranged voice of Bellatrix. Lucius said coolly, "We'll split into pairs. Bring those brats back. Remember, until we have the prophecy, don't kill them." As he turned to leave, Lucius cast Ron a look of pitying disdain. A bunch of children playing house. You're not even close to our level. Lucius, hurry up. Not urged impatiently. Lucius swept away. Not hauled Ron up, preparing to drag him off. Dragged along helplessly, Ron's chest burned with frustration and humiliation. As they passed a row of towering shelves, Not suddenly stopped. He turned his head. A pair of eyes was staring at them through the gaps in the racks. Not resumed walking. The eyes moved as well, matching his pace. Both grew faster and faster, until at the end of the row, the figure darted out of sight. Raising his wand toward that direction, Not hissed. Stupefy. The spell struck the shadowy figure, then pierced straight through. Not hadn't expected his stunning spell to have such power. But that person was completely unharmed, and even raised a wand. Not froze in shock. Stupefy. The spell hit him squarely, and Not collapsed. Ron stared blankly as the shadowy figure vanished without a trace. At the same time, Harry was running into trouble of his own. Chapter 364, The Time Chamber and the Death Eaters. Lucius was leading people to search for Harry, or more precisely, for the prophecy orb in his hand. Re-entering the Hall of Time, the two of them heard noises outside and couldn't help but grow anxious for their companions. What should we do? Even Hermione, faced with a situation like this, was struggling to stay calm. Harry, however, had a steady heart. Aside from occasionally doing something foolish, in moments like this he was the one who could stay composed. We can't just sit here and wait for them to find us. Quick, away from this door. Harry knew very well that if he were caught, that would put his friends in true danger. As long as he wasn't captured, the Death Eaters wouldn't dare kill his companions. They crept forward as quietly as they could. Passing by a glittering, bell-shaped glass dome, Harry noticed the little birds inside chirping away. They hadn't turned back into eggshells. The oddity flickered across his mind for an instant, but he didn't dwell on it. They hurried toward the circular exit on the far side of the chamber. Just as they were about to reach it, a crash came from the door being slammed shut. Alohomora, a harsh voice barked. The door flew open, and Harry yanked Hermione down under a table. From beneath it, he could see the hems of the Death Eaters' robes drawing closer and closer. Harry and Hermione gripped their wands tightly, nerves stretched taut. They probably ran straight into the hall. It was the same rough voice. Check under the tables. Another voice, more cautious. The two Death Eaters bent their knees, and Harry and Hermione struck at once. Wands shot out from under the table. Stupefy. Twin red beams flashed. One Death Eater couldn't dodge in time and was blasted backward into a tall grandfather clock. His head struck the clock, and both crashed down together. The other Death Eater, more alert, leapt aside to avoid Hermione's curse. He raised his wand and aimed at Hermione as she scrambled out from beneath the table. Avada K. Ah. With a furious roar, Harry lunged forward along the floor, wrapped his arms around the Death Eater's knees, and yanked him down. They tumbled into a struggle on the ground. Hermione crawled out faster, wand aimed at the two figures thrashing together. Thinking quickly, she shouted, Expelliarmus. Both wands flew from their hands. Hermione immediately cried, Harry, hold him down. Harry obeyed at once, switching from fighting to pinning the Death Eater in a tight grip. Stripped of his wand and unable to break free, the Death Eater exposed his upper body. Hermione seized the chance and hit him with a stunner. The red beam struck the Death Eater, and he collapsed instantly, unconscious. Ha! Nice work, Hermione. Harry looked worse for wear. Fighting a grown man at 15 had left his nose crooked. Accio wand. Hermione retrieved his wand and tossed it back to him. Episky. She cast the healing charm. Ow. With a sharp crack, Harry's broken nose snapped back into place. He rubbed at it, half convinced he'd end up with a crooked nose like Dumbledore's. Without wasting another second, they sprinted toward the circular exit. A red beam shot from behind and struck Hermione, only to be blocked by a shield charm. Startled, Harry glanced back. The Death Eater who had fallen was awake again. Hermione's stunning spell hadn't been strong enough. Splinters rained down on her shoulders, but Harry didn't hesitate. He roared, Stupefy. His magic was stronger than Hermione's, but the Death Eater ducked aside. The red light slammed into a glass cabinet instead. Inside were all kinds of hourglasses. The cabinet crashed to the ground, shattered, only to rebound against the wall 2 seconds later, whole again, and topple over once more. The cycle of shattering and restoring went on endlessly. Harry and the Death Eater fired red beams back and forth, blasting apart whatever they struck in the Hall of Time. Hermione joined the fight, and together they forced the Death Eater back against a bell-shaped glass dome. Harry's spell hit the man squarely in the chest. As he fell, his head struck the dome and sank into it, as though he had plunged into a bubble. To their horror, before their eyes, the head began to shrink rapidly, growing younger and younger. It's time. Hermione whispered in awe. The Death Eater stirred, his head now that of an infant. His mind seemed to have regressed as well, he flailed his tiny hands helplessly against the air around him. Harry raised his wand to strike again, but Hermione grabbed his arm, stopping him. She couldn't let him harm a baby. Shouts and pounding footsteps echoed from the Hall of Prophecy. Harry realized instantly they'd been exposed. He seized Hermione and dashed for the great black door on the opposite side. 2 Death Eaters burst into the Hall of Time just in time to glimpse their retreating figures. Harry and Hermione veered into a pitch-dark, cluttered little office. They had barely shut the door when it burst open again. Impedimenta, 2 voices rang out. Harry was blasted across the room, while Hermione stared in shock, completely unharmed. Her shield charm had triggered, leaving the 2 Death Eaters stunned for an instant. One of them struck mercilessly, raising his wand and roaring, Avada K. No. Harry's head spun from the impact, stars bursting in his vision, but when he saw the scene he let out a desperate shout. The Death Eater smirked triumphantly, wand aimed straight at Hermione. GHH, his throat suddenly seized, the sound cut off. Harry quickly fired a body-binding curse, blasting him backward. The other Death Eater whipped his wand, a red flash streaking toward Hermione. She reacted in time, tried to block it, but was still knocked off her feet. Yet again, the red light bounced harmlessly away, her shield charm saved her yet again. How many shield charms do you have? The Death Eater muttered, baffled. He hadn't seen her lift her wand once. Rubbing her aching elbow from the fall, Hermione glared and snapped, none of your business. Petrificus totalis. Harry took the straightforward route, he answered with a spell. The Death Eater stiffened, frozen, and toppled onto the one already lying there. That thing just now, he couldn't speak. Was that you? Harry asked curiously. Hermione frowned. I don't know. I didn't do anything. She tugged a wooden tag from the waistband of her trousers. This was the last one. What is it? Harry asked as they made their way toward the circular hall. John gave it to me. A protective charm. Hermione's thoughts flickered back to John again, wondering if his illness had recovered. All right. Hermione, we need someone to sound the alarm, Harry said seriously. I need you to go. Their target is me. Hermione knew that against Death Eaters, people like them were almost laughable. Hearing Harry speak this way, she suddenly felt as though the boy had grown up. Then you take this, Harry. She handed him the last protective charm. They pushed open the door and stepped into the circular hall, just as another door swung open. Out came Luna and Ginny. Then another door opened, and Ron stumbled out, dazed. With everyone gathered, why hesitate? We're all here. Let's run. Harry said with relief. They only needed to find the door with the mark to know which one it was. But when he looked up, every single mark on the surrounding doors had vanished. Unluckily, a door across from them burst open and Death Eaters charged out. There they are. A dozen red beams shot toward them, and Harry and the others scattered in a panic. They dashed through the nearest door. The streaks of red light whizzed after them, leaving no chance to fight back. Looking up, they realized they'd run into the brain room. Several doors lined the walls. Seal the doors. Harry shouted, firing a spell at the one behind them. The others quickly followed his lead. By the time they reached the 5th door, Luna stepped forward to cast the spell, but instead, the door swung open. A red curse hit her square in the chest, slamming her onto a desk where she lay motionless. Luna. Ginny screamed. 5 Death Eaters stormed in. Lucius leveled his wand at Ginny, sent a red bolt flying, and she collapsed before she could dodge. Get Potter. Lucius commanded, and all of them surged toward Harry. On the way, Ron was struck by a spell and went flying, landing face first on the floor. Hermione's gaze fell on the grotesque floating brains. Taking a desperate gamble, she shouted, Accio brains. Hermione, no. Harry tried to stop her, but it was too late. Countless brains shot out of the green liquid, tentacles writhing from them so menacingly that even the Death Eaters didn't dare touch them. Hermione ducked out of the way of one brain just in time, and the 2 of them bolted for the only door left unlocked. They were almost there, when 2 red beams blasted from behind, striking them both. Harry's shield charm flared, blocking his curse, but Hermione was hit and went down hard. Hermione. Harry reached out to grab her, but the Death Eaters were already closing in. He had no choice, clutching the prophecy orb, he dove through the door. It was the death chamber. He stumbled and fell, tumbling down step after step until he crashed into the pit at the bottom. Harry gasped, struggling to breathe. His heart pounded so violently it felt like a balloon about to burst. Dragging himself up onto the stone dais in the pit, he saw Death Eaters filing in after him. A few of them dragged his captured friends along, forcing them to their knees. Lucius Malfoy steadied his breathing before speaking smoothly, almost leisurely. Potter, you're finished. Drawing out his words, he said, hand me the prophecy orb, and do it nicely. Let the others go, and I'll give it to you. Harry shouted. His demand drew mocking laughter from the Death Eaters. Even Lucius couldn't keep a straight face, chuckling twice before sneering, do you really think you're in a position to bargain? Lucius mocked, has Dumbledore's teaching left you unable to count? Foolish child. Chapter 365, The Hall of Death and the Order. Lucius stared fixedly at Harry, watching him struggle with the choice. He raised a finger and flicked it. A Death Eater shoved Ron forward. Bellatrix shrieked with excitement, let me. Let me. She rushed out eagerly, curved wand pointed straight at Ron. Crucio. Erg. Ron screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor and writhing uncontrollably. No, Ron. Harry growled like a cornered beast. Let him go, or I'll smash the prophecy orb. He clutched the orb tightly, lifting it as if to hurl it down. Lucius fixed his eyes on him, halting Bellatrix from continuing her torment. Extending his hand, he advanced on Harry slowly. Give me the prophecy, Potter. No, don't give it to him. Ginny shouted, only to have a wand pressed hard against her throat. Bellatrix strode over, seized her by the hair, and let out a madwoman's laugh. Hermione shook her head at Harry. Even with a wand jabbing into her neck, she refused to yield. Ron, struggling on the ground, rasped out, "URG. Don't. Cough. Don't give it to him, mate. Arg." Lucius kicked Ron hard in the face, blood spurting from his nose. Shut up, Weasley. His voice dripped with disgust as he kicked Ron a few more times. Ron curled up on the ground, feeling as though his spleen had been shattered. You should learn to be smarter, Potter. Shoving Ron aside, Lucius strode toward Harry. Defying the Dark Lord never ends well. Weren't your parents the perfect example of that? At the mention of his parents, Harry flipped the prophecy orb upside down and roared, "Stay back." Lucius halted, raising both hands in a gesture for him to calm down. There's a better outcome here, he said smoothly. Give me the prophecy. Or else, you'll watch your little friends die miserably. Perhaps to prove his point, Bellatrix yanked Ginny by the hair and slammed her to the ground. The noise dragged Harry's attention away. In that instant, Lucius lunged forward and grabbed the hand holding the prophecy orb. The two of them began to struggle over it. Just then, 2 doors high above burst open. 5 figures charged swiftly into the chamber. The Death Eaters barely had time to react before Sirius leapt down first, agile and swift, his wand flashing red as he struck the one restraining Hermione. Tonks fired a stunner at Lucius, forcing him to release Harry. Harry quickly leapt down from the dais. Looking up, he saw, it was the Order of the Phoenix. Lupin blasted back the Death Eater casting spells near Ron, while Kingsley attacked Bellatrix, giving Ginny the chance to roll away to safety. Moody was holding off 3 Death Eaters at once, keeping them too busy to notice Luna. The one who had been restraining her was suddenly knocked flying by the horned Snorkack in her pocket. You all right, girl? Moody's scarred face twisted into a surprisingly kind expression as he checked on Luna. Luna shook her head and held up the Snorkack, which had already grown to the size of a fist. Moody was baffled by this display, but he quickly raised his wand to deflect an incoming spell and yanked a long bench in the way of a flash of green light. Get out of here, girl, he bellowed. Harry dragged Ron off the dais just as a silver blast carved a crater into the ground. You okay, Harry? Sirius, now in his animagus form as a black dog, bounded across the spell-scorched battlefield. Transforming back into a man at Harry's side, he asked with concern. Sirius. Harry cried out in delight. Snevelis told me you thought something had happened to me. Grabbing Harry by the collar, Sirius yanked him behind, blocking Lucius's curse with his wand. Moody barely dodged a flash of green light and bellowed, less chatting, Sirius, be serious. Tonks stumbled over, clutching her head, shouting, is it just me, or does it look like their numbers are growing? She straightened and fired a red beam toward the Death Eaters, only to have another spell shoot back at her. Limping heavily, Moody growled, not your imagination. More Death Eaters just showed up. Harry carefully craned his neck, searching for Hermione and the others, but a rough hand yanked him back by the scruff. It was Moody. His magical eye spun wildly, and Harry realized his head had nearly been taken off by a streak of silver light. Don't stick your neck out like that, boy, Moody barked before lurching off, limping into another fight. Sirius caught sight of Bellatrix and froze in shock. What the hell happened to her? But then he saw Kingsley besieged and immediately sprinted forward. Harry darted after him, Ron's outstretched hand failing to catch hold. On the other side of the dais, Lupin was surrounded by several Death Eaters, fending them off desperately. Hermione gripped her wand, trying to help, but the Death Eaters' onslaught was too fierce. Lucius tried to ambush Kingsley but was driven back by Sirius. Look out. Lupin shouted. Hearing the warning, Harry fired a stunner at a Death Eater sneaking up nearby. Brilliant. Sirius laughed, spinning his wand to block an incoming curse. Well done, James, he cried out almost instinctively. Harry stood shoulder to shoulder with him, launching an attack at Lucius. Lucius was forced to defend frantically on both sides. Hermione helped Lupin take down one Death Eater, earning his praise. Excellent work, Miss Granger. Hermione smiled. Thank you, Professor Lupin. Arg. Just as things seemed to be turning in their favor, Tonks let out a scream. A Death Eater's curse struck her, and she tumbled down the steps. Lupin's attention wavered, and he was blasted backward. Then Moody, beset by 3 Death Eaters, was hit with an impediment jinx. In an instant, the battle swung sharply against them. Luna was chased around by a Death Eater, while Ginny fired a blasting curse that struck one of them, but another quickly caught up. Ron rushed to save his sister, tackling the Death Eater and grappling with him. Kingsley, driven back by Bellatrix, staggered to Sirius's side, panting. These are the elites who survived the Star Disciples hunt, they won't be easy to handle. Then we switch. You take down Lucius first. Sirius made the call without hesitation. Kingsley was the stronger of the two, so Sirius chose to keep Bellatrix occupied to buy him time. They exchanged opponents, leaving Harry torn, unsure of who to help. Bellatrix spotted Sirius and let out a maniacal laugh. Sirius, my dear cousin. I'd rather not have a cousin like you, Sirius muttered, launching himself at her. At that moment, another door above them opened. A volley of curses rained down at the Order members. One Death Eater darted forward, leaping from bench to bench toward the dais, firing a spell that Harry blocked. Strangely, it felt weaker than the others. Drogon, get the prophecy. Lucius shouted at the newcomer. The Death Eater named Drogon, Lippy, nodded and charged at Harry, firing curses. But although the attacks looked fierce, Harry found he could block them every time. Bieber laughed loudly. Let's raise some real hell. He lunged at Lupin. Of the 4 Death Eaters who had just entered, 2 more targeted Moody and Tonks. Poor Tonks had barely recovered from fainting when she was once again surrounded and attacked. Hermione struggled to hold her ground, but the gap between a student and a Death Eater was simply too great. Luna, Ginny, and Hermione regrouped, banding together against 2 Death Eaters. Ron was still locked in a brawl, fists and kicks flying as he stubbornly kept his opponent from breaking free, his face swelling into a pig's head from the beating. Amid the chaos of their desperate fight, Luna suddenly blurted out, "They're here." What? Hermione asked, bewildered. But Luna was talking to the crumple-horned Snorkack perched on her shoulder. The creature bobbed its head, gesturing wildly as though trying to explain something. Luna's eyes lit up, leaving Hermione completely baffled. But Ginny suddenly thought of someone. 2 figures had appeared in the Hall of Prophecy after all. Ginny glanced at Lucius standing high on the platform, a thought flashing through her mind, could Draco Malfoy really be standing against his own father? Watch out! Hermione screamed. A flash of green light shot straight at Luna. Bang! The curse blasted a hole in the floor, but Luna was gone. Levi Corpus. Her airy voice rang out from behind the Death Eater, and in the next instant his legs flew up as though yanked by an invisible hook, leaving him dangling upside down. On Luna's shoulder, the crumple-horned Snorkack stood proudly, arms akimbo in triumph. Moo. Moo. What a marvelous little creature, Tonks said breathlessly, even while being chased across the hall. Thank you for the compliment, Luna replied dreamily. Another spell came whizzing from behind. The Snorkack let out a fart, and in a puff, Luna was suddenly back at Ginny's side. Harry was feeling more and more uneasy. This Death Eater, was he strong or not? On one hand, the duel felt intense and Harry could parry each strike. On the other hand, he couldn't seem to overpower him at all, as if the fight was deliberately being dragged out. A spell came flying from somewhere and struck Harry's arm. URG. His grip loosened, and the prophecy sphere slipped from his hand, arcing backward through the air. A hand shot out and caught it steadily. Harry spun around. For a split second, seeing the pale platinum hair, he thought it was Lucius. But when he looked closely, what the? It was Draco Malfoy, toying idly with the prophecy sphere. Give that back, Malfoy. Harry shouted, trying to snatch it back. Draco Malfoy glanced at him with deliberate indifference, a cruel smirk tugging at his lips. Then, without hesitation, he loosened his fingers. A sharp, crystalline crack rang out. Chapter 366, Mirage. How are you here? Lucius froze, then his face lit up with wild joy as he shouted, Draco, protect the prophecy, we can. The words stuck in his throat. He could only stare dumbly as the sphere slipped from his son's hand. The prophecy shattered. It shattered. 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 In that moment, only Lucius and Harry saw it happen. From the broken sphere burst a pair of enormous, magnified eyes, a milky white phantom rising into the air. Malfoy, as though it had been nothing of consequence, casually kicked the shards down the stone steps. He descended slowly, his gaze sweeping the chamber before lingering briefly on his father. "Potter," Malfoy sneered with open mockery, "you're no savior." And then a figure leapt out from the yawning black doorway, crashing heavily down in front of Luna and the other two. A wand in his left hand, a sword in his right. For an instant, Hermione thought it was John. The tall figure, like a raging lion, cut through every spell the Death Eaters cast. Swoosh. 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 Without slowing his stride, Neville charged at them, the sword in his hand sweeping arcs of silver light. Blood and silver gleamed together, two Death Eaters fell in the blink of an eye. Mist rose around the four dueling atop the platform. They froze, wary, watching as a figure slowly took shape near the archway. Impossible. Kingsley cried out in shock. That was the doorway to death itself, the place of execution. How could anyone emerge from it? Bellatrix struck at the figure with her spells. But with each blow, the figure split into another form. Mirage. A soft, ethereal whisper echoed all around them, the voice as unreal as mist. It's not real. Suddenly, a silver stallion burst forth, slamming into a Death Eater and sending him flying. It's a Patronus, one of the Death Eaters gasped, staring at the great horse in shock. A Patronus that could actually attack. They're from the Constellation Society. Harry caught sight of Malfoy vanishing into the mist, glimpsing a fleeting figure within it. The Constellation Society had arrived. But why were they here? Harry's thoughts were in chaos. These Death Eaters weren't ordinary wizards, the fact that they had survived the hunt proved it. One after another, they retaliated with vicious spells. Yet the strange mist kept spawning illusions, trapping them deeper within it. At times, Neville or Malfoy appeared out of nowhere, as if a new hunt had begun. "Don't panic, you useless trash." Bellatrix shrieked like a madwoman. She turned her wand on one panicked Death Eater, casting the Cruciatus curse and dropping him in screaming agony. "Slaughter them all. Or I'll slaughter you all." Lucius seemed half out of his senses, his mind filled only with the image of his son moments before. "Draco, what are you doing here?" Fear gripped Lucius's heart. His own son had shattered the prophecy orb, Voldemort was certain to be furious. "No. I can't let him hurt Draco." A chill ran through Lucius as the thought took hold. Using the cover of the mist, the Order of the Phoenix launched their counterattack. They didn't know exactly what was going on, but they understood this was their best chance to escape. Sirius hurled a spell at Bellatrix, then transformed into a black dog to search for his godson. Harry stumbled through the mist and collided headlong with Ron. "Did you see it?" Harry grabbed Ron by the shoulders, shaking him. Ron, his face swollen like a pig's head, blinked in confusion. "See what?" "Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." "He smashed the prophecy orb," Harry said. "Draco Malfoy." Ron exclaimed in shock. "That's impossible. He can't be here." Harry couldn't make sense of it either, why Malfoy would show up in a place like this. But he knew one thing, they had to find the others quickly. The two of them searched blindly through the fog until they finally came across Ginny and the others. "Did you see? Neville's here." Hermione blurted the moment she spotted them. "Neville." Harry froze. Wasn't it Draco Malfoy? Both sides were stunned. "They're all here." A voice, airy and melodic like a song, drifted through the mist. Ginny nodded quickly. "Luna and I ran into them in another room." At that, Ron suddenly remembered the pair of eyes he had seen. A flash of green light streaked from nowhere, Harry ducked just in time. "We need to find Sirius," he shouted. The big black dog leapt out of the fog, transforming into Sirius, who grabbed Harry's shoulder. "Get them out of here, now." "But what about the Order of the Phoenix?" Harry demanded. "Harry, leave." "Quickly," Sirius said, his tone deadly serious. Harry bristled with frustration. "Stop treating me like a child." "Down." Moody's roar cut through the chaos as he appeared in front of them, wand swinging. But a flash of light pierced past his wand and struck his slowed body. Moody collapsed to the ground. The whirling magical eye rolled to Harry's feet, nearly crushed under his step. It was only thanks to that eye that Moody had been able to see them in the mist. Flashes of colored light burst through the fog, mingled with screams. The battle was raging too fiercely. Harry bent down, picked up the eye, and handed it to Ron. Who's talking?" Voices echoed in his head, wave after wave. "No one's talking, Harry," Hermione said, noticing something was off with him. Harry suddenly snapped his gaze in one direction and bolted toward it. Sirius, worried for his godson, dashed after him. Hermione, torn, turned back with Ron to help lift Moody. But from behind, a Death Eater burst into the room. His face had just twisted into a grin when a heavy kick sent him flying. A fireball struck him midair, ringing a scream of agony. The newcomer slowly lowered his wand, his gaze sweeping over the few who remained. "Who are you?" Hermione shouted. The figure stepped back and vanished into the mist. "Who is it? Who the hell is it?" Harry dodged a spell and rushed toward the source of the voice. "Harry, come back, Harry." Sirius caught up and shoved him down. A shrill, maniacal laugh split the air as silver light flashed, and the hot spray of blood across his face jolted Harry awake. He stared blankly at the torn wound carved into Sirius's shoulder. Sirius lifted his head. Out of the mist emerged a tall woman. Little, baby Potter. Bellatrix. She was the one who had slashed Sirius with a severing charm. Rage burned through Harry, and he leapt to retaliate, only to be pushed aside by Sirius. Bellatrix was a complete lunatic, the only one before who hadn't cared about the prophecy orb. "You seem even madder than before." Cousins. Former cellmates. Sirius fired a curse back at Bellatrix. The two of them clashed, trading spells of every color. Harry tried to join in, but two Death Eaters burst from the mist and struck at him. From behind him, Tonks and Kingsley rushed forward to block the attack. Tonks's hair flared red as she declared boldly, "Your fight is with us." Kingsley's large hand clamped onto Harry's shoulder, pulling him back. In a low voice, he said, "Leave this to us." A brawl, ha, ha ha ha. Bellatrix cackled madly. The mist itself seemed to shape the battle, parting to form a clear path. Out of it stepped Lucius and a Death Eater called Drogon. Their eyes locked on Harry, full of predatory intent. Sirius struck first, shouting, "Change of ground." Kingsley and Tonks understood instantly. They cast in unison, scarlet bolts of light lancing out to merge with Sirius's spell, forming three blazing beams that blocked the incoming attacks. But Sirius had been imprisoned too long, pain twisted across his face as he shouted, "Moony, get Harry out of here. Padfoot, you'd better hold on." Lupin dashed forward, grabbed Harry, and pulled him into the fog. "Sirius!" Harry shouted, but he was dragged away. That voice in his head kept pulling him toward the dais. His scar began to throb, a sharp pain tearing through him. He cried out, and Lupin turned back in concern. "What is it, Harry?" Clutching his scar with his right hand, Harry kept running, only to crash into someone. "You!" Lupin's startled voice rang out, and the next instant Harry felt himself thrown aside. Two flashes of light flared in the mist. Before he could see clearly, the fog thickened, swallowing everything whole. Driven by instinct, Harry forced his way forward, stumbling and pushing blindly. By some stroke of luck, no Death Eater crossed his path. And yet, it was strange. This place wasn't that large, but it felt endless, as though he could never reach the end. At last, the mist parted before him. He thought he might see Sirius, or one of his other companions. But what lay before his eyes was the dais. The great archway loomed there, its tattered veil stirring without wind. That voice, Harry could hear it clearly now, was coming from the archway itself. Step by step, he began to move closer. Chapter 367, John, remember our promise. Come back. Daphne. Daphne opened her eyes, not knowing when she had fallen asleep. Perhaps it was from being too heartbroken, or maybe because too much had happened today. She was in the Constellation Society chamber, and it felt as if she had just heard John's voice. She glanced around. A dull thud against the table drew her gaze. There, a bottle sat. She walked over and picked it up. Inside, a crimson liquid swirled. The starlight on the dome above brightened. Daphne reached out her hand. In her palm, the starlight condensed, forming into a small crystal vial. Looking at the two bottles now before her, she suddenly remembered what John had whispered in her ear that day. When two shades of red appear, you must mix them together. She tightened her grip on the bottles, uncorked the crystal vial, and poured the faintly fragrant blood into the other bottle. Red merged with red, swirling like a vortex, condensing and scattering within. The searing heat burned a layer of skin from Daphne's slender fingers. URG. She did not let go, gripping the bottle tightly. Through the crystalline surface, the blood within seemed to blaze like fire. Gradually, the burning shape shifted, condensing into a beautiful bird. The ghosts of Hogwarts seemed to have been touched by sorrow. Not a single one could be seen today. On ordinary days, they were never this quiet. The Slytherin candles had not gone out. The students wandered outside, each holding a candle. Round and round they walked in circles, as if mourning the passing of their king. After death, everyone would come to love you. Even Gryffindor set aside old prejudices, for his bravery had once won over the lion. Hufflepuff recalled how sometimes that boy could be found in the kitchens, where the house elves sang his praises. Ravenclaw lowered their lofty pride, sighing for his wisdom and talent. Snape stood at the doorway, his expression shadowed and unreadable. Professor McGonagall walked over, words catching in her throat. Wreath after wreath was laid out in the entrance hall. But Snape's thoughts were also pulled elsewhere. Dumbledore already knows. He's gone there, Snape said calmly. McGonagall, of course, knew where. What she hadn't expected was that at such a moment, Harry would be the one in trouble. So she asked, aren't his friends coming? John Wick's friends, this was the second blow for them. McGonagall feared most of all that these children might not be able to bear it. Snape's face was half hidden by his hair, his tone even. They're staying in that room. The existence of the Constellation Society was no longer a secret. Everyone simply acknowledged that mysterious room. Just like the Room of Requirement, it was another of those hidden pieces that made Hogwarts what it was. Years later, perhaps some reckless young wizard would stumble upon that room, learning of the Constellation Society that had once been part of Hogwarts. The Centaur divination professor, Firenze, came out, his heart heavy with confusion. What he had read in the stars, this was not how it was meant to be. But this only proved that even the most skilled centaur could have a day of miscalculation. Professor McGonagall sighed. Lift curfew for tonight. Let this be the last day. They should have left the school not long ago, but no one had. So curfew could be loosened for just one day. I imagine our caretaker will find it agreeable as well. Professor McGonagall looked toward the entrance hall, where Filch was clutching Mrs. Norris, lost in thought. Mrs. Norris was unusually quiet today, her fluffy tail brushing gently against Filch's arm. He cradled her and walked back to his office. Without the Weasley twins around, there was no longer any fear of dung bombs being hurled inside. The room was much tidier now. Chains and shackles, which he tended to daily, still hung neatly in place. On his desk sat 2 boxes. He walked over and opened them. Wonderful. He's even sent you a bundle of cat food, and me a new suit, Filch said to Mrs. Norris. Inside the room lay a new tailcoat and packets of cat food. The only one who would send gifts to Hogwarts' universally disliked caretaker, Argus Filch, was that boy. That was also the only time in all these years he could open a box without worry and eat what was inside. The only one who had ever treated a squib as an equal was that boy. Filch set Mrs. Norris down and poured her a bowl of the cat food. He sat there, holding the box with the tailcoat inside. For some reason, he suddenly felt as though he couldn't hold himself together any longer. As a squib shamelessly clinging to life in a school of magic, he had lived despised by all, hating the wizards who could wield magic, wishing he could torment them in return. What kept him going was the faint hope that, maybe one day, in a magical school, I might suddenly learn magic. He had long grown used to being hated by the students, living only with the companionship of his cat. But then, a student appeared. From his very first year he caused trouble, got himself into detention, and never once feared him. He would groom Mrs. Norris, share dried fish he had brought with that cat everyone else despised. At Christmas, the only gift Filch ever received came in a box signed with that student's name. The boy had brought ice cream, his favorite flavor. When he had seen Filch's letter confessing he was a squib, he hadn't sneered or spread it around the school. He never mocked him for overestimating himself by training his body. How could a squib ever compare to a wizard? Instead, he gave him, for the first time, the feeling of using magic. It was a pair of shoes, enchanted with strange magic, that let a squib run faster than a wizard. He would lend him a hand, rather than deliberately tossing filth in the corridor just because the loathsome caretaker was there. That student still broke the rules, but by then, Filch no longer minded. On the contrary, running into each other at night and pretending not to see one another became its own sort of amusement. And then, suddenly, it was all gone. From now on, there would be no gift boxes delivered at Christmas, no Mrs. Norris returning from a visit with her fur soft and smooth. Was he really supposed to go on, spending his days locked in a battle of wits with those rotten students? He was tired. All at once, unbearably tired. Filch looked at the chains and shackles he had once dreamed of using to punish students. But now, they felt meaningless. With a furious yank, he tore them down, sending them clattering to the floor in a crashing heap. After smashing everything down, he simply lay there on the floor, letting things be, whatever they might. The Great Hall. At this moment, it was completely empty. Except for John, lying amidst the flowers, not a soul was there. No one dared disturb the eternal rest of Slytherin's king. In Daphne's hand, she gripped the blood-red potion tightly, its scorching heat making it feel as if her palm might melt away. She walked up to John, tears brimming in her eyes, and gently stroked his cheek. "Remember our promise, John," she whispered, lifting the vial to his lips. A black owl and a white owl flew into the hall, perching by his peaceful face. They were like Hug-In and Mun-In from the old myths, ever by his side. Daphne poured the entire vial into John's mouth, then stepped back, pressing her hands together with a devotion she had never felt before. Please, John, remember our promise. Come back. The liquid slid down John's ravaged throat, seeping into a stomach left almost unrecognizable. Within the black blood, a trace of red appeared, igniting a spark. In barely 3 seconds, it flared into a wildfire, engulfing his entire body. The flames spread outward. First his body, then the coffin, then the staff table, and finally, the entire great hall. The death chamber. Harry stared at the archway, certain now that the voice was coming from within. But why? Why did his scar hurt so badly? Could Voldemort be inside? He edged closer to the archway. The tattered veil swayed soundlessly, looking soft, almost beckoning. Just as Harry was about to touch it, a furious shout rang out. Harry, get back. His arm was yanked sharply, someone dragging him back with force. He looked up, Sirius. Sirius had rushed forward, braving the risk of Bellatrix's curse to reach him. The mist began to clear, and Harry's mind snapped back into focus. Blood streamed down Sirius's nose as he dragged Harry toward the exit. Suddenly, a jet of red light shot toward them. Sirius shoved Harry aside, tumbling onto the dais himself, ducking the spell with a laugh. That's not your best, cousin, he jeered. Harry saw Bellatrix's manic grin, then another streak of light struck Sirius square in the chest, cutting his laughter short. "No." Sirius reeled backward, the smile still ghosting his lips, but his eyes blown wide with shock. Harry lunged, desperate to grab him, but it was too late. Sirius's body arched into a graceful curve as he fell, in Harry's eyes unbearably slow, slipping back into the tattered veil that hung from the archway. That once handsome face, now gaunt and worn, was etched with a mixture of fear and surprise, yet when his gaze met Harry's, it softened into relief. James. The hell you James ing for? Behind the veil, firelight flared. Thwack. A boot slammed hard into Sirius's ribs, hurling him back out through the arch, his body flying more than 10 meters across the chamber. Chapter 368, The King is Back. Harry. Where are you? Harry. Hermione couldn't find him. Moody, having shaken off a brief fainting spell, returned to the fight. He pressed a hand on Ron's shoulder and pointed. That way, you need to get out. Ron shook his head stubbornly. No, Harry's still here. That defiance seemed like a Gryffindor specialty. Moody looked as if he wanted to argue, but a charging Death Eater caught his attention. The mist clouded their sight, yet in a way it gave them cover as well. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance, then dashed into the fog to search for Harry. Seeing them go, Ginny started after them. After a short run, she collided with someone. She reached for her wand, only to hear a familiar voice, one that filled her with safety. Miss Weasley, I need you to stay by my side. Ginny looked up in astonishment, her heart leaping. Professor Dumbledore. A Death Eater charged straight at them, only to slam headlong into the calm-faced old wizard. Dumbledore. The Death Eater didn't think twice, he spun on his heel and fled. Dumbledore flicked his wand, and with a casual, floating spell, yanked a Death Eater straight toward him. Before the men could even react, the battle-hardened Death Eater was subdued. That was Dumbledore's true power. Ginny's eyes practically sparkled with admiration. Moody, spotting Dumbledore, felt his fighting spirit surge. It was like opening mystery boxes. One by one, Death Eaters stumbled into the mist, only for Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand, to point them out with perfect precision. Almost every encounter ended the same way, a terrified scream, then instant defeat. Ginny's face flushed with excitement, and beside her, Luna was throwing little practice punches in the air. The mist seemed powerless to cloud Dumbledore's sight, he unfailingly pinpointed every Death Eater's position. Soon enough, nearly all the Death Eaters in the Hall of Death were subdued. Tonks had already fallen unconscious, leaving only Kingsley barely holding on. Bellatrix was hurling curses at the big black dog, spitting venom with every word. Dumbledore. Lucius, just about to finish off Kingsley, caught sight of the old man strolling calmly out of the mist to stand right behind him. He immediately pulled out of the fight and bolted toward the back. Drogon, seeing his boss make a run for it, quickly chased after him. The other two Death Eaters were slower to react, and Kingsley seized the chance to strike one down. The other was yanked back through the air as if hooked by an invisible fishing line. After casting off 2 spells, Bellatrix noticed what was happening as well. Mad as she was, the thrill of killing Sirius had her shrieking with laughter as she tore off after them like a deranged banshee. The mist slowly began to clear. Harry's anguished scream rang out. Dumbledore instantly abandoned the pursuit of the 3 fleeing Death Eaters and turned back. On the dais, Harry stood in despair. Sirius was slipping further and further into the veil. Just a breath away from falling through, Sirius's body suddenly twisted, arf. And with a scream, he was hurled back out of the archway. Harry froze. What was going on? His emotions had already been pushed to the brink. Was he supposed to cry or not? Caught in that tangle, Harry's expression twisted awkwardly. But then he snapped back to himself and looked toward his godfather. Ow, my back, my fucking back. Sirius was clutching his old injury, writhing and crawling awkwardly in the shadows. Getting kicked 4 times in the same spot, who could even understand that pain? Still, the one bit of luck was that the kick had saved his life. For a moment, his feelings were a complete mess. Don't run. Before Sirius could even process who had kicked him, he heard Harry shouting furiously in one direction. Startled, he tried to get up, but the combination of his old wound and the lingering effects of the earlier Petrificus curse left him unable to move. All he could do was watch as that reckless godson of his charged after Bellatrix alone, wand in hand. Harry, come back, he shrieked. Harry had already lost himself to rage. Just moments ago, Sirius had nearly been killed by Bellatrix. He was terrified, feeling as though his godfather could vanish at any second. Clenching his teeth through the pain, Sirius shouted, Moony, stop him. With the mist dispersing, Lupin immediately rushed after Harry. Dumbledore raised his wand and cast a spell at Bellatrix. But Bellatrix, Voldemort's most capable lieutenant, lived up to her reputation. She deflected the spell and fired back, striking Kingsley. Lucius, meanwhile, was crawling and stumbling his way toward the uppermost door. With the mist cleared, a few Death Eaters still remained, and Dumbledore had no choice but to subdue them first before going after Harry. Lupin was already in pursuit. He should be able to handle it. The Order had taken heavy damage in this battle. Even the legendary Auror Moody had been hit by several curses, twice left incapacitated. Tonks lay unconscious, and Kingsley was injured as well. Sirius curled up on the high platform, pounding the ground as he struggled to stand. Once everything was settled, Dumbledore went to search for Harry, leaving Kingsley in charge of securing the scene. Ding, Blood of Magic has ended. Phoenix traits acquired, Nirvana, Undying, Fire Affinity, Ancient. Nirvana, release the flames of rebirth to resurrect. Undying, enhanced resistance, able to withstand most curse-type attacks. Fire Affinity, greatly amplifies the power of fire-based magic. Ancient, lifespan extended immensely. Some things could only be known by trying. Like John, he didn't know if he would truly die, or if he would be reborn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he made a bold choice. A choice so mad that no one else would ever dare attempt it. He killed himself. He was gambling on whether the system's existence relied on his body, his soul, or his consciousness. And so, he cast a spell, one of his own creation. Radi, O Anima Errans. He pulled his soul free from his body, hiding it within the Constellation Society. His body's death froze at sunset, while his soul returned to the stars. In that moment, he gained the ability to walk between the living and the dead. A force tugged at his body, trying to drag it away from Hogwarts. Once the system finished its settlement, he simply let go of the restraint. He was curious, after all, curious about that place between life and death. He had scoured all of Hogwarts' collections, even hunted down lone volumes that existed elsewhere. About that world after death, and that archway that seemed to connect to the underworld. When John appeared in the Hall of Death, he could be certain he had been inside before. Or rather, he had forgotten everything. He had walked through death, and those memories remained behind with it. His soul reshaped a body within the flames, crossing back through the doorway of death. When he regained life, he was like a phoenix reborn, returning as a fledgling, growing again from embryo into man. The rebirth was long and drawn out. He walked down a path unending. The whole process was hazy. He experienced something in that world, yet could not bring the memories back. James. The hell you James ing. John had just returned from death when he kicked aside the nuisance blocking his path. The sensation beneath his foot felt strangely familiar. Then came a cry. It sounded a lot like Harry. Oh, right. Harry was at the ministry. John stepped forward, though some force behind him kept trying to hold him back. Swoosh. But when it touched the phoenix fire burning on his body, it recoiled. I think we'll meet again. He wasn't sure who he was speaking to, but a smile tugged at his lips as he stepped out through the archway. Harry, wait for me. Sirius had struggled for a long time, but at last he managed to push himself to his feet. Kingsley was tending to his wounds with magic, and Tonks was waking up. Hermione and Ron, worried for Harry, chased after him. With the mist dispersed, everything seemed to return to calm. Sirius, behind you. Tonks looked up without thinking, her voice trembling. Sirius froze. He turned toward her and asked, "There's something behind me, isn't there?" Slowly, he turned, and was met with a familiar face. Looks like we meet again. Flames burned across John's body, fading away to reveal skin returning to its normal state. Bare-chested, he rubbed at his neck and muttered with wonder, "Damn. What a strange feeling." Everyone stared at him in shock. Swoosh. The vanished mist rose again, wrapping around John. When it cleared, 6 more people stood at his side. John took the small pouch Fleur handed over, gave it a pat, and clothes flew out to dress him neatly. He raised his right hand, and Fleur stepped gracefully forward, slipping a silver ring onto his finger. On his left, Cedric offered him his wand. Malfoy, face grim, came over and clasped his right hand in a hard shake. He fought back the tears threatening to spill from the corners of his eyes and muttered, "You never told me, you were Johnny Silverhand." John shrugged. "I couldn't exactly tell you I was your godfather, could I?" Malfoy's face darkened. He shouted, "I never agreed to that." John raised a brow in surprise. "If I hadn't refused, do you really think your words would have made a difference?" Ouch. That one stung. Malfoy looked like an utterly baffled puppy. Still, even in their teasing, their eyes shone only with joy. He was back. John was truly back. Percy took out the golden cup and asked, "What do we do now?" "Of course, we continue with our plan." Glancing at the dumbstruck Sirius, John added casually, "Dumbledore should just about be facing his opponent by now. The Death Eaters here are basically dealt with." He turned his gaze back to Sirius, who still hadn't snapped out of it, and smiled. "Surprised, are you? I came back from death itself." The constellations gathered around their king, the radiant star of Hogwarts, returned from the realm of the dead. Harry didn't know where the strength or courage came from, but he chased Bellatrix with everything he had. From the Department of Mysteries, their pursuit carried all the way into the atrium of the Ministry. And at the same time, Voldemort received word. John Wick was dead. Which meant his enemies were now one fewer. Chapter 369, Happy Voldemort. Harry chased Bellatrix all the way out of the death chamber, through the brain room, and into the Hall of Doors. "Bahaha, little Potter, come and catch me." Bellatrix let out a shrieking, manic laugh that echoed through the circular chamber. The round doors began to spin again, and Harry couldn't tell which one led out. "Where's the way out?" he shouted in desperation. One of the doors suddenly burst open behind him, revealing the corridor that led to the lifts. Not caring which way it was, he bolted toward it. Just before he reached the lifts, he saw Bellatrix stepping into one of them, turning to give him a mocking little wave. Harry sprinted to another lift and slammed his fists frantically on the button to summon it. The gate slid open. He threw himself inside and jabbed the button for atrium again and again. When the lift rattled to a stop, he shoved through the grills before they had even fully opened. Bellatrix, seeing him burst out after her, laughed even more wildly. She spun, flicked her wand, and sent a curse flying at him. Harry dove behind the Fountain of Magical Brethren, the spell streaked past him and slammed into the great golden doors on the far side of the hall. He noticed the footsteps had stopped, Bellatrix wasn't running anymore. Harry crouched low behind the statue, straining to listen. Come out, little Potter," the madwoman called in a babyish voice. "Bahaha, why did you chase me out here? Was it to play hide and seek?" The thought of his godfather nearly being killed by Bellatrix made rage boil up inside Harry. That fury drove him to spring from behind cover, wand leveled at her, catching her off guard. "Cruci," 2 voices overlapped. Bellatrix shrieked as the curse sent her sprawling to the floor. But at the same time, Harry collapsed as well. A drawling voice, full of disdain, spoke, "You need true malice behind it, Potter." It was Lucius. Harry had forgotten, he'd run out too. Agony surged through Harry's body, his limbs jerking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Bellatrix quickly scrambled back to her feet. "Look at little Potter Jr. gonna cry." "Bah, ha, 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 ha." Her piercing laugh made Harry wish nothing more than to kill her. Bellatrix shouted triumphantly at Harry, "You're far too naive. Ignorance will cost you your life for nothing." Her exposed, twisted skin looked like tree bark as she shrieked, "Hand over the prophecy, now, at once, immediately." Hearing this, Harry's eyes gleamed with a flicker of vindictive satisfaction as he roared, "Then you'll have to kill me, because the prophecy's gone." Lucius's expression faltered with a moment of panic. He slapped Harry hard across the face and bellowed, "Shut up." Blood streaked Harry's mouth as he sneered, "He knows. Your dear master, Voldemort, knows it's gone. He'll be displeased with you all, won't he?" "What? What do you mean?" Bellatrix, wild-eyed, shoved Lucius aside and seized Harry by the throat with her long, claw-like nails. He saw it too, Harry said hoarsely, glaring at Lucius. He saw who broke the prophecy. Bellatrix immediately snapped her head toward Lucius, dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Lucius's heart lurched. He hastily blurted, "He's lying, he's the boy who lies." Harry tried to retort, but the choking grip and the searing agony of his scar left him speechless, tears stinging his eyes. "Lies!" Bellatrix screeched. Her face twisted as she snarled, "Give me the prophecy." Her grip tightened around his neck, his eyes rolling back. Harry's hand scrabbled desperately along the floor, until it found his wand. He thrust it upward, jabbing it viciously toward Bellatrix. Arg. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bellatrix shrieked. She released Harry's throat, blood trickling down her face. Air rushed back into Harry's lungs, he coughed violently several times before his vision finally cleared. Lucius immediately lunged forward to restrain him, but a streak of red light shot from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. It was the madwoman. She looked like a demon crawling out of hell, blood streaking her twisted face as she roared, "He's mine, this is the task my master entrusted to me." "You lunatic." Lucius spat furiously. Harry seized the chance to scramble backward. Bellatrix, still half deranged, shouted wildly into the air, "Master, I tried, I did my best, don't punish me." "Stop wasting your breath," Harry shouted, his scar burning so fiercely he could barely open his eyes. "He can't hear you here." "Is that so, Potter?" A cold, high voice cut through the air. Chill surged from the soles of Harry's feet all the way to his head. He forced his eyes open, before him stood a tall, skeletal figure draped in a black hood. That terrifying, serpent-like face, pale, gaunt, with slit red eyes glowing with menace. Voldemort. He was here. Right here. That wand was pointed straight at Harry. Ha. 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 Harry stared, frozen, unable to move. Lucius, trembling all over, scrambled and crawled to Voldemort's feet. "Master, it was him, it was he who destroyed the prophecy sphere." He lowered himself as far as he could, nearly kissing Voldemort's feet. Voldemort shifted his gaze to Harry. "So, you shattered my prophecy." Those cold, scarlet eyes, slit like a serpent's, bore into Harry. In an instant, Voldemort pried into that unguarded mind and saw much. He looked down at Lucius, then kicked him aside. "You are G." Lucius trembled harder, dread overwhelming him. He knew now, he knew it had been Draco who smashed the prophecy sphere. "No, my son." Agony twisted Lucius's heart. But Voldemort had endless patience for Bellatrix. He spoke softly, "Bella, he wasn't lying. I saw the truth in his mind." "Master, forgive me, I didn't know, I just..." The madwoman sobbed. "Enough, Bella." Voldemort turned his gaze back to Harry. "But master, he's here, right below us." Voldemort knew exactly who she meant. He ignored her, raising his wand at Harry instead. "On this day worth celebrating, I have no desire to waste words with you, Potter." That man was dead, the one who had driven the Death Eaters into hiding was finally gone. Voldemort lifted his wand without hesitation and uttered the curse. Avada Kedavra. Green light blazed before Harry, reaching to claim his life. The golden statue of the wizard at the fountain suddenly sprang to life, leaping from its base. It landed between Harry and Voldemort, arms spread wide in protection. Boom. The green light struck the wizard's chest, deflected, and stopped. That advanced transfiguration triggered a thought in Voldemort. He scanned the hall, shouting, "Dumbledore." Harry's heart was pounding wildly when he saw Dumbledore appear at the great golden doors. The moment Voldemort saw him, he suddenly burst into mad laughter for no reason. Harry thought maybe he had been frightened. Hermione and Ron came rushing out, and when they saw Harry in danger, they cried out in alarm, "Harry!" Hermione, Ron. Relief surged in Harry at the sight of his friends. But with Dumbledore here as well, he finally felt safe enough to breathe. He hurried over to join them. Ginny and Luna came running out too. All of them gazed at Dumbledore with awe. The greatest wizard alive. Voldemort, however, didn't seem to care about the others. He stared fixedly at Dumbledore, and in a strange tone asked, "How does it feel?" Dumbledore remained silent, but Voldemort had no intention of letting the moment slip away. He chuckled darkly, then suddenly demanded in a loud voice, "I'm asking you, Dumbledore, how does it feel?" What does he mean? Harry and the others were completely at a loss. Voldemort's lips curled into a smile that was both venomous and cruel. "That man is dead. The one who time and again ruined my plans. That Hogwarts student." He watched Dumbledore's expression shift, then hissed softly, "John Wick." Those who had been expecting Dumbledore to defeat Voldemort were stunned. "He's lying, right? Professor Dumbledore." Hermione turned to him, thinking this was just a cheap trick. But after a brief silence, Dumbledore looked at Voldemort and said, "Tom, it was you who killed him." "Me? Bahaha." Voldemort burst out laughing, then suddenly leveled his wand at Dumbledore and roared, "No, it was you, Dumbledore. It was your mistrust that killed him." The icy, piercing voice carried a chill that sank into their bones. Hermione staggered back 2 steps and screamed, "That's not true." "It is, little girl." Voldemort relished the sight of their helpless grief, his scarlet tongue sliding across his lips. I used the darkest, most excruciating poison to kill that arrogant fool. Even I must admit his brilliance. His death brought me boundless joy. Feigning thoughtfulness, he sneered, let me guess, he must have been on his knees, begging someone to end his life. The sunset echoing with his screams. Each word cut into Hermione's heart like a knife. Hermione couldn't breathe. She clutched her chest. Her friend. John, dead. The most evil, most agonizing poison. Her mind filled with the image of John collapsing, black blood spilling from his mouth. Tears were already streaming down her face. Harry felt a heavy pang. John, actually dead. Then he noticed Luna, calm as if nothing had happened. Startled, he asked, why aren't you sad? Luna blinked once, then said with quiet certainty, John told me he'd be fine. Her words carried the kind of conviction that made it sound as if, even in death, John could still come back. Ha ha ha, true genius, died like a pathetic squib, failed by you all. Dumbledore looked guilty, and Hermione was on the verge of collapse. If he had joined me in his first year, his future could have, Avada Kedavra. Voldemort struck in that instant of suffocating grief. Everything he had said before was only to pave the way for this moment. Dumbledore turned, his robes swirling as he vanished in a blur, dodging the flash of green light. When Dumbledore reappeared, he was already behind Voldemort. At the same time, he flicked his wand, and every statue in the fountain sprang to life. The witch statue charged straight at Bellatrix and Lucius. Just then, Lupin came running out and collided with Drogon, the two immediately clashed in a fierce fight. The centaur statue galloped at Voldemort, but he vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the pool. He fired a killing curse at Dumbledore, only for the elf statue to leap in front and block it. The golden wizard statue shielded Harry and the others, but there were too many of them to protect. Voldemort feinted with his wand, hurling a spell at Dumbledore, then with his free hand made a sharp, forceful motion. The wizard statue was struck as if by a massive blow, flung sideways through the air. Ancient magic. With Harry and the others exposed, Voldemort unleashed a violent torrent of green lightning. By the time Harry and his friends reacted, it was already too late. Even Lupin couldn't reach them in time. A beam of white light burst forth from behind the golden doors, colliding with the torrent of green lightning. Boom. At the point of impact, a terrifying explosion erupted, shockwaves rippling outward. Everyone was blasted off their feet. Arcs of crackling electricity leapt and sizzled through the air. Harry and the others, covered in dust and debris, lifted their heads to see who had stepped out. Above the flowing, ornate robes was a silver mask. The moment Voldemort saw the figure, he screamed as if he'd seen a ghost. Who are you? Chapter 370, The Shadow of Destruction. The Silver Mask. That silver mask. In that instant, everyone's eyes widened. Even Dumbledore's face showed shock and doubt. The clash of titans came to a temporary halt. All eyes fixed on the newcomer. 6 white masks, and 1 silver mask. The white masks wore white cloaks, the silver mask was draped in deep green robes, carrying an undeniable air of authority. The constellation on their chests shone brilliantly. As they stepped forward, everyone focused on a single question. Who was he? Voldemort's gaze locked tightly on the figure. He knew that man was supposed to be dead. The enemy who had once destroyed his Horcrux, the one who had led a bloody slaughter that drove the Death Eaters into hiding. That man was definitely dead. He could swear it. That poison was steeped in curses and malice. It was born of curses, the embodiment of spite. Even Dumbledore would have died from it. And he had only been a student. Besides, the one he'd sent to deliver the poison had confirmed it, that lifeless body in front of everyone's eyes. Impossible. No one could have survived. For the first time, even Voldemort, who had never flinched in the face of Dumbledore, showed a trace of panic in his eyes. An imposter. That must be it, and the thought steadied him again. Harry, however, couldn't understand why Voldemort was so shaken. Didn't he know Johnny Silverhand? Who am I? The figure halted, his voice carrying a teasing lilt beneath the silver mask. He tilted his head, the gesture adding a mischievous twist to the mask's mystery. His gaze swept over those awaiting his answer, and from the shadowed heights of the ministry came the cry of 2 eagles. The silver masked man stepped forward, wand in his left hand. He passed by Harry without so much as a glance. Who am I, huh? Repeating the question, he laughed. I am an apprentice, and also a pioneer. His wand rose, unleashing a brilliant whip of white light crackling with electricity. Boom. It slashed across the floor of the hall, wrapping around the golden wizard statue and hurling it at Voldemort. Voldemort lifted his wand to block, a silver shield materializing before him. With a flick of his hand, he turned the statue into a projectile and sent it hurtling back toward the silver mask. I am a seeker of truth, and one who dares trespass upon taboos. The silver mask raised his right hand, now sheathed in silver light, and stopped the statue midair without a wand. Wash. Cracks spread across its surface until it shattered into hundreds of shards that shot toward Voldemort like arrows. Dumbledore seized the moment, his wand sweeping silently through the air. Voldemort was struck by the combined force of the spell and the shards of shattered statue. But the Dark Lord was not so easily subdued. A gleaming silver shield flared to life, blocking the impact and scattering the debris. With a violent twist, he broke free and soared upward into the air. From the ceiling above came the distant rumble of thunder, drawing Voldemort's gaze. Dark clouds were gathering overhead. I am the caller of thunder, and the speaker of ancient dragon tongue. The silver maskman slashed his wand downward, summoning a deafening crack of thunder. Rumble. Crackly. Jagged bolts of lightning tore into the floor. Voldemort braced his wand against the storm, his robes whipped violently by the force. In his left hand, he conjured a mass of flame, shaping it into a colossal serpent that writhed and lashed against the lightning. Beside him, Dumbledore swept his wand over the pool. Water surged upward, crashing over Voldemort and encasing him in a watery prison. I am the master who forges the stars, and the alchemist who seeks truth. At the tip of the silver mask's wand, a sphere of white light the size of a quaffle blazed to life. He stepped forward and hurled it like a javelin at the prison. Voldemort burst free, his expression darkening. He leveled his wand at the ground. The stone floor convulsed, bricks stacking swiftly into a thick wall, only to be obliterated to dust by the impact of the white light. I have my own followers, who follow me not because of fear. Silverhand snapped his fingers. An invisible wave rippled outward, shattering the structures around Voldemort. He lifted his wand and pointed at the shattered fragments of the golden wizard statue, which transformed into a pack of furious little dogs that circled and snapped at Voldemort. Enraged, Voldemort swept his wand in a wide arc around himself, blasting them all to pieces. Dumbledore sent a stunner flying, but Voldemort dodged it. They call me Master, Lord, Benefactor. The silver maskman halted, raising his wand like a conductor leading an orchestra. With precise flicks, he directed the scattered fragments back together, this time merging into one enormous hound that lunged straight for Voldemort. Roar. Nia. The Dark Lord, besieged and harried, threw open both hands and unleashed a piercing, icy shriek that struck directly at the soul. The giant hound shattered like a statue, while Harry and the others clutched their heads, feeling as though their skulls might burst. The glass panes of the ministry exploded, raining shards down across the hall. Bellatrix started forward to join the fight, until the silver mask's gaze fell upon her. She locked eyes with him. Her body froze, and her left arm began to turn to stone. I bear the eyes of death, and scales that let me swim in fire. Voldemort blocked one of Dumbledore's spells and hurled a jet of green light at the silver mask. I wield poison, and flames that melt all things. His figure vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, the silver maskman was behind Voldemort, firing a blast of red light. Voldemort twisted aside, dodging it. Dumbledore lashed his wand like a whip, thin streams of flame snaking out from the tip and coiling toward Voldemort. The Dark Lord once again conjured his silver shield, but the flames wrapped around and bound him fast. I am the shadow of destruction, and I am the light of rebirth. Voldemort vanished, reappearing atop the pool where the wizard statue had once stood. His wand whipped forward, and a great serpent shot from its tip, fangs bared as it lunged at Dumbledore. With a sweeping, practiced motion, Dumbledore flicked his wand wide, and the massive snake vanished into nothing. Voldemort's red eyes burned with unwilling rage as he fixed them on Dumbledore. The chance was gone. With a sweep of his robes, he prepared to leave. But then came the sound of a gemstone shattering. The Sovereign's authority. Activated. The silver mask fixed his gaze on Voldemort, falling silent for a moment. He extended his right hand and clenched at the air. A sword slowly materialized in his grasp. Drawing his wand lightly across the blade, he shifted into a stance, wand in his left hand, sword in his right. His voice grew calm, almost casual. I bear the fate written in prophecy, and I hold a true name apart from this world. Voldemort found he could not leave. Raising both hands, he gripped his wand tight. Shards of shattered glass stirred without wind, rising to gather behind him. Dumbledore's face darkened. With a swift motion, he conjured a gleaming silver shield charm before him, shaped like an inverted cauldron. The shards shot toward both Dumbledore and the silver mask. I am a dragon. Flame burst from the sword's tip, spreading in an instant to engulf the entire blade. The silver mask regarded the incoming assault with cold indifference. His voice shifted, strange syllables, ancient and ethereal. Dragon's blood flows in my veins, and talons that rend all things. Flames raced up the sword hilt, spreading to consume his body. Fangs that claim lives, fire that scorches flesh, venom that seeps into bone. The silver mask melted away, revealing jagged horns. Wings that shroud all things, stars that fall into my jaws, shadows that swallow the world. His body swelled, wings bursting free from his back. I am the Dragon King. The shadow of destruction. The fire erupted into a towering pillar, blazing up to the very dome. Blistering heat engulfed the entire hall, the massive flames swirling into a vortex. From within the inferno, a pair of slit pupils snapped open. Shards that drifted too close were instantly melted, and from that monstrous maw poured a torrent of hellish fire. It was as though a sun had ignited, water vapor flashing into steam. Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock, while Voldemort swung his wand with force, summoning a radiant silver shield. It wrapped around him as the ground beneath turned molten. Harry and the others were already petrified with fear, standing frozen near the golden doors. The dragon's breath hadn't even been aimed at them, yet the searing heat still made them tremble uncontrollably. The smell of singed hair reached their noses, and they couldn't begin to imagine the temperature at the very heart of those flames. The dragon's breath lasted 13 full seconds, 13 seconds that felt like an eternity in hell. When the fire finally faded, Voldemort stood within it. In the massive dragon's eyes flickered a trace of disappointment, though it vanished as quickly as it came. After all, the Dark Lord was never one to be dealt with so easily. The colossal body began to shrink, returning to its original form. This time, however, the mask was gone. Wand in his left hand, sword in his right. The slit pupils in his eyes were not the same as Voldemort's serpentine gaze, his carried a divine majesty that pressed down on all who looked at him. John blew lightly at the flame dancing on his sword and smiled. Of course, if you'd prefer, you can simply call me by name, John Wick. The Ministry's great hall lay nearly destroyed beneath the dragon's breath. Voldemort slapped out the patches of fire burning on his robes, his eyes fixed on that figure, staring not with rage, but with disbelief. You are still alive. How? Even the Dark Lord himself, so renowned and feared, faltered in confusion under the weight of such a revelation. Dumbledore, too, turned his gaze toward that youthful face. Not long ago, he had received news of death, a message from Snape himself. A potions master had personally witnessed it. Such a death could not possibly have been false. Then. John, how did you return from death? Chapter 371, 371, the tide had turned. Can a person truly return from death? The answer was yes. Someone had done it before. Voldemort. He had used dark magic to create 6 Horcruxes for himself. Unless every Horcrux was destroyed, he could never truly die. But what about John? The poison Voldemort had used on him had no antidote. He had even considered using it on Dumbledore. It was a poison of certain death. Even with Horcruxes, one could not regain a body again so quickly. Otherwise, Voldemort himself would not have needed to wait over 10 years to be reborn. None of it made sense. How could someone who had already died still be alive? At that moment, Voldemort found it hard to accept. He had struggled so desperately, just to claw his way back to life. A student, no matter how vast his influence, that could be explained as external. But how could someone so young possess such power? Voldemort fixed his gaze on John, not even sparing Dumbledore a glance. Everyone present reacted differently. Harry was stunned and bewildered. Hermione's shock mixed with delight. Luna looked as though it was only natural. Bellatrix's body was frozen stiff, while Lucius hurried to Voldemort's side to show his loyalty. Drogon and Lupin pulled apart, each bearing new injuries. Sirius burst out at last, having finally found the way through the endlessly turning atrium. The Constellation Society members all removed their masks, one by one revealing their young faces. John raised his brows slightly and said, "The situation seems pretty clear, Tom." Voldemort glared at him darkly. With the Constellation Society, the Order of the Phoenix, and that old monster Dumbledore all gathered here, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Yet suddenly, he began to laugh. "You truly are talented, John Wick." His cold, sharp voice praised John. "But you seem a little too arrogant." Voldemort sneered. "Do you think the Order of the Phoenix alone can defeat me?" "Your followers are all locked up in the Department of Mysteries," John replied with feigned surprise. "Do you really think you still have a chance?" "You want my life?" Voldemort screeched. "Even if I die, I will return again." Dumbledore set aside his questions about John's mysterious resurrection. Calmly, he said, "Simply taking your life would not satisfy me." He cast a look of quiet pride toward John, as though fighting side by side with him brought him genuine joy. "I am Lord Voldemort." Voldemort shouted. "I will not die here." He raised his wand and fired a bolt of green light at Dumbledore. Dumbledore lifted his wand, flicked it aside, and dodged the attack. But Voldemort immediately turned his aim on John instead. Clearly, he intended to go after the easier prey. "I've done what you could not, Tom." John's expression remained calm as he raised his sword and cleaved through the incoming red light. Dumbledore followed close, the tip of his wand flickering with tiny flames, casting them like a fisherman's line to ensnare Voldemort. Even without apparition, Voldemort could still fly. He soared upward, only for two owls, one black and one white, to dive from the sky, their sharp talons tearing through his robes. Furious, Voldemort leveled his wand at the blur of white, ready to cast a spell. But from below, a silver flash shot upward, streaking past him and cutting off his incantation. He glanced down. John had leapt into the air, sword gripped in his right hand. With his left, he swung his wand in a powerful arc thunder. Lightning crashed down toward Voldemort, forcing him into a rapid fall. Silver light flared, Voldemort caught himself, breaking his descent, twisting swiftly aside to evade. John could see it, 70% of Voldemort's strength was fixed on guarding against Dumbledore. Seizing the moment, John unleashed a summoning charm. Voldemort's body jolted midair. Swoo! John raised his sword high and drove downward, looking down upon Voldemort from above. This is beyond your reach. You're a coward, Tom. Naia. Voldemort forced the weight of his fall to vanish. Lucius rushed forward to aid him, only to be hooked and hurled away by Dumbledore's fire. As he dropped, Voldemort whipped his wand, a jet of green light streaking past John, grazing close before vanishing into the clouds. He gripped the silver Wick sword, light flaring from his boots as he plunged downward. The blade swung, sharp steel carving arcs of silver. Voldemort raised a shield charm, blocking the strike. He lifted his hand, unleashing an ancient spell. A gust of wind hurled John off balance. Voldemort's wand came up, ready to release the killing curse. But Dumbledore's spell struck, the ground sinking beneath them, forcing Voldemort to turn and counter. Once again, he dragged a witch's statue in front of him as cover. Dumbledore sidestepped the curse. John had already recovered from his stumble. The silver Wick sword burst into flame. Cut through the thorns. Voldemort's robes billowed, he summoned serpents, venomous bodies lashing toward John. The flaming blade cleaved them apart, the stench of charred flesh filling the hall. Master, let me help you. Lucius, breaking free of his restraints, flung a spell at Dumbledore. Without even glancing back, Dumbledore sent a house elf statue forward to block it, then seized Lucius in its grasp. Lucius howled and thrashed. John cast him a brief look, then turned away. Because in truth, he was waiting. The rhythm of the attack slowed, and John looked as if he were running out of strength. While Dumbledore pressed Voldemort, John drifted toward the edge of the battlefield. From time to time, he flicked out a couple of spells, Voldemort brushed them aside with ease. Harry realized that in a battle like this, he couldn't intervene at all. A sense of frustration welled up inside him. What stung even more was the thought that John, someone his own age, was able to fight there while he could only stand and watch. Hermione, meanwhile, had no time to notice Harry's feelings. Seeing her best friend alive and well before her, her emotions surged and tumbled. Who is he? Harry noticed someone's gaze fixed on him. He turned and saw, beside Percy, a man with golden hair. The way he was being watched made Harry deeply uncomfortable. In that man's eyes, he seemed to be nothing more than something useful, a tool. Sirius's sudden arrival pushed the unease aside for now. Supporting him, Harry asked, "Are you okay, Sirius?" "I'm fine," Sirius answered with a strained smile, clutching his left ribs. "Might have broken a few, though." Glancing toward the fierce clash ahead, Sirius muttered in disbelief, "That's a student." "That's John." "Oh." Sirius subsonically clutched his rib. Even if John wasn't the one directly holding Voldemort at bay, just being able to trade blows in that battle was an extraordinary feat. If it were anyone else rushing in, they'd only become a burden to Dumbledore, unable to help at all. "Why isn't Voldemort running?" someone asked in confusion. Harry thought for a moment before answering, "The Dominion charm. Back in the graveyard, I saw it, it's some kind of magic that prevents apparition." "That's brilliant. This time we can finish Voldemort for good." Ron shouted excitedly. Not just him, Harry thought the same. In their eyes, with Dumbledore there, Voldemort's defeat was certain. But Lupin's heart was heavy. He had never imagined that the student could actually be Johnny Silverhand. The Johnny Silverhand he knew was never that simple. His gaze fell on John, who lingered near the edges of the fight, contributing only in passing. There was a probing look in his eyes. Right now, the situation looked overwhelmingly favorable. As long as Dumbledore defeated Voldemort, everything would be over. All the more so because reinforcements had yet to arrive. Once everyone gathered, not even Voldemort could escape. Everything seemed to be moving in the right direction. But could it really go this smoothly? Just as Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand, was locked in battle with Voldemort, John suddenly stopped and stepped out of the fight. He walked over to the Constellation Society and said, "Time to get ready." Inside the ministry's atrium, the fireplaces embedded in the walls suddenly flared to life. In the next instant, 10 beams of light shot straight toward Dumbledore. Everyone's expressions changed. From the flames within the fireplaces, Death Eaters began to emerge. Voldemort knocked aside Dumbledore's spell and sneered, "Dumbledore, your end has come." Dumbledore turned his head, watching as 10 Death Eaters stepped out from the fire. Just as the spells were about to strike him, he swung his wand in a sweeping arc. A goblin statue rushed forward, arms spread wide, shielding him. The barrage blasted dents and craters into the statue's body. Voldemort actually had a backup plan. It seemed his past failures had finally taught him caution. Sacrificing a few insignificant pawns to lure the Aurors away, "Dumbledore, now you're the cornered beast." To Voldemort, those who followed him were nothing more than tools to be discarded at will. They weren't even deemed worthy of bearing the dark mark, yet Voldemort's true elites had all followed him into the ministry. With a flick of his wand, he freed Lucius from the grip of the house elf statue. "One of my loyal followers escaped his cage, brought me intelligence, and offered me a strategy." Voldemort's gaze turned toward one of the Death Eaters who had just arrived. "Barty Crouch Jr., you've done well." From the group, Barty Crouch Jr. stepped forward without a word. "Barty Jr." Dumbledore's expression finally shifted at the sight of the young man. He had been present at that trial, had seen Barty dragged away, then later read of his supposed death in Azkaban. And yet, here he stood, alive and breathing. How could this be? Sirius, too, vaguely remembered the young man's wails echoing through Azkaban, and seeing him now struck him as utterly impossible. The tide had turned. Offense and defense had switched hands. Chapter 372, time to begin the plan. At Voldemort's command, the Death Eaters unleashed their spells. Amid the crisscrossing light, even Dumbledore had to tread carefully. Sirius joined the fray, clashing with a Death Eater. With his left side still injured, going up against one in peak condition was far from promising. "We need to help," Harry said quickly. Ron and the others nodded in agreement, raising their wands and charging into the fight. Fortunately, John's earlier dragon's breath had left the ministry hall full of wreckage, providing plenty of cover. Harry ducked behind a crystalline mass reshaped by the intense heat, firing a spell at Lucius. Lucius deflected it with a lift of his wand, his eyes sweeping the battlefield, searching for his son. Dumbledore, forced to divide his attention, now found his duel with Voldemort evenly matched. The situation was dire, the Aurors had been lured away by chaos elsewhere. Which meant the ministry itself had become a cage. With the arrival of 10 Death Eaters, Voldemort no longer intended to flee. If he could take down both Dumbledore and John in one stroke, then no one would remain to stop his rise to power. The thought filled Voldemort with such delight that he nearly burst into laughter. "I laugh at John Wick for being young, and at you, Dumbledore, for being senile. Ha ha ha. You can't change anything. Today, only I can rewrite history." At Voldemort's command, the Death Eaters pressed harder, forcing several close calls. "Savior." Voldemort raised his wand, blasting apart the cover in front of Harry. "Without that prophecy, I can still rule the wizarding world." Harry was forced to dash to the other side, Voldemort strolling leisurely behind him. Dumbledore seized an opening and broke free from the Death Eaters' encirclement. He raised his hand, summoning the witch statue to leap in and block Voldemort's attack. "Stay inside, Harry," he ordered. Sirius crossed paths with a familiar face, his own brother-in-law, Rodolphus Lestrange. The two dueled fiercely, their spells carrying them farther and farther apart. Lupin engaged his old adversary, Drogon, the fight going back and forth. A stray spell struck Jurgen's mask, knocking it off and revealing a face Lupin thought he recognized. "You." Lupin felt certain he'd seen that face before, likely back during his years at Hogwarts. "Petrificus totalis." Drogon immediately fired a curse, forcing Lupin's legs to snap together, locking him in place. Lupin had no choice but to clamp his mouth shut and roll aside to dodge the next stunning spell. Hermione, Ginny, and Luna once again fought side by side. Their opponent was a Death Eater named Gargson. Ginny hurled a blasting curse, and Gargson countered with a streak of red light. Without protective charms, Hermione and Luna had to be especially cautious. Seizing the right moment, Luna cast a Levi Corpus, yanking him upside down and slamming him into the air. Hermione aimed at that spot and fired off a spell. Ron charged in recklessly, shouting, with a Death Eater hot on his heels firing curses at him. At the crucial moment, Ron surprised even himself. He dove into a sliding tackle to dodge, and his wand leapt up on its own, firing a spell back at the pursuing Death Eater. The Death Eater was blasted to the ground. Ron froze, staring at his wand in disbelief. His wand was made from whomping willow wood, sensitive, aggressive, and unpredictable. While he was distracted, the Death Eater shot a disarming charm, sending Ron's wand flying from his hand. Without his wand, Ron let out a defiant roar, "For Gryffindor." He charged forward, tackling the Death Eater to the ground, fists flying in a brutal, close-quarters brawl. Harry wished he could rush out to help. He saw Hermione being ambushed, raised his wand, but his spell went wide. Voldemort and Dumbledore were already locked in a duel of clashing light. Sparks crackled violently, scattering across the floor and burning small pits into the stone. Harry noticed a Death Eater sneaking up behind Dumbledore and shouted, "Dumbledore, behind you." At his warning, Dumbledore flicked his wand, redirecting the current of light as if cracking a whip in a circle around him. The Death Eater was struck, hurled backwards, and let out a shriek of pain. Truly, Dumbledore, calm, composed, unshaken, even while facing Voldemort and his reinforcements, fought as though entirely at ease. Just then, the lift rumbled to a halt. Out stepped Tonks. Kingsley and Moody were still needed to guard the Death Eaters below, so Tonks had come up to check the situation. She had barely set foot inside when 5 spells blasted toward her, forcing her straight back into the lift. Arg. What the hell, she muttered in confusion. Didn't we just finish off the Death Eaters? Where did all these come from? She had originally thought she'd come up to help deal with Bellatrix. But now it was clear the battle above was anything but favorable. And when Tonks caught sight of Voldemort himself, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. This was supposed to be a difficult rescue mission, yet somewhere along the way, the difficulty had been dialed up, the foot soldiers swapped for elites, and now the final boss had appeared on the field. No time to think. Tonks seized a chance, rolled out of the lift, and fired a white bolt of light at a Death Eater. She blocked 2 spells in quick succession, but then a streak of silver light struck her in the abdomen, blood spilling heavily. Protego. She scrambled across the floor, barely managing to shield against another curse, her face pale. One Death Eater raised his wand, aiming directly at her. Harry, seeing this, panicked. He burst out from behind the witch statue and fired, Impedimenta. The Death Eater crashed against an invisible barrier, blood streaming from his nose. But before Harry could cast a second spell, another curse slammed into him, hurling him backward. These Death Eaters were far stronger than the ones they had faced in the Department of Mysteries. He caught sight of Barty Crouch Jr., with only one hand left, taking down Hermione, Ginny, and Luna all at once with just 3 spells. Ron was still brawling with a Death Eater, fists pounding. Thanks to Malfoy, he'd built up a decent resistance to getting beaten. Just as he was about to land the final punch, a heavy kick sent him rolling across the floor more than 10 times. Dizzy, he had just lifted his head when pain shot through his ankle. A massive black dog dragged him away, an instant later, the spot where he had been lying was blasted by a jet of green light. Lupin, who had been holding his own against one opponent, suddenly found himself facing 3. Even with his deep mastery of defensive magic against the dark arts, he was quickly overwhelmed. At last, 3 curses hit in succession, disarming, body bind, and stunning. Lupin collapsed to the ground, his fate unknown. Harry had barely managed to save Tonks when the tide of battle shifted against them. He screamed in anguish as he saw Sirius struck by a flash of silver light, howling as he went down. Ron was caught in the blast and sent tumbling again. The scattered group was forced back together. The Death Eaters closed in on them. Kill Harry Potter. Bellatrix's left arm was completely petrified. Clutching her wand in her remaining hand, she glared fixedly at Harry. Harry felt a wave of helplessness. He gripped his wand tighter as the Death Eaters advanced. Drogon, come with me to aid the Dark Lord, Lucius suddenly said. The battle's outcome seemed set, and his move was not unexpected. But Rodolphus was more cautious. He turned to Barty Jr. and said, Barty, you come with me too. Leave the rest to the others. Over by the duel, Voldemort was still locked in combat with Dumbledore. Because of the authority of Dominion, Dumbledore couldn't spare himself to save Harry for the moment. Barty Jr. nodded silently. He, Lucius, Drogon, and Rodolphus together went to reinforce Voldemort against Dumbledore. Though none of them matched Dumbledore's strength, they could still provide support. Their absence scarcely changed the balance, Bellatrix didn't care in the slightest. Mad laughter twisted her face as she hissed, no one can save you, little baby Potter. Tonks, clutching her bleeding stomach, drenched in sweat from the pain, stood resolutely at Harry's side with her wand raised. Sirius had shifted back into human form, though he looked even more battered than before. The savior meets his end, ha ha. Not necessarily. A figure appeared at the edge of the fray. Bellatrix turned toward it, and her face instantly changed. John strolled out from nowhere, smiling pleasantly as he looked at them. Harry, how about we make a deal? He asked as if no one else were there. Harry froze in surprise. A wisp of black smoke flickered in John's eyes as he smiled. This plan is only missing you. His gaze swept over the people standing beside Harry, his tone layered with meaning. So, what's your answer? I agree, just save them. Harry blurted without hesitation, not even asking what the deal entailed. Bellatrix was nearly livid, furious at being ignored. Kill him. Her hatred for John reached its peak as she screamed hysterically. John snapped his fingers. Time to begin the plan. Chapter 373, 373, The Chosen One and the Unchosen. John snapped his fingers. Time to begin the plan. Boom. The floor beneath Harry sank, pulling them down inside. A loud crack sounded in front of the Death Eaters as a blonde man appeared by apparition. Kim seized the hand of a Death Eater clutching his wand, pressed his own wand to the man's chest, and cast a banishing charm that sent him flying like a cannonball. Cedric stepped out from the golden doors, wand sweeping around him. A thick mist poured out, quickly filling the entire hall. Bellatrix recognized the familiar haze and shrieked in alarm, "Get out of the mist, now." 2 scarlet bolts shot out from within, striking down 2 Death Eaters, while a snake coiled tightly around Bellatrix's ankle. Rookwood had just begun to retreat when a massive hand reached from the fog and clamped onto his wrist. Erg. A silver light pierced his abdomen and twisted violently inside him. Percy raised his wand and with a single disarming charm wrenched the wand from another Death Eater. Fleur leapt as if freed from gravity, her spells firing rapidly, one grazing an unfortunate man's ear. Cedric tapped a stone at his side, transforming it into a small bird that darted straight for a Death Eater's eyes. The mist spread farther and farther. Bellatrix had only just rid herself of the snake when out of the haze rushed a platinum blonde head, closing in fast. "It's you." Bellatrix's eyes locked onto Draco Malfoy. "Of course it's me." Malfoy shouted back. Facing the woman who was technically his aunt, Malfoy didn't hold back in the slightest. Confringo. The spell shot toward Bellatrix and struck her petrified arm. Arg. It exploded on impact, blasting the arm apart and tearing a scream from Bellatrix's throat. "Now you look a bit more bearable, you ugly hag." Malfoy's words only stoked her fury. Bellatrix went completely mad, hurling curses at him in a frenzy. What had looked like certain death began to shift. Harry, crouched in the pit that had swallowed him, glanced up toward the roiling mist. That mist, they must have made it, Harry thought, remembering the fog in the Department of Mysteries. "Harry, stay here." Sirius tried to climb out, but he was badly wounded, his strength faltering. "You're hurt, Sirius, let me go check instead," Harry said anxiously. "No, Harry. You're what matters most," Sirius pressed him down firmly. "You're our hope. Voldemort wants nothing more than to kill you. You have to protect yourself." Burdened with the mission of being the chosen one, Harry fell silent. He remembered what Draco had said, "You're not the savior, Potter." "But Hermione and the others are still out there," Harry said stubbornly. "And so are Loony and Dumbledore. They'll be fine." Sirius glanced at Tonks. "Keep an eye on Harry." Tonks, pale-faced, nodded. Sirius's keen sense of smell would allow him to track the others precisely. Clambering out, he found himself surrounded by a vast expanse of misty white. Inhaling deeply, he caught the tangled scents hanging in the air. He shifted back into his black dog form, determined to find Hermione and the 2 girls first. Hermione stirred and slowly regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, she saw the great battle still raging on. "Ginny, Luna, wake up." She shook her friends until they stirred. The Death Eaters had fled from the fog and paid them no mind. The 3 crouched low, moving quickly in the opposite direction. But after only a few steps, Hermione was suddenly yanked back. Instinctively she grabbed Ginny, and Ginny caught hold of Luna. 3 startled cries rang out. The 3 of them were pulled into a shelter. Just as they were about to raise their wands, they saw Lupin's pale face. "Lupin." Hermione quickly lowered her wand. "Don't go out. It's chaos out there." Lupin seemed injured, even speaking required several pauses. "Lupin, are you all right?" Ginny hurriedly asked. He forced a faint smile, then turned his gaze to Hermione and asked seriously, "Hermione, do you know why Sir Silverhand, John appeared here?" How could Hermione know? Only moments ago she had still been reeling from the shock of John dying and then coming back to life. She shook her head, lips trembling. "John must have his reasons. Maybe, to save someone." "I'm afraid it's not that simple," Lupin panted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I once worked under Johnny Silverhand. He's far from the kind man you think you see. Perhaps he came with a purpose. And I suspect that purpose has to do with Harry." Lupin's suspicion wasn't unfounded. When he first regained consciousness, he had overheard John making a deal with Harry. As someone who had once been an employee at Johnny Silverhand's exclusive shop, he knew all too well, Johnny Silverhand was ruthless. He could steal a soul with a casual gesture, and just as easily gamble away a life while winning people over with charm. For Harry to be the target of such interest could only mean trouble. He wanted Hermione to warn Harry, never to make a deal with John. But Hermione still held faith in John. She hesitated and said, John wouldn't do that. Even if he and Harry have their differences, he would never hurt him. Lupin glanced at Ginny and Luna. Ginny looked uncertain too. In all the stories she'd heard about John, there had never been anything about him hurting people. But Harry's safety mattered above all. Luna, however, spoke with conviction, John wouldn't hurt anyone. He's a gentleman. Lupin coughed twice, his face full of helplessness. These children had never seen John's ruthless side. Did they still think he was just some student? This was Johnny Silverhand, someone who, in only a few short years, had amassed the power to influence the entire wizarding world. A man like that could never be a harmless little rabbit. Just as he was despairing, Sirius came running over. Moony, are you all right? Padfoot, Lupin looked at him and saw he was badly injured too. It seemed that the outcome of this battle would depend entirely on Dumbledore. And just then, boom. Dumbledore and Voldemort were finally nearing a decisive moment. The effect of the Sovereign's authority had faded. Voldemort flicked his hand and sent the obstructing Lucius flying. Dumbledore seized the moment and swung his wand, making the ground sink. Running away, Tom. He taunted Voldemort with words. He knew killing him now was pointless. If Voldemort was cornered, he would simply vanish and hide. And Dumbledore wasn't certain he would live long enough to see Voldemort's next return. All he could do was force him to retreat. Sure enough, Voldemort's expression flickered several times at those words. He had thought that with the support of the Death Eaters he could deal with Dumbledore, but those useless fools were far too incompetent. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of someone rushing out of the mist. He smiled. Fush. In an instant, his body vanished. Dumbledore's face darkened, his wand sweeping in wide, fluid arcs. Hermione, Ginny, Luna. Harry cried out his friends' names. The witch statue lunged toward him as he broke from cover. But just as it was about to reach him, Harry's scar seared with agony. His body burst with power, blasting the statue away. All around him, the shattered debris of the floor rose into a circle, enclosing him within. Harry. Dumbledore turned, batting away Lucius's curse and striking him down in a single exchange. He slowly walked toward Harry. At that moment, Harry seemed like a different person entirely. His body twisted like a serpent, his eyes narrowing into slitted pupils as he looked at Dumbledore and sneered, "You've lost, old man." Dumbledore's expression grew solemn, his voice soft. Harry, what matters is not how you resemble him, but how you are different from him. Those words seemed to inject strength into the Harry bound by possession. Memories flashed through his mind in a torrent. School, Grimmauld Place, family, friends, the Weasleys, his godfather. He writhed on the ground, body contorting. Then came the vision of Voldemort, making his struggle even more excruciating. Dumbledore watched him with deep concern. Hermione and the others, along with Ron, ran over as well, worry etched across their faces. Seeing his friends and family standing by him, Harry clenched his teeth and spat out, "The weak one is you, Voldemort. You will never understand love or friendship." He gasped for breath, collapsed on the ground, and with a note of pity in his voice mocked, "I truly pity you." The visions in his mind began to rewind, and the world around him seemed to rewind with them. Black mist erupted from within Harry, scattering the dust and forming a barrier that cut him off from the outside. The darkness coalesced into a human figure, Voldemort, standing before Harry with his wand raised, sneering. "You're a fool, Harry Potter." Looking down at Harry's powerless state, he jeered, "You will lose everything." Harry stared at Voldemort. He knew Voldemort was about to flee, yet he couldn't even summon the strength to mock him. "If you two are done talking," a voice rang out. John appeared inside the circle, smiling lightly. "Then it's time we had our conversation." Outside, Dumbledore, unable to enter, froze when he saw this. Hermione caught sight of John and cried out anxiously, "John, save Harry." Voldemort's face twisted in disbelief. "How did you get in here?" John raised a hand and pointed upward, grinning. "The stars guided my way." Voldemort and Harry both looked up. At some point, the ceiling of the ministry had turned into a star-filled sky. Hundreds of stars glittered above. John lifted his wand. The starlight melted into a cascade of brilliant auroras, descending to envelop the space. Unfastening his cloak, John caught it in one hand and tossed it back behind him. His gaze locked onto Voldemort. "For the third time, are you ready, Tom?" Something seemed to click in Voldemort's mind. His face darkened, growing twisted and cruel. Outside, Barty Crouch Jr. pushed himself up with his single hand, eyes locked firmly on that scene. He needed to be certain who was truly the one he should follow. This battle would decide his answer and his fate. Chapter 374, To Meet Death Again. The Third Duel. John adjusted his sleeves, his expression calm and unhurried. "If you had received a complete Hogwarts education, then you should know. He gave a faint smile, raising his wand in his left hand. The etiquette before a duel. Is he insane? Sirius, despite acknowledging the boy's strength, couldn't believe it. To face Voldemort and actually demand a duel, this was madness. We have to break this barrier. Dumbledore's expression changed. He raised his wand, preparing to act. But then, 6 sharp cracks rang out. The 6 members of the Constellation Society appeared, blocking his way. What are you doing? Dumbledore looked at them. Kim lifted his wand, his voice steady. How could we let you interfere with our king? Don't steal my lines. Malfoy shouted at Kim, then struck a pose, voice dripping with arrogance. Even if you are Dumbledore, you can't. Neville silently drew his sword. Fleur tossed her long hair over one shoulder. Cedric let out a bitter laugh, but his feet did not move. Percy cast a dark look at his younger siblings. The Death Eaters staggered back to their feet, gathering behind Lucius. What do we do? One of them asked. Lucius's face remained unreadable. We can only wait. If they fled now, Voldemort would surely exact retribution later. But against Dumbledore, they were no match either. The Death Eaters seethed with frustration, but there was nothing they could do. Are you all right? Tonks leaned against Lupin, who was supporting her. For a moment, she found this man unexpectedly reliable. Tonks shook her head. Dumbledore was blocked, his compassion forbidding him from raising a hand against his own students. Inside the barrier, John inclined his head with elegant composure. Voldemort sneered. You've got some nerve, challenging me to a duel. John slowly slipped a silver ring onto his left hand, chuckling. Why wouldn't I? Should I fear a man who has already lost to me once? Voldemort's face darkened. Do you think defeating fragments of my soul by taking advantage of my weakness is enough to make you smug? Then face me properly, Tom Riddle. Don't call me that name. Voldemort roared at the hated surname, raising his wand to strike. John's right hand closed on air, the silver sword flashing into existence as he swung it down. The blade split the curse apart. Lifting his left hand, he sent out a burst of white light that split into several streaks. Without Dumbledore restraining him, Voldemort's full power was terrifying. Back then, John had nearly been killed just from watching him from afar. Green light tore through the floor as John twisted aside, dodging nimbly, his right hand supporting, his left hand driving the attack. He clashed violently with Voldemort, Harry caught between them. Watching green and white light streak past, Harry's heart hammered in fear. Is that all you've got, Tom? John roared, silver spreading across his left hand. Embedded there was not just a magic crystal, but a super magic crystal. He charged a shattering curse until it blazed like dazzling white fire. Voldemort's wand poured out a flood of blackness, rushing to drown him. Their spells collided, locking in a deadly standoff. Voldemort's eyes flicked briefly toward Dumbledore. He knew he couldn't let this drag on. It had to end quickly. The black tide shrank, condensing into a massive shockwave that struck the barrier. Voldemort twisted his wand back, and that chilling, familiar incantation rang out. A shadow flickered in John's eyes as he swung his wand in turn. Avada Kedavra. Confringo. Green collided with white. For Harry, it was like being thrown back to second year, to that battle between John and Tom Riddle. Bolts of green and white light clashed, and Harry scrambled frantically to another spot. Voldemort realized something was wrong. At the point of impact, there was music. Celestial, ethereal music. His wand shuddered as though electrified, and the beam connecting their wands shifted into a brilliant gold. The sight struck Harry with déjà vu so strong he froze. Even Dumbledore's face darkened in shock. This is... John and Voldemort were lifted into the air at the same time. Above them, thousands of arcs of light appeared. The arcs wove together around them, forming a golden dome of lightning that no one could penetrate. Harry was pulled into it as well. The Phoenix's song left everyone stunned. Especially Dumbledore. He remembered clearly, there were only 2 wands made with Fox's feather. One in Harry's hand, the other in Voldemort's. What was going on? If you think you can stall me like this, it's useless, Voldemort sneered at John. No one can enter. Crushed beneath the weight of that immense power, John still smiled. Did you forget there's a third person here? Voldemort's expression shifted drastically as his gaze snapped to Harry. You mean to have him kill me? Voldemort's voice quivered with a flicker of fear at the thought of death. This is a duel, defeating the Dark Lord is the greatest honor. You'd hand it to him. Of course not, John said firmly, shaking his head. Do you know something? What? Voldemort couldn't make sense of what John was playing at. John grinned. It's about your Horcruxes. Under Voldemort's horrified gaze, John slapped his satchel. 2 objects flew out from inside. Hufflepuff's cup. Ravenclaw's diadem. It was you, the one who stole the cup. Voldemort's eyes went blood red. He would never forget, someone had planted a bomb in Gringotts. And he had taken not just one Horcrux. Panic flickered across Voldemort's face. What exactly are you trying to do? Tom, John's eyes were clear as he looked straight at him, smiling. I'm going to rewrite everything. With that, he swung his right hand in another direction. Not toward Voldemort. Not toward the two Horcruxes. But toward Harry. A vast aurora of starlight cascaded down, forming a magical domain. Strands of white threaded through John's hair, and his voice crackled with static. I will step onto the path of no return. Black tendrils uncoiled from his right hand, wrapping around Harry. Under Harry's terrified gaze, they bound him tight and dragged him upward. What is he trying to do? Harry. Those outside the barrier cried out in alarm at the sight. Sirius tried to rush forward, but Neville seized him by the throat, lifted him, and hurled him toward Ron's feet. Ron shouted furiously at Neville, "What are you doing? You're a Gryffindor. You're just going to stand by and watch John Wick kill Harry." Neville's voice was low and steady. John won't do that. But Ron wouldn't listen. He charged forward in anger, only to be kicked flat by Malfoy. Stay down, or die. Malfoy's wand pressed against Ron's head. No. Hermione shouted to stop him. Malfoy didn't use his wand, he just kept knocking Ron down each time Ron dragged himself back up. Again and again. Finally, Malfoy put his wand away altogether, grabbed Ron by the collar, and drove his fist into him over and over. Dumbledore saw John seize Harry, and his wand was instantly in hand. I should never have given it to him, Dumbledore said grimly. Kim and Percy moved at the same time, but against Dumbledore they weren't even close. Not on the same level at all. Fleur threw herself in front, but with a single flick of his wand, Dumbledore froze her in place. Cedric murmured an apology and tried to stall him with Transfiguration, only for Dumbledore to shatter it effortlessly. His advance was stopped by the magical domain itself. Looking up, Dumbledore saw that the stars above were actually countless magic crystals. Even he could not break through them in a short time. Inside, John already had Harry in his grasp. He looked straight at him and said, "Do you remember our deal?" Harry froze, recalling the deal from before. "You're going to kill me?" he asked, unwilling to believe it. "No, I won't," John replied calmly. "I only need to take something from you." "What thing?" "A Rurgig." Harry asked in confusion, only for the scar on his forehead to explode with searing pain. John's right hand pressed against the scar, as if trying to bore straight into his skull, forcing Harry to scream in agony. Everyone watching felt their hearts clench. Here lies a secret no one else knows. From the Ravenclaw diadem, silver threads rose and drilled into Harry's body. "That's a soul." Dumbledore's expression darkened completely, his face sinking. Where had John gathered so many souls? Wielding souls as his blade, John plunged into Harry's consciousness. After a long, disorienting drift, John finally arrived at his destination. A white train station. Harry's head throbbed to the breaking point, and just before he thought it would explode, his consciousness arrived at the station. He looked around blankly, not knowing where he was. But John knew very well. He'd been here before. The realm of Veils. The place where he had once met death. And this time, it was his true purpose. To meet death again. Chapter 375, We Meet Again. The air was shrouded in a misty vapor, like drifting clouds. They were in a place resembling a train station, though the distant scenery seemed unfinished, as if it hadn't been constructed yet. Harry was lying on the ground. The surface beneath him was white, neither cold nor hot. He sat up. His body was uninjured, and the headache was gone. When he reached up to touch his face, he realized his glasses were missing, yet his vision remained perfectly clear. The dreamlike realm was a strange place. It existed within the soul, suspended between life and death. And each one was different, shaped by the strongest impression in a person's heart. For Harry, that place was undoubtedly the spot where he first stepped into the wizarding world, King's Cross Station. John appeared there, gave Harry a quick glance, and said casually, "Sit wherever you like. Make yourself at home." Harry stared at him in confusion. What was going on? How had he ended up in a completely different place? "John, what exactly did you do?" Harry asked warily. John walked over to a station bench and sat down. He patted the seat beside him, motioning for Harry to come over. Harry hesitated for a long moment before finally walking over and sitting down. Right now, John didn't feel dangerous to him. John gazed at the tracks inside the station and said dreamily, "It feels like we haven't sat together in ages." Thinking back, before second year, his relationship with Harry hadn't been bad at all. They had run from Filch together, sneaked into the room where the three-headed dog, Fluffy, was kept, and even shared meals at Christmas. Without realizing it, so much time has passed, Harry sighed in agreement. There was no hostility between them at this moment. John raised his hand and conjured a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, handing it to Harry. Thanks. Harry took it and tried it, but his brows furrowed as he asked, no flavor. Of course there wasn't. John had no sense of taste anymore. This place is called the Dreamscape. It's a realm that lingers between life and death, John said, bringing up something else entirely. Dreamscape. Between life and death. Harry asked in confusion. Does that mean we're dead? Strictly speaking, more or less, John replied, popping the bean into his own mouth with a smile. Have you noticed that there's a conflict between me and Dumbledore? Harry mumbled vaguely, a little. In truth, he didn't really feel it that strongly. He had spent the whole year sulking at Dumbledore, so how could he have noticed anything? John didn't mind and said, because he's afraid of me. Afraid of you? Harry found that absurd. This was Dumbledore they were talking about. You must have seen Tom, Voldemort. John waved a hand, signaling him to listen carefully. You saw what he looks like, right? I mean, the no-nose thing. He really does look awful, Harry had to admit. Voldemort was hideous, and Harry couldn't understand why so many people followed him. As someone who cared about appearances, Harry just couldn't get it. That's what comes of dabbling in forbidden things. John tossed another Bertie Bott's bean into the air and caught it in his mouth, speaking easily. I'm not so different from him. But you have a nose, Harry said bluntly. Puffed. John choked a little at that, then said speechlessly, the price of forbidden magic isn't just losing your nose, you know. Harry gave an embarrassed laugh and asked, so you crossed into the forbidden? Yeah, John nodded. Time and soul, both are forbidden. And unfortunately, I've touched both. Harry didn't really grasp the weight of it. After all, he too had dealt with time, and with souls. John sighed. But I'm not you, Harry. You're the prophesied savior of the wizarding world. I'm just an ordinary man. Harry muttered inwardly, how could John possibly call himself an ordinary man? I've always known about Dumbledore's wariness and dissatisfaction toward me, John said with a self-deprecating smile. I just used to think that no matter what, he'd still treat me fairly, until certain things happened. He fixed his gaze on Harry, leaving him momentarily speechless. Heinrich's matter, no need to apologize. John crumpled the empty Bertie Bott's wrapper in his hand, and it vanished instantly. He stood up and said, the reason I'm telling you all this is because, when it comes to souls, I'm an expert. There are some things I know even better than Dumbledore. For example, the other soul inside you. Another soul. Harry was stunned, suddenly feeling like the gossip he'd been watching had turned into his own scandal. John closed his eyes, and glowing orbs appeared in his palm, drifting like tiny sprites. Once released, they scattered through the station. Before long, a rope materialized in John's hand. He gave it a tug, and dragged out a naked, red-skinned child, curled up tightly. The child was so weak that John needed only a single soul to restrain it. When it was dragged before Harry, he jumped in fright. What is that? This is Tom's soul, John said, staring at the fragile fragment. Do you remember the diary we destroyed back in second year? I remember. That was when I first learned Tom Riddle was Voldemort's name. Strictly speaking, that Tom was a fragment of Voldemort's soul. He split his soul into 6 pieces and made 6 Horcruxes. John stepped forward and pressed his shoe down slowly on the child's body, making it shriek in a piercing, agonized wail. As long as the Horcruxes remain, Voldemort cannot die. And this is one of them. You are the 7th. Harry felt a pang of pity, but when he heard John's words, he was stunned. You mean I'm a Horcrux? But I don't remember ever. Your scar, John cut him off. That night, when your parents were killed and Voldemort fell with them, a piece of his soul entered your body. John looked at Harry, who was staring back in disbelief, and delivered the fatal truth. That means as long as you live, Voldemort will never die. No one would ever have guessed, not even Voldemort himself, that the savior would turn out to be his safeguard. Even less would they know that the noble savior is the vessel of the darkest magic. I suspect Dumbledore may already know that only your death can bring Voldemort's. Every word cut like a blade. Harry collapsed onto the bench, unable to accept it. John looked toward the distance where a train was approaching, its whistle echoing through the mist, smoke billowing with it. Harry turned to look as well, once again asking in confusion, and what's that supposed to be? An old acquaintance arriving, John replied with a smile as he watched the train draw near. The train pulled into the station and the doors opened. Harry, still disoriented, asked, are we supposed to get on, or not? Of course, we're getting on, John said, casting a glance at the child at his feet. Pick up your ticket. Harry's face twisted in disgust as he looked at the child, but he had no choice. This place was far too strange. Without following John, he might never make it back. He grabbed the child. Its red skin looked as though it had been peeled raw. The feel of it was slick and clammy in his hands, making Harry nearly gag, and it was heavier than it looked. John didn't bat an eye. He walked up to the train doors and called back, "You'd better hurry, it's about to close." "Coming." Harry steeled himself and lifted the child into his arms. Just as the doors were about to shut, he stepped inside. He saw John heading in one direction and hurried to follow. "Where does this lead?" John glanced at Harry, as if something had just occurred to him, and snapped his fingers. His own clothes shifted into ornate robes, while a bow tie appeared at Harry's collar. "We're about to meet the beginning of the story, and its end." John walked ahead. The train had already started moving, its swaying carriage steady beneath his steps. Harry, still clutching the child in one arm, stumbled awkwardly as he followed. They passed through one carriage, which was completely empty. It wasn't until 2 more carriages later that they encountered the first person. Harry found the sight strange. Though there was no one else around, this figure wore a cloak like an invisibility cloak, hood pulled low over the head. Harry couldn't make out their features, but an instinctive sense of unease welled up inside him. Because John had already said, this place was a realm that lingered between life and death. So how could anyone else be here? "We meet again," the hooded figure spoke, their voice so indistinct Harry couldn't tell if it was male or female. "It seems I've caught sight of you." John walked forward and sat down across from the figure. After a brief hesitation, Harry followed and took a seat as well. "Then maybe you weren't mistaken," John said with a shrug. "I thought there'd be plenty more of your kind around." "Heh." The hooded figure let out a low chuckle. "It's not a pleasant job. Not many are willing to do it." "Dealing with death has never been a good thing," the figure said, tilting their head slightly. Harry strained to see, but the darkness under the hood revealed nothing at all. "You awaken the dead, that is a foolish act, John Wick." The figure hadn't moved a muscle, yet the child in Harry's arms was suddenly gasping harder, as though clinging to life for only a few more breaths. John waved a hand in front of Harry and sighed. "The deal hasn't even started yet, and you're already trying to collect your fee. That's a bit unethical, don't you think?" Death. Chapter 376, Voldemort's soul in exchange for. "That's a death." The unfamiliar word exploded in Harry's mind. "You are greedy, John Wick." Death let out a low, rumbling laugh. "Bargaining with death is not a wise move." "I am an alchemist," John leaned back in his chair with a smile. "Equivalent exchange, that is the immutable law of alchemy." An alchemist was far more stubborn than any merchant. "You are indeed amusing, John Wick." Death lifted a hand, revealing skeletal fingers beneath the robe. Harry felt a chill run through his body as he held the child stiffly in his arms. To toy with death is something that cannot be tolerated, John intoned, almost like reciting a hymn. He looked toward the child in Harry's arms and said, "The last time we met, you said those very words. You intend to use this one for the bargain?" Death asked with interest. "This soul is very weak." John shook his head. Tom Marvolo Riddle. At the sound of Voldemort's name, Death's gaze fixed on the child. The child cowered in Harry's arms. "You like to control the fate of the powerful." A strange light flickered in John's eyes as he said, "The warlike eldest, the arrogant second, the humble youngest." The tale of the 3 brothers. Harry suddenly recalled the story. It was the one Hermione had shown him during a Dumbledore's army gathering. By chance, he remembered it clearly. And in some mysterious way, he felt that the story was connected to him. Tom Riddle toyed with death. "His soul should be exactly the kind you favor," John said, fixing his gaze on Death. Death shifted his attention away from the child and back toward John. The hood concealed his face, so no expression could be seen, but his voice said, "What do you want?" He had revealed an interest in Voldemort's soul. John's palm was damp with sweat, his eyes locked firmly on Death as he enunciated, "Equivalent exchange. One soul for another." Death said. Harry suddenly felt a force press against his back, pushing him into his seat. He turned to the window. The train, which had been moving slowly before, was accelerating. There was no scenery outside, but he could clearly feel the speed increasing. It was going towards Death. Death fixed his gaze on John, his voice icy. "Do you understand what you are saying? Do you wish to become my next prey?" At those words, Harry felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. He turned to look at John, yet John showed no fear. John smiled, as though he hadn't heard the danger hidden in Death's tone. "Of course I don't. But compared to an ordinary soul, the Dark Lord's soul is far more enticing." He spoke unhurriedly. Voldemort's soul survived by sacrificing countless others to evade death. In theory, he could live forever. John raised a finger and waved it slightly. That's the rule, one even you cannot break. Death fell silent. For Death could not actively kill. Just like in the tale of the three brothers, even when facing them, he had never struck directly. Instead, he had only waited for their deaths. Through the gifts he granted, the eldest grew arrogant and warlike and was ultimately slain by another wizard's blade. The second, driven by the cold rejection of the one he loved, took his own life. And the third? Did he escape death because of the invisibility cloak? No, it was because he possessed a humble heart. If he had used the invisibility cloak to provoke other wizards, he might well have been stripped of it and sent to the gallows. After all, in the wizarding world, there were indeed ways to see through an invisibility cloak. Dumbledore could pierce it with his bare eyes, and Moody's magical eye could see through it as well. The youngest brother survived because he did not stir up trouble. That was what set him apart from his two elder brothers. Death said coldly, "Even so, how long do you think he can live?" "A long time." John replied, "If you refuse this bargain, I can assure you, he will live for a very long time." Death sneered. "You're merely indulging in foolish dreams. Voldemort would die, would be defeated by another wizard, for Dumbledore still lived." But John's next words shattered the smile from Death's voice. He fixed his gaze on Death and said calmly, "I will help him. I'll help him escape death, and gain immortality." "John, you..." Harry stared in disbelief. And in the next instant, John locked eyes with Death and dropped a bombshell that gave his words undeniable weight. He said calmly, "I created the Philosopher's Stone." At that, the train's speed surged to its limit. The blank void outside the window shifted, faint shapes like white mist in the form of people flashing past from time to time. Death remained silent. The Philosopher's Stone. The very same stone from first year? Harry tried desperately to read John's expression, but in the end, he failed. After a long silence, Death finally spoke. "At your current level, you could not have made it." "In the wizarding world, there is never a shortage of miracles," John replied indifferently. Death seemed almost convinced. "No one has ever dared threaten me." John smiled faintly. "This is a bargain, not a threat." If John's words were true, then Voldemort's immortality was not impossible. At the very least, Voldemort could easily live for centuries. With both Horcruxes and the Philosopher's Stone, even Death himself could not claim his soul. For Death, this was something intolerable. He had once spent nearly a century pursuing the souls of the three brothers. Voldemort's soul, in his eyes, held immeasurable value. "Very well. For your wit and boldness, I am willing to complete this bargain." Death extended his skeletal hand. Just as he had once flattered the three brothers, he now spoke with respect. "As the price, I require the soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle." John clasped that hand, his smile turning a touch strange. With a mocking tone, he said, "Actually, I was only bluffing you." Death sounded puzzled. John's smile deepened, layered with meaning. So even Death cannot escape the bounds of magic. Before, he hadn't been certain. After all, this was only the second time he had come into contact with Death. But from Death's reactions, he was sure now, Death could not kill Voldemort by force. Death could not interfere directly in the living world. Which meant Death was still bound by the domain of magic, compelled to follow its rules. And as long as he was within the domain of magic. From their clasped hands, a strand of golden thread emerged, winding around the backs of both. "What are you doing?" Death demanded. "Ahaha," John chuckled. "Did you forget? I'm an alchemist. Of course I need a qualified witness." On top of the golden thread entwining their hands, a diagram of circles and lines formed, spreading into the shape of a tree across the backs of both. "The Gate of Things." Even Death's voice wavered. "Unlucky for you, my teacher happens to be the current keeper of the Gate of Things." John's smile was dazzling. "The moment you agreed, I took it upon myself to bind it as equivalent exchange." Their hands were locked tight. Even Death, at this moment, seemed unsettled. The one who had once toyed with the three brothers was today outplayed by a wizard. He had never intended to honor the bargain properly, just as with the trap he had laid for the brothers. But now, the tables had been turned on him. The Gate of Things, the highest mystery of alchemy. Not even Death could break free from the rules of its contracts. If his face could be seen beneath the hood, it would surely look dreadful. John said, "I, John Wick, will offer Voldemort's soul in exchange for the soul of Heinrich Edgar." Equivalent exchange, with the Gate of Things, truth, everything as witness to the contract. Above their clasped hands, two great doors appeared. His words solidified into a binding contract, coiling around them. Harry's eyes widened. John was actually trying to exchange for Heinrich's soul. Could it be? Was he trying to bring him back? Impossible. Magic could not raise the dead. Even a first-year Hogwarts student knew that. This ancient magic, and you actually know it. For the first time, Death spoke with genuine astonishment. It was a spell so old that almost no one alive remembered it. But John had been taught by the greatest alchemist in history. He himself had stepped through the gate of things twice. With both John and Harry watching, Death slowly nodded. The golden contract entwining their hands dissolved, and a scroll of parchment appeared between them. Death picked it up and tucked it into the folds of his robe. Just when Harry thought it was all over. Ha! John Wick. Ha! K-ha-ha-ha. Death let out a chilling laugh. This John Wick. Can you believe it? Bah! You are indeed a clever man, John Wick. Ha! Ha! But you forget, those who toy with death never meet a good end. That's not something you need to trouble yourself with, John replied calmly. The train began to slow. Death rose, flicked his hand, and the carriage came to a halt at a station shrouded in mist. He stepped off the train. Beyond the window stretched a hazy, fog-filled world. Harry thought he saw a couple waving to him. But as he tried to make out their faces, the train started moving again. John's body, tense all this time, finally relaxed. Ha! Ha! Huff! His palms were slick with sweat, even for him, facing the legendary Death had required nothing but feigned composure. Outside, the scenery shifted into something familiar, the path they usually took toward Hogwarts. Only now, the tracks ahead had vanished, leaving nothing but a dead end. Harry spotted it and cried out in alarm. Bad news, there's no track ahead. The train, unmanned, sped straight toward the drop. Even after leaving, Death had made sure to discuss them one last time. John shrugged and muttered, childish. Holding Harry steady, he pulled a black feather from his pocket and pressed it into Harry's hand. The train was less than a kilometer from the dead end, only a matter of seconds away. Right now, John wasn't the least bit tense, a stark contrast to Harry's panic. As the train plunged toward the cliff, John pulled a locket from beneath his collar. Inside lay a black stone. He smiled. Enjoy the ride, Harry. A burst of white light swallowed his vision. Chapter 377, The Forbidden Taboo. Time in the Mirage Realm flowed differently. From the outside, not much had passed at all. John opened his eyes, his wand nearly slipping from his grasp. Across from him, Voldemort's face was ashen, and from his body, faint fragments like drifting ash seemed to rise. A phoenix's celestial music resounded as John's right hand continued to hold Harry under control. Harry, too, had awakened from the Mirage Realm, though he was still lost in confusion. John drew in a deep breath and reached out to the starry dome above the Ministry, pouring even more magic through the link. A torrent of power, like a radiant rainbow, came crashing down on the three of them. As the main conduit, John's body bore the brunt of the crushing pressure. But Voldemort was faring no better. What are you trying to do? Voldemort glared at John with unwilling fury. He couldn't let go. If he did, he would become the direct target of that overwhelming force. And with Dumbledore waiting outside, escape was impossible. John bared his teeth in a grin. What you failed to do. The golden cup floating beside him rose overhead, drawing in the torrent of magic. A dark haze flickered across John's eyes, giving him an eerie, almost inhuman look. Let the stars illuminate the way home. Steli illustrant viam. He suddenly raised his right hand and seized the cup. Under the flood of magic, golden sand overflowed from it as though spilling past its brim. The sand poured down endlessly, and with it, the surroundings began to shift. The Ministry itself seemed to retreat, the scenery pulling back at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Hufflepuff cup, vessel that can bear all things, into you I cast time and soul, with magic as the furnace, let the forging begin. Ravenclaw's diadem settled upon John's head. From it, hundreds of silver-white soul spheres burst forth, streaming into the cup. What has he done? Why does he have so many souls? Lupin cried out in shock. They could all see what was happening inside, and what John was doing. He was manipulating time, sacrificing souls. He is meddling with the forbidden, Dumbledore said gravely, unable to wait any longer. Raising the Elder Wand, he tried to shatter the magical domain. But John had not yet stopped. After being infused with time and soul, Hufflepuff's cup blazed like a miniature sun. Stop this at once, John. Dumbledore bellowed. But the members of the Constellation Society, whom Dumbledore had already struck down, now rose to their feet again. You. Dumbledore froze, his expression heavy. Do you even know what John Wick is doing? We don't, Malfoy grinned, but we do know he's doing something that no one else is allowed to interrupt. That's enough. The Constellation Society raised their wands, declaring war on Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face was deeply conflicted, for the sake of their king. Yet what John was doing had already gone far beyond what Dumbledore could permit. That power was enough to annihilate all of London. John held Voldemort at bay with his left hand, the cup aloft in his right, while Harry remained bound under the Cruciatus curse. Together, their forms formed a triangle. And John fed the cup its final ingredient. A philosopher's stone. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The blood-red stone rose slowly into the air. From the cup came waves of whispers, indistinct and impossible to make out. It was an ancient tongue, one that only 3 people present could understand. The sound filled the entire hall. A magic circle flared to life upon the surface of the cup. Voldemort stared greedily at the philosopher's stone. He was certain that was the very thing he had once longed for above all else. If he hadn't been restrained now, he would have risked everything, even capture, to seize it. Dumbledore struck. At the same time, the Order of the Phoenix moved into action. Ignoring the Death Eaters, they charged directly at the Constellation Society. Neville blocked Sirius. Fleur intercepted Tonks. Cedric clashed with Lupin. Percy, Ginny, and Malfoy together launched their assault on Dumbledore. But Dumbledore was far too powerful. With a sweep of his wand, he repelled the 3 of them at once. A surge of immense magic gathered into a spell and crashed against the vast magical domain. The entire field shuddered. John's expression tightened as the Philosopher's Stone sank into the cup. Their contact marked the fusion of the forbidden. Overflowing golden sand, drifting souls, and the Philosopher's Stone, boom. The 3, under the flood of immense magic, were forged together by John into a single magic array. The great taboos of time, of life and death, of creation, when the 3 unite, they become. John clenched his right hand tight, forcing the fusion through sheer power. The Holy Grail. The sun-like radiance of gold receded, and the skies above London changed color. A tremendous tremor spread outward, heralding the birth of something that defied the heavens. The floor of the ministry split open with a massive crack, and the stars painted on the dome dimmed. John suddenly swung his gaze toward Voldemort, the golden thread that bound the 2 of them quivering violently, on the verge of snapping. Both their bodies strained under crushing pressure. With the diadem on his brow and the Grail in his grasp, John's pupils narrowed into vertical slits. Gore. A deadly sense of dread pierced straight into Voldemort's heart. His mind screamed warning, and instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut. O anima, ad me rivertere. A spell cast without a wand. Voldemort's body froze rigid, the balance of the golden thread collapsing. It drew toward the wand, their equilibrium breaking apart, and wraith after wraith began to manifest around Voldemort. John nearly stumbled, but his eyes never left Voldemort. It also meant that the domain between them was about to unravel. The Constellation Society grew even more frenzied. Kim hurled himself forward, breaking the spell Dumbledore was about to release. Percy slid in low, clutching Dumbledore's left leg in a tackle, while Malfoy charged with a roar, trying to knock the centenarian flat, only to be seized and flung aside with brutal force. Yet the 3 of them, like they could not die, kept blocking Dumbledore again and again. John took step after deliberate step toward Voldemort, whose body was locked in backlash, unable to move. He had never dreamed he would be outmaneuvered by a mere student who hadn't even graduated. This fleeting stiffness would cost him his life. The terror of death battered at Voldemort's mind again and again. Tom. You've lost. John stood before him and said coolly, the 3rd time. No. Voldemort could not accept it. Heaven's timing, Earth's advantage, and human will, John held all 3. He had swapped his wand core for a feather plucked from Fawkes. And after Voldemort and Dumbledore had worn each other down, he exploited the twin core resonance to trigger Priori Incantatem and trap Voldemort. With both sides crushed under the same magical pressure, he struck with the Death Gaze, then followed with the unexpected casting of O Soul, Return. 3rd time's the charm. Your soul, I'll be taking it. Dark mist bled from John's eyes. His expenditure was immense. One of the supercharged magic crystals in his left hand had already gone dark. The Holy Grail radiated a terrifying pressure, weighing down everything around it. John released the Grail, raised his wand to Voldemort, and whispered in the ancient tongue, O anima, ad me reverter. More pale smoke streamed from Voldemort's body. And under the horrified gaze of all present, Voldemort's soul was torn free. Harry's eyes went wide as saucers as he watched it all unfold. Voldemort looked down at his own body, uncharacteristically shaken. No, this is impossible. But John gave him no time for outrage. Step by step, he closed in on Voldemort. He staggered once, his exhaustion immense, brow furrowing as he swung his wand. Oh, anima, ad me rivertere, he growled, dragging Voldemort's soul out in a stream of silver light that sank into his wand. Voldemort's vision turned to blinding white as his soul was pulled into a strange, alien space. When he looked up again, 3 figures appeared before him. They were Tom Riddle. Death had demanded Voldemort's soul, and John had to see it gathered whole. Within the Grail, the essence of souls seemed to be condensing. John wavered, dazed. Voldemort had been dealt with. Now, only one thing remained, reviving Heinrich. It felt as though everything had finally come to an end. The Grail. A forbidden fusion. With the soul reclaimed, John could attempt what no one in all of history had ever achieved. That colossal vision had cost him everything. The Death Eaters looked as if the sky itself had fallen. Their master's soul had been ripped away. John tightened his grip on his wand. Only 2 more remained. His gaze shifted to Harry, who was still under his control. John walked over, lifted his wand, and said, "Do you remember what I told you, Harry? Keep hold of your ticket." Harry froze, realizing now, it hadn't been a dream. He looked at John, at that wand. The very wand that had just ripped Voldemort's soul free. Now. Was John going to use it to pull out Harry's soul, too? Harry looked toward the fading ghosts, among them a pair of parents reaching out to help him. But John didn't waver. His wand lifted, inch by inch, pointing toward Harry. With Voldemort's soul gone, only an empty body remained. The echo between them ended. To everyone watching, it looked like John was about to strike Harry. Dumbledore forced Malfoy back with a spell, Percy collapsed unconscious, and Ginny was pinned beneath a conjured statue of a house elf. With sweeping, precise movements of his wand, Dumbledore turned toward John, sorrow written on his face. "John, you've still chosen that path." No matter his reluctance, he could not stand by and watch John tear Harry's soul away. The Elder Wand released a torrent of immense power, stronger than before. It surged toward John, a beam of blinding light. The magical domain, boom. Shattered. Oh, anima. Add me. Revert. Chapter 378, Slowing Time. Harry felt as if his body had turned to stone while his soul drifted free. It was not a pleasant sensation, his mind went completely blank. Looking down, he saw his body with eyes rolled back, while he himself floated above. His most secret self, now laid bare for all to see. Part of him strained to break away, his gaze fixed on Voldemort's abandoned body. An urge welled up inside him, to slip into it. But there was no chance. John tapped the crown upon his head, seizing a mass of soul. In his right hand it unraveled, thread by thread, until it formed a soul scalpel finer than a strand of hair. John's eyes locked on the scar across Harry's forehead, where a fragment of Voldemort still lingered. And what he intended to do was a soul surgery no different from what he had once performed on Nagini. Controlling 100 soul scalpels at once demanded a razor-sharp focus. "Let the stars shield me once more." He called upon the constellations, and the dimmed stars flared again with magic. Runes floated in the air around John, weaving themselves into a powerful barrier. From the Holy Grail spilled golden sand, which, upon touching the ground, formed a circle of isolated time. Catching a grain with his wand, John traced the shape of a Mobius strip. Eternal ground. This was the second spell he had learned from the Dragon Field. A cycle of time, a domain of reincarnation, spread around him. Harry watched as Dumbledore's lightning-like beam slowed and slowed, as though stretched into endless slow motion. But he had no time to dwell on it. John's right hand extended, along with the 100 soul scalpels. They reached slowly toward Harry. Bound by the soul return curse, Harry couldn't move. He watched the silver threads draw close. In moments they filled his vision, piercing into his eyes. So fine, so small, they were nearly imperceptible. Yet the sheer horror of watching them burrow into his eyes made Harry cry out uncontrollably. "Harry, I need you to stay quiet. After all, we struck a deal." John glanced sideways at his silver hand. Another of the super magic crystals embedded there went dark, only 3 remained. Eternal ground devoured magic at a monstrous rate every second. He couldn't afford the slightest distraction. 20 scalpels burrowed into Harry's eyes, cutting from the inside. Another 50 worked at the scar from outside. The remaining 30 pierced into Harry's heart, set as a contingency in case something went wrong. Harry's screams rang out, twisting the hearts of everyone outside. Dumbledore's expression tightened, astonished by John's mastery over time. That magic, it manipulates time. Any attack he sent into the field slowed automatically. Even light and magic were hindered, yet John within was untouched. This level of sorcery was something even a wizard like Dumbledore would need dedicated mastery to perform. "Damn it, Harry!" Sirius roared, straining against those restraining him. The stalemate shifted only when another member of the Order of the Phoenix arrived. Moody. He had come to check as well, Tonks had been gone far too long. But during the ascent, he noticed something strange, the lift grew newer and newer. By the time he reached the top, it looked as though it had just been installed. The golden gate gleamed brightly. Moody pushed it open with suspicion, and froze at the sight before him. Luna stood still where she was, while Hermione's face twisted with inner conflict. The arrival of the legendary aura jolted everyone back into action. Ron rushed in without hesitation. Ginny, after only a moment's pause, raised her wand and struck Neville from behind. Even the Constellation Society, as strong as they were, had their limits. With 3 of their number down, they now faced the combined assault of the veterans of the Order of the Phoenix. Fleur's 7th protective charm shattered, the ring on her finger flaring red. She disarmed Tonks, but Moody followed instantly, stunning her before she could recover. Cedric dueled furiously against the professors. But his illusions had a fatal weakness here, Moody. The revolving magical eye locked onto Cedric's true body. In the end, he was subdued. The only one left standing was Neville. Alone, with sword in hand, he faced them all. "Neville, get out of the way!" Ron shouted, his wand trained on him. They had shared the same dormitory, yet now they stood on opposite sides. Moody spoke gruffly, "Boy, you'd better put that weapon down." Lupin added gently, "Neville, I fought alongside your parents. We would never harm you." Neville stood like a lion guarding its cubs, blood trickling from his nose where a stunning spell had grazed him, his eyes burning with a determination he'd never shown before. "I won't let you interfere with John." He stood firm, unyielding, even without a wand, his sword alone was enough for him to defend. Ron's frustration boiled over. "What the hell did John feed you? You're a Gryffindor. Your parents were in the Order of the Phoenix. John is gentle. He's my best friend." Neville roared back. "You don't know anything. You fucking git." Sirius lost his patience, wand snapping up. "I do know, my godson is in there." Lupin tried once more to reach him. "Neville, think of your parents. This would break their hearts." "They would be proud of me," Neville said, gripping his sword with both hands, each word hammered out with force. "It was John who risked his life to save them. He taught me strength. He showed me what friendship truly means." "Your parents?" Lupin's voice faltered. He knew the Longbottoms had been healed, but not how. They had all believed it was nothing more than a miracle. But Neville told them plainly, it was John who had risked everything to save the Longbottoms. Sirius wasn't about to listen any further. Harry's screams still echoed from within, and he couldn't sit still any longer. "Out of the way," he roared. "Only over my dead body," Neville answered, leaving no room for negotiation. Sirius lost his patience and fired a stunning spell at him. He thought that without a wand, Neville would be easy to handle. But Neville's sword was far more terrifying than any wand. With a sudden charge, Neville became a blur of motion, one boy, one blade. The sword in his hand cut down every spell hurled at him. His ferocity was no less dangerous than a maddened griffin. The others all moved in to subdue him, but amidst the storm of spells, Neville's silver blade flashed, his stride unwavering. He broke through to Sirius, seizing the older man by the throat with one hand. Spinning, he caught Ginny's stunning spell on the flat of his blade, then hurled Sirius backward, straight into Tonks, who hadn't had time to dodge. Lupin realized, too late, how wrong he'd been. This child was the most dangerous one among the Constellation Society. His way of fighting was something entirely different. "Don't let him get close," Lupin shouted, pulling back to create distance. Moody's legs slowed him, and though his magical eye kept up with Neville's movements, his body could not. Strong, fast, skilled with the sword. Ron finally understood why Neville had claimed he'd beaten Malfoy in just over 10 minutes. With that kind of ability, facing a crowd of wand-wielding spellcasters, he was overwhelmingly powerful. Crack. The sword of Marvolo was a counterfeit after all. After clashing against so many spells, a fracture split along its blade. Neville didn't notice. He slashed through Ginny's spell and, just as the sword's edge was about to slice across her throat, he twisted at the last moment, striking her aside with the flat. His kindness would not allow him to kill the innocent. But the force of that blow snapped the blade in two. And in the same moment, Lupin's spell struck him squarely, blasting Neville off his feet. He staggered upright, swaying like a drunk, but his iron will kept him conscious through the stunning spell. Dumbledore once again raised his wand. With his immense power, a crack finally tore open in the magical field. Inside the domain, John was still fully focused on controlling the soul scalpels. He could feel the fear radiating from the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Sweat the size of beams rolled down his eyelids, but he ignored it. The scalpels had already severed most of the connection between Harry and the soul fragment. The third super magic crystal on his silver hand went dark, 2/3 cut through. Ah. Harry's voice really carried. Was it because of being in a soul state? John was distracted for only a heartbeat before forcing himself back into focus. 30 scalpels remained stationed, guarding Harry's heart. Dumbledore's first strike had been ground away by time itself. His second slammed into the magical field, making the space shudder. The Elder Wand, is it? John's expression hardened. If Dumbledore's usual state was level 7, then with the help of the Elder Wand, he climbed another tier. Level 8, the system's maximum was only 7. A full force strike at that level, perhaps this was the true power of Dumbledore, the first king. Just 1/10 left. John steadied his breathing. He believed his domain could withstand the attack. Dumbledore's third strike was fully charged. The song of a phoenix rang out. A massive bolt of red lightning crashed down. Members of the Order of the Phoenix unleashed their spells. It's done. Light flared in John's eyes. As the final cut fell, all 100 scalpels pierced Harry's body in unison. From Harry's soul, a red childlike figure was torn free. John raised his wand. The moment wand met the child, boom. The magical domain shattered. The Mobius loop exploded. And in that instant, 9 ancient suits of armor blazed to life across John's body. Chapter 379, Old Men with Heterochromatic Eyes. The red lightning struck with unstoppable force. In an instant, it shattered 2 layers of armor before being caught and dissolved by the third. Lupin, Moody, Tonks, and Sirius each consumed another. Ginny and Ron burned through 2 more. All 9 wards, used up perfectly. Yet John lifted his head in confusion, watching as his wand was blasted from his hand. His gaze lowered slowly, falling on the vinewood wand raised against him. And as his eyes traveled upward, he saw Hermione's panicked face. The 10th strike, gentle, conflicted, the weakest of all, was a disarming charm. But it was that very spell, slipping through the vanished wards, that struck John. His eyes widened with disbelief. The weakest spell of all had dealt a wound deeper than lightning. For a few stunned seconds he stood frozen. Then he erupted. Throwing his head back, John let out a roar as black magic surged from his body. Without his wand as a conduit, the power of the Holy Grail surged and swallowed John in an instant. Blinding colors crashed down, and the black magic cloaking him burst apart like smoke ripped open. The crushing pressure blasted everyone off their feet, save for Dumbledore. Black smoke and raw magic writhed and devoured each other. John's eyes turned pitch black, his face splintered with cracks like shattered porcelain. He forced out the words with difficulty. "You've made your choice, Hermione." Dazed and trembling, Hermione lifted her head and saw what John had become. The brilliant witch's face had never before shown such confusion, panic, and helplessness. John stepped toward Harry, who was still reeling from the soul surgery. Voldemort's fragment had been with Harry since he was a year old, and after more than a decade, its removal left him weakened and frail. John raised his hand, and black mist wrapped around Harry. His voice was low and heavy. "Our deal is complete." He turned his gaze on Dumbledore. "I've destroyed your savior. That is my revenge." He tossed Harry toward him. Dumbledore quickly cast a cushioning charm to catch him. Sirius scrambled up and rushed over, but when he reached Harry, he saw Dumbledore frozen. Following Dumbledore's line of sight, Sirius's eyes fell on Harry's forehead. The scar was gone. Countless tales about Harry Potter had always revolved around one feature. The lightning-shaped scar. And now, John had torn out Voldemort's soul. The lightning scar healed, signaling the end of the so-called savior. John had destroyed what Dumbledore had spent over a decade cultivating, the boy who was meant to save the world. John swept his hand, blasting away the statue pinning Kim beneath it with a surge of black mist. Another wave of darkness rolled out, gathering every member of the Constellation Society to John's side. He looked at Dumbledore, his voice cold. "I told you, I would never become what you wanted me to be." After a full year of planning, John made it clear to everyone. The savior of the wizarding world. Nothing but a joke. His words left Dumbledore speechless. Once, that student had stood before him, declaring he would kill Voldemort. And now, he had. John locked eyes with Dumbledore, cold and unyielding. In those pitch-black pupils, the old man saw his own reflection. Voldemort had been right. His mistrust had killed the John Wick who once belonged to Hogwarts. Accio, John raised his hand, calling for his wand. But nothing answered. A marvelous power, Albus. The voice was aged, yet refined, dripping with a languid nobility, tinged with the warmth of old reminiscence. John's wand was in the hand of an old man. Though he hadn't seen the sun in ages, his unusual aura could not be concealed. Both Dumbledore and John saw him, and in fact, so did everyone present. An old man, as ancient as Dumbledore himself, stood there with John's wand in hand. No one knew when he had arrived. But all could see, he stood right beside Voldemort's lifeless body. "You truly are a remarkable wizard. You were before, you are now, and you always will be." The old man spoke to John as though they had once been long acquainted. And as his gaze drifted to the Holy Grail floating in the air, fascination lit his eyes. "I must admit, in magic, you possess a gift that surpasses all others. Accio Grail. With a flick of his wand, the Holy Grail plummeted from the sky. John reacted instantly, casting a summoning charm to seize it. At the bottom of the cup's inner wall, the red philosopher's stone glowed faintly, its brilliance turning the golden essence inside into liquid, an unimaginable reservoir of magic. The combined power of time and the stone granted rejuvenation. The old man's goal was not the grail itself, but the liquid within. As the golden liquid streamed down, he caught it and drank. Gulp. Gulp. He didn't drink much, but it was enough to shed the frailty of age. His body reverted to the prime of that long-ago battle. Ah. Heterochromatic eyes gleamed with a sinister charm, set in a face both handsome and menacing. Dumbledore's voice trembled, disbelief etched across his features. How can it be? Gellert Grindelwald. The man tilted his head and gave a wicked smile. One person changed little Tom's mind. His insecurity made him feel he needed an ally. And clearly, there was no greater ally than the Dark Lord who came before. Gellert Grindelwald, vanished since the Great Battle of 1945, the first Dark Lord. While Dumbledore had been preoccupied with Azkaban, Voldemort had gone elsewhere. Nurmengard. There, Grindelwald had been freed, striking a bargain with the Dark Lord. He had always been waiting, or rather, waiting for this very moment. Grindelwald addressed Dumbledore. Perhaps we do need some time to catch up. But now isn't exactly the right occasion, so. Expelliarmus. Caught off guard, Dumbledore's wand flew from his grasp straight into Grindelwald's hand. Holding the long-lost wand, Grindelwald showed no joy, no sentimentality. John, you're an outstanding alchemist, Grindelwald said, turning his gaze toward him. But your obsession with certain things has made you weaker. With that, Grindelwald, without hesitation, snapped the red oak wand in his hand. John's expression twisted in fury. Stop. From the broken wand burst forth a soul. Unlike before, this one was far stronger. Voldemort devoured several more of his own fragments. The moment he emerged, he glanced briefly at Grindelwald before preparing to dive back into his body. John became a swirl of black mist, Silverhand's sword flashing as he appeared in front of Voldemort in an instant. Grindelwald, unhurried, flicked his wand toward the Holy Grail, casting a shattering curse. Save the Grail. Kill Voldemort. The thought split John in two, and in that instant he let out a furious roar. His entire plan was thrown into chaos. The souls sealed within the Grail were the true key. So he chose to save the Grail. Voldemort could be killed another day. John could only watch, helpless, as the soul he had fought so hard to extract slipped back into its vessel. Voldemort's eyes opened once more, his heart resumed its beat. But this time, he was more complete than before. The split fragments of soul had been drawn back into him. Conflicting thoughts collided within, and after a brief moment of assimilation, his eyes returned to those crimson-slit pupils. That feeling, it has been too long. Voldemort's cold, high-pitched voice rang out. His strange gaze flickered, first locking on Grindelwald, then shifting to the Holy Grail. The Grail that could restore youth, grant immortality. Greed spread across his face. His eyes swept over the battlefield, the Death Eaters erupted in wild cheers. Across from them, the Order of the Phoenix looked stricken, like mourners at a funeral. Voldemort had returned to life. And now, a second figure had emerged. Voldemort and Grindelwald. Dark Lord and Dark Lord. Dumbledore raised Harry's wand. How could one possibly stop such a pair? John shielded the Grail, his eyes sweeping over that pair. Two figures descended from the sky, hovering at his side, Basil and Riddle. Clutching the Grail tightly, John's silver hand now held only a single super magic crystal. And across from him stood two Dark Lords. It seemed they were all about to be crushed in one fell swoop. The three sides fell into silence. Voldemort's voice dripped with pleasure and chill. Now, your time of death has come. The two Dark Lords would never truly cooperate. But for the moment, removing the greatest threat first was not a bad option. Once again, the roles of offense and defense reversed. The Death Eaters began to move as well, closing in on their side. Dumbledore ordered the others to ready themselves. The lifts clattered repeatedly, it was more Death Eaters. Kingsley's fate was unknown, it was Grindelwald who had released them. This flood of Death Eaters, pouring out in full force. Voldemort could even seize the Ministry of Magic in one stroke. John. Malfoy looked to him for an answer. It was all so perfect, John muttered to himself. He lifted his gaze toward the Order of the Phoenix, the black mist around him beginning to recede. Fixing his eyes on that overwhelming power, he sighed, his voice cold and resolute, then let's kill them again. Blue fire flared within the fireplace. Behind John, Fleur tore the necklace from her neck and handed it to him. What makes you think you can stand against me? John's voice cut through the air. The authority of Dominion shattered. Tommy was the first to step out of the fireplace. From afar, he bowed low in John's direction. One after another, fully armed security teams marched out of the flames. Once again the fireplaces roared to life, and dozens of Aurors and hit wizards stepped out. Barty Crouch Sr. arrived, and at the sight before him couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Tommy bowed respectfully. "My lord, will always be at your side." John raised both hands, tilting his head slightly. "Do you like the gift I prepared for you?" Boom. 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 Nearly 100 beams of light shot out from behind him, raining down on the Death Eaters like a storm. Dark Lord. White Lord. Who wasn't a king here? Chapter 380, 380, I'll end everything. Half the Death Eaters fell in an instant. John raised his right hand and grasped at the air, the silver Wick sword appeared. His gaze swept over the Death Eaters clustered near Voldemort, and he said lightly, "Deal with them." Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. From within the Death Eaters came two voices. Voldemort's heart lurched as two jets of green light shot toward the two Dark Lords. Almost instantly, a blazing blue wall of fire erupted. Voldemort soared upward to dodge the curse, while behind Grindelwald a witch's statue had been pulled to shield him. But the ones who had cast the spells left Voldemort stunned. "You." He seemed unable to believe it was those two who had attacked. Lucius Malfoy. And Rodolphus Lestrange. Rodolphus's face was utterly blank, but deep within his soul an implanted command drove him straight into the wall of fire, his wand spewing killing curses non-stop. Voldemort flew into a rage. Dodging the green light, he sent out an even denser flash of green that struck Rodolphus. For a moment, it seemed to bring Rodolphus back to his senses. But it was already too late. The killing curse snatched his life away in an instant. Lucius raised his wand and struck down the Death Eaters around him. The tide had turned. In this situation, they had no chance of holding the Ministry any longer. Voldemort seethed in fury, while Grindelwald gave a meaningful smile. Portus. His wand pointed at the shattered fragments of the statue on the ground, transforming them into a portkey. The azure flames blocked all spellfire, and Grindelwald said to John with quiet significance, "Hey, we'll meet again, Mr. Wick." Touching the portkey, he vanished. He was no fool. His partnership with Voldemort ended here. But Voldemort had once again been ensnared. And it was still the people he trusted most. Drogon, or rather, Lippy. And Barty Crouch Jr. his most loyal follower. They had also drawn their wands against him. Voldemort forced Lucius and the others back, his unwilling gaze twisting into hatred as he fired a powerful blasting curse upward, shattering through the Ministry's ceiling. He rose into the air, and once he was beyond the range of the Sovereign's authority, he disapparated and escaped. Both Dark Lords had fled, and the Death Eaters were in complete disarray. The flames that remained were eventually subdued by the Ministry. Barty Crouch Sr. approached John, his tone laced with danger. "You lied to me, Silverhand." He fixed John with a hard stare, displeasure written across his face. He wanted an explanation. Why was someone who was supposed to be dying still standing here, very much alive? John looked to the other side, where Barty Jr. had been captured by Aurors, along with Lucius and Drogon. The frustration of having come within a step of killing Voldemort was forced down, and John said calmly, "I promised you, I'll help repair the Ministry." Umph. Barty Sr. gave a cold snort. Looking at the state of the Ministry now, if he had to pay for it out of his own pocket, the Ministry's finances would collapse again. "And as a friend, I'll give you a gift." John turned, sheathing the Silverwick sword, and patted Barty Sr.'s shoulder with his right hand. A legitimate son. Barty Sr. froze. He turned to look. His captured son offered no resistance. The Ministry's fireplaces flared to life. Rita arrived with her team of reporters. Lippy suddenly stood up and shouted, "My real name is Lippy Cobell, a registered Auror of the Ministry, sent with my colleagues to infiltrate the Death Eaters under orders." Lippy broke free from the grip of a familiar Auror, hurried to Barty Jr.'s side, and supported him up, pointing at him as Lippy declared loudly, "My colleague, Barty Crouch Jr., has been undercover for even longer." Rita's eyes lit up, and even her team of reporters were stunned by the scene. At a glance, nearly 30 Death Eaters, every one of them a prominent figure. The Aurors and Hit Wizards swiftly subdued the captives and snapped handcuffs onto them. The moment Barty Jr.'s name was spoken, the reporters collectively burst into excitement. Barty Crouch Jr., the son of the newly appointed Minister for Magic, a man declared dead more than 10 years ago. He hadn't died. He had been planted among the Death Eaters as a secret weapon, for the sole purpose of striking at the Dark Lord. He was a hero. Barty Sr. no longer cared whether John had deceived him, he simply stood there, stunned. His son, a hero. Minister Crouch, planning 15 years in advance, laying out every step. All for the day the Dark Lord returned, so he could be dealt a devastating blow. Barty Jr., a pawn in a bitter scheme, enduring disgrace in silence, making himself a symbol, making a monumental sacrifice for wizarding society. The great Crouch family, making enormous contributions to the wizarding world. No one would dwell on what had happened between father and son in the past, the public preferred a story of heroes. And no one would question why the ministry had concealed the Dark Lord's return. All of it had been part of a plan that had already borne fruit. Tommy was smooth-tongued, and before the gathered reporters he recounted everything he had experienced and the details of the plan. It thrust him into the spotlight, and with Barty Jr. cleared of guilt, his own future in politics was destined to be smooth sailing. Lucius, too, was washed clean of the Death Eater brand. From this moment on, the Malfoy family now had a figure of great importance to wizarding society. The Dark Lord's return, it seemed, would not shake wizarding society after all. Because their minister Crouch had, the moment of his return, cut down nearly all the Death Eaters in one stroke. John left the ministry. The following day, articles sprouted like mushrooms after the rain. The wizarding world finally learned just how much had happened that one night. The Dark Lord had returned, attempted to lead the Death Eaters in an invasion of the ministry, and his plan had been crushed, with nearly all the Death Eaters captured. Voldemort had fled the ministry, vanishing without a trace. The Department of Mysteries had suffered massive losses, and the ministry sent word to Dumbledore. For this entire incident had been set in motion by a group of students. And the headlines flew everywhere. He who must not be named returns. Ministry of Magic invaded. Barty Crouch, a plan set in motion since last summer. All ministry time-turners destroyed, leaving a great void in the study of time magic. Albus Dumbledore held accountable. But spared Azkaban for his service against Voldemort. Former Slytherin head Horace Slughorn appointed as headmaster. Beware the reopening of the Dark Arts Museum, the rise and fall of the Malfoy family. The hero's son is a hero too, bearing humiliation, the true hero the world scorned. Barty Crouch's approval ratings soar, highest in 50 years. The mysterious silver mask. The wizarding world was in an uproar, not even sure which headline to read first. Some people even wondered if they had traveled through time. How could so much have happened in a single night? But more than anything, people were talking about Voldemort and Johnny Silverhand. This time, everywhere you looked, Johnny Silverhand's name appeared. Some reports even stated outright, Johnny Silverhand had defeated Voldemort. Forced him to flee in disgrace. This was Voldemort, the very same who had once plunged the wizarding world into misery. It made everyone realize the true strength of the Second King. And his reputation carried not a trace of negativity. This time, he had even helped the ministry fight Voldemort. Not to mention, Johnny Silverhand's image had always been painted in a positive light, even as the so-called King of Knockturn Alley, he had transformed it. The Wisengamot was already moving quickly, preparing to award him the first-class Order of Merlin. And yet, John paid no attention to any of it. Together with his friends, he surrounded the Holy Grail. They ignored the liquid inside that could turn back age, focusing instead on what lay within. Unable to contain his excitement, John opened the locket hanging around his neck. The resurrection stone lay quietly inside. John picked it up and held it in his palm. Slowly, he moved his hand over the grail, and a tree-like pattern of circles and lines appeared on its surface. The gate of objects, everything, truth. Through it, they could see the items bound by the contract. Their friend. Heinrich Edgar. He's asleep, John said quietly. A collective sigh of relief could be heard. Malfoy, completely lacking in tact, muttered discontentedly, then wake him up. No sooner had he spoken than Daphne smacked the back of his head with her palm. He winced, rubbing the spot with bared teeth. He was about to complain when he caught the furious glares of the Constellation Society. Malfoy gave a sheepish smile and muttered, "Fine, let him sleep a little longer." Daphne felt deeply guilty for not having taken part in the great battle. "Because of you, I was able to survive," John told her. "Thank you, Daphne." Her earlobes flushed pink, and at last she forgave herself. It was just that John's resurrection had caused quite a stir. On that night, the entire school had been busy putting out fires. When John returned to the school, their eyes all went wide. The Holy Grail was placed within the constellation, wrapped in starlight until it slowly vanished from sight. All in all, recovering part of Heinrich's soul was a good thing. The term had ended, and none of them attended the feast. But who cared? The Constellation Society would one day shine across the wizarding world. And John had already set foot on a path completely opposite to Dumbledore's. He put on the locket, held the golden hourglass in his hand, and took out a vial of blood bought at a high price. A time-turner. There were other matters he had to finish. Like now. Basil flew off, hesitated for a moment, then turned back and landed on John's arm. Standing atop the astronomy tower, John handed the black envelope in his hand to Basil. With a faint smile, he said, "Take it to the covered bridge." "You know who it's for, Basil." Chapter 381, I traveled through time. That night at the ministry, Harry returned to number 12 Grimmauld Place. Molly Weasley, seeing the members of the Order all injured, hurriedly wiped the blood from Ron's face with a towel. Dumbledore led Harry upstairs to the second floor. In the room, there were only the two of them. Dumbledore looked at Harry, asking what John had done to him. Remembering the moment his soul had been pulled out, Harry shivered. Did he hurt you? Dumbledore asked the most crucial question. Harry was silent for a moment, then said, no. Then he recounted how he had been drawn into that dreamlike realm, what he had experienced there, and the deal with death. Dumbledore listened, unable to return to himself for a long time. At last, he spoke. The Resurrection Stone. What? Harry looked at him in confusion. Dumbledore was steeped in sorrow and regret. John spoke with death about the tale of the three brothers, Dumbledore said with a bitter smile. And once again, this old fool was wrong. Professor. Harry noticed how very wrong Dumbledore's state seemed. We were so close to ending it all, Dumbledore said, and even a man like him showed regret. Tom was right. My lack of trust had killed him. He finally understood what had happened. John hadn't harmed Harry, he had done something even Dumbledore himself could not accomplish. John had destroyed the Savior, turning Dumbledore's years of planning into a joke. And John had done in 1 year what Dumbledore had failed to do in more than 10. Yet that plan had been undone by his own mistrust. It was a perfect plan, if not for a foolish old man. Dumbledore was paying the price for his own folly. Thinking of his plan, he looked at Harry. In his design, the fragment of soul within Harry would have been destroyed, but not like this. Harry could not offer Dumbledore comfort. His conversation with John had made him realize something. His identity as the Savior existed only because Voldemort's fragment of soul lived inside him. So then, had Dumbledore known? As long as he lived as a Horcrux, Voldemort could not die. What had Dumbledore planned to do? Was it to kill him? Too much confusion clouded Harry's mind, leaving him dazed. He asked, John said I'm no longer the Savior. And about that prophecy orb, it was smashed. Dumbledore looked steadily at Harry and said firmly, Harry, there has never been a Savior. What we have is right here. He pointed to his own heart. A heart that resists, a heart that loves, anyone can be a Savior. As for the prophecy orb, Dumbledore sighed. It held a prophecy about you and Voldemort. Harry sat dazed as he watched Dumbledore leave the house. Are you all right, Harry? Ron's face had gone down a little, though he still looked terrible. Worried, he came closer to check on him. Seeing Harry sitting on the bed and not moving, he added gently, Mum made some pies. How's Hermione? Harry needed time to digest all the news. At her name, Ron's mood sank too. He sat down opposite Harry. Not good. I've never seen her like this, Ron muttered. She keeps saying she's the stupidest person in the world. He tried to comfort Harry. We didn't know then, Harry. All we knew was that you were in danger. But it was our fault, wasn't it? Harry said. Voldemort was about to die. Don't think like that, Harry, Ron said quickly. There was another one, wasn't there? I heard it downstairs. Someone just as strong as Voldemort. After a while, Harry's guilt eased a little. Ron brought up the men who had appeared. Lupin and Sirius didn't know much about him, but Moody told them his name. Gellert Grindelwald. The very first Dark Lord, and Dumbledore's lifelong enemy. Defeated in 1945, a defeat that made Dumbledore the White Lord. Even if they hadn't broken the domain, Grindelwald would surely have had a way. That much was certain. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Harry and Ron looked up. It was Ginny, standing in the doorway. Hermione's really upset, she said. A black long-eared owl soared toward New Zealand, carrying a large bag of gold. The Mudahoromicas were troubled by one thing. A massive bag of galleons had been dumped, unceremoniously, right onto their training pitch. A chaser in red, yellow, and blue team robes descended from his broom and opened the bag. After checking, he called helplessly to the keeper and captain, 5,000 galleons. Again. The keeper and captain descended in frustration. The other players landed too, and the seeker said dramatically, this must be the 5th time, right? 25,000 galleons, enough for us to kit ourselves out with firebolts, the beater muttered, a glint of greed in his eyes. The captain cast a conflicted glance at the team's mascot. The beater whispered, it's just some blood. Why don't we sell it? Spark's older than my grandfather, the captain said, even more torn. We don't even know what that person wants it for. Anyone who can pay that kind of price isn't someone to mess with. Throwing down 25,000 galleons so casually, that kind of extravagance wasn't from an ordinary wizard. The Mudahoromicas weren't as strong as they used to be, it had been a while since they'd had any remarkable results. Even local Quidditch fans had begun voicing their dissatisfaction with them. And besides, the team's mascot didn't actually belong to them but to the club itself. They technically had no right to use it. After much hesitation, the captain clenched his jaw. "We'll do it quietly. No one will ever know." The others immediately nodded in agreement. Their eyes turned again toward the mascot. The mascot was called Spark. It was a phoenix. The only one ever tamed outside of Dumbledore's family. A single drop of its blood could sell for 25,000 galleons. Only a fool would pass up that profit. Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop. Tommy stared at the 25,000 galleons expense, lost in thought. John sat there, with the unconscious Kim at his side. The power to beguile hearts, a vicious curse. Clutching the ring in his hand, John looked at Kim, imagining how much strength of will it must have taken to bring her back. He placed the ring into a box, then layered a protective charm over it just to be safe. "My lord, don't you have exams today?" Tommy asked, puzzled. "I am taking an exam," John said mysteriously. "Huh?" Tommy blinked. He had no idea what John meant. John held the box in his hand as the black long-eared owl returned, clutching a vial in its talons. Inside, red blood shimmered faintly with every movement. "Exam time," John murmured to himself. "Night." John pushed open the door of the Shrieking Shack. "Still exam day, I suppose." He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. It was right during the astronomy exam. Casting a disillusionment charm on himself, he moved through the tunnel of the Shrieking Shack. Once outside, he found a rock and carefully placed the phoenix blood he had paid dearly for beneath it. Having done that, he was about to head back. But then Tom came running over, nose twitching, clearly drawn by the scent, her dog face full of puzzlement. It was as if she were wondering why it smelled so familiar. "Woof. Woof. Woof." John sighed, exasperated. "Stop barking already." Hearing that familiar voice, Tom froze for a moment, then immediately began circling around John in excitement. John had no choice but to shoo her off toward Fong. Once Tom left, John suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him. He quickly slipped into hiding. As luck would have it, the Whomping Willow sensed someone nearby and swung its branches toward him. With a flick of wandless magic, he pressed against the knot on its trunk, freezing the tree in place, then made his way back into the Shrieking Shack. Halfway up the stairs, he paused. Almost forgot this. He set a small box down in place, then heard footsteps approaching outside. Quietly moving upward, he stood just behind a door, listening as the footsteps drew nearer. A voice came from outside. "Tell me, what should I do?" The footsteps stopped right outside, and that familiar voice spoke again. John searched his pockets, pulled out a slip of paper, quickly scribbled a line, and slid it through the crack beneath the door. "From death comes life." Hearing the footsteps outside fade into the distance, John opened the door and stepped out. Cloaked in a disillusionment charm, he stopped at the stairwell. Bathed in moonlight, he looked at the figure below. The feeling was uncanny. He was looking at his past self. John fixed his gaze on him. What would happen if the two of them were to meet? Two versions of himself existing in the same moment. From every past experiment with time, the result was always clear: such contact could very likely alter the course of the future. John lingered for a while, but in the end, chose not to test it. He simply watched as his other self left the Shrieking Shack, then glanced down at the time turner in his hand. Chapter 382, Going on a Journey. Time was a taboo. Its power, in a single moment, in a single instant, was enough to destroy the entire future. Time was also, to this day, the hardest force to control. The time turner was one of the few tools capable of manipulating it. The sand inside was the key to its function. John raised his left hand. Golden grains of sand shimmered, condensing into magic upon his palm. After turning the time turner to go back, he had laid out his plans. Now that he had returned, he could feel the time his body had briefly ceased to exist. Time and soul. John set down the newspaper. The headline announced that Barty Crouch Sr. had been awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. The battle at the ministry had pushed the minister's approval ratings higher, and the Wisengamot had honored him with the medal. It wasn't hard to see why. The Death Eaters had been nearly annihilated during the fight at the ministry. More than 30 of them had been captured. The trials had lasted 3 days, and once again, Barty Crouch had sent them all back to Azkaban. Voldemort was now completely alone. Aside from Bellatrix, whose fate was uncertain, he had no followers left. "This puts him on the same starting line as Grindelwald," John muttered. The first Dark Lord had resurfaced, and Grindelwald had fled his homeland. Ministries of magic across the world tightened their guard against foreign wizards entering their borders. Compared to Voldemort, Grindelwald was far more dangerous. Not because his raw power was greater, but because of his ability to sway hearts and minds. Grindelwald had once swept across the magical world of Europe. If not for Dumbledore, the statute of secrecy itself might have been overturned. Before such a dangerous figure, Voldemort was nothing more than a man trapped in his own country. Of course, that was also because the enemies they faced were different. Grindelwald had gone up against a young Dumbledore, while Voldemort had faced him wielding the Elder Wand. 2 generations of Dark Lords, both bound by the same White Wizard. Dumbledore, you'll be busy from here on out. When John saw the report of Slughorn becoming headmaster of Hogwarts, he wasn't surprised. With the joint invitation of the 4 heads of house, and Dumbledore's grievous mistake, Slughorn's appointment as headmaster was already set in stone. Umbridge's matter wasn't recorded anywhere, quietly handled by the Ministry. She had always been nothing more than a pawn to be discarded. During her tenure at Hogwarts, she had earned the hatred of nearly everyone. The Ministry dismissed her, and out of humanitarian concern, sent the Umbridge found in the Forbidden Forest to St. Mungo's for treatment. Oshield had performed outstandingly during her time teaching, and the Ministry reassigned her back to the Auror office with a promotion to director. To facilitate Auror training, the Ministry also opened an Auror training program. Lippy was successfully promoted, becoming Oz's colleague and head of the training program. Pierce managed to enter the Wisengamot, becoming a high-ranking Ministry official. Percy, however, couldn't be promoted yet, having only just received one not long ago. Slughorn's appointment as headmaster had also been backed by the Ministry. Unlike Dumbledore, Slughorn was personable, and his Slytherin connections made his appointment widely welcomed. For the Ministry, as long as the man in that seat wasn't Dumbledore, everything was negotiable. A second-class medal. My father at least deserves a first class, Draco grumbled. Lucius was among those decorated this time, along with Lippy and Barty Jr., all 3 awarded second-class medals. Johnny Silverhand, however, received a first-class Order of Merlin. Draco knew full well that his father had merely endured humiliation, waiting for the crucial moment to strike, helping bring down the Death Eaters in one sweep. Even though he was grumbling, the upward curl at the corner of his lips was impossible to hide. Especially with Dumbledore completely losing his chance at being headmaster again, Draco clapped his hands in delight. I've always thought we needed a new headmaster. John handed a letter to Basil. Basil tilted his head after taking it. John opened the window for him, and he flew out. The Hogwarts Great Hall had been badly damaged. Though it could be repaired, it would take time. As compensation, John invested a large sum of galleons into Hogwarts. Right now, they were at Silverhand Manor. It was Draco's first time visiting, and he realized this place was no less magnificent than his own family estate. Cedric's jaw also dropped. He'd known John, as Johnny Silverhand, had to be incredibly wealthy. But seeing it firsthand was still overwhelming. And why were the 2 of them here? Because Cedric had graduated, and now needed to find a job. You're not going pro? Draco asked, puzzled. With your skills, a few years of training at a club and you might actually make it onto the field. That mouth of his made Cedric really want to punch him. What did he mean by, a few years of training? Was his technique really that bad? Quidditch isn't my goal, Cedric said. I want to pursue advanced research in transfiguration. Draco blinked in surprise. You're interested in that? His transfiguration is the best in 7th year, John said, flipping through a heavy book. Professor McGonagall praised him for it. All right then. Draco shrugged. Although Cedric's father thought his son would have a brighter future at the Ministry or in Quidditch, he still chose to respect his wishes. Because his son had found an investor, Mr. Diggory knew Cedric wouldn't have to worry about making a living. So, you want to go to Uganda? Draco asked. Cedric planned to go there to study transfiguration in depth. Their branch of transfiguration was far more diverse than the one taught locally. He intended to stay for a few months. That was why he had come to John first. At the same time, he could also keep an eye on international developments. The wizarding world at home was calm for now, but no one could say when either of the 2 Dark Lords might return. Cedric knew he had to strengthen himself as quickly as possible, and Draco shared the same thought. That was why Draco had come seeking John as well. Unfortunately, John didn't have the time to help Draco train. I can recommend someone to you, John said. He's absolutely the best teacher you could ask for. As he spoke, his gaze drifted through the window to the gardener below. Barty Crouch Jr. Though he had been cleared of his past, Barty Jr. seemed to genuinely enjoy the work. And anyone who had earned 12 certificates was not to be underestimated. Draco reluctantly accepted the suggestion. Once everything was settled, John handed a silver mask to Kim. While I'm gone, you'll oversee all affairs. Kim was silent for a moment before asking, placing the Holy Grail in Hogwarts, will it really be safe? It was a reasonable concern. After all, something like the Grail, capable of producing the elixir of life endlessly, was a prize both Voldemort and Grindelwald would covet. Hogwarts may not be the safest place, John replied, but it is the best choice. John said meaningfully, besides us, there are others who also won't want anything to happen to the Grail. Kim nodded. John left Silverhand Manor. Before departing, he made a stop at the hidden room within the garden. When he left, he carried a new wand. With a flick of it, he vanished from the garden. That summer, John returned home. Privet Drive. Mafia Zone. The moment he walked in, he saw Watson packing luggage. "Where are you going?" John asked in surprise as he stepped inside. The question startled Watson so much he clutched his chest. Mrs. Wick came out, and upon seeing her son, stepped forward to embrace him. After a brief hug, she smiled and pulled out a letter. "Your uncle has invited us to his house for a holiday." John opened the letter. His uncle was inviting them to his grandfather's house, and apparently, it was also his grandfather's idea. "How come I didn't get one?" John asked, puzzled. Watson said bitterly, "Not receiving one is still better than what I got." Under John's questioning look, Watson pulled out his own letter. The words didn't need much explanation. The meaning was clear enough: either you come over, or we'll bring people to drag you here. John fell silent. Looked like his father's status in the family hadn't changed at all. Neither letter mentioned him, which made John think again of that vial. The red potion was still tucked inside his satchel. He could sense there was something unusual about his grandfather's household. Maybe it was time to pay them a visit, to find some answers. When Watson heard that he was going too, his eyes lit up at once, his face caught between excitement and hesitation. "Why don't you just use magic to take us there?" Watson leaned close to his son, clearly eager. He'd been wanting to try magic for a long time. That enchanted car from last time still lingered in his mind. John gave his father a sidelong glance. "You really think too much," he said tactfully. "Even in the wizarding world, illegal entry lands you in prison." The meaning was clear: don't even think about it. Overthinking would do him no good. Watson looked at his son with a face full of regret, opened his mouth twice as if to speak, but held back. At last he sighed. "Can't you use your magic just once?" His expression practically said, "You're really useless, kid." "Heh." John thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. His father's neatly packed luggage instantly scattered all over the floor. "Making you repack it, that, at least, I can do." Chapter 383, Searching for the Secret. London's recent bout of extreme weather had drawn quite a bit of attention. In the end, the government stepped forward to issue a statement, reassuring citizens to put their minds at ease. Life in London returned to its usual routine. At the airport, the Wick family waited in the departure lounge. In this day and age, anyone flying had to have a bit of money to spare. Watson glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then pulled something out of his pocket. John looked over, and was stunned to see that his dad had brought along a golden snitch. What was even more surprising was how quick his dad's reflexes were. He let go of the snitch. The moment it fluttered up, his dad snatched it right back out of the air. Over and over again, his father kept at it, showing off to John with all the pomp of a peacock displaying its feathers. "See. After a year of practice, I can catch it now." They couldn't exactly bring broomsticks on the plane, but sneaking something like this through still gave a certain thrill. John couldn't help clapping at his dad's sharp reflexes. And then, "Can I see it?" "Of course." Watson, completely unsuspecting, handed the golden snitch over without hesitation. John promptly slipped it into his satchel. "Eh." Watson froze, his expression stiff. He hadn't expected that after finally getting the chance to show off, he'd lose so thoroughly. He still had a trace of smugness on his face that hadn't had time to fade, making the defeat sting even more. All the light drained out of him. John felt eyes on him. He turned his head to see a little boy, no more than 6 years old, staring at the snitch. The boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, trying to make her see the flying ball. His mother only replied, "Oh, my dear, you look more like a ball yourself." When it was time to board, nothing unusual happened. Sitting on the plane, John was struck by a strange feeling. "I've flown so many times, but somehow sitting on a plane still feels unnatural." If he wanted, he could apparate straight there. After the plane had been in the air for a while, John heard a commotion. His gaze shifted to his father's hand, which was sneaking into his satchel. The two locked eyes in silence. John's expression stayed calm as he turned his attention toward Mrs. Wick. Between mother and son, there was an unspoken understanding. Watson was dragged back to his seat by the ear. "There's a fight breaking out over there." Once his father was gone, John listened carefully to the noises. Their family was in first class, where there were only a handful of passengers. But economy class was different, crowded and chaotic, disputes were normal. Yet the racket didn't sound like an ordinary argument. Before long, the quarrel escalated. Screams and furious shouts rang out one after another. A man with a gun burst into first class, pointing it at a flight attendant. "Nobody move," he shouted. John's expression cleared. So it's a hijacking. No wonder there'd been such an uproar. Hijacking. Well, that's nothing to worry about. After securing the flight attendant, another man rushed in, flustered and panicked. What do we do now? Unlike the first, he was anything but calm. The first hijacker, however, was steady. We've already planted bombs on this plane. If you don't want to die, you'd better cooperate. John raised his brows in surprise. Bombs too. So this had been planned well in advance. As he was thinking it over, he caught sight of his father sneaking around, clearly intending to ambush the hijackers with a 1-against-2 takedown. The second hijacker, jittery and scanning the cabin, spotted Watson's movement. His nerves snapped, and he shouted, "Don't move." Watson froze. He'd been mid-crawl, and now he was stuck in an awkward pose, unable to move forward, unable to back out. The second hijacker's shout drew the first one's attention too. John sighed helplessly. His father really must have been a Gryffindor at heart. Why did he feel the need to get involved in everything? Now John would have to clean up the mess. He tapped his finger lightly against the window. A ripple of invisible magic spread outward, mapping the entire situation inside the plane back to him. Aside from the two hijackers in the cabin, there was a third one outside keeping watch. The flight was carrying quite a few Russian passengers, some of them were even cursing loudly in Russian. One of the hijackers leveled his gun at Watson, ready to make an example out of him. Sigh. John picked up the pencil tucked between the pages of his book. His steps made no sound at all. The moment the hijacker's lips curled into a cruel smile, the pencil moved. The hijacker jerked, as if something had bitten into him. The plane landed safely. The hijackers, however, didn't fare so well. Police cars arrived, and Watson was taken away. He now had to explain why a pencil was lodged in the hijacker's eye. The bombs, as it turned out, were fake. Those three idiots had probably watched too many movies and thought they could blackmail the government like that. John waved at his father, wishing him luck in explaining his heroic deed in a foreign country where he didn't speak the language. Mrs. Wick set foot on her homeland again, looking far happier than before. Even Watson being taken away didn't dampen her spirits. An old Santana pulled up at the airport entrance. Out stepped her uncle, Serioza. "My dear sister, and my beloved Yadani." Serioza embraced his sister and John warmly. He clapped John hard on the shoulder and boomed, "Look at our Yadani, you've grown into a man." Not once during the whole reunion did Serioza ask about his good brother-in-law, Watson. Watson from somewhere, so love really does fade, huh? They piled into the Santana, and Serioza drove them toward the Jovanovic estate. Yes, estate. The Jovanovic family had once been true lords, and the village they were heading to lay within their domain. After leaving the airport, the road carried them straight into the village. The Santana rolled to a stop. Mrs. Wick stepped out and gazed at the buildings with a face full of nostalgia. In the village, the largest building was the church, followed by the Jovanovic family home. John looked up and spotted two crows perched atop a tree. "Those are the old man's pets," Serioza said, noticing John's gaze. "Do you remember? You once used those crows for target practice." John was stunned. Those crows were still alive. He had been a child back then, nearly 10 years had passed. The crows spotted John, let out a harsh caw, and took to the air. John stepped into the Jovanovic house and came face to face with his grandfather. The old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s, his chin covered by a thick, white beard like a tuft of wool. "Father." Mrs. Wick shed her usual elegant demeanor and hurried over, nestling against the old man's side. He smiled warmly, patting her arm with a gentle hand as he sighed, "Look at you, my daughter. The head wolf of the Jovanovic clan has finally returned to her homeland." Then he turned his gaze to John, his eyes alight with emotion. "Yadani, my child." His face broke into a broad smile as he opened his arms. "Let your grandfather have a good look at you." John wasn't a kid anymore, but he still felt a little awkward. John stepped forward, and his grandfather pulled him into a firm embrace. "You look like you've endured plenty of hardship, but you've truly transformed from a boy into a man." "Grandfather," John said softly. His grandfather's arms were strong, steady. "The Jovanovic fear no hardship. Are you ready, Yadani?" In his grandfather's eyes, John saw something deeper. It was a question, was he prepared to accept his bloodline? Once you accept it, there's no turning back. Alexei told me you already have the strength to bear the history of the Jovanovic. Though aged, his grandfather carried himself like a snow wolf, brimming with authority. John thought for a moment before nodding. "If possible, I want to know." He wanted to uncover the truth about that vial and what the Jovanovic bloodline truly meant. His grandfather looked pleased and welcomed both mother and son inside. John saw his two aunts again. They were just as before, still fond of calling him Little Yadani. The Jovanovic held a feast to welcome the Wick family's return. Halfway through, Watson finally arrived, dragging a heavy suitcase and stepping out of a police car. It was Andre who opened the door. Then Serioza dragged Watson off to drink 2 bottles of vodka with him. By the time night fell, Watson was already sprawled on the bed, not moving an inch. Out in the courtyard, 2 crows perched on a tree. 2 shadows swooped down, one black, one white. John's owls landed on the opposite branch, locking eyes with the crows in a tense stare-off. Tom bounded out, circling the tree with her tail wagging. Meanwhile, John was taken away by his uncles. Their destination was the place that held the history of the Jovanovic. All the secrets would be revealed there. Chapter 384, The Mountains. In the Jovanovic family's territory, what they had no shortage of was brambles and thickets. The place they were in wasn't a castle, but it was flanked by mountains. John, Uncle Alexei found him after the banquet. This uncle was the one who had left him that potion. He was different from Andre and Serioza, carrying a sense of youth and wisdom. Since you've chosen to return here, that also means accepting yourself. Alexei tossed a nut into the air. A crow swooped down and swallowed it whole. Alexei smiled. That vial, you haven't drunk it yet, have you? I want to understand. John didn't hide, and said plainly, about the Jovanovic, and that unusual potion. You're very smart, and just as cautious, Alexei said with a sigh. It's as if God gifted the Jovanovic with you. John stayed silent. He knew his grandfather's family placed great importance on him. That much was obvious from his name. Yadani, the name carried another meaning, God's gift. Before he learned about the hidden nature of this world, John had never thought much about the meaning of his name, nor had he paid attention to the peculiarities of his grandfather's family. It was only when that potion and his uncles appeared at home that he realized this kind, welcoming family was hiding secrets tied to the wizarding world. At midnight, all the secrets will be revealed in the mountains. Alexei ruffled John's hair with a smile, though there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. If possible, I hope you can accept us, all of us. His voice was swallowed by the wind toward the end. Alexei headed to the front hall to join the group trying to drown Watson in liquor. The family brewed their own spirits, with a wine cellar hidden beneath the manor. Watson wanted to escape, but there was no way. A few uncles pinned him in place. If not for grandfather telling them to show some respect to their brother-in-law, he might have been carried out flat. John lifted his head toward the moon. An owl swooped down, carrying a letter. Glancing back at his uncles, he took the letter and opened it. Grindelwald has vanished. His eyes locked onto that single line. He crumpled the letter in his palm, and flames consumed it to ash. Closing his eyes, his thoughts churned. Grindelwald's appearance was already suspicious. Coming for the Grail, is he? But how would he know about it? The doubts in his heart lingered, and John unconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger. Grindelwald was different from Voldemort. John knew almost nothing about him. Their only encounter had been that time in the Ministry of Magic. Before that, he had only seen Grindelwald's name mentioned on the cards about Dumbledore. That man was an extremist. In Grindelwald's era, his followers spread across Europe. Their goal wasn't just to dominate the wizarding world, but to break the statute of secrecy and place wizards above muggles. If Voldemort represented pure-blood supremacy, then Grindelwald embodied magical supremacy. This man is even trickier than Voldemort. An enemy in the shadows while he stood in the light, this was the situation John hated most. What's worse, Grindelwald had taken Dumbledore's Elder Wand. That made things even more dangerous. The Great War of 1945. Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald. That battle had ended with Dumbledore's victory, Grindelwald imprisoned in Nurmengard. 50 years later, he had suddenly re-emerged. Dragging his thoughts back, John recalled his own encounter with Grindelwald, the strange feeling the men had given him. Forget it. Dumbledore will deal with his old friend. As for the Horcrux inside the Order of the Phoenix, I still need to find a way to get it. If the sky fell, Dumbledore would be the one holding it up. From the looks of Grindelwald and Voldemort's attitudes, the two weren't truly allies. At best, they were just using each other. That being the case, John wasn't too worried about the two Dark Lords showing up at Hogwarts at the same time. When midnight came, John headed toward the mountain. He remembered being taken there for hunting once. Southwest the place left an impression. There was a cave in the mountain. Back then, Andre had mysteriously led him there, but John's mother had found out and dragged him back. Now, setting foot on the mountain again, what had once seemed ordinary was different. John could feel the elements pulsing vividly around him. Could it be, my uncles are wizards too? Suppressing the doubt in his heart, John pressed forward. A bear's roar broke the silence. He turned his head and saw a massive brown bear, nearly 2 meters tall. Roar! The bear reared up on its hind legs and slammed its paw against a tree, snapping the trunk in half. It spotted John and charged at him, thunderous footsteps shaking the ground and startling birds into flight. John's expression stayed calm as he said evenly, "Stop." The brown bear wasn't about to listen. It reared up on its hind legs, both massive paws ready to crush this insignificant human. "Stop." John lifted his gaze slightly, his pupils narrowing sharply into vertical slits. A wave of pressure burst forth, freezing the bear in place. The aura of a higher predator wiped the ferocity clean off the bear's face. It let out a whimper, almost pleading. This bear. John recalled the cub he had once seen in the mountains. The great beast toppled over, exposing its belly, its whole body radiating submission. Not bad, seems to have some spirit. John stepped forward and rubbed the bear's stomach with his hand. Feels good. As fur, it would make a fine coat. He stared down at the bear, watching until the creature nearly sobbed, then finally chuckled and patted its belly. "All right, I'll let you go." The bear scrambled up, hurriedly licking his arm in a show of flattery. After sending it off, John continued on his way. Was that supposed to be a test? It didn't feel like the bear's appearance was coincidence. Especially here, in Jovanovic territory, unless his uncles allowed it, such creatures wouldn't wander this close. Moving deeper into the mountain, John encountered more things. He came across 3 lynxes, and then a lion brimming with raw savagery. The lynxes moved with explosive speed, and the lion leapt as if it were flying. From the thick grass, venomous snakes slithered, their scales flashing with ominous colors. Even for a country known for its rugged wilderness, wasn't this a little excessive? As John neared the mouth of the mountain cave, a wolf's howl echoed in his ears. It was a silver wolf, stronger than an ordinary one, its fur gleaming under the moonlight. The wolf only watched him from a distance. Meeting its gaze, John stepped into the cave. Inside stretched a tunnel, dark, deep, like a giant serpent devouring everything as it wound further in. With his night vision, John could make out strange symbols and murals along the walls. The reason they seemed strange was because many depicted magical creatures. Griffins, winged horses with eagle heads, acromantulas, werewolves, banshees. And some beings John had never seen before. For example, the murals showed Vikings crossing the seas, while terrifying sea monsters lurked in the waters. As John walked further in, the figures on the walls changed. They were no longer Vikings, but men clad in plate and leather armor, summoned by the kingdom to wield swords against the magical creatures that appeared within its lands. The kingdom rewarded them with treasure, which they used to purchase goods from a man who looked like a wizard. John even spotted a mandrake drawn among the trade. With the wizard's artifacts aiding them, these men dealt with magical creatures far more easily. But one day, the wizard refused to continue trading with them. Without his help, they suffered heavy losses. In pursuit of power like the wizards, they sought out someone who could wield magic at a spring. The wizard who had left was hardly benevolent, he had tried to take the king's wife and been stopped. In revenge, he unleashed a plague upon the kingdom. So the men struck a bargain with the sorcerer at the spring and received a potion. Drinking it made them stronger. But the price of that strength was a lifespan of only a few short years. Back then, they hunted down the wicked wizard on the king's orders. After killing him, only one young man survived. The king rewarded that survivor. The young man was granted a fief and enough gold to last 10 lifetimes. Unlike the others, he had been cautious when dealing with the sorcerer at the spring, he never drank the potion. After years of study, he managed to alter the potion. He became a lord, raising orphan after orphan who had survived various disasters. When those children grew up, they too served the kingdom. Until one day. The kingdom gave a new order, changing their mission. Not only were they to hunt magical creatures, but they were also given another task. To eliminate those who threatened the kingdom. That task was, foe. John brushed his fingers over the carved figure carrying a silver sword on its back. Witch Hunters. Chapter 385, The Blood of the Witchers. Under the training of royal wizards bought by the crown with great wealth and the lords who raised them, those adopted children gradually walked different paths. After drinking the new potion, everyone reacted differently. Some became strong and brutal like bears. Some became sensitive and swift like cats. Some carried venom in their blood, dark as serpents. Some gained the unity and skill of wolves. They each bore distinct traits, and over the years, new categories appeared. The legion seemed as if it would only grow stronger, but suspicion from the crown and rejection from common folk led to its destruction. They began leaving the kingdom, wandering the lands. Those who encountered them gave them a name, witch hunters. In some places, they were called demon hunters. In essence, they belonged neither to wizards nor to muggles. The side effects of that potion caused the legion to dwindle, leaving only a few of different bloodlines who still carried on the work of slaying magical creatures, taking in the forsaken children of chance to pass on their legacy. Sometimes they also played the part of witch hunters, for not all wizards were kind. The tunnel finally came to an end, and John had seen the whole of that history. He stood in silence for a long while. At the end lay a vast chamber. There, his grandfather and John's uncles were already waiting. His grandfather smiled warmly, kindly. "Yidani, you've seen that history, haven't you?" Looking across at the gathering, John realized that aside from his mother, all of the Jovanovic children were present. From his small bag, he drew out the vial of potion, the same substance those people once drank. Behind his grandfather loomed the castle, built within the heart of the mountain. "Jovanovic are witch hunters." John spoke the answer aloud. His grandfather only smiled, beckoning him closer. For an instant, John thought perhaps they had discovered he was a wizard, and his grandfather meant to hunt him down. But on second thought, that seemed unlikely, so he simply walked forward. The aged grandfather led John into the castle. At its heart stood a spring, and beside the spring, a sword was embedded deep in the ground. John recalled the mural's tale of the spring sorcerer. Clearly, that sorcerer could never have lived so long. "This is our origin, and the Jovanovic line is about to end." Grandfather sighed. Inside the castle, John could see old, time-worn weapons. Once, this had been the domain of witchers. But now, all they could do was remain hidden. His uncles, too, fell into silence. They were likely the last generation of witchers. A tall silver wolf appeared within the castle, settling gracefully by the spring. It padded over to stand at grandfather's side. "Once, we traded with a sorcerer and gained extraordinary power. But that power came bound with a curse. Among the witcher schools, only the wolves had the strength to unite all. I once had another wolf, but she abandoned the role of alpha." Grandfather moved to a tall chair and sat, his hand stroking the silver wolf's head as he spoke in a daze. "I once thought everything would end, until your birth brought me a joy I had never known." His eyes fixed on John, his voice trembling. "You are a child of accident, Yidani." "Alpha. A child of accident." John frowned, not understanding why he was being told this. Alexei stepped forward and explained, "Great power comes with a vicious curse. That curse is the severing of bloodlines. Your mother, my sister, she was once one of the Jovanovic. And yet, you were born. Wait, are you saying you're not grandfather's children?" John looked up at his uncles. By that logic, didn't that mean grandfather had no children at all? Grandfather nodded. "The Jovanovic have never passed on through blood, Yidani. You are the only one." John froze. So he really was, in every sense, a child of accident. He quickly asked, "Then my mother, what about her?" "She was once the best among us, the leader of the Silver Wolf line," Sergei said with a sigh. "But then she fell in love with a foreigner, and for that, she gave up everything." Cough, cough. John choked at the word. Foreigner. His father didn't even get a name in this story, how pitiful. Back to the point, grandfather looked at John, the kindness in his voice replaced by solemnity. "Yidani Jovanovic, are you willing to accept yourself?" Not just him, his uncles were all watching too. Some of them looked eager, others worried. Ding, challenge mission unlocked, Bloodline Awakening. Reward, +1 free attribute point, Blessing, Leader. Hearing the mission prompt, John fell silent for a moment before asking, "I want to know, what exactly is a witcher's task nowadays?" As a wizard, the idea of being sent to hunt wizards himself was problematic. "I understand your concern, child." Grandfather shook his head. "You carry magic in you, don't you?" Clearly, his uncles had already noticed this the last time. Grandfather smiled faintly. "We are not old relics. The witcher's very origin was inseparable from wizards. In Jovanovic history, what mattered most was clearing away the monsters that plagued the villages, not school-going wizards." As he said this, grandfather even winked, giving John the strange illusion he was facing Dumbledore. Maybe it was just that old men enjoyed teasing the young. John hesitated briefly. The witcher line was on the verge of extinction, and his grandfather had laid out both the pros and cons. The potion carried the power to awaken bloodline strength, but also placed a tremendous burden on the body. Gain and loss went hand in hand. After thinking it over, John finally met his grandfather's expectant gaze, and slowly nodded. Grandfather smiled. "In the presence of the Silver Wolf, Yidani Jovanovic, son of Jovanovic, shall undergo the trial of grass." As his words fell, John saw the spring at the center begin to churn as if boiling. After a while, the water stilled again. John stepped closer, a strange pull rising in him, as though urging him to jump straight in. "Drink the potion, Yidani," grandfather said softly. John took out the vial, gripping it tightly in his hand. He glanced around at his uncles, then finally pulled out the stopper and drained it in one go. At first nothing happened, but as the seconds ticked by, pain and searing heat spread through his body. Grandfather stepped down, moving toward John with his uncles gathered around him. John's vision swam, his balance faltering before he steadied himself with effort. "My child, Yidani, you are the unexpected son. The family's bloodline passes on through inheritance and succession." The old man cut his palm, bright red blood dripping into the spring. The other uncles did the same. As the elder's blood flowed into the spring, it took shape, forming into a silver wolf. Sherioza, Valerie, and Boris's blood turned into a brown bear. Alexei and Igor's blood became a snake. Andrei's blood took the form of a lion. Anton and Rieg's blood became a blood-red cat. Valentine's blood turned into a griffin. The blood of Jovanovic protects Yidani. The blood of the Witchers washes away all misfortune and curses. As more blood poured in, the spring turned crimson. John, his mind clouded, stepped toward the water. All 9 uncles knelt by the spring, pressing their hands to their hearts. Grandfather watched John walk forward step by step, his voice drifting into something almost ethereal. "Let blood and fire forge your strength, step forth as your true self, Yidani." The silver wolf carried a bottle in its jaws and laid it before Grandfather. Grandfather took it, uncorked it, and poured the black liquid inside into the spring. Then he drew the sword resting beside the spring, gripping it with both hands, his expression solemn. Under the watchful eyes of the half-kneeling Witchers, Grandfather's sword came crashing down against the stone at the edge of the spring. Sparks burst forth, scattering into the air. The moment they touched the blood-red waters, they ignited into roaring flames, setting the entire spring ablaze. The uncles remained solemn, not flinching even in the face of fire. John stepped fully into the spring and sank beneath the surface. The flames seared against his body, yet they could not harm him, nor could they wake him. His consciousness sank with the waters, slipping into a hazy blur. Everything before his eyes began to shift, and his body itself was changing. Blood-colored waves washed over his vision like a baptism, and slowly, his awareness returned. Along with it came voices, indistinct at first, then gradually clear. It sounded like someone was calling his name. Yidani Jovanovic. Grunt. He slowly raised his head, his blurred vision sharpening. Before him stood a castle, but there was no one around. John's eyes snapped open. He was lying in the spring. The difference was that everything around him was shrouded in gloom. He rose to his feet and glanced outside. Grandfather. Uncles. Anyone, he called tentatively, but there was no reply. By the spring, the sword was still there, though now thick with dust, as if no one had set foot here for a very long time. John wanted to check how much time had passed. But just as he reached for his satchel, he froze. A sound was drawing closer and closer. He lifted his head. A dark shadow burst in from the tunnel. The next instant, a gaping maw snapped open right before him. Chapter 386, 386, I entered the trial. A moment later. John sat by the spring, lost in thought. Did I just travel through again? The unfamiliar castle made him wonder if he'd somehow crossed over once more. His gaze fell on the massive wild boar he had just killed, its sharp tusk severed cleanly with a single stroke. The sword he used was the one by the spring. He raised his hand and pressed lightly toward the boar, sending its body flying. Magic still works. That's at least some good news. Ding, challenge mission, dream trial. Reward, free attribute point +1. The task appeared, but with no clear objective. If John guessed right, this had to be the work of that so-called trial. Everything here felt far too real. If he hadn't just been startled by the boar, he wouldn't have instinctively grabbed the sword and cut it down. Brushing the dust off as he stood, he glanced down at the spring. Its water was crystal clear, giving no sign of being a way back. Which means, as the name suggested, he had to complete the trial before he could return. Fortunately, his satchel was still with him. Opening it, he checked inside. Nothing was missing, but there was a problem. His protective charms, rings, and the like had all turned into mere trinkets. He picked up a ring of strikes, only to find its magic completely gone. Walking over to the boar, John pulled the sword free from its body. He examined it closely. The blade was etched with patterns that looked like some kind of runes. From the boar's corpse, threads of crimson light seeped into the sword. The runes glowed brighter. There were 10 such runes in total. John flicked the blade with his finger. It seemed to be a silver sword. With a gesture, the scabbard embedded in the ground flew into his hand. He slid the sword back in. Was that thing just now? Experience points. The whole thing felt suspiciously like leveling up from killing monsters. Slinging the sword across his back, John figured this so-called trial was essentially about hunting down magical creatures. Walking along the tunnel, he noticed the murals on the walls had vanished. The smooth stone looked as if no murals had ever existed. When he first arrived it had been night, but stepping outside now, he was met with a world of white snow, and he fell into thought. A gust of cold wind swept past. At the mouth of the cave were traces of animal activity. Most likely left by that boar from before. Snow was drifting into the cave, the temperature dropping sharply. John lifted his hand, catching a snowflake. The icy touch was indistinguishable from reality. Through the swirling snow, someone was struggling closer. Before they could reach him, John watched the figure collapse stiffly into the snow. He froze for a moment, then cast a summoning charm. A trail was dragged across the snow as the figure was pulled toward the cave entrance. John's eyes fixed on the person, or rather, on their clothes. Not modern attire, but coarse, roughly made linen, the kind commoners wore in some bygone era. The air grew colder and colder. The heavy snow was shifting toward a full blizzard. The cave entrance offered no shelter from the wind, and the person he had dragged inside was turning pale and blue. John had no choice but to carry them into the castle. Once the doors shut behind him, the interior felt all the more eerie and oppressive. Some parts were badly decayed, and faint drafts whistled through the gaps. Finding a chair, John raised his hand and shattered it into wooden strips with magic, piling them up for firewood. With a point of his finger, flames flared to life. The temperature began to rise. Renervate. He cast the spell, rousing the person back to consciousness. But as soon as they woke, they scrambled backward in terror. Monster. Monster. John's brows furrowed. That was a rather rude way to treat the men who had just saved your life. Realizing his reaction had offended John, the men dropped to his knees in terror. At last, under John's questioning, he explained the truth. His fear came from the legends of the mountains. This place had always been shrouded in mystery, said to be home to terrifying beings. The man himself was a hunter. He had gone up the mountain to hunt but was trapped by the snowstorm. Unknowingly, he had wandered here. From him, John learned the current time, more precisely, the current world. It was a society structured like a medieval kingdom. Villages were often plagued by raids, and on full moon nights, werewolves slaughtered villagers. Clearly, this was no technological society. And it was just as clear that danger was everywhere. The gravest threats came from magical creatures, and from a few infamous wizards. The man's name was Parker. Seeing that John showed no hostility, Parker gradually lowered his guard and finally got a good look at the so-called monster. He was very young. When Parker noticed the slain boar, his jaw dropped in astonishment. "You killed this?" Parker asked respectfully. For someone powerful, no matter the era, respect was instinctive. Catching his eager expression, John said casually, "What's the problem?" "Honored sir, I hope you might help us deal with the werewolves." Afraid John might refuse, Parker quickly added, "Of course, our village will offer proper payment." John considered his current confusion. Perhaps going to the village wasn't a bad idea. So he agreed. Outside, the snowstorm gradually ceased. Parker led the way, guiding John down the mountain. After reaching the village at the foot of the mountain, John could confirm it, he had indeed arrived somewhere else. This village was completely different from the Jovanovic estate. It wasn't very large, and John could see a number of people moving about. They all stared curiously at the outsider. John noticed their clothing, it resembled medieval garb. Parker led John to a house that looked a bit wealthier than the rest and knocked heavily on the door. After a while, the door opened. An old man stepped out. Bent with age, the elder was surprised to see Parker alive. "Parker, you're still alive." "Village chief, I've brought a friend. He's willing to help us deal with the werewolf problem." John noticed the chief's face change at the mention of werewolves. The chief looked past Parker. John stood there, his clothing completely out of place in the setting. After studying him for a moment, the chief said disapprovingly, "Parker, your friend can't help us." Panicked, Parker quickly argued, "Village chief, this friend killed the great boar on the mountain, he has tremendous strength." "That big boar?" The village chief looked surprised, but still shook his head skeptically. "Young man, I've seen too many like you." They all thought they could handle that monster. Plenty of adventurers had come seeking to slay the werewolf. Without exception, every one of them had died. John chuckled lightly. "In that case, adding me to the list doesn't seem like much of a problem." The chief hesitated, then finally shook his head. "I don't want to see you throw your life away." John stared at him for a moment, then nodded. "Fair enough. They say good advice fills the belly, so I'll mind my own business." That made Parker panic, the last thing he wanted was to end up with his throat ripped out by a werewolf someday. John gave him a look, signaling him to keep quiet. The chief smiled in relief and was about to offer hospitality to this traveler from afar. But John wasn't interested, he left directly. Parker hurried after him, opening his mouth several times along the way. I know what you want to ask. John stopped, speaking casually. When the werewolf shows itself, I'll step in. But you. Parker looked shocked. I don't have to listen to the chief. It wasn't like some game quest, he didn't need to formally accept it in order to act. John planned to wait until the werewolf appeared to see for himself, and also confirm the exact requirements of the trial. Parker was a bit confused, but obediently led John back to his home. From his small satchel, John handed Parker an emerald ring, telling him to sell it and use the money to buy him a set of clothes and some local currency. Now that these gems no longer held any magical power, they were better off exchanged for cash. But he had underestimated their value. Parker returned with clothes, but the gem remained unsold. No one in the village could afford it. This kind of thing would only sell in a proper town, Parker explained. Out of his own pocket, he had bought John a set of clothes. Hearing that, John took back the gem and changed into the clothes. At last, he no longer stood out from the villagers. He stayed in the village for 2 days, waiting until the night of the full moon. Parker hid inside his house, trembling, while John heard the sound of a wolf's howl. Straightening his clothes, he picked up his sword and walked outside. Under the full moon stood a gaunt, skeletal werewolf, upright on its hind legs. As a wizard, John naturally knew that werewolves were once human. He fixed his gaze on the spot where the creature had appeared. There was still a rope around the werewolf's neck, clearly, it had broken free from its restraints. At its feet stood the village chief's house. John slowly drew his sword, and the werewolf noticed him. Wonder if a bite from the werewolves here spreads the curse the same way, John muttered. By then, the werewolf was already charging at him. Chapter 387, The Werewolf. As a wizard who understood werewolves better than most, John immediately noticed that this one was different from the rest. The most obvious difference was its fur. Most werewolves had short coats, but this one had long, silvery hair. Roar! The werewolf lunged at John. He dodged, sword in hand, ready to strike. But just before the blade fell, John caught sight of its eyes. Beneath the tangled silver fur, those eyes were filled with pain and torment. That single glance made John shift his sword aside. The blade sliced through the trailing fur instead, scattering a spray of silver strands. Whoa! The werewolf kept coming relentlessly. John lifted his left hand and swept it through the air. A wooden post transformed into a rope that lashed around the werewolf, binding it in place. John studied the creature closely. This werewolf is off. As he stepped closer, it still thrashed and snapped at him. He evaded its bite, but its teeth tore through his sleeve. Seeing this, John raised his sword. Stop! An elderly figure, stumbling and scrambling, rushed over and threw himself in front of John. John didn't lower his blade. His gaze locked on the man. Even with the werewolf behind him snapping and thrashing to bite, the old man refused to move aside. If not for John's rope holding the beast back at just the right distance, the old man's throat would already have been torn open. Village chief. John said with a half-smile, half-sneer. That's rather underhanded of you. No wonder you didn't want me dealing with the werewolf. This thing, she's yours, isn't she? My lord, I beg you, don't harm her. The chief pleaded desperately, his voice breaking. I'll pay you whatever reward you want, just spare her. On the night of the full moon, she has no reason left. John's expression went cold, his tone colder still. Keeping her in the village, you want the whole place destroyed. The chief dropped to his knees, weeping bitterly. I know. I know she's dangerous now. But she's my daughter. I can't. Your daughter. John said flatly. You do wear your fatherly love on your sleeve. His voice was calm, but it carried the bite of mockery. And this was in the middle of the village. A werewolf out of control had the strength to tear a human body apart with ease. The villagers weren't haggard, facing a werewolf meant almost certain death. The chief might speak of doing it for his daughter, but what about everyone else? John fixed his gaze on the chief's paling face, his tone calm and flat as still water. Give me one reason to spare her. This was a trial. John had no intention of failing. So he didn't lower his sword. He simply waited for an explanation. The village chief hesitated for a long time, but under the edge of the blade, he finally revealed the truth. My daughter, she caught the eye of the wolf magician. It was that person's curse that turned her into this. Speaking of it, the chief's face twisted in anguish. Half a year ago, he had taken in a traveler. The man was handsome, generous, and charming. He claimed to be a merchant, and stayed in the village for a month. During that time, the chief's daughter, Pickle, developed feelings for him. But one night, the traveler went out and never returned. Worried something had happened to him, Pickle went to search. That was when disaster struck. Pickle found the traveler in a stretch of marshland. He was there, savagely tearing open the throat of a deer that had strayed into the swamp. The monstrous sight terrified her. The creature noticed her, and by the time Pickle returned home, she was stained with blood and dazed, barely conscious of herself. 3 days later, the traveler came back to the chief's house. He declared his intentions, saying he wished to take Pickle away with him. But when Pickle saw him, it was as if she were staring at the devil himself. She screamed and refused to step outside. Realizing something was wrong, the chief drove the traveler off with curses and insults. The traveler left with a dark expression, but before going, he uttered a curse. "Every full moon, your daughter will become a bloodthirsty beast. You'd best let me take her away." The chief hadn't taken it seriously, but when the next full moon came, he was jolted awake by a wolf's howl. The night was dark, and he caught a flash of gleaming green eyes. Fearing for his daughter, he rushed to her room, only to find it empty. By the next day, when he finally found her, he saw a dead villager, and his daughter lying beside the body. He was terrified, because that villager looked as though they had been torn apart by a wild beast. The chief hurriedly carried his daughter back home, but before he could do anything to cover it up, the villager's death was discovered. At first, everyone assumed it was the work of a beast from the mountains. But as time went on, with every full moon, another villager turned up dead. The howls of wolves sent chills down their spines, and the villagers began to realize there was a werewolf among them. To keep the secret, the chief locked his daughter inside the house. When Pickle awoke, she was half mad, begging her father over and over to kill the monster she had become. Helpless, the chief could only bind her. Aside from mealtimes, she was never allowed to leave her room. Yet every full moon, she still managed to break free and attack. "My lord, my daughter, she's the victim. It's all because of that wolf wizard," the chief said bitterly. He thought such words might earn John's sympathy. But when he looked at John, all he saw was a face betraying no emotion at all. "So, you did all this to protect your daughter?" John asked. "Yes, my lord." The chief nodded frantically. Meanwhile, somewhere beyond John's sight, inside the mountain castle, his uncles were watching the spring. Alexei sighed. Didn't expect the first trial to be the heart of the werewolf. The so-called dream trial was nothing less than the myriad faces of the human heart. The choices one made during the trial determined the kind of power they would gain. They had all gone through it themselves. Though each man's trial had been different, there were certain overlaps. This one, for instance, the heart of the werewolf. Alexei himself had once faced such a test. The spring was like a mirror, showing the choice John now stood before. Seryoza glanced at Alexei and asked curiously, "And what did you choose back then?" Alexei paused to think, then replied, "I killed the wolf wizard. He was the source of all evil. The village chief and his daughter were just pitiful souls caught up in it." The other brothers fell into thought. In their place, they too would have chosen to kill the wolf wizard. After all, the wolf wizard was the root of the calamity, the embodiment of evil. And the villagers? What? The village chief clearly hadn't expected John to ask that, and froze for a moment. John fixed him with a steady gaze and asked, enunciating each word, "You wanted to protect your daughter. But what about the villagers who died?" The chief stammered, "And my daughter, she had no choice in the matter." "You weren't without a choice," John said calmly. "You could have taken her into the mountains, away from people." How could I do that?" the chief reflexively protested. John replied, "Was it that you couldn't give up power, or the money you were pocketing?" From Parker, John had learned that the villagers, desperate to be rid of the werewolf, had each contributed money to the chief as bounty. And since no one had ever managed to kill the werewolf, that money had simply sat in the chief's home. Left speechless by the accusation, the chief could only tremble as John continued, "Had the wolf wizard harmed your daughter, yet you didn't seek revenge. Instead, you tolerated the werewolf legend and used it as an excuse to line your pockets." John lowered his sword until the blade pressed against the chief's neck, making his whole body shake. The man opened his mouth to argue, but the icy look in John's eyes forced the words back down his throat. "Tell me. Where is the wolf wizard?" The chief finally answered, He has a lair in the marshes. Around this time, animals are always found dead there." It seemed the wolf wizard had not given up on the chief's daughter. John motioned for the village chief to step aside, his eyes fixed on the werewolf. The creature gradually quieted, and John rubbed his chin. "This one looks unusual." The girl hadn't fully transformed into a werewolf. Perhaps something had happened the night she was bitten. After observing for a while, John used a summoning charm to bring over a large stone. Circling behind the struggling werewolf, he aimed at the back of its head and brought the rock crashing down. A deafening crack rang out, followed by the thud of the werewolf collapsing and the stone shattering. "Pickle," the chief wailed in anguish. John considered for a moment, then drew his wand and leveled it at the men. A flash of red light struck the chief, and he crumpled to the ground. Perhaps the commotion had been too loud. Parker, trembling inside his house, cracked the door open just a sliver. John dragged both the werewolf and the unconscious chief toward his home, sending Parker into a panic as he fumbled to bar the door. The door was kicked open in one blow. John tossed the chief inside. "Watch him." Leaving Parker with that curt command, John dragged the werewolf out of the village. A long trail was carved into the snow behind them. Parker wiped sweat from his brow, glanced down at the unconscious chief, and looked utterly ready to burst into tears. Chapter 388, I Pierced the Wolf Magician. On the southern side of the village lay a stretch of marshland. Because of the weather, the swamp was covered by a sheet of black ice. When John arrived, the stench of blood was thick in the air. He crouched beneath a tree and pulled something from its roots. Wolfsbane. He stared at the aconite, stuffed a few into his satchel, then moved in another direction. A whoa. A howl split the air, and John looked up. An upright werewolf was tearing into a small animal, its belly ripped open. The scene was sickeningly bloody. Suddenly, the werewolf stopped its cruel work, lifted its head, and sniffed the air. John noticed signs that Pickle was beginning to stir as well. He promptly kicked her in the neck, sending her head lolling to the side. "Looks like it's still a while until dawn." John calculated how long until sunrise, then hung Pickle from a tree. The moment he climbed up, the swamp werewolf came charging over. It searched the area but never thought to look up. John watched it, thinking if he leapt down from above, he could probably take its head off with a single strike. After a moment's thought, he stayed still. He remained in the tree for a long while, until the sky began to pale. Beside him, the fur on Pickle's body gradually receded, revealing her original human features. Pale skin, a few freckles scattered across her face, and brown hair. As she shifted back into a human, she slowly regained consciousness. The swamp werewolf curled up in a thicket and finally turned into the shape of a young man. "What is this?" Pickle muttered groggily as she opened her eyes. She had assumed she'd killed someone again, her tears already on the verge of falling, until she looked down and saw her legs dangling, her body painfully restrained by ropes. Pickle. The call from below made her realize where she was. It was there, that place of nightmares. "No. Stay away. Don't call my name." "Ah." Pickle saw the young man and let out a piercing scream. The youth, wounded by her frightened and distant reaction, stumbled back 2 steps. "Werewolf, state your name." John sat cross-legged on the tree branch, one hand propped against his cheek. Only then did the young man notice there was another person present. His gaze lingered on the sword strapped to John's back, and his heart sank. "My name is Malin." "Sir, could you let Pickle down first?" "Malin." John smiled faintly. "Interesting." He waved his hand across the rope, and a lick of flame flared up, burning it through. Pickle screamed as she fell, but Malin threw himself forward without hesitation, taking the impact as her cushion. Get away from me." Pickle sobbed, struggling in his arms. "Stay away, you disgusting monster." Malin quickly got up and retreated, while Pickle tore off the loosened rope, ready to leave. "Pickle, don't you want to know the truth?" The voice made her pause in her tracks. She looked up at the men in the tree and asked, Who are you?" "You can call me Yadani," John shrugged. "For now, let's just say I'm a witcher." "Witcher?" Pickle and Malin's expressions shifted instantly. Especially Malin, he suddenly produced a stick as thick as a rolling pin, apparently a wand. "No wonder they call you a wolf sorcerer. So you really can use magic." John looked at Malin with surprise. Werewolves had always been at the bottom of the magical world's hierarchy of disdain. For one of them, in this era, to actually learn magic was unexpected. Malin gripped his wand tightly. Pickle, thinking he meant to harm her, cried out and ran to hide behind a tree. John jumped down from the branch, his legs tingling a little from sitting too long. His eyes stayed fixed on Malin's wand, curiosity in his tone. "So, what kind of magic can you use?" "The magic I know is beyond your imagination," Malin said, as if those words alone could give him confidence. "All right then." John stretched his limbs, stepped forward toward Malin, and extended his hand. "I have a few questions you need to answer." "Stay back." Malin shouted, voice harsh but hollow. John, already impatient, raised his hand and cast a summoning charm. "Ah." Malin, never expecting a witcher to wield magic, was dragged helplessly toward him. John grabbed Malin by the throat, his eyes turning into vertical pupils. "Gore. Don't test my patience, wizard." He twisted the rolling pin-like wand out of Malin's grip, flung him to the ground beneath the tree, and drew his sword before tossing it. The silver blade pierced straight through the trunk, the tip jutting out the other side, cold sweat dripping down Malin's face. Even Pickle, hiding behind the tree, was startled. If that sword had been angled just a little higher, it would have been one strike for 2 wolves. After that, John heard a very different story from Malin. He had been a wizard, bitten by a werewolf during one of his travels, and turned into one himself. Each full moon, Malin would run off to deserted places to endure the transformation. Only once did he accidentally hurt someone. That was the night Pikal appeared. Dawn was near, the full moon about to fade. When she appeared, Malin regained a shred of his sanity. After biting Pikal, he immediately tried to heal her with his wand. In the chaos, he had thrown together a mixture of herbs for her to use. Racked with guilt afterward, he wanted to take Pikal away with him, but the village chief blocked him at every turn. Worried, he had no choice but to remain in the swamp. But on every full moon he still transformed, unable to stop Pikal, so all he could do was quietly spread word of werewolves. He hoped others would drive them out in his stead. You wanted someone else to kill me? Pikal stared at him in disbelief. I thought you liked me. Malin turned his head away, unable to look at her. It would only bring you pain. I know you, Pikal. You're a kind girl. You wouldn't want to become a monster like me. Pikal covered her mouth, uncertain whether she was touched or not. John held the rolling pin-like wand in hand, listening to Malin's story. Watching, Alexei felt a little awkward. Anton, ever the one to bring up the worst topics, asked, so you never asked back then? Alexei gave a couple of dry coughs. Faced with a werewolf, how was I supposed to know what he was saying? Yadani has a sensitive and delicate heart, their grandfather sighed. Just like his mother, my daughter. The other uncles all nodded in agreement. This nephew had perfectly inherited Mrs. Wick's virtues. What? Watson Wick's? He only contributed some male conditions, what virtues could he possibly have? Just a mere tool. Compared to that foreigner, what they really wanted to know was John's choice. Under the watchful eyes of the Jovanovic family, John made his decision. Learning that Malin was cursed, Pikal also realized that being bitten that day hadn't been his intention. She was deeply moved. Then slapped Malin across the face. You bastard, you called people to kill me. Malin silently endured it. Now it was time for John to choose. Would he kill the werewolves to erase the threat, or spare them? As a witcher, John would unhesitatingly choose to kill them. But as a wizard. He pulled his sword from the tree, the gleaming tip pointed straight at the two of them. Pikal, even if you became a werewolf by accident, the fact remains, you bit villagers to death. Pikal stepped forward and knelt, guilt weighing on her. Witcher, I feel ashamed for the sins I've committed. John placed his sword against her slender neck. Pikal closed her eyes, accepting death calmly. Malin was torn. He felt he was the true culprit. Wait, Malin rushed forward and knelt. I was the cause of everything. If I hadn't come here, Pikal would never have become a werewolf. If someone must die, let it be me, Spalch. He had barely finished his righteous declaration when John drove the sword straight through his body. John smiled. Did you think I'd spare you? Malin froze in disbelief. John yanked the blade free, and Malin collapsed into a pool of blood. Pikal screamed and threw herself at him. As life drained away, Malin's vision blurred. His trembling hand brushed Pikal's cheek. Pikal, forgive me. I forgive you, Malin. Please, please don't die. Pikal, eyes brimming with tears, pleaded desperately for Malin not to die. As the two put on their tragic scene, John looked on, expressionless. You're a wizard. One stab like that isn't fatal. Malin, who had truly thought he was dying, froze. He struggled to lift his head and saw that John had no intention of finishing him off. Terrified, he asked, "URG. What exactly? Arg. Are you trying to do?" John glanced at Pikal. While she was still bewildered, his sword pierced straight through her as well. The blade drove cleanly through her abdomen, and he pulled it out in one swift motion. As punishment, you will leave this village, John said as he flicked the blood from his sword. He did not strike a third time. Malin was both shocked and relieved, though he couldn't understand why a witcher like John would spare an uncontrollable werewolf like him. Even the watching grandfather and uncles were baffled. Sparing a werewolf meant risking future danger, inevitable bloodshed. At that moment, the grandfather even thought John was being far too soft-hearted. But John only smiled faintly. Werewolves. Naturally, there's a way to deal with them. As one of the inventors of the wolfsbane potion, his gaze swept over the herbs. But a life still needs someone to atone for it. He looked at Pikal coldly. You'll need to earn 100 gold coins as compensation for the people you killed. 100 gold coins, in this era, that amount was enough to make people forget their hatred. After all, the entire village had only managed to pull together 10 gold coins as a bounty to kill the werewolf. This task was nearly impossible, yet if Pikal didn't want to die, it was the only path left to her. Pikal, I'll always stay by your side. Malin. Malin pressed against the bleeding wound in Pikal's abdomen. The two locked eyes, filled with deep emotion, and at last, they agreed. In that instant, a white light rose from their bodies and flowed into the runes on John's sword. One of the runes lit up. Chapter 389, No Turning Back. John understood. The dream trial wasn't just about killing enemies, it was also a test of the heart. The village chief handed over the 10 gold coins meant for the werewolf bounty to John. Though it pained him, he still said respectfully, "Honored Witcher, thank you for forgiving my daughter's sins." He was deeply grateful. Even if his daughter could not stay in the village, at least her life had been spared. Parting with the coins, however, made him wince in agony. John glanced at the villagers outside and said calmly, "No need to thank me, because no one has forgiven you." He turned and left, leaving the village chief puzzled. But soon enough, the chief understood. The furious villagers nearly tore his house apart. Parker had spread the entire truth. When they learned it was the chief's daughter who had committed the killings, and couldn't find her, they came straight for the chief. Dressed in medieval garb, John walked out of the chief's house and ran into Parker by the roadside. Parker looked at him as though seeing an idol and asked in awe, "Are you a witcher? That's amazing. I've heard about you, you only appear in the most dangerous places." Parker flailed his arms, babbling incoherently, "Can I join you? I mean, can I follow you?" John thought for a moment, then pulled a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it toward Parker. The coin spun in the air, catching the light in a dazzling shimmer. Finally, it fell into the mud at their feet. Parker moved to pick it up, but John said, "If you pick up that coin, it means you've lost your chance." Parker froze mid-bend, unsure what to do. John kept walking ahead, his voice drifting back. "Either step over it and catch up to me, or pick it up and stay behind." His stride never slowed, his figure gradually disappearing into the village. Parker stared at the coin. A single gold coin was enough to change his life for the better. Torn, he looked up and saw John already leaving the village. In the end, Parker picked up the coin. Between reality and adventure, he chose reality. John walked for a while through unfamiliar lands. John was starting to regret leaving so casually. Ugh. He didn't know the way. Should have asked for directions before walking off, he sighed as he made his way down the road. After 3 full days of travel, he finally came across a town. The first thing he did after entering was find an inn and take a bath. With 9 gold coins in his pocket, he was practically carrying a fortune. When he stepped out after bathing, he saw a squad of knights passing by. The commoners on the roadside lowered their heads respectfully at the sight of the knights. The lead knight called out loudly, "By order of the king, witchers are summoned to Consang County." Coming straight for him. John narrowed his eyes. Staying inside the inn, he overheard the murmurs around him. Witchers? That's just a legend. Why would the king be looking for such monsters? They say there's a terrible banshee in the Consang Tower, one that's already killed many guards. Consang. That old wizard's tower. All the wizards were wiped out ages ago, there can't be any left. Listening to their chatter, John realized that in this era, witchers seemed to have already begun hunting sorcerers. No wonder Malin had panicked the moment he saw him. So now I'm the enemy of wizards. His expression turned wry. For someone who was a top student in the wizarding world, that kind of identity shift was more than a little strange. He drew his sword and glanced at it. The first rune was already glowing, 9 still remained. If nothing went wrong, the banshee would probably be one of them. Sliding the sword back into its sheath, he watched as the squad of knights rode off down the street. John bought a map from the innkeeper, then went to a jeweler's shop and sold one of his gemstones. The jeweler tried to haggle him down, but unfortunately for him, John had mind magic on his side. He calmly raised the price, and the shopkeeper broke out in a nervous sweat. In the end, the deal went through, and John walked away with a heavy pouch of gold. "Good news," he muttered, "the satchel still works." John stuffed the gold into his satchel. Thankfully, it hadn't stopped working, otherwise, he'd be stuck lugging around a pile of coins on the road. As he left, he noticed someone watching him. He didn't think much of it. Back at the inn, staring at a plate of potatoes with skin still on, he fell into deep thought. Seems like even this place can't escape the invasion of potatoes. He popped one into his mouth. Great. No taste, even in dreams, huh? John ate just enough to fill his stomach, then left it at that. The next morning, he set out from the inn to wander around town. 2 men continued trailing him at a distance. Meanwhile, that squad of knights was out searching again. But since John wasn't carrying his sword, they didn't notice him. Did someone leak word about me? Suspicion stirred as he watched the knights comb the streets, looking convinced that a witcher was in town. He had no desire to get tangled up with the kingdom here, that would only turn simple matters into complicated ones. So, heading back toward the inn, he realized the 2 followers were still on his tail. Once inside, John slipped out through a first-floor window. Outside the inn, the men lingered for a while before the knights returned. One of them asked haughtily, "You're the ones who said there's a witcher here?" A short, scrawny man fawned, "Yes, Sir Knight. I'm certain of it. That man carried a witcher's sword when he entered the city." "Good. Search the place." In this era, knights weren't symbols of chivalry or protection. On the contrary, they were arrogant and domineering, barging straight inside to ransack the inn. When they found nothing, the knight flew into a rage and with one swing of his sword decapitated the scrawny man on the spot. The innkeeper trembled in terror, practically ready to confess to bedwetting as a child. Once they learned which room belonged to John, the knight stormed in, only to find the window wide open. Scowling, the leader muttered, "He's gone." While their fury boiled, John was already beyond the city walls. Though he had no desire to answer the king's summons, his trial still had to continue. He studied the map, heading toward Consang County. "Show me the way." Pointing his wand due north, John set off in that direction. "I should probably find myself a horse." John trudged along on foot, debating whether he ought to get himself a horse. After some time on the road, he was lucky enough to run into a merchant caravan. When they saw John, especially the gleam of a gold coin, the merchants immediately grew warm and hospitable, inviting him to travel with them. As night fell, the caravan made camp. "That's not a good place. Not worth going even if you had money," a portly merchant said with disdain. "If you're heading that way, I advise you to avoid the wizard's tower. That place is cursed." The merchant spoke with a grim look. He had been to Consang County several times, but none of his experiences there were good. He was utterly convinced the place was tainted by a wizard's curse. During the caravan's rest, a servant suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. The cry of terror was quickly joined by the sounds of tearing flesh and gnashing teeth. "Ghouls!" Someone shouted in panic, "Light the fire! Quickly, light the fire!" They had passed through this area many times before, but this was the first time they had ever encountered a ghoul attack. John turned his gaze and saw a cluster of hideous creatures, their exposed skin making them look like malformed children. One servant frantically hurled a torch, striking one of them. The ghoul let out a furious roar and lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the servant. John realized these things weren't ghouls after all. He said, "Mr. Yusi, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first?" Yusi, the merchant, was trembling as he hid inside the wagon. "Bad news, no, good news." He was already incoherent, especially after seeing yet another servant dragged to the ground. John stroked his chin. "The good news is, ghouls don't eat people. And they're not very aggressive." "Ghouls don't eat people." Yusi froze. This was the first time he'd ever heard that. "Then what's the bad news?" "The bad news is, those aren't ghouls. They're man-eating trolls." A servant screamed as his arm was ripped clean off. Yusi nearly pissed himself. John grinned. "There's another piece of good news, I can take care of them. But the price? I'll pay. I'll pay. Just get rid of those things." Yusi shouted as another man was dragged down. "Forget the money. You're going to take me to Consang County." John slowly drew his sword. "How about it? Deal." Yusi practically roared the word. John smiled, his figure springing forward like a hunting leopard. Just as one of the trolls was about to sink its teeth into a servant's neck, a flash of silver light pierced straight through the creature's throat. John pressed down on the hilt with his left hand, using leverage to flick the blade upward, cleanly severing the creature's head. A crimson glow flowed into the sword, lighting up the second rune just a little. John's eyes lit up. Even these small fry gave experience. He flicked the blood off his blade, then raised his hand, casting a summoning charm. A man-eating troll was yanked into the air and slammed to the ground from above. But when the troll died, no crimson glow emerged. It seemed they had to be slain by the sword itself. John's gaze swept over the remaining trolls. He lifted his left hand, pulling one straight toward him, and drove his sword clean through its body. The blood glow was absorbed. John repeated the process. In the firelight, he moved like a reaper harvesting lives, his blade cutting down troll after troll. There were 15 in total. Aside from the one that had died from the fall, every last one was killed by his sword. The second rune shone brighter now, though it still didn't match the first. Wiping his sword clean, John strode toward the caravan. With blood splattered across his clothes, he looked like a demon straight out of hell as he emerged from the night. Yusi's face twitched hard. He suddenly remembered he had just promised to take John to that cursed place, Consang County. On the verge of tears, he asked, "Can I take it back?" John patted his plump arm in a friendly way and smiled. "Only if you don't want to live." Heh. Chapter 390, The Consang City. On the cliffside road, the winding path left no room for error. One careless slip and the caravan could tumble straight down. Konsang is a fortress of the kingdom, known as the City of Black Iron. Yusi's plump face stayed rigid. He didn't dare turn his head, doing his best not to look at the drop that seemed ready to swallow them at any moment. In truth, the road wasn't actually that narrow. He spoke to John, who was sitting across from him in the carriage. That place used to be a military garrison. About 150 years ago, wizards took it over. Later, the wizards vanished, and the place grew. Strange. Strange. John's interest stirred. What do you mean? That wizard tower. It was built by them, but for some reason, right after it was completed, the people disappeared. Yusi's face twisted into a bitter grimace. Since then, Konsang has been shrouded in gloom year-round, earning the name of an ill-omened place. He truly didn't want to go there, but John's kindly smile, and the memory of him killing a man-eating troll, told him it was best to behave. When the caravan rounded the mountain, a fortress came into view, sealed up like an iron barrel. At its center stood a towering black spire. The sky above Konsang was heavy with gloom. Two tall, gaunt guards stood at the city gate. Though they were stationed at its entrance, their faces were drawn with weariness and fear. But when they saw the merchant caravan approach, they looked as if they'd just seen a ghost. Sir Yadani, we don't actually have to go inside, right? Yusi pleaded. Since John had reached his destination, he decided to let Yusi off the hook. Relieved, Yusi immediately ordered the caravan to turn back. He would rather face that cliffside road again than remain in Konsang. Just then, John seemed to remember something. He pulled something from his pocket and tossed it toward Yusi, who was directing the caravan. Yusi. Yusi froze mid-smile. He turned just in time to see a pouch flying at him and caught it instinctively. As a merchant, the moment he weighed it in his hand, he knew exactly how much money was inside. He stared blankly at John, who waved with a smile. Consider it a business deal. Safe travels. Stunned, Yusi watched John walk into that gloom-shrouded place. It truly lived up to its name, the City of Black Iron. The moment he stepped inside, the damp tang of rusted metal filled his nose. There weren't many people walking the cobbled streets. Still, there were plenty of shops. John had already counted 5 or 6. They bore blacksmith signs above their doors, yet every shop was shut tight. The desolation was plain to see. Suddenly, the clatter of hooves rang out. A young man on horseback came charging through the street, shouting as he rode, "Shut your doors and windows. The banshee's awake." The few pedestrians, who had been walking lazily, all broke into a frantic run. John was still puzzled when a piercing shriek split the air. Niag. The sound stabbed straight into his eardrums. Those who hadn't run fast enough collapsed in agony, brought down by the sheer pain of it. The wail dragged on for more than 10 seconds. The fallen lay unconscious, and even John felt his mind reel under the assault. Staggering, he pushed himself upright, bracing against a wall until the dizziness ebbed. Meanwhile, the young rider had returned. With practiced ease, he dismounted and hurried to help one of the fainted townsfolk. "You're all right," he asked in surprise when he noticed John hadn't collapsed. He lifted the unconscious man onto his horse's back, then came over to John. Still unsettled, John asked, "What was that sound?" "You're not from around here." That was the banshee's cry. Every time she wakes, she lets out that sound. The young man's face was troubled. That cry has driven off entire armies sent to subdue her. Even knights can do nothing against it. "Oh, right. My name's Libby. I'm the town's timekeeper." Libby shook John's hand. John, still mulling over the banshee's voice, replied, "Yadani." That unnatural shriek reminded him of another high-pitched menace, Voldemort. The difference was that Voldemort's voice struck at the soul itself. Libby led his horse along, helping each of the fallen townsfolk. Later, John asked about it and learned that this happened almost once a month. "How do you know when the banshee wakes?" John asked. "There's a bronze bell in the central tower," Libby explained. "When the banshee wakes, the bell turns blue." The central tower referred to the wizard's tower. Locals called it the central tower, and no one had ever set foot inside. Some even claimed that passing by at night, they'd seen wizards within, casting vile curses. John nodded to show he understood. Libby, meanwhile, remained warmly talkative. Perhaps it was because Konsang had seen so few travelers over the years. Libby led John to the town's only tavern, which also doubled as an inn. The proprietor was a middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and bald. His bronzed skin marked him as someone long used to the forge. His name was Heiberg, and he had once been a blacksmith. But when the banshee appeared, and even the army couldn't defeat it, he was forced to turn his forge into a tavern. Business wasn't much better, though. With the banshee haunting the place, hardly anyone ever came to Konsang. Our lord, the Black Iron Viscount, went to the kingdom to seek aid. He never came back. If you ask me, he's abandoned this place. Heiberg slammed down a frothing mug of ale and grumbled, if he hadn't insisted on meddling with forbidden things, that monster never would have been unleashed. Forbidden things? John asked, taking a sip. Foam clung to his lips. Heiberg was about to answer when he caught sight of Libby eyeing John's drink with open longing. Annoyed, he snapped, Libby, you'd better get to your timekeeping. If you lose that job, don't come running to me with those skinny arms and legs of yours. Libby muttered in protest, it's not time yet. I even brought you a customer. Yeah, I know how sensitive you are about time. Now get out. Heiberg shoved him toward the door and sent him out into the street. As Libby led his horse away, Heiberg grabbed a loaf of barley bread from the table and stuffed it roughly into Libby's pocket. Libby beamed and thanked him cheerfully. When Heiberg came back into the tavern, he found John still watching him. John pulled 2 silver coins from his pocket and set them on the table. Another mug of ale, and tell me, what exactly did the Black Iron Viscount do? Oh, right. The forbidden thing. Heiberg blew on the coins, then, with a friendlier expression, set a fresh mug of ale before John. Casually, he said, it's no secret. Everyone in Konsang knows. That fool inherited his father's title, and not long after, he fell in love with a witch. The witch told him that if he truly loved her, he should pry open the doors of the central tower to prove he was a brave man. And that idiot actually did it. He thought his bravery would win her heart. But once she stepped inside, she never came out again. Here, Heiberg's face darkened with fury. Even a 3-year-old knows the 2 things you can never trust in this world, witches and goblins. John downed another mouthful of ale and let out a burp, frowning in puzzlement. And after that, the Banshee appeared. No one ever saw the Banshee. The Black Iron Viscount was the one who claimed he had. Heiberg glanced at the sword on John's back and added kindly, if you came here for the Banshee, my advice is to give it up. Of course I didn't come here for the Banshee, John said with a chuckle. Heiberg had only spoken up out of regard for the 2 silver coins. After that, he left John to his own devices. John took a room at the tavern. The moment he opened the door, he saw the mess left behind from the last tenant's brawl, along with some rather suggestive traces. Since so few people ever came, Heiberg hadn't bothered to clean. Though it was called an inn, there were only 5 rooms in total. John opened the other 4. None were in much better condition. He chose the one that was relatively cleaner and snapped his fingers, casting a cleaning charm. Under the effect of the spell, dust and grime were swept up by a gust of wind and blown out of the room. At last, it was in a livable state. But as he used magic, a pair of eyes opened in the towering spire at the town's center. The great bell beneath the central tower slowly turned blue. Libby, seeing this, hastily stuffed the barley bread into his mouth, mounted his half-deaf horse, and tore off through the streets. The Banshee is awake. Niag. That piercing, eardrum-rending shriek swept over the town once again. Libby didn't notice that the doors of the central tower had begun to open, slowly, silently. No one stepped out. It was as if the tower itself were inviting someone in. After a while, the doors slowly closed again. Outside the dream trial, the Jovanovic family watched with grim faces. A Banshee, this trial ranks just below the winged lion, one of them muttered. Alexei lifted his head to look at Andrei. Having once endured that very trial, Andrei had nearly died under the Banshee's cry. Yadani's in trouble this time. Even a madman like Andrei spoke with grave seriousness. The Banshee is elusive, and her voice can kill. I only managed to slay her by sheer luck. The uncle stared anxiously at the scene within the spring's waters. The foe in this trial wasn't just the Banshee. The price of killing one was far too great. Her range alone was enough to drag half a city into death with her. Yadani, what will you do? Chapter 391, The Banshee. Libby stumbled into the tavern, where Heiberg's massive frame was crouched beneath the counter. Shattered bottles littered the floor, the planks slick with spilled liquor. The heavy stench of alcohol filled the tavern, enough to make anyone dizzy just stepping inside. Heiberg, are you all right? Libby shouted in worry. Shut it, Libby, Heiberg snapped, having banged into the cabinet. Damn Banshee. He hadn't managed to close the door in time, and the spilled liquor had cost him at least a dozen silver coins. Libby grabbed a broom to help sweep, but Heiberg shooed him away. Go check whether that traveler fainted upstairs. The building had good soundproofing, but Heiberg worried John might have opened a window. Aye. Hearing this, Libby dashed upstairs. He hurriedly pushed open the door. Yadani, are you all right? Stepping inside, Libby froze. I never thought this place could look clean, he said in astonishment. Then he asked, wide-eyed, you did this? It never crossed his mind that John had used magic to tidy the room. Seeing him unharmed, Libby finally relaxed. Normally, banshees don't wake once night falls, Libby said in puzzlement. The sun's already down, today was an exception. John didn't dwell on it, but he felt he had to see the color-changing bell for himself. Libby, where do you stay at night? The streets outside were deserted, everyone had likely gone home, too afraid of the banshee to linger. Scratching his head, Libby said, I sleep in the tavern's stable. Just a copper coin for a night. How about earning a little extra, then? John smiled faintly. With a flick of his right hand, 2 gold coins spun between his fingers. Gulp. Libby's eyes locked onto them, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. John, like the serpent tempting Eve with the apple, lured Libby with the promise of easy coin. In the end, Libby couldn't resist and gave in. He agreed to take John to the central tower the next day. At dawn, Libby was already knocking on John's door. Though John had only slept 2 hours, he was full of energy. They stepped out of the tavern, and Libby invited John to ride his deaf horse. This horse can't hear, Libby explained, so it isn't afraid of the banshee's cry. It was thanks to this horse that Libby had managed to secure the position of timekeeper. They rode together toward the central tower. Though the horse didn't look strong, its stamina was impressive, carrying 2 riders posed no problem at all. Along the way, they passed scattered pedestrians. Even with the threat of the banshee, people still had to toil for their livelihoods. Many would live their whole lives without ever leaving their small mountain town, let alone glimpse the world beyond. They hurried about, yet the dreams they carried in their hearts would remain just that, dreams. At last, they arrived beneath the central tower. John gauged it with his eyes. The structure was built from solid, jet-black stone. The central tower was the tallest building in Kansang. It wasn't for lack of attempts, plenty had tried to tear it down, but every effort had ended in failure. The stone was too hard. Not even a hammer could chip off so much as a single piece. In time, everyone had come to accept the tower as the work of wizards. Standing beneath it, John's eyes fell upon the color-changing bell. It was no larger than a human head, set just under the central tower. Right now, the bell hadn't changed color, it looked like plain brass. Libby had discovered by chance that before the banshee let out her cry, the bell would darken in hue. That gave him just enough time to warn others to hide. The central tower itself couldn't be entered, only that fool, the Black Iron Viscount, had ever pried it open. John circled the tower once. The more he looked, the stranger it seemed. This tower's function, it feels like some kind of amplifier. His gaze lingered on the lines etched into the black stone, as though the surface were pieced together from overlapping magic arrays. A magic tower, John murmured. Such ostentatious structures were rare, unless they served a special purpose, wizards seldom bothered with them. To others, it appeared an ordinary black tower, but John could tell, it was a magic tower, constructed entirely of runic formations. The bell was more like a tool for detection, akin to a scrying glass or a soul-revealing mirror. As John studied it, Libby's voice rang out in alarm. The banshee's awake. John looked up. The bell was slowly turning blue. Libby called out for John to leave, but John told him to go on ahead. Drawing his sword, John lowered the tip until it touched the ground. The instant the blade met the earth, an invisible ripple spread outward from the tip. Sensory charm. He closed his eyes, and the world around him unfolded vividly in his mind. Libby hesitated for a long moment before finally deciding to run off and warn everyone to hide. A while later, the banshee's shriek rang out. That horrifying sound could render someone unconscious, or even dead, within 3 seconds. John struck the ground again, sending another invisible wave rippling outward. This time the reach was wider, a flood of information rushing into his mind all at once. Watching from the outside, Alexei marveled. Why isn't he affected by the scream anymore? Just yesterday, John had been vulnerable to the sound. Yet today, it didn't faze him at all. A faint metallic gleam flickered in John's ears. Alexei squinted, then couldn't help but praise, smart move. Andrei looked over and realized it was a pair of earplugs. That left him puzzled, why would John have earplugs? What he didn't know was that John had crafted them through alchemy. As the saying went, clap your hands, and whatever you want appears. With the earplugs in, John couldn't hear a thing. But rather than being a hindrance, it actually made his sensory charm even more effective, letting him perceive his surroundings with greater clarity. In his mind, sound rippled outward in waves, spreading across the entire city. The source of the sound had appeared on the eastern side of Kansang. Then, the screaming stopped. John opened his eyes again, just as Libby came galloping back on his horse. It seemed he still couldn't rest easy leaving John alone. John noticed that the horse was completely unaffected, and his eyes lit up. Libby, will you sell me your horse? For a moment, Libby thought he was hearing things. Was John insulting him? Couldn't quite hear it, better look again. Seeing John's earnest expression, Libby figured he hadn't been insulted after all. But when John asked to buy his only companion, the deaf horse, Libby hesitated. Price is negotiable. How about 5 gold coins? With a flick of his hand, John displayed his money-handling skill. F5. The 5 shining gold coins made Libby's eyes go wide. He had only paid 5 silver coins for the horse in the first place. Selling it now could make him rich. Yet after a moment of struggle, he still shook his head. Sigh. Sorry, Yidani. Without it, I can't keep the time for everyone. His refusal was pained but firm. More than money, he needed to ensure the safety of the townsfolk. Hearing this, John regarded Libby with newfound respect. All right. Then could you lend it to me? John didn't press, simply shifted his request. Thinking that the banshee had just awakened once and likely wouldn't again so soon, Libby agreed. But only for 1 hour. That's enough. John tossed Libby a gold coin. As a deposit. He mounted the deaf horse and charged off in one direction. Libby stayed behind, staring worriedly at the warning bell, silently praying it wouldn't turn blue. The eastern side of Konsang was far more desolate. This was where the Viscount had lived. After the Black Iron Viscount left, only servants had remained. But now, the vast estate had become nothing but wasteland. John pulled on the reins, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He drew his sword and tapped the wall, sending out a pulse of the sensory charm. There were hardly any living people here. Most likely, the banshee had killed them. Guided by the memory of where the banshee's scream had come from, John and the deaf horse worked together seamlessly. The thought crossed John's mind, perhaps he should bring this horse along on future travels. Passing through a withered garden, John stopped once more. John triggered the sensory charm and saw a figure resting in the garden. A girl in a white dress stood there with her eyes closed. Riding closer, John caught sight of her. The sound of hooves crushing dead leaves startled the girl awake. Her once pure, delicate face twisted in an instant into something hideous and terrifying. A mouth filled with jagged teeth opened wide, issuing a warning at John. Despite her frail appearance, her leap carried enough force to shatter stone. John yanked the reins, making the deaf horse rear up, its forehoof slamming into the banshee and kicking her flying. Light flashed in his eyes, his right hand gripped his sword, his left hand steered the horse forward, charging straight at the banshee. The deaf horse surged in speed. Just as the banshee opened her mouth, John's blade came down, severing it in a single stroke. The silver gleam grew sharper still. Enchantment, night. With his mount beneath him, John's strike silenced the banshee's voice completely. 3 seconds later, blood finally began to seep from her neck. Like a fountain, the blood sprayed out, quickly tainting the surrounding plants black. This banshee showing up here doesn't seem like an accident. John's gaze swept over and landed on the iron ring clasped around the banshee's leg, a chain running from it to the base of a massive statue in the garden. The statue depicted a scholar holding a book, but in his other hand, he carried a staff. A wizard. A male wizard statue, here in the Viscount's estate. John immediately sensed there was something fishy about it. Chapter 392, Entering the Black Tower. A streak of blood light shot out from the banshee's body and sank into John's sword. The second rune lit up. Watching this, Andre was left questioning life itself. That's it. Just like that. Andre said blankly. Not just him, the other uncles also fell into deep doubt. Was their nephew secretly cheating? After a moment of thought, Alexei came to a conclusion. Yidani's actions were decisive, and his luck was excellent. Andre gestured for him to continue. Alexei explained, the banshee's most dangerous ability is her scream, which can kill instantly. Yidani rendered that useless with his magical earplugs, cutting her power in half. The uncles nodded thoughtfully. He was right. Alexei went on, and then there's his speed. On horseback, Yidani was incredibly fast. After knocking the banshee back, he immediately followed through and cut her down, leaving her no chance to react. He sighed and added, if it had been me, I might have hesitated because of her appearance. The banshee's difficulty wasn't just her scream, it was also her deceptively innocent looks. Back then, Andre had been fooled by her little girl face, lost the initiative, and nearly died on the spot. John, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He saw at a glance that she wasn't human, and without hesitation, charged forward and cut her down with a single strike. He gave the banshee no chance to fight back, ending the battle outright. That decisiveness was a perfect match for a witcher. But, their nephew didn't seem to have ever dated. Thinking of the banshee's fate just now, the uncles suddenly felt as if they understood something. Kid, with that attitude, it's going to be hard for you to find a wife. John didn't stop moving. He pinched a bit of the sticky blood from his blade between his fingers. There's poison in this. He frowned. Thanks to the dragon's hide, he wasn't afraid of poison. He was about to dismount and investigate further when he noticed something squirming at the stump of the banshee's neck. Looking closely, he saw it was blood wriggling like worms. The writhing blood spurted outward, latching onto the severed head, and began dragging it back toward the body. It was a horrifying sight. Anyone else might have been scared stiff. But John reacted quickly, slashing at the blood that connected head and body. The stuff was like water. Even as the blade cut through, it couldn't be severed. The banshee's head slowly regained awareness, and from her mouth came a terrible scream. John spun and drove his sword straight into her gaping mouth, pinning the head to the ground. I already got the experience points, so why is she still alive? Staring at the banshee, John suddenly thought of another creature with a deadly scream. A ghoul. Someone refined her into a ghoul. Seeing the blood writhing like worms, John was certain someone was behind this. With her head nailed to the ground, the body couldn't reconnect to it. The banshee's body thrashed violently. John grabbed a handful of dead branches and tossed them onto the body. Murmuring a strange incantation, he caused the branches to ignite. The body went up in flames. As it burned to a crisp, the head quickly stopped struggling. John kicked the head into the fire as well. He noticed the iron chain on the girl's leg retracting, and he followed it to see it burrow into the base of the wizard statue. Targeting the stone platform carved with a circular pattern, he kicked hard. The platform shuddered, sending a numb ache up his leg. After 5 or 6 kicks, the slab finally cracked apart. Beneath the statue lay a hidden passage. John stepped inside. The tunnel was too narrow for the death horse, so it had to be left outside. With the banshee gone, there was no danger above. He felt at ease leaving the horse there. Torches lining the passage walls flared to life as John followed the trail of firelight. But the further he went, the longer the tunnel stretched, making him begin to wonder just where it led. He kept his earplugs in, not certain whether more banshees might be waiting inside. John tapped the wall with his sword, triggering the sensory charm. It revealed that the narrow passage still had no end in sight. Up ahead, sparks flickered faintly where the chain dragged along the ground. Deliberately luring me in. John narrowed his eyes and followed. The chain seemed endless. Even after walking for over 10 minutes, he still hadn't reached the end. But along the way, he did find something interesting. This should be a wand. He noticed a wand stabbed upright into the ground and pulled it free. Purple heart wood. Strictly speaking, this is more like a staff. It differed from a regular wand, the biggest difference being its size. Normal wands were slim and short, but this one was as tall as a man, like the kind of staff you'd see those long-bearded old men carry in stories, sturdy enough to smash someone's skull with. He didn't know who had stuck it here, but once John pulled it out and weighed it in his hand, he thought it could easily be swung like a club. There had been a time when wizards fought with such staffs. But because they were too conspicuous, making it easy for muggles to spot them, that practice gradually died out. By now, hardly anyone used them anymore. With the staff in his left hand and the sword in his right, John continued forward. The deeper he went, the dimmer the firelight became. Eventually, the torches vanished altogether. But with his night vision, John had little trouble pressing on. Suddenly, the sparks from the dragging chain leapt upward. It must have struck against steps. Sure enough, John soon saw a staircase leading upward. That meant the passage had reached its end. The material of the steps looked oddly familiar. Taking a closer look, John realized, wasn't this the same black stone from the central tower? Climbing upward, he suspected he had circled back to the tower's location. Thunk. He struck the ground again, and this time the feedback revealed a structure rising straight up. It matched the shape of the central tower. That wizard's tower, built 150 years ago, according to Heiberg, only one person had ever entered it. A witch. Could it be that the witch turned the banshee into an undead? But for what purpose? The staircase stretched on for what must have been 100 steps. Step by step, John climbed until he reached an open chamber. A burst of blue flame flared to life. At the end of the chain stood a gargoyle statue, clutching a lever that reeled the chain back in. The whole space was cast in cold tones, the faint glow of blue fire offering little illumination. There was little else inside, save for a single spiral staircase winding upward. This gargoyle, it looks a lot like the one in the headmaster's office. John studied the gargoyle with interest. So that means the banshee was locked up by someone from the wizard's tower. He lifted his gaze toward the spiral staircase. In recent years, the only one to have entered the tower was that witch. Had she approached Black Iron Viscount from the very start just for the sake of the wizard's tower? If so, the Viscount was truly nothing but a pitiful pawn. John set foot on the spiral stairs, noting that the entire tower was built from that same unyielding black stone. John ascended the stairs step by step. Konsang's wizard tower, have any of you ever been inside? Alexei asked. His uncles exchanged bewildered glances. During their trials, they had all been nothing more than merciless task machines, rarely doing any exploring. Even Andre hadn't been inside. Back then, he had killed the banshee and simply left. As for the tower, curiosity alone wasn't enough to gain entry. The doors had always been sealed shut, impossible to open. Who would have thought there was a way in hidden beneath the Viscount's statue? This development was something the uncles hadn't anticipated. After all, it wasn't supposed to be part of the trial at all. John continued climbing. Right now, he really missed his meteor shoes. Unfortunately, like all his other magical items, they had lost their function upon entering this world. Now, the meteor shoes were little more than finely crafted, durable footwear. Step by step, he made his way up to the 5th floor of the wizard's tower. The tower had 10 floors in total, each one vast in space. On the 5th floor, John found rows upon rows of books. It resembled a library, towering bookshelves so high they required ladders to reach the upper levels. There were also many tables set up, the kind that could easily serve as classrooms. At the center lay a dried-up pool, and on one of the tables rested a cauldron. Gems were embedded everywhere along the walls and floor. Casually, John lifted the staff in his hand and tapped it against the ground. A strange sight unfolded, the runes carved into the floor began to glow. The light coursed through the lines, igniting gem after gem until the entire chamber shone brilliantly. At a table sat a figure, robed in oversized wizard's garb, a hood shadowing even their head. John could tell they were alive. Because he saw the figure's fingers twitch. "You. Witcher." The voice was a man's. He slowly stood up. "You've brought me a suitable body." Turning around, the hood revealed a mask that covered his entire face. Blood seeped from the eye holes of the mask, and his body looked boneless, hanging limp as though it might collapse at any moment. John watched him steadily, raising his hand to cast a charm. The impact should have been enough to fling the men across the room in an instant. But this time, only the robes went flying. A figure, drenched head to toe in blood, stood there. It had slipped free of the clothing. Suddenly, its body burst apart, exploding into a curtain of blood that surged forward and swallowed John whole. Chapter 393, Black Iron Blood Marquis. The glowing gem lit up the figure's outline, less a man, more a ghost. From the eye sockets of the mask, blood seeped out. Beneath the wizard's robe, what held it up was neither bone nor flesh, but blood. John stood there, facing the blood wraith in wizard's robes. His eyes turned a pale gray as he foresaw the outcome of attacking. Physical attacks won't work. In his vision, even when he used a blasting charm, all he managed to do was fling away the creature's robes. It was like water slipping through his fingers, impossible to grasp. So John didn't strike. His left hand held his staff, his right gripped his sword. "Who are you?" From their earlier exchange, John could tell this being possessed intelligence. The blood wraith seemed surprised by John's patience. It was unlike the hot-headed witcher he expected. "This tower was built by my ancestor, Dracula," the blood wraith said as he slowly advanced toward John. "And you, witcher, have trespassed into my tower." When he was close enough, the blood wraith bared his fangs, no more pretense. With a sudden explosion, his body burst apart, surging into a curtain of blood that rushed toward John. Swoosh. "As the price, you will pay with everything." The massive curtain of blood had the power to seep into every pore, to take over another's body, an evil thing. But John had already foreseen this move. The same trick would never work twice on a witcher. And as a wizard, John approved. He drove his staff into the ground. His pupils turned to vertical slits, and from his mouth came an ancient incantation. Fiendfire. At the tip of his staff, flames gathered into a massive fireball and hurled into the blood curtain. Like cold water poured over a searing iron plate, the blood hissed and sizzled into steam, accompanied by a piercing scream. "No. How can you use magic?" The blood wraith cried out in terror. "You're not a witcher, you're a wizard." Never in his wildest imagination did he expect a witcher to suddenly unleash magic right before his eyes. In his understanding, witchers relied on swords and various weapons. And as a being immune to physical attacks, dealing with witchers should have been effortless. Too bad for him, he ran into John, who never followed the usual path. As a wizard, John wielded his staff, letting the flames burn ceaselessly until the blood wraith was roasted and evaporated. The sight left John's uncles utterly speechless. It was their first time seeing a blood wraith, but their witcher instincts told them one thing: to defeat such a creature, the price would have been devastating. And most likely, they would have been killed. Not because they lacked strength, but because they had encountered a natural counter to their kind. The blood wraith was like water, immune to physical strikes. Every attack a witcher relied on was useless against it. But John didn't play by those rules, on the surface a witcher, yet secretly armed with magic. That was the blood wraith's greatest downfall. Underestimating an opponent leads to defeat. To make sure the blood wraith was truly dead, John even burned its robes for good measure. But beneath the table, a drop of blood slipped away, creeping toward the bookshelf. Impossible. I am a blood marquis. How could I die so easily? The blood let out a resentful growl. It had waited so long, and at last it had found a chance to escape. To enter this place, it had sacrificed its body and sealed off its way back. A witcher's body had given it hope of returning to its peak, but John's single fire curse had destroyed everything. It refused to accept this. It was immortal. As long as it survived, once the wizard tower opened again, there would still be a chance. With that thought, the blood marquis crept closer to the base of the bookshelf. Using it as cover, he would finally be safe. Survival was within reach, when a red-hot blade pierced straight into the drop of blood, cutting off every possibility of escape. The searing heat evaporated it in an instant. John withdrew his sword, thinking, this thing could still move even with just a single drop of blood. What on earth was it? There was nothing in his knowledge that recorded such a creature. Perhaps it was a curse, something like a blood-borne curse. When the blood evaporated, a streak of red light appeared out of thin air and sank into his blade. The third rune lit up. John froze. To him, aside from being a little strange, this thing had been finished off with just one fire spell. Maybe it was just some kind of mini-boss. The fact that the third rune lit up all at once meant this was at least a trial boss. Too weak, John muttered. He felt even Malfoy could have handled it easily. The fifth floor that had lit up remained unaffected by the battle. Its glowing patterns pulsed, guiding John in a certain direction. The staff, huh? He sensed that everything was tied to the staff in his hand. Following the light, the bookshelves parted to either side. John ventured deeper, and a few of the books caught his attention. These are runes. He raised his hand and summoned one of the books. Inside, runic script was recorded. More than that, as the shelves shifted, they formed into a great formation. Runes were ancient symbols, so their appearance here wasn't surprising, but it did spark John's curiosity. At the center stood a pedestal of crystal joined with black stone. On it was a socket, shaped to fit the staff he carried. Having reached this place, John naturally wouldn't just walk away. He set the staff onto the pedestal and drew his wand, staying alert. Once the staff was set into place, the crystal burst into light. Beams from countless gems twisted together by some unseen force and streamed into the head of the staff. At its head was a great white diamond-shaped stone. After absorbing the gem's energy, the stone projected a mark onto the floor. The mark quickly shrank, transforming into a silver key-shaped necklace in the form of the number 8, floating in midair. John used his wand to pull the key necklace down. As he did, the surrounding glow faded. What's this key for? As an alchemist, his first instinct was to examine it closely. Within the key was a kind of unlocking magic. Unlike Alohomora, this was a protective enchantment. Something like the Fidelius charm's secret keeper, he concluded, before slipping the key into his pocket. The place being protected could only be found by using this key. And if it warranted such heavy safeguards, chances were it held something valuable. Pulling the staff free, John watched as the bookshelves shifted back into place. The glowing traces on the floor confirmed his suspicion. This wizard tower was a massive magical amplifier. Its exact purpose, though, could only be revealed once John traversed the entire tower. He continued upward. Reaching the 6th floor, he found himself in a garden, lush with greenery. Interwoven paths crisscrossed the space, forming a labyrinth. After some time navigating it, John finally emerged and reached the 7th floor. Here, a school was hidden. Unlike Hogwarts, this place gave off a suffocating atmosphere, with everything perfectly uniform. Several classrooms looked as if they'd been conjured by a copying spell, each one exactly the same. The way up was concealed above a pool, in which lay the bodies of long-dead eels. The 8th floor held countless star models, each glowing star drifting through the air, simulating the universe. The room itself seemed as vast and boundless as the cosmos. John walked back and forth, yet found no entrance to the 9th floor. He stopped, and footsteps echoed in his ears. The instant they neared, he spun around and caught the dagger aimed at him. Heh! With a twist of his right hand, he wrenched the ornate blade away and pressed it to the attacker's throat. Apparently unprepared for John's swift reaction, the intruder went rigid. On their long, pale neck, goosebumps rose under the cold touch of steel. John fixed his gaze on the figure. Her golden hair fell like silk, gray-blue eyes and pale skin. After a short, startled breath, the woman fixed her gaze on John. Who are you? Why are you here? How did you get in? 3 questions in a row, she sounded furious. John's expression went cold. Those are the questions I should be asking. Who are you? Being the second person to appear in the wizard tower, John naturally wasn't going to let her slip by unexplored. She wanted to retort, but the chill of steel at her throat made her relent. I'm the owner here, Emily. Owner? John eyed her skeptically. His doubt stung Emily. she snapped, it will be, sooner or later. Emily noticed the sword on John's back and then the staff in his left hand. Her face changed instantly. You pulled out the grey crystal staff, she barked. You stupid marmot, you'll unleash the Black Iron Blood Marquis. If that happens, the whole city will be plunged into disaster. Calling John a marmot set his face dark. Had she not realized their situation? But Emily seemed to give up on subtlety. Great, now that the Blood Marquis can find us, we'll die here. Where did you even come from, you reckless fool? John. Chapter 394, I rescued the witch. A brute? Me. John fell into thought, wondering whether he should shut this chatterbox up with a tongue-tying curse. Seeing that Emily already seemed resigned, John simply lowered the dagger. He asked casually, what is this place? And what's that Black Iron Blood Marquis you keep talking about? Emily had no hope left, nor any reason to keep secrets. This is the Black Hawk Tower. The independent faction of wizards once conducted research here. Later, they undertook a reckless experiment, which caused every wizard in the tower to vanish. She knew this place well. Rolling her eyes at John, she added, as for the Black Iron Blood Marquis, that's a very dangerous creature. He was once a viscount of this city. Later, he took me hostage and forced his way into the Black Hawk Tower, trying to seize the treasures hidden within. At this, Emily sneered. But he was wrong. He thought controlling wizards meant he could control magic. Instead, he was consumed and turned into the Blood Marquis. He never expected I would use magic to seal this place, trapping him inside with no way out. The Blood Marquis's weakness is sound. With the last of my magic, I summoned a banshee to block his path and sealed the staff at the exit. Emily gave a mocking laugh at John. But you, brute, ruined everything. Now it's over. If the Blood Marquis finds a body, no one will be able to stop him. But John was lost in thought. He looked up at Emily strangely and asked, the Blood Marquis you're talking about, is that the one made entirely of blood? The one who claimed his ancestor was Dracula. Exactly, that's him. He's been searching for me everywhere. Luckily, I hid on the 8th floor, and he couldn't find me, Emily replied, unaware anything was off. John's expression turned odd. If it's that guy, then he should already be dead. Don't be ridiculous, there's no way he. Emily glared at him in annoyance. But soon she realized something. In terror, she asked, when you came up here, you didn't run into the Blood Marquis. I did, John nodded honestly. I killed him. Impossible. Emily burst out. You're lying to me, an ordinary person could never kill him. Then her gaze fell on the sword strapped to John's back. Shocked, she cried out, you're a witcher. No, even a witcher couldn't kill him. Emily began to suspect John was bluffing to drive her out of hiding. But John silently raised his hand, and a small flame bloomed in his palm. I burned him. That single sentence laid out the truth. Emily fell into confusion. How could an exorcist be using magic? True, some exorcists had a few tricks, but usually just things like shockwaves. In the end, Emily had no choice but to accept reality. She spoke in disbelief, as if questioning reality itself. The one who trapped me in this tower for so long, was just killed like that. So. About Dracula. Do we have to kill him too? John asked with seriousness. Bah, that lunatic just read too many fictional stories after becoming a blood monster. There isn't a Dracula, that's the tale told to the children to behave. Still, that tale is more believable than the reality of me talking to a wizard witcher. Then something occurred to her. The one who cast magic yesterday, that was you. John thought back. He had only used a simple cleaning charm. That left Emily speechless. She had assumed a wizard had arrived, so she'd opened the door on purpose, hoping to join forces with him against the Blood Marquis. Instead, what came in wasn't a wizard at all, but a magical witcher, and he went and killed the Blood Marquis outright. It made all her previous efforts feel worthless. By the way, where's the 9th floor of this tower? John still hadn't found the entrance. There is no 9th floor, Emily shot back. John's thoughts stirred. No 9th floor. Emily had been here for a long time. Though hiding from the Blood Marquis, she'd learned much about the place. The Blood Marquis mostly stayed on the 5th floor, trying to use the knowledge there to escape the Black Hawk Tower. The upper floors became Emily's territory to explore. She was certain there was no 9th floor. This tower had originally been built by the independent faction of wizards. Unlike other wizards, they believed in conquering cities to raise an army of their own. Unfortunately, their plan was never carried out. Because of a failed experiment, they all vanished. Emily's background wasn't ordinary, she was a royal wizard of her own country. She had originally been tricked into coming here under the pretense of a magical creature causing trouble, only to be taken hostage by the Black Iron Viscount and dragged into the Black Hawk Tower. At the same time, she had her own intention of investigating the tower. On the 7th floor, she placed a notebook on the table and said, "This is everything I've been able to gather about the Black Hawk Tower. Witcher, since you defeated the Blood Marquis, I don't mind sharing a bit with you." John opened it. Inside were Emily's collected notes from the tower's records. One peculiar term caught his eye. Monolith. He looked up at Emily, hoping for an explanation. Emily didn't know either. It seems the Black Hawk Tower's main research was focused on the monolith. That so-called 9th floor you're looking for should be where their monolith studies took place. The disappearance of those wizards was most likely related to it. John nodded at her words, then quite naturally slipped the notebook into his pocket. Emily's eyes widened. "What are you doing? Isn't this my payment?" John waved dismissively. "I'll skip the money, this will settle the debt." "Calling me a groundhog and a brute, huh?" "I'm not the kind to hold grudges, usually, I settle them on the spot." Emily clawed and flailed, trying to snatch the notebook back, but John subdued her with one hand. In the end, with no other choice, Emily promised she would make another copy for him. The two of them stepped out of the Black Tower. Emily had been gone for far too long, she needed to hurry back and report to her king. "If you truly want to know about the 9th floor, then head to the capital. Someone there might know," Emily said before leaving. She tried to buy the staff from John, but he knew she was hiding something. Her goal was the staff, something left behind by that independent wizard. But the key within it was already in his possession. The staff itself was now useless. Besides, John wasn't suited for it anyway, he was accustomed to using a wand. So he simply opened his lion's mouth wide, demanding such a high price that Emily not only had to walk back to the capital on foot, but also owed him a large sum of gold. Though the Banshee and the Blood Marquis were dealt with, the gloom over Consang had yet to lift. John knew the reason, the Black Tower itself. As long as it stood, Consang would always remain under its shadow. Staring at the Black Tower, John ultimately decided not to interfere with it. He wasn't sure if destroying the tower might cause even worse consequences. When he returned to the tavern, he found it unusually lively that day. Heiberg's smile hadn't left his face, as mug after mug of ale brought in a steady flow of copper and silver coins. It was a complete change from yesterday. Libby even got a free drink from the cheerful Heiberg. Trying alcohol for the first time, the spicy burn left Libby's eyes brimming with tears. When he saw John return, Libby immediately ran over. "The Banshee is dead, we heard her scream before she died," he said excitedly. Whether from drink or excitement, Libby's cheeks were flushed red. John, hearing this, remembered that the deaf horse was still over by the statue. He was just about to go look when he saw the horse in the stable, leisurely chewing on hay. Noticing John's complete lack of surprise, Libby whispered, "Was it you, Yidani?" John knew exactly what he was referring to, and he smiled. "What do you think?" That only made Libby more excited. He kept chasing after John, demanding to know how he did it. At the same time, Libby made a decision. He decided to give the horse to John, which took John by surprise. "With the Banshee gone, my position won't last much longer," Libby said with a bitter smile. "I can't afford to keep it." Hearing this, John sympathetically patted Libby on the shoulder. But Libby wasn't discouraged. Compared to the Banshee, losing his job was nothing. He insisted on giving the horse away for free, refusing to take a single coin. "Even if no one else knows, I'll still be grateful for what you've done," Libby said firmly. "All right, then I'll accept it." John agreed, watching as Libby hurried off, clutching his drink like a treasure. Later that night, he found the busy Heiberg. By the next morning, John patted the deaf horse on the head. Libby had never given it a name, since it couldn't hear. "I'll call you Polo," John said. Then he mounted Polo and rode out of Consang. Libby packed up his belongings in the stable, though in truth he didn't have much. Without a job, he couldn't even afford a single copper coin for rent. Just as he was about to leave, Heiberg stopped him. "Where do you think you're going?" Heiberg demanded with a dark expression. Libby froze, flustered, stammering, I don't have money to pay the rent." Heiberg grabbed him, not to throw him out, but to haul him into the tavern and dump him in one of the inn's rooms. "From now on, you live here," Heiberg barked harshly, putting on a tough front. "You get 1 day off. Starting tomorrow, you work at the tavern." "But didn't you say I was useless, that you'd never hire me?" Libby asked in a small voice. Heiberg glared at him. "With so many people coming to drink, do you want me to work myself to death? Be here tomorrow. And listen, if you break anything, you're paying for it." With that, Heiberg stormed out of the room. Libby felt like he was dreaming. Lying on the bed, he suddenly felt something poking uncomfortably against him. Sitting up, he checked. On the bed lay 5 gold coins, the money from selling the horse. For a wizard, getting lost was hardly possible. John rode his horse along treacherous, winding mountain paths. Following the map, he entered a stretch of forest. "This place is quite a lot like the Forbidden Forest," he murmured. Flipping through the book Emily had given him, John fell into thought. The Kingdom, huh? Chapter 395, The Black Witcher, Yidani. For traveling outdoors, it was always best to follow a stream. John set up camp by the water, feeling a pang of nostalgia for his fully automated luxury tent. Unfortunately, none of those magical items worked here. With a snap of his fingers over the collected firewood, a campfire flared to life. John could push himself to travel non-stop for a day and night, but his horse couldn't. Burrow stayed quietly by a tree, grazing. Being deaf had its pros and cons. For instance, it made him prone to ignoring his master's commands. But that wasn't a real problem for John, since he could communicate through mind magic. It ensured Burrow wouldn't be startled by outside noise and made him even more obedient. Leaning against a tree, John wove a bed out of vines. He lay there, gazing up at the stars. The monolith, huh? His thoughts were still circling around the research in Black Hawk Tower. Those independent wizards had treated the monolith as their secret weapon of research. Clearly, it wasn't something simple. Dream trials, there really are all kinds of interesting things here. So far, everything John had encountered in the dream trial was completely different from what he studied at Hogwarts. Kingdoms, witchers, wizards, the Black Tower, blood fiends, the monolith. It also gave John the chance to learn things beyond witcher knowledge. Like runes, for instance. He opened his satchel, revealing several books written in runes. At Hogwarts, runes were usually just used for translation exams. But as an ancient language, runes held tremendous power within them. These books contained records far more detailed than anything in the Hogwarts library. It wasn't that Hogwarts lacked quality, rather, with runes, the older the sources, the greater the value. He had even found books written by goblins. Those could greatly aid his mastery of runes while also refining his alchemy. The sky was just beginning to lighten. John put out the campfire and rode north. Unlike other witchers, John carried himself with far too much ease. He never lacked money, while the rest of them, thanks to their profession, were so poor they were practically down to their last pair of trousers. Wild beasts were common along the stream. Keep moving. Before long, there'll be a small town. John calculated the distance, estimating it would take another 4 days to reach it. He studied the map, noting the marked distances and the taverns scattered in small settlements. He couldn't help but suspect that the innkeeper who'd sold him the map belonged to some kind of organization. In a time without communication networks, how could such detailed maps even exist? As he pressed forward, the forest slowly shifted to a greener shade, as though winter were giving way. That day, John stopped to rest. The stream still carried a trace of icy chill. He felled a dead tree, the crash startling a flock of white birds into flight. Burrow was bent over the stream drinking, deafness keeping him oblivious to the noise. John cut the tree into firewood, smoke rising as it burned. He skewered a few fish he'd caught in the stream. He had never been one for eating raw. As the fish roasted over the flames, the rich scent of meat drifted out into the air. John ate 2 of them, his appetite sharpened by days of travel. He tossed the fish bones back into the stream, a small offering to the little fish that lived there. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a tremor rippling through the ground from afar. Crouching, he fixed his eyes on the pebbles bouncing at his feet. When he looked up again, a massive bear barreled through the trees, smoke and dust trailing in its wake. Its fur was a deep brown, and even the sound of its charge was enough to chill the blood. As it drew closer, the sight of its hulking body made the pressure even more visceral. It stood easily over 3 meters tall, one massive paw swiping down to snap a tree in half as though it were a twig. John swung into the saddle without hesitation, urging Burrow to race along the stream. The horse's hooves pounded the soil, leaving deep prints behind, while the bear chased relentlessly. John steered toward the forest, using the narrow paths to push his mount to greater speed. But the bear simply smashed through trees, cutting straight across in a brutal shortcut, and managed to appear ahead of him on the rugged trail. The beast loomed in front, yet instead of slowing down, John spurred Burrow faster. Any other horse might have frozen in terror before the charging bear. But Burrow, deaf to the roar and crashing trees, only quickened her pace, charging straight. The bear raised one massive paw, ready to crush the 2 small figures beneath it. John drew the sword from his back, its 3 glowing runes gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. When Burrow closed the distance, John let go of the reins and gripped the sword with both hands. He twisted from the waist, gathering all his strength, and swung. Swoosh! The silver arc cut through the air faster than the horse, slicing cleanly across the beast's coarse hide just before the paw could land. Blood spattered as the bear bellowed in fury. Roar! The strike hadn't killed it, its hide was monstrously tough. The bear smashed a boulder taller than a man into shards, sending them hurtling toward John. John pulled his wand in an instant, casting a shield charm to block the barrage. Then he leapt from the saddle, soaring toward the bear. With his sword reversed in one hand, he aimed straight for its eye. The great bear sensed the danger and reared up, both paws poised to crush John into the ground. John raised his wand, aimed at its legs, and cast the leglocker curse. The beast's stance collapsed instantly, its hind legs buckling. It crashed down awkwardly, barely catching itself with its forepaws. Just as it lifted its head, the silver blade filled its vision, then pierced through its eye, driving straight into its brain. The agony made the bear thrash violently, and John was flung aside. He twisted midair and landed hard, while the creature staggered, the sword lodged deep in its skull. Half a minute later, the bear finally collapsed. The clearing lay in ruin, trees shattered, a dozen or more snapped like twigs. This thing really was stubbornly alive, John muttered, stepping forward to wrench the silver sword free. The blade had sunk into the hilt. When he pulled it loose, he noticed the fourth rune along its length was now glowing. Another trial boss. He couldn't help his surprise. It felt as though his trial kept advancing on its own, step by step. Glancing at the carcass, he considered, maybe I can sell this for some coin. With less than a day's travel to the next town, John took some time to skin the bear before moving on. Castle, by the spring. The forest bear, he's finally faced a proper trial, Alexei remarked with emotion. Among the Jovanovic, quite a few had gone through this particular test, Serioza included. Most, when facing the bear, preferred to wear it down with roundabout tactics. Charging in head on the way John did. Other than that reckless brute Boris, hardly anyone ever tried it. A sharp move, though, he knew the bear's weak spot was its hind legs, Serioza praised. The real question is how far Yadani can go, Andrei added. By this point, John had already met the requirements of the dream trial. Surviving 3 trials was enough to bring it to an end. But if one didn't end it voluntarily, the trial would simply keep going. The Jovanovic were eager to see just how far John could push forward, and even more curious which bloodline path he would awaken to. While they speculated, John finally arrived at a town. The town was called Blaviken. After entering, John's first priority was to find lodging. After spending several days outdoors, John needed to replenish his supplies. He left Burrow in the stable, then stepped into the tavern. Taverns were always the best places to pick up information, Hogsmeade was no exception. The Tuna Tavern. Looking at this building, clearly more refined than those around it, John couldn't help but reflect on how plain wizards tended to be. He still couldn't figure out why the Hog's Head's owner never bothered to clean the place. Pushing the door open, the creak was swallowed up by the noise inside. John was dressed in a set of black robes he'd bought in Konsang before leaving. That attire made him stand out a little in the tavern, drawing several curious glances. First at the black robes, then at the silver sword, half visible at his side. A woman noticed it, her hand pausing briefly on her cup before her eyes shifted up to his face. John caught that someone was watching him, but he paid it no mind. These days of living like a swordsman had given him a bit of wildness. Crossing the room, he went straight up to the tavern keeper. Hot food. Nothing cold. John was still carrying the bearskin he had stripped from the giant bear. He asked, "Do you know where I can sell this?" The tavern keeper's eyes widened at the sight. "Good heavens, you killed that forest demon. Happened to run into it." John shrugged, setting the pelt on the table. The tavern instantly fell silent. "No need to sell it. If you're short on money, you can claim a bounty for it." A voice, smooth and intoxicating like fine red wine, drifted over. John turned his head to see a woman smiling at him over the rim of her cup. "If you don't know the way, I can guide you." She lifted her glass. "Renfrey. You must be that man from the stories, aren't you? The Black Witcher, Yadani." Chapter 396, 396, The Lesser Evil. As John continued killing magical creatures during this time, his reputation gradually began to spread. Renfrey fixed her gaze on his black hair, as though it were his calling card. The Black Witcher. John blinked. So he even had some flashy nickname now. "It started with a village, you killed that werewolf," Renfrey said, clearly intrigued by him. "Then word spread that you took down 15 man-eating trolls all on your own." She turned to the tavern keeper. "Bring our friend here a beer." The tavern keeper stood with his hands on his hips, glaring coldly at John. "We don't serve monsters here." "Trust me," Renfrey said, turning back to him, her tone still calm. "You'd better do as I say." The man's expression soured, but in the end, he complied. John wasn't surprised at being called a monster. That was just how people were. When you possessed power far beyond the rest, you were either worshipped as a god, or branded a monster. And clearly, in this era, witchers didn't have the best reputation. After sitting down, the blonde beauty leaned closer. Her fingers brushed over the thick bearskin as she marveled, how did you even kill it? With a sword. Its eyes are its weak spot. The tavern keeper brought over the beer. John had half a mind to say water would have been fine, but remembering this was a tavern, he lifted the mug and took a sip anyway. You're very young. Every witcher I've ever known is already well past their prime. And then there's your hair. Renfrey propped her cheek against her hand, tilting her head as she studied his face. John was far too handsome, completely unlike the weathered, battle-scarred witcher she was familiar with. Perhaps feeling Renfrey's pressure, the tavern keeper finally brought out the food John had ordered. Red wine venison was set on the table. If it weren't for that sword, I wouldn't have recognized you as a witcher at all. Renfrey plucked up a piece of venison with her fingers and popped it into her mouth, her eyes flashing with a peculiar light. Grunt. Where did you say I could exchange this for a bounty? John asked. He quietly nudged the plate toward her, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Merlin only knew if she'd washed her hands. Renfrey found his small gesture amusing. A witcher who'd lived out in the wilds, and he was a clean freak. At the mayor's, she said. There's a bounty on the forest demon. If you want to sell it, I could. You killed the forest demon. A crisp voice piped up from behind. A little girl with her hair in 2 braids ran over, eyes shining. She stared at the bear hide large enough to serve as a carpet and said to John, I can take you to claim the reward. John paused, glanced at the girl, then at Renfrey. He stood, ready to leave. You should sell it to her. A few men rose to their feet, loosely surrounding John. What do you mean? John shot Renfrey a look. Renfrey looked irritated. She told the men, you're being rude. One sharp glance from her, and they backed down. John shrugged, picked up the bear hide, and headed outside. The little girl was delighted. Walking alongside him, she said, my name's Maria. I'm Yadani. Pleased to meet you. Leaving the tavern, John went to the stable and brought out Burrow. John placed the bear hide on top. Maria asked curiously, you're a witcher, right? What kind of monsters have you killed? Werewolves. Banshees. Or something else? Kids her age all seemed to share the same boundless curiosity. Since they were in a busy part of town, John didn't ride. He simply led Burrow along on foot. Maria guided the way, and eventually they stopped before a round tower. John stepped up and knocked on the door while Maria stayed outside with Burrow. But he quickly noticed something off about the door. Magic. He fixed his gaze on the faint magical ripples and then walked straight through. His body passed right through the shut door, like stepping onto platform 9 3/4. A wizard. He could be certain now, this wasn't the mayor's house. Whoever had drawn him here clearly wanted a meeting and had plans of their own. As soon as he stepped inside, John was greeted with a scene not fit for children. It was a garden, though it didn't look particularly proper. But all of it was illusion. For someone not yet 16, John's face remained expressionless as his eyes shifted into vertical pupils. In an instant, his gaze locked onto the approaching wizard. The man looked like the textbook image of a wizard, tall and thin, clad in a floor-length robe, holding a long staff topped with a crystal orb. Sparse hair, a thick beard, and a hooked nose. The moment John's vertical pupils fixed on him, the wizard waved both hands quickly. Hello, Witcher. My name is Stregobor. You may call me Master Stregobor. He made it clear he meant no harm. But John, through his mind magic, could sense it, this man harbored ill will toward him. A deep sense of disdain. John cast a cool glance around. Don't tell me, you're a mayor who happens to use magic. Stregobor smiled. Of course not. To be precise, I was the one who had Maria bring you here. She works for me from time to time. With a gesture of invitation, Stregobor welcomed John to walk with him through this restricted garden. Rest assured, I'll buy your bear hide. As they walked along the covered path, Stregobor said, in a place like this, someone like you is rare. John replied evenly, someone like you is rare, too. Stregobor's brow twitched, but he quickly smoothed it over. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, though as I recall, witchers don't have emotions. John said nothing. He found the claim ridiculous. Witchers had no emotions. If his grandpa heard it, he would certainly have something to say about that. Stregobor continued, I'm grateful that destiny has brought you to me. As if destiny had anything to do with it. Watching the wizard ramble on, John felt exasperated. Go on then. What is it you want? A wizard hiding in the middle of a bustling town, seeking out a witcher, John doubted it was just to admire him. Stregobor inclined his head slightly. Very sharp, witcher. Yes, I do have business with you. I want you to help me with something, Stregobor said. What monster? John asked. After all, that was the only reason someone would call on a witcher, to kill monsters. And since he was here for a trial, killing a few more monsters would only push his progress bar along faster. But this time, he guessed wrong. It's a person, Stregobor said. A woman named Renfrey. The two of them walked deeper into the garden and stopped by a flower bed. Have you ever heard of the curse of the Black Sun? Stregobor asked. You should know, John said, fixing him with a cold stare. Witchers don't just kill monsters, they kill wizards. The moment those words left his mouth, Stregobor's hair stood on end. He drew a long breath, forced down his discomfort, and went on. The dark goddess Lilith of the night is said to be greeted by 60 maidens wearing golden crowns, staining the rivers red with their blood. I've studied girls born under the Black Sun. I discovered terrible mutations within them. I tried to heal them, locking them away in towers for their safety. But some of them always die. As he spoke, Stregobor wore an expression of sanctity, as if he were some guardian of mankind. Pity, 9 out of 10 words he spoke were lies. Terrible mutation. John mused. Could the curse of the Black Sun be a kind of blood-borne curse? The magical world had no shortage of beings that mutated on their own, but a mutation spreading on such a scale, this was the first he'd heard of it. I performed autopsies on those girls, Stregobor said lightly, with a hint of madness beneath his tone. My analysis confirmed it. Eliminating them is the lesser of two evils. He looked at John with expectation, as though he weren't talking about ending a life, but about planting hope to save the world. John's expression stayed calm. So, you want me to kill her? Just one life. In John's time, a single life, wizard or muggle, was enough to have someone locked away for life. And although this man carried a beard as white as Dumbledore's, compared to Dumbledore, he was nothing but the dregs of the magical world. Granted, that might have something to do with the era he came from. But the attitude still grated. John stepped closer to Stregobor and said meaningfully, you know, where I come from, what you're doing would get you thrown into Azkaban. Azkaban. Stregobor looked puzzled, though he could tell John had no intention of helping. So, to persuade him, he pressed on, Renfrey shows clear signs of mutation. Her stepmother told me she tortured a canary, strangled 2 puppies. To protect her family, I sent people to keep watch on her, and they found a corpse in the woods, stabbed through the chest with a brooch. Later I organized a search, but she escaped. The wizard, trying to sway John, spoke with feigned sincerity, she isn't human. She's a monster. She's hunted me for years, seeking revenge. He fixed his gaze on John. And at this very moment, you appeared. This is destiny. The great bear killed for hunger. She kills for pleasure. End her, and I'll pay you anything you want. The fate of the continent hangs by a thread. Killing Renfrey is the lesser evil. He glared at John with burning intensity. John thought for a moment, then said casually, I missed the part where that's my problem. The wizard froze, staring as John walked away without looking back. Chapter 397, The Black Sun Curse. Walking out of the round tower, John was deep in thought. Something's off. 9 parts out of 10, it's not right. He went over to Marichka and took hold of his horse. Ever since I killed that bear, things have felt strange. At first, he had treated this place as just a point in the past, something like the function of a pensieve. But what that sorcerer had just said planted doubts in his mind. The Black Sun. The evil night goddess Lilith. None of these existed in the original wizarding world. That much he was certain of. If nothing else, a curse like the Black Sun, if it truly existed, would have been recorded in magical history. But in John's memory, there was no such thing. If this isn't a memory from the past world, then where exactly am I now? Leading Boro away, John noticed Marichka hadn't followed. John drew his sword, his eyes fixed on the 4 runes etched into the blade. Could it be that the Witcher trial had sent him into an entirely different world? Another crossing, he muttered. He still hadn't sold the bear hide. A faint unease lingered, had he really ice-skate again? After walking some distance, he decided it was best to focus on completing the trial first. The chances of encountering magical creatures in town were slim, so John prepared to leave. Once outside the gates, he mounted his horse and rode toward the forest. But his departure didn't go unnoticed. Among those watching was the woman cursed by the Black Sun Renfrey. In the forest, John searched for a while. Perhaps because of the slain demon bear, no other magical creatures appeared nearby. Instead, what nagged at John was the venison that had been snatched from him earlier that morning. He was starting to feel hungry. Dismounting by a stream, John used magic, blasting the fish in the water up into the air. He skewered 2 fish, lit a fire, and once again found himself grilling in the wild. As he sat down, someone emerged from the trees. It was Renfrey. She walked over to him. Here to buy the bear hide? John asked without looking up. Renfrey chuckled softly, replying instead, You met that wizard this morning, didn't you? John lifted the roasted fish, blew on it, and said casually, "Your information network is impressive. That guy's afraid of you. I was once a princess. Did he tell you that?" Renfrey sat down beside him and picked up the other roasted fish. "He sent men into the forest to kill me. I killed the hunter with my mother's brooch. The fish had no seasoning, but it was fresh. Maybe it was the air here, but there wasn't even a trace of fishiness, only a clean, savory flavor." Renfrey licked her fingers, she said, "His men defiled me." John glanced at her. Her expression was as steady as if she were just talking about how many pieces of venison she'd eaten that morning. "They took everything from me, then let me go," Renfrey said, meeting John's gaze. "They turned me from a princess into a curse. To avoid starving, I stole. To avoid being killed, I killed." She looked at John and recounted the past. "I want revenge. I want to kill him." John could feel Renfrey approaching with intent. That was also why he'd chosen to leave the tavern with Maria. "You want me to kill a wizard for you?" John put down the grilled fish and shook his head. "That's your problem. This is the lesser of two evils," Renfrey said firmly. "He hunted me first." Her voice carried hatred. "I once had a bright future, but because of the Black Sun curse in him, it's all gone. Elsewhere, a queen celebrates her first victory, and here I am, explaining to you that I'm not a monster." She tried to stay calm, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "My fingers bleed when they're hurt. If I eat too much, my stomach hurts. I laugh when I'm happy and curse when I'm angry." She took a deep breath, hatred in her words. "When someone hurts me, I retaliate, I want to kill them." Seeking an answer or some measure of recognition from John, she asked, "People call you a monster too. What would you do if they came after you? Attack you? Wouldn't you kill them?" "How do you know I haven't killed?" John shot back, and Renfrey's emotions faltered for a moment. John shook his head and said coolly, "You make your own choice. You don't need to ask me." He turned and left. If Renfrey had ever met someone named Johnny Silverhand, she would understand just how vengeful the handsome Witcher before her truly was. In truth, he didn't quite fit the Witcher's code. Witchers hunted monsters, not tangled themselves in politics. But John was different. The renown of the second king of the wizarding world was built atop bones buried in the soil of gardens. After walking some distance, John found a place to resume his wilderness survival. With a wizard holed up in the town, he had no interest in lingering there. He built a small campfire and let out a sigh. "She ate my venison, and then my fish too." He sounded regretful. He hadn't eaten since morning, and finally managed to roast 2 fish, only for one to be snatched away. He was starting to miss Daphne's cooking. Strange as the taste had been, at least it was unique. At least it had filled his stomach, better than now, when he still had to think about where to catch his next meal. Renfrey came again. She looked at John's profile and suddenly asked, "Do you believe in destiny?" "Destiny?" John paused, and Harry came to mind. He remembered how he had destroyed Harry's so-called destiny, or perhaps the destiny that had been forced upon him. Renfrey came over and sat down. John shifted slightly, but didn't get up or walk away. "I've decided," she said, "I'm leaving tomorrow." John blinked. "Leaving? Fine, but what's that got to do with me? It's not like I'm the mayor. Besides, we only met this morning. It hasn't even been a full 24 hours. We're really not that close." But Renfrey clearly didn't see it that way. From the moment John entered the town, she had been watching him. She tilted her head, raised her hand as if to warm herself, but quietly leaned closer to John and said, "When I was little, my mother used to poke me on the forehead with her finger. She'd say she'd pay a silver coin just to know what was going on in my head." John had no interest in knowing what went on in her head. He was more occupied with the thought of whether he should go catch 2 more fish. The fish had tasted pretty good. When he snapped out of it, a hand was already reaching gently toward his cheek. What met his eyes were those shimmering, liquid eyes of hers. John immediately turned his head aside, dodging, leaving Renfrey momentarily stunned. Her hand shifted insistently, as if unwilling to give up, and John dodged again. Now Renfrey was annoyed. The mood was right, so why the hell was he avoiding her? The drywood was ready, the flames were there. She'd brought the wine herself, and she was right beside him. Renfrey stared at John, demanding an explanation. But John was completely at a loss. "No, hold on, we've known each other for less than a day. What's this supposed to mean?" "I like you, Yidani," Renfrey said, her eyes brimming with boundless tenderness as she confessed directly. John went silent, his expression unreadable. Seeing his lack of response, Renfrey's tone turned wounded. "Do you despise me because I'm a monster?" "No." "Then, do you already have someone you like?" No." "Am I not pretty enough?" "Also no." John was completely impervious, and Renfrey was starting to lose her composure. Then why? Because I'm only 15. Still underage, John said with absolute sincerity. How old did you say? Renfrey stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. She looked at the black cloak draped over him, the sharp lines of his handsome face. Amid his dark hair, a few strands gleamed faintly, like moonlight turned silver. The suffocating aura of blood and violence surrounding John only added to his raw, feral presence. In his eyes was the ruthless decisiveness of someone accustomed to killing. And yet, if one looked closely, there was still a trace of youthful immaturity lingering on that striking face. You're telling me you're underage? Girls like her tended to prefer someone more mature, and John's bearing and attire had concealed all hints of youth. Renfrey forced a weak smile. You're joking, right? I'm not, John replied calmly. Give it a little while and I'll technically be 16. Renfrey. You're telling me I was just trying to seduce a boy. And nearly rolled into bed with him. All that serious, heartfelt confession earlier, was I really saying it to someone not even 16? I need to calm down. Renfrey covered her face with both hands. John just gestured for her to do as she pleased. After a while, Renfrey pulled herself together. What was wrong with being younger? Wasn't that practically a bonus? She looked at John, hesitated for a long moment, then said seriously, I don't mind. I do. Thanks. John's merciless reply froze her smile in place. Bolo nudged John with its head, hinting that it was hungry, easing the awkward atmosphere a little. Renfrey took a deep breath. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Hope we meet again, Yadani. Her voice faded into the forest as her figure disappeared into the distance. Chapter 398, My Decision. Renfrey's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. John spent the night out in the wild. He really missed the tents from the HP world. I thought I could fish out a magical creature or two, looks like that's not happening. Still unwilling to give up, John wandered around the forest again, but found nothing. Only a few squirrels scurried up and down the trees with nuts in their mouths. John raised a hand and caught one that dropped from a branch. He poked its puffed cheek with a finger, and the nut popped out. Setting the squirrel back down, he walked over to Bolo. The massive bear pelt still lay on Bolo's back. He didn't lack for money now, but carrying it around was cumbersome. Might as well have it made into a cloak. With that thought, John slung the bear pelt over the saddle and rode toward the town. Though he could make one himself, he figured he could spend the time finding a place to sell the ring instead. There was a tailor in the town, he had noticed one at the marketplace when he left yesterday. Once the cloak's done, I'll leave, John murmured. He hadn't encountered any magical creatures in the town to complete his trial, so he was ready to head for the next place. As he re-entered the town, John sensed something off. He looked up, the round tower still stood where it had before, but the marketplace carried an uneasy air. He found the tailor's shop, the owner was a still charming woman. When she saw the bear pelt, her eyes lit up. John paid her 2 gold coins to have it done quickly. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly, business like this hadn't come her way in a long time. Leaving the tailor's, John set out to sell a ring. He'd grown used to spending galleons, so his habits tended toward generosity. That left him a little short of cash after all his recent expenses. Emily still owed him a hefty sum, but the payment wasn't due yet. He couldn't find a place to sell the ring. But he did run into an old acquaintance first. Hardly an acquaintance, really. They'd met only once. Back at the tavern yesterday. Renfrey's men. A burly, bald brute blocked John's path, gripping a nasty-looking 2-handed blade. 6 others stood behind him, each armed with different weapons, all glaring at John with predatory eyes. So you've come, the bald man growled, fixing John with a hard stare. The lesser evil, Witcher. It happened to be the day of the town festival, but no one from that direction dared come near. John thought it over and, not wanting trouble, said, if I told you I'm just passing through, would you believe me? He truly hadn't planned to meddle here, neither side was innocent. He had no idea why both the sorcerer and Renfrey had decided to rope him in. One thing was certain, the murderous aura radiating from these 7 men said enough about the blood on their hands. They glared at him like hungry wolves. One of them raised a crossbow and took aim at John. As long as John refused to choose, that bolt would be loose straight at him. John sighed. What was this supposed to be, a forced choice? So what exactly are you planning to do, he asked, genuinely curious about Renfrey's intentions. The men exchanged looks. At last, the bald brute spoke bluntly. If that sorcerer doesn't come out, we'll slaughter everyone in this town. So he came out, then. John looked at them as if they were fools. That look made the bald man's face darken with anger. Renfrey is still negotiating with him, he said. To John, their tactics were laughably crude. Such methods might work against saints, but against a man like that sorcerer, they were utterly useless. John focused his hearing and caught the sound of shouting in the distance. Even if you kill everyone here, hell, even if you wipe out every village around, I still won't come out, and I sure as hell won't let you in. It was the sorcerer's voice. Faced with Renfrey's threat, the sorcerer chose the most cold-blooded response. A stark contrast to the noble, righteous image he projected yesterday in front of John. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? A rough voice snapped him back. John glanced at the 7 men watching him warily. For all their insults toward a witcher, they were clearly on edge. A single look from John was enough to make the men holding the crossbow tense up. The bolt shot through the air. But just before it could reach him, John raised his hand and froze it mid-flight. What's this? His gaze fixed on the shaft, there was something different about the arrowhead. It carried a faint, unnatural aura, clearly designed to target sorcerers. Its function reminded John a little of his own crafted mana loops. A weapon made specifically for dealing with mages, he murmured. The men didn't wait for his answer, they were already charging at him. Let me see your strength. The bald brute roared as he charged in, swinging his heavy blade. Ah, for fuck's sake. John glanced up at him, his sign flashed, and the men froze mid-stride, stiff as a board, then toppled over like a felled log. The others surged forward. John drew his silver sword. With a flick of his wrist, the art-like telekinetic blast seized one attacker and hurled him aside. His blade met an incoming strike, twisted, and sheared the opponent's weapon clean in half. Pivoting on his heel, John kicked into a raised oak shield, sending its wielder staggering. In the same breath, he leapt, driving the silver sword straight through the shield and the men behind it. A sweep of silver light carved through the air, and in the span of a single breath, 7 foes were reduced to 1. The last man, the one with the crossbow, threw it aside and charged with a sword. John didn't even bother to look at him, he merely raised his left hand, and the man was flung backward, slamming into a wall. John was just about to sheath his blade when the sound of hurried footsteps reached him. Yadani. A sharp cry rang out behind him, and John turned his head to look. Renfrey saw John fling her own men aside. She had a hostage, Marichka, the girl who had guided John to town the day before. You've made your choice. Her eyes burned with a mix of anger and hurt as she stared at him. I'll kill everyone here until Stregobor comes down. Like a lioness robbed of her cubs, she pressed the edge of her blade to Marichka's skin, the steel glinting coldly. John raised his left hand. Renfrey sneered. Magic doesn't work on me. Doesn't work. John tilted his head slightly. You sure about that? Renfrey shoved Marichka aside and lunged at John with lightning speed. Her sword strikes were sharp and deadly, the kind of precision honed through countless battles. John tried a telekinetic blast, only to find that it slid off her harmlessly. That surprised him. He was reminded of Hagrid, how a giant's skin could shrug off spells. Could Renfrey be part giant? John shifted tactics. He snapped his fingers. The door behind Renfrey exploded into splinters, yet she herself stood unharmed. Figures, John muttered. He twisted aside to evade another slash, bringing up his sword to block. Catching Renfrey's sword arm with his left hand, he wrenched hard, only to find she didn't let go. You'll have to kill me if you want me to stop. Renfrey snarled, yanking a short blade from her belt with her free hand and stabbing toward him. John stepped back just in time to dodge the strike. Renfrey's fury made her attacks brutal and relentless. After a brief pause, John silently drew a wand with his left hand. Renfrey shifted her stance, long sword in her right, short blade in her left, crossing them in a guard position. At the sight of the wand, a flicker of doubt crossed her face. But she quickly pressed forward again. John sized her up, her swordsmanship had to be nearing level 6. Wielding 2 blades, Renfrey moved with seamless coordination, left hand darting quick and sharp, right hand heavy and forceful. Yet despite her relentless offense and tight defense, Renfrey still couldn't break through John's blade work. After a flurry of clashes, the wand in John's left hand darted out like a viper, silently piercing her right hand. Hot on its heels came a seamless, unrelenting storm of silver sword strikes. Deep cuts opened across Renfrey's body, the worst on her arm and thigh. Blood sprayed as her footing faltered. She staggered back again and again, her grip slipping on the sword in her injured right hand. With sheer force, John's silver blade swept through her guard, shearing her longsword in 2 and sending the broken piece spinning away, before the tip of his blade came to rest against her throat. Knowing she had lost, Renfrey drew a deep breath and said softly, almost pleading, "Could you give me a hug?" No. John's sword flashed. Renfrey crumpled to the ground. John stood over her fallen form, sword planted in the earth, watching as blood soaked her clothes. "I really was just passing through," he muttered, sounding genuinely weary. Did no one ever believe him? For a moment, he even felt Harry seemed like a wise man by comparison. Only then did the townsfolk begin to emerge slowly from the market square, their eyes wide as they took in the bloody aftermath of the fight. Stregobor came striding over, his eyes alight as they fixed on Renfri's fallen body. "Marichka! Marichka!" he shouted. When the girl stepped out from the crowd, he said excitedly, "Fetch me a cart. I need to bring her back to the tower for dissection." He looked at her the way a mad scientist would look at a specimen, eyes gleaming with fanaticism, human life meaning nothing to him. John lifted his sword and tapped the flat of the blade against the sorcerer's shoulder. Only then did Stregobor seem to remember the Witcher standing right there. His gaze fell on the blood-stained edge of the silver sword, and for an instant a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. "You're out of your mind. Her mutation would have spread to others, that's why they followed her," he snapped, assuming John was opposing his plan. Then, with a bitter edge in his voice, he added, "You've fallen for her tricks, haven't you?" "I'd advise you not to touch her," John said evenly, noticing the growing crowd around them. But Stregobor seemed to draw courage from the gathering townsfolk. His tone turned mocking and sharp. "Witcher, you've killed a person in the streets of Blaviken. You've taken justice into your own hands and shown contempt for the law." Spurred on by his words, the onlookers began to grow agitated, shouting angrily at John, hurling curses and insults his way. A man from the crowd shouted, "Bastard!" The innkeeper barked, "You're a monster." A woman in beige yelled, "It's your fault she's like this." A long-haired man sneered, "Come on then, you butcher." One by one, they hurled insults at John, giving Stregobor the illusion of complete control. He stepped closer to John, his voice smooth and infuriating, "You've made a choice, you'll never know if it was right or wrong." That smile of his was unbearably smug. The crowd, already stirred, picked up stones and began hurling them at John. One landed at his feet. Then more stones came flying. Suddenly, a rock shot straight at John. Before it could hit him, it stopped midair. "I don't care. Really, and..." John's face remained calm as he slowly sheathed his sword. He walked toward the smug sorcerer, leaned close, and whispered into his ear, "Who made you think I'd swallow my anger?" The sorcerer, who had been all smiles a moment ago, suddenly froze. John sheathed his sword, merely to make drawing his wand easier. "And one more thing." White light flickered along the wand. John grinned, his voice a low whisper, like a demon speaking. "Who told you I'm just a witcher? Moral blackmail. To the king of Nocturne ally." Puffed. He swung the wand. Chapter 399, I destroyed the city wall. Stregobor believed John had chosen Renfri. Renfri believed John had chosen Stregobor. A strange turn of events. John hadn't planned to get involved in the first place, yet somehow they both decided he had taken a side. From Stregobor's perspective, he was acting righteously, eliminating a girl cursed by the Black Sun, preventing the dark goddess of the night from setting foot on the continent. He even thought of himself as a saint. From Renfri's point of view, she had been defiled by hunters sent by Stregobor, hunted down, and driven from the kingdom that should have been hers. Everything she did was for survival and for revenge. But Stregobor, unmoved by the threat to the lives of the townsfolk, saw his own existence as more valuable than theirs. So even if Renfri slaughtered everyone in the town, to him it would only prove the brutality of the Black Sun's curse, nothing more than a testament to his own holy sacrifice for the greater good. Renfri, on the other hand, was willing to drag the innocent into her vendetta without hesitation. John was certain that if Stregobor refused to come out, Renfri would indeed kill everyone. As he had said before, villains and saints. If the one in the tower had truly been a saint, he would have come out for the sake of a child, even for the sake of a stranger. But what Stregobor had done, imprisoning a girl in a tower, dissecting her, none of it had anything to do with sainthood. He was a petty man, through and through. And Renfri was no different. A petty man against a petty woman, each concerned only with themselves, neither sparing a shred of grief for anyone else. Stregobor had magic. Renfri had a body immune to magic. Her sword could not pierce the barrier of sorcery, and magic could not harm her flesh. The spear of one against the shield of the other. Neither could overcome the other, neither could inflict true harm. They were evenly matched, destined either to destroy each other together or to fight endlessly without resolution. It was always bound to be a story without a happy ending. They both knew it. That was why they were so desperate to seek the help of a third force. A witcher. A master swordsman, trained to hunt magical creatures. That was exactly the key they needed to break the deadlock. So both sides tried to win John over, forcing him to make a choice. A sorcerer against a cursed woman. There could be only one outcome, one side consumed by the other. But John was not merely a witcher. He was also a wizard. His way of thinking was not the same as that of ordinary witchers. Stregobor wanted to rely on the townsfolk to pressure him. Because witchers existed to fight monsters, and when monsters fought among themselves, it was humans who benefited. So Stregobor intended to exploit that Witcher's sense of duty, or call it his instinct to protect humanity, by turning the people against John and driving him out. Just as, once upon a time, a Witcher had cleared a kingdom of monsters, only for Stregobor to dismiss him as a fraud, cheating the Witcher out of his pay and getting the king to cast him out. Arrogance. That was how Stregobor had always survived. But he had forgotten something. When facing a monster, it was best to remain humble. Especially this monster, who had just slain another monster. The stones hurled by the townsfolk were accompanied by curses and insults. They didn't realize that, if not for this beast, this creature, stepping in, they would already have been slaughtered by that supposedly innocent woman and her followers, all thanks to the sorcerer they so revered. They believed only what they saw, what they heard, what they chose to believe. Even Marichka, who had witnessed who struck first, said to John, "Leave, Yadani. You're not welcome here." Stregobor thought he could carry on with his experiments and drive the Witcher away. But when that streak of white light flashed past him and slammed into the city wall, Stregobor realized, with chilling clarity, how gravely mistaken he had been. Level 6 magic, coupled with a level 6 crushing spell. Even without the aid of the silver hand or a power crystal, it still carried the force to shatter fortifications. White light crackled along the wand, dragging behind it a streak of destructive lightning that reduced the wall to powder in moments. The rumbling crash that followed was like the roar of an enraged dragon. The townsfolk froze mid-throw, their stones falling from their hands as they stared in horror at the Witcher they had tried to condemn with their so-called morality. You can't possibly." Stregobor's eyes widened in disbelief. No one had ever told him that a Witcher could wield a wand. As a sorcerer, his pride had always led him to look down on Witchers, mutants born of a mage's experiments. Even though some Witchers could use what he considered rough, paltry scraps of magic, it never changed his contempt. Mages were proud, they built their towers and likened themselves to the seagulls that perched upon them, aloof above the common folk. But that single streak of white light had completely shattered Stregobor's illusion, and with it, his fleeting sense of triumph. The wand smoked faintly from the strain of channeling the crushing spell at such power. John's gaze swept past Stregobor and came to rest on the townsfolk. His voice was calm, almost kind. "Since you dared raise your hands against me, it means you have the courage to face the dangers beyond these walls, yeah." He smiled in a way that seemed harmless, yet his words sent a chill down every spine present. "Take those stones of yours and use them against the man-eating monsters outside, with the same courage you just showed when you attacked a monster like me." The walls that had protected Blaviken collapsed with a thunderous crash. The town now lay bare, like a young girl stripped of her clothing, exposed to the eyes and appetites of those who harbored ill intent. "And one more thing, Stregobor," John added. John's gaze shifted back to Stregobor, and he let out a soft, almost playful chuckle. "Hey, I'd advise you not to. Not about stopping your dissections, but rather." Everyone had thought that Renfrey, lying there in a pool of blood, was already dead, her small sword still clenched in her hand. Then, all of a sudden, her fingers twitched. Her once closed eyes snapped open. "I never said I killed her," John remarked. As he spoke, Stregobor, who had been standing only a heartbeat ago, collapsed forward onto his hands and knees. With great effort, he turned his head to look back. Renfrey was drenched in thick, dark blood, like a vengeful spirit risen straight out of hell. Her neck was slightly crooked, a result of the blow John had struck earlier with the flat of his sword, a bit harder than he'd intended. In her grip was that same little sword, still slick with fresh blood. And in the spot where Stregobor had just been standing, there were now only a pair of severed feet. Blood spurted from his stumps, soaking the tattered cuffs of his trousers. Renfrey had sliced through his ankles in one swift motion. The triumphant expression he'd worn a moment ago crumbled into naked terror. "You're not dead, she's not dead." The mage who had, moments before, been scheming and confident was now reduced to a pathetic wretch, scrabbling through the mud with his hands as he shrieked in desperation. "Help me! Witcher, kill her, hurry!" John, as if he were the conductor of a grand performance who had just brought the symphony to its perfect crescendo, calmly slipped his wand back into the holster at his waist. He bent forward slightly with effortless grace, positioning himself so that he was looking down on Stregobor. With a faint sigh of regret, he said, "Sorry, but I have no desire to become a murderer. Didn't you say so yourself? That I shouldn't be dispensing vigilante justice and trampling over the laws of Blaviken's streets." He let out a soft, amused chuckle, then turned and took 2 unhurried steps forward, neatly sidestepping Stregobor's desperate attempt to clutch at his ankle. Raising his voice to address the terrified crowd, he called out, "See! I didn't kill anyone. Now then." Behind him, Blaviken's 7 subordinates staggered to their feet, pale and trembling, weapons still clutched tightly in their hands despite their wounds and dazed state. John turned toward the townsfolk and waved, flashing them an elegant smile. "Your murderers, your monsters, are about to take their leave. The stage is yours now, brave citizens of Justice He." He began to stride away, each step so measured and calm that the muddy ground beneath his boots might as well have been a finely laid brown carpet. The black-haired witcher passed through the crowd in silence. From beginning to end, he had chosen no side, aided no one, killed no one. Just as Stregobor had said, choices could never be known, whether they were right or wrong. And Stregobor's own choices had led to the present outcome. Choices were always mutual. Neutrality, that was the creed by which witchers lived. And retaliation, that was the declaration of the second king of the wizarding world. A king must not be insulted. John hoped that those so-called righteous and pure citizens would come to truly understand that simple truth. He left the borders of Blaviken behind. Fortunately, the tailor's shop had managed to trim the bearskin for him before the chaos began. He remembered seeing how the shop's scissors had broken several times while working on it. As a merchant, as an alchemist, he abided by the rules of fair trade. He left behind the remaining 2 gold coins as payment. He just wasn't sure whether the shopkeeper would ever get to collect them. He later heard about Blaviken's fate from somewhere else. As a sorcerer, Stregobor had excellent means of escape, while Renfrey, having had her leg injured by John, was unable to move swiftly. Covered in mud, Stregobor fled Blaviken, abandoning the very townsfolk he had incited. The people of Blaviken, it seemed, did not display the same lofty sense of justice they had shown when condemning the Witcher. At least when faced with someone who truly meant them harm, they chose to run. Turning their backs on the enemy led to the deaths of more than 100 of them. Renfrey's fate remained unknown, while the kingdom's forces began hunting down that vicious band. What were they called again? Ah, the Shrikes. Meanwhile, the legend of the Black Witcher spread even farther, as if confirming the claim that witchers were devoid of emotion. John thought it was all nonsense, especially as he stood there, staring at the notice board and feeling a headache coming on. Name, the Black Witcher Yidani. Threat level, extremely dangerous. Bounty, 1,000 gold coins. 1,000. Damn. It seemed he was worth quite a bit after all. Chapter 400, I'm a wanted man. John was now a wanted man. And the bounty on his head was no small sum, enough to tempt quite a few people. The name Black Witcher was as enticing as the tales of the forest demon that haunted the Bear's Woods. Wrapped in his bearskin cloak, he had already reached the royal capital. He planned to seek out Emily for information about the monolith and to take a look around this place called Tredogor. Once upon a time, the kingdom conscripted witchers to deal with the Kozan banshees. This place seems rather peaceful now, he murmured as he walked the streets. The main avenue was broad enough for carriages to pass side by side. The townsfolk here looked far wealthier than those in Balviek, and there were even a few heavily made-up noblewomen strolling about with their servants in tow. John kept his silver sword hidden beneath his cloak, while his black hair wasn't as conspicuous as one might think. He stopped by a jeweler's shop and came out a short while later with a pouch of gold coins in hand. With the small bag slung at his left side, he scanned the street until he spotted a roguish-looking young man. The youth was boasting to a small crowd by the roadside. "Give me just 3 gold coins, and I'll sneak a peek at the royal sorceress's bath." "Quit bragging, Wook," someone scoffed. "You don't even know where the royal sorceress lives." The other boys burst into laughter at him, which only made Wook bristle in annoyance. "I do know," he shouted. "I've seen the royal sorceress myself." "Is that so?" a calm voice cut in, followed by the jingle of coins. "I'll pay you 10 silver coins. Take me to the royal sorceress's residence." John stood there, idly tossing 10 silver coins into the air with his left hand. Wook eyed him like he was some gullible fool and said greedily, "Don't joke around. Give me 10 gold coins and I'll take you there." 9 silver, John said coolly. "Do you even know how to bargain?" Wook snapped when he heard the price drop. 8, John replied, lowering it further without missing a beat. That made Wook start to panic. 5 gold. "I'll take you there for 5 gold, he shouted. 7 silver, John countered with a faint glance. 3 gold coins. "I'll take you there right now," Wook said, his voice rising in frustration. 6 silver, John said flatly. 1 gold coin. "I'll take you," Wook yelled in desperation. 5. "Fine, I'll do it, 6 silver coins." Wook finally gave in, unable to stand that man's calm, indifferent expression any longer. He felt completely played and muttered in frustration, "Pay me first." John tossed him 3 silver coins and said in a tone that left no room for argument, "That's the deposit." Wook's face twisted with annoyance, he even fumbled one of the coins, letting it clatter to the ground. One of his friends immediately snatched it up and tried to pocket it, only for Wook to chase him down and give him a good beating. "That's my money, you bastard," he shouted as he pried the coin back. Clutching the coins tightly, Wook turned to John and said, "Follow me." John hadn't brought his sword, otherwise, Wook would have realized he was guiding none other than the wanted Black Witcher himself. Trailing behind Wook, John followed him through a maze of narrow alleys. Though Wook loved to brag, for once he hadn't been lying. He really did know where the royal sorceress lived, atop a tall tower next to the castle. The tower was overgrown with green vines and looked as though it hadn't been tended in years. Emily disliked having guards around her residence, so there was no one posted outside. Hand over the rest of the money, Wook demanded the moment they arrived. John casually tossed him the remaining 3 silver coins. Wook caught them in a hurry and then bolted, eager to get away. John circled the tower but found no visible entrance. Magical barrier, he muttered. He took out his wand and tapped the wall. The bricks rippled and bent, reshaping themselves into an arched doorway. John stepped inside and ascended the spiral staircase leading up the tower. At the very top was a single room with a bed and piles of scattered documents strewn across the floor. Emily was lying on her stomach in a rather undignified posture, poring over a worn, tattered manuscript. "I told you not to bother me," she snapped irritably at the sound of footsteps. When she finally looked up and saw the black-haired man standing there, her anger froze, replaced by fear. "It's you, why are you here?" she stammered, clearly terrified of John. John narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze swept the room, and landed on a wanted poster pinned to the wall. It bore the face of the Black Witcher. "I'm here to collect a debt, of course." John strode forward, making Emily flinch. "Don't move." Emily yelped quickly. "Watch where you step, those are ancient manuscripts." As a sorceress trapped in the Black Hawk Tower who still devoted herself to research, Emily treated those documents like priceless treasures. She scrambled to her feet and hurriedly gathered the scattered pages, carefully stacking them one by one. It took her quite a while to tidy everything up. The moment the floor was finally clear, an awkward silence settled over the room. Because Emily preferred to spread her manuscripts out on the floor for study, the tower's top chamber was left bare, no table, no chairs, just a single bed. John raised a brow, a little speechless at how spartan her living space was. Still, he didn't seem to mind. With a faintly amused look, he said, "You didn't actually think I wouldn't come to the capital, did you?" "Of course not, haha." Emily gave a couple of nervous, awkward laughs. The truth was, she hadn't expected John to show up, especially now. He was a wanted man. When the Queen first issued the bounty for the black-haired Witcher, Emily had been utterly stunned. To make matters worse, some members of the Brotherhood of Sorcerers had even warned her about the Black Witcher's reputed savagery. That Master Stregobor had lost both his legs because of the Black Witcher. If he hadn't fled fast enough, Renfrey would probably have finished him off. More importantly, the Brotherhood of Sorcerers had taken notice of John. A Witcher who could wield powerful magic. That went far beyond anything they had ever believed possible. As the ones who had originally created the Witchers, they had never heard of such a thing. Combined with what had happened to Stregobor, the sorcerers had grown wary of the Black Witcher. There had been a time when Witchers were sworn enemies of sorcerers. They had no desire to see the Witchers gain new strength. "Yardani, I'll get your gold to you as soon as I can," Emily said. "No rush," John replied with a small shake of his head. He glanced at the nervous sorceress and added, "I remember you once said there's someone in the capital who knows about the monoliths." Emily corrected him. "I said there might be." She noticed John's gaze land on a manuscript she hadn't managed to pick up. As she moved to retrieve it, John picked it up first, his eyes scanning the lines of text and the handwritten notes in the margins. "That's elder speech. You won't understand it," Emily warned. She didn't dare snatch it back from John, his grim reputation was enough to make her wary, but as she watched him study the manuscript, she couldn't help feeling a surge of disdain. John rubbed his chin and murmured, "The conjunction of the spheres." Emily's mouth fell open in disbelief. You can read it." "More or less," John shrugged. He casually tossed the manuscript aside, and Emily scrambled to catch it, almost dropping it again. "This is ancient script. I need to consult references just to make sense of it," Emily said indignantly. "How can you understand it?" "Because I studied it." John cast her a sidelong glance, noting her bruised pride. That fragment he'd just read had set his thoughts turning. The conjunction of the spheres, the day when worlds overlapped. The record described something John had never encountered before. It seems that as the trials progress, this world becomes more and more complete, he thought to himself. He couldn't help wondering what had truly happened with his grandfather's generation of Witchers. Because of a single trial, could it really create a world this vivid and lifelike? Not even a Witcher, let alone Dumbledore, could have done that. The more John learned about this world, the more he sensed it was becoming something truly real. Like the icebound coffer, this magical world is full of secrets, John murmured, feeling a twinge of awe. Emily said, "All right then. Since you can read these ancient texts, instead of asking others, why not seek the answers yourself?" "Seek them myself?" John asked. Emily nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. "There's a library inside the royal palace. It's the largest repository of knowledge apart from Newburgh, full of historical records and all kinds of manuscripts. I originally agreed to become a royal sorceress because of that library. She hesitated for a moment before adding hopefully, if you do go there to study, could you translate the materials you read for me as well? She didn't like to admit it, but when it came to deciphering ancient scripts, John seemed to be far more capable than she was. As a sorceress, having to ask someone else for help stung her pride. If word got out, she'd probably lose face in the Brotherhood. But John, eager to learn more about this world, readily agreed to her request. Since the library was inside the royal palace, John could only go there when Emily went as well. To outsiders, it was said that John was serving as Emily's bodyguard. But once inside, John spent his time poring over the texts while Emily sat nearby taking notes. They stayed like that for several days straight. Eventually, the runes on John's sword began to glow, and he knew it was time to leave and continue the trial. He asked, "Where can I find magical creatures?" Emily gave him a location. There was a range of blue-colored mountains where people had reportedly seen a griffin. It also happened to be a royal bounty. If John could take care of it, he would receive a reward. John thought it was a good destination and prepared to head there. During this time, Emily had helped John a great deal, whether in navigating the palace or searching through records. He couldn't just leave without showing some measure of gratitude. "I hope we can meet again someday," Emily said as she escorted John to the edge of the city. She kept a low profile, pulling her hooded cloak tight to conceal her face. John nodded. Mounting his horse, he said to Emily, "I left you a gift, consider it repayment for these past few days." Emily blinked in surprise and watched him ride off. She didn't notice that, as she was seeing John off, a group of riders had been quietly trailing behind them. They bore the emblem of a wolf slayer and rode out of the capital as well. Chapter 401, The Blue Mountains. The journey to the Blue Mountains required crossing the Eastern Kingdom. John treated it as a bit of sightseeing. 2 days after leaving the capital, he stopped at a small inn to rest. He stuffed a carrot into Burrow's mouth, the horse's favorite treat. As Burrow munched lazily on the carrot, John swung his silver sword and cleaved a bat that swooped at him out of the air. He was currently in a mountain cave, a shortcut that led toward the Blue Mountains. Once again, he found himself wondering if there was some secret network behind these inns, since even such routes were recorded. Beyond the cave lay the territory of the Eastern Kingdom. Wiping the blood from his sword, John glanced at the runes engraved along the blade. 4 of them still glowed steadily. Yesterday, he had run into a strange, pheasant-like magical creature. Slaying it had caused the 5th rune to faintly light up. It seemed that even without seeking out formal trials, hunting magical beasts could gradually complete the set of runes. Stepping out of the tunnel, John felt the chill in the air. Burrow snorted, his hooves crunching against the frozen layer of ice-covered soil. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the forest. Before long, he came across a village. The villagers were wary of strangers. When they saw John, their expressions turned guarded. A middle-aged man stepped forward, first glancing at John's ears, then smiling as he asked, "Hello there. Is there something I can help you with?" John nodded. "My horse and I have been traveling for a day and a night. I was hoping for a place to rest. Of course, I can pay a fair price." A smile often put people at ease, and John's calm expression helped the villagers lower their guard. The man's smile grew more genuine. As he happened to be heading for a drink himself, he led John toward a tavern. "We don't have an inn here, but old Dan will be happy to offer you a room." The man introduced himself as Sandy, the head of the village guard. The so-called guard consisted of barely 10 men. The old Dan he mentioned was a balding man whose clothes were stained with oil from frying fish. Hearing that John wanted a room for the night, old Dan greeted him warmly. Sandy leaned toward John and muttered under his breath, "Whatever you do, don't try old Dan's fried fish. The taste is, well." He pulled a face and shook his head, clearly unimpressed. As the village's guard captain, Sandy seemed well liked by the locals. The village's guard force, as it turned out, had been organized by the villagers themselves. Since the village was still in the wilderness, there was little trace of human civilization nearby. Sandy poured John a cup of hot wine. After taking a sip himself to drive out the chill, he said, "Once winter sets in, those bastards get more active." "Monsters?" John asked, assuming he meant magical creatures. But Sandy replied, "Elves." Elves. That was something new. John hadn't yet encountered any elves in person. During his time in the royal library, he'd come across many records about them, tall, elegant beings with sharp ears, well-defined features, and a natural affinity for magic and wisdom. "Yeah, those bastards aren't extinct yet," Sandy muttered. He downed a few more cups, the smell of alcohol on his breath as he said, "Sometimes they ruin our crops. Thieving little brats, too." His dislike for elves was clear, enough that the village's guard force mainly existed to keep them at bay. Human hostility toward elves wasn't unusual, much of the human world had been built on the ruins of elven civilization. John took a sip of the hot wine and thought to himself, when the enemy becomes something entirely different, the power of sorcerers suddenly seems far less important. Wizards had once been humanity's weapon against the elves. Elves, being the enemy of humankind, had ironically eased the tensions among humans themselves. From what he'd learned of this world's history, it had already diverged far from the one John knew. He pushed down his questions for now. Sandy was dead drunk by the end of the night, and old Dan had to help him back home. John went to the stable, where Burrow turned his head to look at him. "We'll be leaving tomorrow. Get some rest first." He placed a hand on the horse's head, letting his mind reach out. Mental magic was truly convenient. With the reassurance, Burrow quickly settled and adjusted to the unfamiliar surroundings. John returned to his room at the tavern to rest as well. Old Dan closed up the tavern, and the village soon fell into silence. By the next morning, the gloomy weather made it seem less than ideal for traveling. John stood outside as Sandy approached, dressed in a fresh set of clothes. The smell of alcohol still clung faintly to him, and the oak shield he carried looked to John more like a pot lid. "You're leaving?" Sandy asked in surprise. "You might not know this, but it could snow heavily in the next few days." "I know. But I still need to make it to the next town," John replied as he led Burrow, ready to depart. Sandy looked a little regretful. He thought this man was quite decent, but he didn't try to keep him. Watching John's figure recede into the distance, Sandy sighed. A life like that is something to envy. He couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for a life of travel and freedom, though with a family to care for, it was a dream he would never realize. About half a day after John's departure, the village received new visitors. The sound of hooves shook frost from the trees as a mounted group rode in. "Have you seen this man?" asked the scar-nosed leader as he unfurled a sketch. Sandy's wary eyes swept over the group. There were 17 of them in total, all armed with swords. On their saddles was a sigil, an emblem marked with a wolf's head being struck down. Sandy, having been to larger cities, recognized the symbol. It belonged to a faction that called themselves the Bane of Witchers, dedicated to hunting down and killing every last one. They called themselves the Hunting Band. In truth, they were little more than a band of brigands. Their reputation for savagery preceded them, stories of massacres had spread far and wide. Sandy didn't dare provoke them. He glanced at the sketch. A black-haired man with a sword. After a careful look, he shook his head. "No. I haven't seen him." The scar-nosed leader frowned. "Has anyone new passed through here recently?" Sandy answered honestly, "Just one man. But he wasn't carrying any weapons, and he had brown hair." Now it was the scarred man's turn to look puzzled. They questioned a few more villagers, but everyone gave the same answer. Just when Sandy thought it was over, the scarred man said, "We'll be staying here for a while. Show us the way." Sandy's heart sank. Faced with these men, all he could do was hope they wouldn't cause trouble. He led them to the tavern, then immediately ordered the village guards to arm themselves and stay alert. Inside the tavern came the sound of drinking and rough, menacing laughter. Sandy had thought that as long as they stayed prepared, everything would be fine. At first, there was no conflict. But he forgot what a gang of fugitives, drunk on liquor, was capable of doing. When one of them, reeking of alcohol, tore the clothes off a village girl, it signaled the beginning of disaster. Night fell. Flames rose from the village. Men screamed, women's cries and wails pierced the night, mingling with the sounds of slaughter. Sandy's oak shield lay abandoned in the burning tavern. Old Dan lay there, belly torn open, still clutching his cooking pot. The flames spread outward from the tavern. Horses rampaged through the streets as the hunting band violated the women, slaughtered the men, and set the village ablaze. Sandy fell inside his own home. He had tried to get his family to safety but was run through by a sword. In his fading vision, he saw, near a pile of hay, a boy with pointed ears. The boy stared in terror at the horrific scene, clutching in his hands a stolen sack of grain. The village's guards, once meant to protect against elves, had perished at the hands of humans. A grim and bitter irony. Sandy weakly lifted his hand. Startled, the elven boy bolted from the haystack, vanishing into the dark forest under the glow of the flames. Sandy remained in that final gesture as death claimed him. 3 more days passed. The horses' hooves left one sakura-shaped print after another on the snow-dusted ground. John gazed into the distance, where the blue mountain range stretched endlessly across the horizon. The snow lent the landscape a pale, glimmering brightness. He had finally reached the blue mountains. The brown hair he had assumed with all forms change slowly shifted back to its natural black. The runes on his sword shimmered faintly, as though guiding his way forward. Buzz. An arrow whistled toward John's head. Just as it was about to strike. He raised his hand and caught it in midair. John slowly turned his head to the side, meeting the greedy, bloodthirsty gazes of a group of men watching him. Finally found you. Black Witcher. The man at the front had a scar running straight across the bridge of his nose, making it look as if the nose had once been cut clean off. Kill him. Collect the bounty. At his command, the hunters spurred their horses forward, charging straight at John. John slowly drew his sword. The runes on the blade flickered for a moment, then suddenly went dark. Just then, a massive black shadow swept across the sky. Its enormous shape cast a looming darkness over the snow-covered ground, as though dusk had fallen in an instant. Roar. The thunderous roar of a lion sent up a flurry of snow. The charging horses reared in terror, neighing wildly. The hunters' faces, once twisted with savage glee, froze in horror. The shadow descended. With a single bite, it tore half the body off one of the men. The ground shook as the beast landed, and the tremor shattered what little courage the hunters had left. It's a manticore. No one knew who shouted it first, but the cry alone was enough to break the morale of the so-called Witcher slayers. The manticore had the vast, powerful wings of an eagle, and its body was even larger than that of a leshan. Devouring one man was nowhere near enough to sate its hunger. Another victim was snatched up and torn apart. Those who tried to fight back only met the same fate. The band of hunters who had once slaughtered an entire village now found themselves reduced to prey. The irony was almost laughable. The scar-nosed leader, his face twisted in panic, actually shouted at John. Witcher. Kill it. Isn't it your duty to protect humans? John let out a short, dry laugh. He didn't move. The man screamed again, his voice cracking in desperation, do something. You're a Witcher. Sorry, John said lazily, his tone almost bored. Witchers don't protect beasts. The scarred man tried to retort, but before he could utter another word, the manticore's massive jaws closed around him and swallowed him whole. The remaining horses screamed in terror, bolting in every direction as John stood and watched the slaughter unfold. From a distant rise, another pair of eyes observed the scene. A white-haired man, his gaze steady yet thoughtful, studied John in silence. Chapter 402, The Manticore and Vesemir. The manticore was brutal, bloodthirsty and savage, slaughtering every last member of the hunting band. The snow-covered slopes of the Blue Mountains were stained red, and even the horses had been devoured, leaving only 9 mangled carcasses. As if only then remembering there was still one more living thing, the manticore turned its massive head toward John. Its body was larger than that of a grizzly, and the feathers of its wings were thin and sharp, like honed blades. Just moments ago, one of the hunters had been swept up by those wings and shredded as if thrown into a meat grinder. Its hide was so tough that even a battle axe couldn't leave a mark. Fast, powerful, and near impervious to harm. It seemed like an unsolvable monster. John studied the enormous beast and murmured, so this must be the manticore Emily mentioned. He recalled spotting the scattered remains of animals along the way, no doubt the spoils of its earlier hunts. And indeed, the creature radiated a pressure greater than anything John had faced in recent times. Blood dripped from its fangs, still smeared with scraps of flesh and bone. Its feral eyes locked onto him, the predator sizing up its next prey. John said dryly, if Hagrid were here, he'd probably call you a lovely fellow. With Hagrid's taste, John figured he'd probably even give the manticore a name. Sword in his right hand, John pulled the reins with his left. Burrow turned its head toward the beast, the scent of its slaughtered kin filling the air and stirring a wave of panic in the horse. John soothed it with a touch of psychic magic, pressing down the rising fear. Don't be afraid. We're the predators here. He whispered softly, his pupils narrowing into vertical slits. Tilting his head slightly, he muttered, should I cut off your wings, or drive the blade through your heart? Such a remark enraged the manticore. With a deafening roar, it surged forward, the rush of its wings kicking up a violent gust. John spurred Burrow forward, charging straight at the beast. From a distant mountain ridge, a pair of watchful eyes never left the scene. As John closed the distance, the manticore's massive paw, easily capable of crushing a horse, came crashing down. A flash of silver gleamed between its claws, followed by a burst of sparks and the harsh screech of metal grinding. John felt as though he had struck solid steel, sparks scattering from the impact. Another blow from the beast followed immediately, forcing John to drop the reins and grip his sword with both hands, raising it to block. His body shot through the air like a cannonball. Burrow neighed shrilly, veering aside just in time to avoid being torn apart. Well, that's a first. John steadied himself after tumbling to a halt. This was the first time he'd been knocked flying. The manticore's attack power was immense. If he hadn't absorbed the impact, John suspected Burrow would have been flattened by that strike. Raising his left hand, an invisible pulse rippled out from John, urging Burrow to gallop away to safety. John shifted the blade in his grip. All right, let's go again. Against something like this, practically a walking fortress, a mounted charge wouldn't do much good. But that didn't bother him. He had more than one trick up his sleeve. "Big guy," he said with a crooked grin, "funny enough, dealing with you lot is actually easier than with most." The manticore beat its blade-like wings and surged into the air, circling like an eagle before swooping down at John. Boom. The heavy impact of its landing rang out, accompanied by the sharp clang and screech of metal as sparks flew in all directions. John gripped his sword with both hands, the silver glow of the blade forming an unbroken barrier. Sparks flew again and again where his blade met the beast's talons and bladed wings. Every strike landed like a hammer blow from a giant. Gradually, John adjusted to the rhythm. He'd faced griffins as his opponents back at Hogwarts while going through Godric's Air Challenge, but that had been him dueling them as a wizard, and they were just constructs of magic. Fighting a monster like this was a different game altogether. With a sharp upward lift of his sword, the tip pressed against the descending fangs. A cold gleam flared before the manticore's eyes. Its wings spread wide, then beat downward in a powerful burst. The huge creature actually shot backward in retreat. Clearly, this monster possessed an uncanny instinct for battle. Had it pressed just a little further, John's blade would have pierced its eye and churned its brain to pulp. "Impressive instincts," John said with a faint smile. Now the roles had reversed, attack and defense had switched. He didn't have enchanted boots to boost his speed, but years of training and the blood of magic in his veins had forged his body. He surged forward in long, powerful strides, chasing the retreating beast. As the manticore tried to pull the same trick and launch itself into the air, John raised his left hand and yanked hard. An invisible force seized its wings, pinning it half a meter above the ground. John closed the distance in a burst of speed. Before the beast's claw could smash down, his silver-lit blade slashed through its hide. He twisted, grabbed the thick mane beneath its belly, and used the momentum to vault onto its back. Aiming at the creature's spine, John reversed his grip on the silver sword and drove it down with all his strength. Roar! The manticore's agonized bellow split the air, but John didn't relent. He stepped back and heaved with both hands. What had been only a few inches of a wound tore wide into a gash nearly a meter long. That finally drove the beast into a frenzy. Its size worked against John, the strike still hadn't reached its vital organs. With a maddened roar, it surged skyward and hurtled toward the mountainside, intent on crushing the men clinging to its back. But John had no intention of granting its wish. Drawing his wand, he leveled it at the sword's hilt and cast a banishing charm. Repelled by the opposing force, as if two like poles of a magnet were being crushed together, the silver sword was driven deeper into the manticore's flesh until even the hilt sank inside. Pshhk. The blade burst through the beast's body, flashing silver as it shot downward and buried itself in the ground. The manticore let out a wretched howl in midair, then plummeted toward the earth. John cast a cushioning charm on himself and leapt from its back. When he hit the ground less than half a meter below, it felt as though he'd landed on a pile of cotton, completely unharmed. "This brute's hide really is tough," he muttered, glancing at the bear pelt he wore, which had been torn in a few places. Then he shook his head. "I don't like lions." He raised a hand and summoned the silver sword with a summoning charm, then waved to Burrow, who was watching from a distance. The horse trotted over obediently. With Burrow at his side, John made his way to where the manticore had crashed. The creature's carcass still had plenty of useful parts, its teeth and claws, for instance, and perhaps its wings could be turned into material for a new pair of comet shoes. He'd long wanted to craft a pair, but had never found the right materials. The manticore had flown a short distance before finally crashing. John rode Burrow at an unhurried pace toward the site. The Blue Mountains, now in the grip of winter, were nearly barren of vegetation. In a crater that looked as though it had been gouged out by a falling meteorite, John found the beast. It lay there, barely clinging to life, its breath shallow and ragged. Sometimes, having too much vitality was more a curse than a blessing. Death was inevitable, John's sword had pierced its organs, it was only a matter of time. Seeing him approach, the manticore let out a low, pitiful whimper, no longer capable of fighting. John drew his silver sword and stepped forward. He stood before the creature, tightening his grip on the hilt. "Let me end your suffering." With that, his blade swept out in a silver crescent, severing the lion's head. Hardly any blood spilled, most of it had already drained from the mortal wound. Devoid of life, the lion's hide was no longer enough to hinder the sword's keen edge. John stood there in silence for a brief moment as a crimson glow seeped into the blade, igniting the fifth rune. He lifted his silver sword and gave it a sharp flick, sending the manticore's blood spattering onto the rocks. Next, he had to think carefully about which materials to take with him. He did have the little satchel, but it was already carrying a few things. As he was inspecting the manticore's remains, a set of footsteps quietly approached. Burrow blinked, its eyes twitching as it watched a white-haired man draw near behind John. The instant the stranger reached out, a flash of silver cut across, only to be caught by a firm hand. John's eyes narrowed. He swung his left fist, but the man tilted his head aside, letting the punch pass. Seizing the opening, John lashed out with a kick to the man's knee, forcing him to loosen his grip. John twisted the sword in his hand, slashing sideways, but the stranger bent at the waist and slipped under the strike. The two men drew apart, sizing each other up. The newcomer had silver-gray hair and a weathered face. Though he didn't look young, his physique was the kind that would make even younger men envious. Amber Eyes watched John with a mix of sternness and a trace of hidden warmth. He wore leather armor and carried a sword across his back. A wolf-shaped pendant hung at his chest. John studied the men, in turn, studied him. After a moment, the man finally spoke, his voice carrying a trace of approval. Good vigilance. To take down a manticore on your own proves your skill. Where are you from, kid? Sensing no hostility from him, John lowered his sword to his side and answered calmly. Redania. That's quite a distance, the man remarked, his gaze lingering on John's sword. You're a witcher. Before John could reply, he went on, black hair, a witcher's silver sword, no medallion. You must be the Black Witcher, Yadani. From John's appearance alone, he had deduced that John was the much-talked-about Black Witcher. Judging by his demeanor, however, he wasn't here to pick a fight. Instead, after a moment of thought, he said, There's something unusual about you, but we can talk elsewhere, kid. He extended an invitation. My name's Vesemir. I'm heading to our wintering grounds. Will you come with me? John sheathed his silver sword, raised his head to glance at the approaching heavy snow, and nodded. Not like I've got any other options. Chapter 403, Kaer Morhen and Vesemir's swordplay. Vesemir's skill at harvesting materials was far more practiced and efficient than John's, even with all of John's alchemist training. Working together, the two of them had the manticore fully processed and packed up before the snowstorm rolled in. Something you bought off a wizard? Vesemir asked with a curious glance as John stuffed the beast's teeth and feathers into a small handbag. Even an ordinary person could tell there was something strange about a bag that never filled up. The surplus, the lion's head and claws, was lashed to Burrow's back for transport. Even so, there was still an entire manticore's carcass left behind. It really was a big one. Honestly, this thing was no easy kill. With John's permission, Vesemir collected some of the beast's blood. There wasn't one of these around last year. Vesemir led the way, with John walking beside him, leading Burrow. They followed the riverbed forward, crossed another ravine, and climbed onto a mountain path that wound upward. John paused at one point, gazing into the distance at a crumbling fortress huddled among the rocks. It bore the scars of old wars, battered and half in ruins. Only the foundations of the defensive walls remained, a few towers and the gate still stood, along with the massive, thick-walled central keep. John's voice was thoughtful as he said, Looks like the Witcher's situation hasn't exactly been prosperous. Vesemir's eyes held a trace of nostalgia as he walked ahead, saying, We're not exactly welcoming to just anyone. John only shrugged. Naturally, he regarded this man as a Witcher. Back at the history walls of Jovanovic, John had already guessed at the Witcher's situation. And Vesemir's presence here only confirmed for him that the people of Jovanovic were different from those here. He had never seen his uncles wear those medallions, and their pupils had been perfectly normal in color. If John wanted to understand the Witchers, he had to find one. The silver sword in his hand had all but guided him to them, and so he had followed its lead. Snow had already buried their boots up to the ankles by the time they entered the castle. Leaving Burrow in the stable by the gate, John unloaded the gear strapped to the horse. Vesemir watched him work, then remarked suddenly, That's a fine bearskin. Shame about the shoddy craftsmanship. John shrugged. I only finished half of it. They weren't too fond of me. Fair enough, Vesemir said with a brief nod. This way. Yadani. As the last living master among the Witchers, Vesemir treated John with notable courtesy. He led John deeper into the castle. They walked through dim corridors and pushed open the oak doors to the main hall. The place was quiet and cold, as most Witchers had yet to return. Witchers usually come back in the winter. This is where we can stay undisturbed, Vesemir explained. I'll take you to find a room first. John casually set the griffin's head down on a table, then walked over to a tree hung with many medallions and paused in front of it. Vesemir stepped up beside him. These are the last mementos left to us by those who've gone. There were many medallions on that tree. Witchers were not welcome in the world. Some died at the claws of monsters. Others died at the hands of humans. Neither monster nor men. Being caught in between was the hardest lot of all. You've never thought about changing that? John asked. Vesemir glanced at him and shook his head. Witchers remain neutral, lad. But neutrality, don't you know all too well what it brings? John's gaze swept over the hall, lingering on the walls still bearing scars from the old wars. Is that why you destroyed the walls of Balvik? Vesemir clearly knew this Witcher, knew his deeds even better. That was their choice, John said casually. I won't protect people who throw stones at me. The young witcher's clarity of thought surprised Vesemir. If he wanted to teach this boy properly, it would take some effort. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but it's not a witcher's way of fighting. Vesemir stepped to the side, tossed some logs into the hearth, and with a wave of his hand sent a ripple of heat to ignite them. He had crossed blades with John before, though briefly, it had been enough to sense the young man's unusual fighting style. A witcher's combat relied on weapons, enhanced physique, and those signs that wizards often scorned. But John had drawn a wand, looking nothing like a witcher at all. Truth is, until not long ago, I didn't even know I was a witcher, John said, resting his wand across a pot. The empty pot instantly filled with clear water, leaving Vesemir momentarily stunned as he had been about to scoop snow to melt. Just a simple aguamenti, John said with a faint smile, then turned his head toward the corridor. The rooms are over there, right? I'll pick one for myself. Vesemir gestured for him to go ahead. John went to pick a room, surveying the old stone chambers that looked as if they might collapse and bury someone at any moment. In the end, he chose one that was relatively decent. 2 mice scurried about beneath the bed, only to dart away in fright when he startled them. He tapped the bed frame with his wand, and the dust gathered into a ball and swept itself out through the window. Magic is convenient, Vesemir said from where he leaned against the doorframe, but relying too much on it will dull your swordsmanship. His eyes shifted to John's silver sword, and he gave a kindly smile. We still have time before the others return. Then please, teach me. John and Vesemir stepped outside the castle. Snow was falling, but it barely affected the 2 witchers. As witchers, their bodies were far more resilient than ordinary humans. Vesemir also drew his sword. It was John's first time witnessing a witcher's true fighting style. Vesemir's swordplay was steady and direct, utterly free of unnecessary flourishes. Every stroke of his blade was aimed solely at defeating his opponent. Even with his level 6 mastery of the greatsword, John found himself repeatedly forced to give ground under the older man's attacks. Level 7 swordsmanship. John's eyes narrowed as he gripped his sword in his right hand and met Vesemir's blade head-on. This was the peak of human swordplay. After more than 20 exchanges, John found Vesemir's sword tip pressing against his throat. Compared to John's disheveled state, Vesemir looked calm and at ease. Like Dumbledore with a sword. John muttered, lowering his blade in faint frustration. The last time someone had put this kind of pressure on him had been people like Dumbledore or Voldemort. In pure swordsmanship, John simply couldn't mount an effective counterattack against Vesemir. But a wand slid out from John's sleeve. He wasn't just a swordsman. Protego. Vesemir's sword was deflected aside as John's wand flared, sending a jet of white light at the older witcher, only for it to crash against a yellowish shield Vesemir had raised with his left hand. Ard sign. Expelliarmus. The shockwave sent John flying backward, and at the same time Vesemir's sword was knocked out of his grasp. John rolled twice across the snow to bleed off the force of the blow, then rubbed his shoulder. He felt as if he'd been rammed by a bull. Vesemir, meanwhile, glanced at his own sword lying some distance away, stuck in a snowdrift, momentarily taken aback. John walked over, pulled the blade free, and handed it back to him. You're the finest swordsman I've ever met, John said, his tone entirely respectful. Then he asked, if I wanted to learn from you, what would it cost me? Vesemir sheathed the sword and shook his head. No price. I can already tell you don't belong to any known school. Long ago, one Witcher school had betrayed the others. That was why Vesemir had tested John, to see if he was a spy from that school. Now, he was certain this young man was different. Though Vesemir had bested him in swordplay, John's unpredictable use of magic made Vesemir doubt he could guarantee victory in a real fight without preparation. Vesemir's own school relied heavily on preparation. It was that past betrayal that had once plunged Kaer Morhen into flames. Few from his school remained, and bringing in a promising recruit like John would be an invaluable investment. I haven't said this yet, Vesemir said as he stepped up to John and offered his hand. Welcome to Kaer Morhen, Yidani. This winter, I'll train you, to make you a true witcher. John clasped his hand and smiled. It's my honor, Mentor Vesemir. Vesemir's weathered face softened into a smile. The Black Witcher officially became part of Kaer Morhen. As the snow deepened, more and more witchers returned to the keep from every corner of the continent. This was Vesemir's favorite yet most bittersweet time of the year. His only wish was that all the witchers he had personally trained would come back, safe and whole. But reality rarely granted such wishes. The witchers returned, fewer than the year before. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Vesemir's face. Among this group, he was both mentor and father figure. The last to arrive was a man with milk-white hair, carrying 2 swords across his back. Chapter 404, A Duel and Respect. In the great hall of Kaer Morhen, more than 20 witchers sat drinking and sharing stories of their travels. The candlelight brought warmth and brightness to the otherwise cold and empty hall, and their presence made it feel like a home. A lively scene, John murmured as he watched. He saw the last to arrive, the white-haired Witcher, embrace each of the others in turn. Here, they were like a family. All of them were outcasts, branded as monsters by the world. Only when they gathered together could they show the emotions that lay beneath the rumors. Leaning on the first-floor railing, John thought back on the days he'd spent here. I'll probably end up missing my 6th year, he muttered to himself. Assuming time flowed the same here as in his original world, he was probably considered a missing person by now. Yadani, Vesemir said as he came to stand beside John, patting him on the shoulder, come with me. I'll introduce you to the others. From the moment John had entered Kaer Morhen, Vesemir had treated him as one of his own. Following Vesemir down the stairs, John noticed the respect in the Witcher's eyes as they looked at their mentor. But when their gazes shifted to John, curiosity and a trace of wariness replaced it. Raising his silver goblet, Vesemir looked over the gathered Witchers with quiet emotion. A toast, to your safe return home. The Witchers raised their cups and drank together. To surviving another winter, one Witcher said, raising his cup. To being alive, still able to draw breath. To our brothers. One after another, the Witchers voiced their own heartfelt toasts. When the last of them had spoken, Vesemir lifted his cup in one hand and rested the other on John's shoulder. Let me introduce someone new to you. He is. Black hair. And that sword. A tall Witcher fixed his eyes on John's appearance and said each word slowly and with weight, the Black Witcher. Yadani. It seems my name has reached your ears, John said with a small, easy smile. The mood in the hall, however, was no longer the warm camaraderie of a family meal. The Witcher's gazes on John were wary, assessing. You destroyed a city, the tall Witcher said, his eyes flashing with a predatory glint. Lambert, a dark-skinned Witcher beside him murmured, a warning in his tone. But Lambert only sneered and went on sharply, that wasn't all he did. The Black Witcher. Vesemir stayed silent, watching to see how John would handle it. The white-haired Witcher finally spoke. Calm down, Lambert. Calm down. Geralt, would you raise a city the way he did? Lambert shot back, as quick to ignite as a powder keg. Geralt covered his face with one hand and let out a weary sigh. Lambert shot John a cold snort. He only knows how to scare ordinary people. You think so? John let out a hoarse chuckle. He stepped toward Lambert, stopping right in front of him, and said softly, if you've got a problem with me, don't yap like an old crone, use your weapon and say it. Gladly. Lambert snapped back. Sometimes, fists, or blades, settled arguments better than words ever could. Geralt put a hand on Lambert's shoulder, but Lambert shrugged it off, bristling. The dark-skinned Witcher, Cohen, shook his head with a helpless sigh. You know how it is. That's what they call being young and hot-headed. Lambert was the second youngest among them. Yadani, Vesemir called out just as John was heading out. Don't go killing Lambert. Relax, Vesemir, John said lightly, almost amused. I don't kill people without a reason. Their exchange drew strange looks from the Witchers in the hall. Lambert might be young, but his strength was nothing to scoff at. Aside from a handful of the veterans, few among them would claim they could take Lambert in a straight fight. John strode out of the hall. The group made their way to the same training ground where John had sparred with Vesemir before. Lambert drew his sword and beckoned with a sharp gesture. Show me what you've got, Black Witcher. John lazily unsheathed his own blade, his unhurried, almost indifferent manner clearly irritating Lambert. He had to admit, John had managed to get under his skin. The moment John's blade cleared its scabbard, Lambert lunged at him. Every Witcher present turned their eyes to the fight. Geralt stepped up beside Vesemir and asked quietly, you trust him? Geralt's gaze stayed on the two men squaring off, and he added, I can tell he's young. Truly young. He's not a bad one, Vesemir replied, arms crossed, his tone casual. I met him in the Blue Mountains. He was in the middle of a fight with a griffin, and he killed it. A griffin. Geralt's brow furrowed. I haven't seen one of those in the Blue Mountains for a long time. That's not a good sign. The world is changing, White Wolf, Vesemir said gravely. This boy is part of that change. Swoosh clank. The clash on the field had already begun. Before the watching crowd, Lambert closed in on John, his sword slicing through the snowflakes as he struck. John moved at the same time, choosing not to use magic. He wanted to test his swordsmanship against that of the Witchers. Their blades met with a sharp clang, sparks flashing where steel struck steel. The silver gleam of their blades shone bright against the snow. Each of Lambert's strikes landed with heavy force, scattering the snow around them. John's sword was no less sharp. After a dozen or so exchanges, he had a solid grasp of Lambert's skill level. A swordsman at level 5, nearing level 6. If Lambert thought he could defeat John relying on swordsmanship alone, he was only fooling himself. Having sized him up, John seized the opening as Lambert swung wide. With a precise flick of his blade, he knocked Lambert's sword aside, then closed the distance in 2 quick strides and leapt forward, driving his knee hard into Lambert's chest. The taller Witcher staggered back several steps before dropping to one knee. Swoosh! John spun his sword in a smooth arc, the edge cutting through the cold air before coming to rest lightly against Lambert's neck. Where Lambert had once looked down on him, he now had to tilt his head up. John, calm and composed, stood over him like a king bestowing judgment. So. Lambert's face flushed from blue to purple, but at last he muttered through clenched teeth, "I lost." He could have used a sign to keep fighting, but he didn't. Because deep down, he knew his signs couldn't bring down a city wall. John raised an eyebrow and casually tossed his silver sword into the air before catching it again. Turning to the gathered Witchers, he spread his arms in a relaxed gesture. "Anyone else want to step up and find justice for Balvic?" The Witchers exchanged uneasy glances. Geralt let out a low sigh. "I believe it now. He really did kill that griffin by himself." Vesemir chuckled and teased, "You should have seen that griffin's head. It's still kept inside." The silver sword that had been tossed into the air reached the peak of its arc and began to fall, straight toward where John was standing. Cohen, sharp-eyed, spotted it first and shouted, "Move." The sword plummeted at great speed, its sharp edge more than capable of piercing straight through a body. John merely shifted his waist slightly, and just before the blade could impale him, the silver gleam slid cleanly into the scabbard on his back. Geralt's pupils narrowed. That took nerve, along with impeccable control. Wherever the strong went, their strength earned them the right to speak. John was soon accepted, Lambert was the first to acknowledge him. Others followed. That winter, he received special training from Vesemir. To Vesemir's surprise, John's knowledge of alchemy was astonishing, enough to leave even an old Witcher like him in disbelief. When not training, John spent most of his time buried in the laboratory, once the very place where Witchers had been created. Among the relics of Caer Morhen were old notebooks left behind by long-dead mages. Those became John's most frequent reading material. The ancient script forced him to brush the dust off his long-neglected knowledge of runes, and bit by bit his skill in reading them improved. Alongside it, so did his grasp of alchemy. The once gray symbols on his notes slowly began to gain color. John absorbed knowledge like a parched sponge soaking up every last drop of water. Even Vesemir sighed that it wouldn't be long before he had nothing more to teach the boy. This youngster was unreasonable, his swordsmanship improved with every sparring session. At first, Vesemir could suppress him within 20 moves. Then it took 50. Eventually, it took 100. At Caer Morhen, the 2 Witchers John got along with best were Geralt and Eskel. Especially Geralt, who had always thought himself the hardest working of them all, until he met someone even more relentless. For days on end, Geralt served as John's sparring partner. After 8 hours of practice one day, he had barely managed 2 hours of rest before a bright-eyed, energetic John dragged him back up again. Before long, John was no longer called the Black Witcher. He had earned a new name, the Devil of the Night, Night Demon. Almost theatrically, that title began to spread among the Witchers. At night, one could often glimpse that ghost-like figure flitting through the halls and courtyards of the castle. Thus the winter passed. One by one, the Witchers departed. John had just about wrung every last drop of knowledge he could from Vesemir. "I suppose I can't keep you here any longer," Vesemir said, patting John's arm with both hands. "I can't demand too much of you, but as a Witcher, I hope you'll go out there and slay more monsters." He clasped a silver wolf's head medallion around John's neck. John was now formally a Witcher. A white glow seeped from the medallion and merged into his sword. The 6th rune on the blade lit up, and the 7th began to flicker. John understood, it was urging him onward to face a new trial. He took a small ring from his satchel and tossed it to Vesemir. "As thanks for everything these past weeks." Vesemir caught the ring, while John mounted his horse and rode away. Chapter 405, Ciri. The silver sword guided John on his way. After some days of travel, he finally emerged from the Blue Mountains. Along the road, he slew more than a few magical creatures. One of them was a mantis-like beast with an unusually high resistance to magic. His time at Caer Morhen had yielded plenty, Witcher combat techniques and their special potions had benefited him greatly. In alchemy too, he could feel his own progress. The fusion of Witcher alchemy with wizarding methods gave him a sense of foreboding. By the time he left this world, he might well reach level 7. He had reforged his meteor boots, granting him the ability to fly, though he still preferred to ride on horseback. Burrow, after the long winter, had grown somewhat lazy. John suspected the stallion had taken a liking to Geralt's mare. "Guess I'll give you a chance to make your dream come true someday," John said, patting Burrow's neck. Using mind magic, John sent his thoughts to Burrow, rousing the horse's spirits. He replaced Burrow's horseshoe so the stallion wouldn't injure his hooves on the rocky roads. A column of soldiers marched past them. "This continent is heading for war," John murmured, his eyes darkening. He was now in the kingdom of Lyria. Along the way, he had heard troubling news. A place called Cintra had been attacked. A massacre had claimed the life of the lioness of Cintra, its queen. Some southern kingdom had somehow gathered the strength to strike so fiercely. War was always cruel. That never changed, whether in his original world or this one. Witchers stayed neutral, never taking part in wars. John, though not a Witcher in the strictest sense, kept to that same neutrality. At times, he even paid out of his own pocket to buy information about magical creatures from war orphans. Though he always insisted it was merely a transaction, the people remembered him as a generous traveler. His reputation seemed to improve as he journeyed on. The Black Witcher, Yidani, now carried a touch of mercy in his name. John watched the soldiers march off, his thoughts drifting back to his time with Geralt. "I remember. Geralt supposedly has a child of surprise in Cintra," he murmured. He paused for a moment, then drew his silver sword and examined it. The 7th rune, earned during his long journey of slaying magical creatures, was only a shade dimmer than the first 6. "Well, I don't really have a destination anyway. Might as well head that way and take a look." Riding with his sword on his back, he occasionally encountered bandits taking advantage of the chaos. Without exception, they became part of the growing legend of the Black Witcher. Starting from Redania and passing through the Blue Mountains, John's path was eventually traced by certain watchful eyes. Among them was a sorcerer, Stregobor. His legs had been severed by the mutant girl, Renfrey, and his body left grievously injured. But sorcerers had far more resilient constitutions than ordinary men. He had managed to flee and return to the Brotherhood on the Isle of Van Ed. There, he recounted his ordeal to the other mages. With a twist, he presented himself as the victim. And claimed that the Black Witcher, in league with the mutant girl, had committed heinous crimes in Blaviken. They intended to slaughter an entire city. When Stregobor said this, the sorcerers present felt a surge of indignation. The mutant girl, reviled as a monster, and the Witcher, likewise treated as a monster. Together, they had crippled the esteemed Master Stregobor, severing both his legs and his hands. "This is an abomination," said a dark-skinned sorcerer who seemed to hold considerable standing. Stregobor, using an illusion to conjure the image of hands and feet for himself, let the corners of his mouth curl upward at the remark. But he quickly suppressed the pleasure it brought him. "I propose we prepare ourselves and rid the world of that devil of a Witcher." He leveled his accusations against the Black Witcher, placing John in opposition to the Brotherhood. Only he knew what truly occupied his thoughts. That Witcher, capable of wielding powerful magic, was far more worthy of study than the mutant girl, Renfrey. He was convinced it was a curse, an extraordinary curse that had forged an extraordinary Witcher. The gathering began to deliberate. "We need to focus on preparing for Nilfgaard," one sorcerer countered. "They're no different," Stregobor said arrogantly. "Both are butchers, both slaughtered an entire city. Nilfgaard is the greater threat. They're recruiting sorcerers and plotting a war of unprecedented brutality." "The Witchers won't intervene," another sorcerer replied. "They remain neutral." The sorcerers of the Brotherhood exchanged glances. But the arrogance inherent to their kind kept them from taking a mere kingdom seriously. After all, behind them stood the entirety of the northern kingdoms. That attitude left one of the sorceresses present quietly deep in thought. John knew nothing of the sorcerers' quarrels. He had seen firsthand the devastation this war had wrought. These sights, he thought, will one day be recorded in history books, but no written account could ever convey the true impact. He had left Lyria and was now tossing down a freshly killed deer. It was for a merchant's family. The father was away, leaving behind a woman with her children. As John dropped the deer, the daughter glanced nervously at the sword strapped to his back. "Could you tell me if there have been any monsters in the area?" John asked the girl. The girl didn't quite look like a farmer's child. She had a high forehead, neatly arched brows, and a wide spacing between her eyes that gave her a striking charm. Her hair was white. John glanced down at her hands, slender, delicate fingers, far too refined for someone raised in a place like this. He didn't dwell on it. He had already decided that before heading to Cintra, he would light the 7th rune. Out here in the wild, a deer was often worth more than gold. John dropped the carcass of a deer at the doorway, startling the woman inside the house. Cristida saw the stranger and at first thought he meant harm. In times of war, there was no shortage of men who did terrible things. She instinctively grew wary of John, but relaxed a little when she understood he was proposing a trade. For a widow with children, it was only natural to feel nervous at the sight of an armed man. "If you're looking for monsters, there's a reed marsh not far from here," Cristida said. 3 corpse-eating wildcats have been lurking there. At the mention of corpses, the little girl beside her shivered. John gave a short nod. "If that's true, then our trade will be a pleasant one." He looked at the woman and added, "I'll need someone to guide me there." Cristida looked a little uneasy. She clearly didn't want to go out with an armed stranger. Just then, the girl John had first questioned spoke up. "I'll take you there." "Ciri," Cressida said to her adopted daughter. The white-haired girl showed a resolve far beyond that of an ordinary child. "I'll guide you, but you have to give us the deer first." "Of course," John replied, glancing at the girl who looked about the age of a first-year Hogwarts student. For all his composure, John himself wasn't yet 16. He held out his hand to her. "I hope you don't mind sharing a horse with me." "Of course not." Ciri clasped his hand, and John helped her up into the saddle. Cressida still looked worried, but Ciri reassured her. "Let's go." Ciri reached out and took the reins. John loosened his grip, letting her guide Burrow. Ciri had ridden horses before, but none had been as steady as this one. As they passed a narrow trail, part of the embankment crumbled with a loud crack. Yet the horse showed no fear, didn't even turn its head. That surprised Ciri. She asked curiously, "What's this horse's name?" "Burrow." John kept his hands well away from the girl, doing his best not to get too close. "Burrow." Ciri called the name tentatively. But Burrow didn't react at all, leaving her rather frustrated. "He's deaf, so he can't hear you," John said casually. "How much farther, Ciri?" Ciri looked ahead, a little displeased at his dismissive tone. "Just past that bend." "Fair enough." John felt he might as well get off and walk, staying in that one posture just to avoid brushing against Ciri was starting to strain his back. Ciri noticed, a bit surprised. She knew she wasn't plain. At first, she had volunteered to guide him only because of the deer he'd brought. Since fleeing Sintra, she had been taken in by Cressida, whose kindness and fairness she deeply appreciated. Helping this traveler was her way of repaying that kindness. Now, seeing John's restrained manner, she let go of the annoyance she'd felt at his earlier tone. "We're here." Ciri pulled on the reins, bringing the horse to a stop. John dismounted and looked ahead. Before them stretched a dense reed bed. With the sun dipping low, long shadows reached into the reeds, and crows cawed harshly overhead. The place felt eerie and foreboding. Ciri got down from the horse, trying to keep her composure, but she still edged behind John and whispered, "Those 3 carrion cats started prowling around here 3 days ago." John noticed human bones scattered among the roots of a nearby tree, gnawed clean. "Stay behind me," he told her, drawing the sword from his back. Ciri felt a surprising sense of safety looking at his broad back. They stepped into the reeds. John lightly tapped the blade against the ground, sending out an invisible ripple. Before Ciri could react, John spun around, seizing her shoulder and pushing her down. A flash of silver swept over her head, followed by a chilling, blood-curdling screech. A single drop of blood landed on her ear. Turning slightly, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, a blood-red feline, as big as a lynx, hung impaled on John's sword. It had been stalking them silently the moment they entered the reed bed. If not for John's swift reaction, the creature would have torn out her throat. Chapter 406, let's just call it fate. "Grab my cloak." John gave a low command, lifting his left hand to fling the blood cat's body aside. His pupils narrowed into slits, and in the darkness came 2 sharp, infant-like cries. He cast a heightened sensory spell, trying to locate the remaining blood cats. Creatures like these couldn't be heard unless seen with the naked eye. Their fur can even block detection. John narrowed his eyes. The one that attacked earlier had revealed itself only because its tail brushed against the reeds. Ciri clutched the hem of his coat, keeping close behind him. "Looks like I made a mistake," John said quietly. "I should have sent you away." "Don't underestimate me," Ciri shot back. John unfastened his bearskin cloak and threw it over her shoulders. "This cloak has some defensive enchantments. It won't keep you from dying outright, but it'll stop you from being burned." "Burned?" Ciri froze for a moment. John's gaze swept quickly through the reeds. Since he couldn't find them, he'd simply force them out. He drew his wand. Incendio. The ancient incantation rolled off his tongue, making Ciri freeze for a moment. Something about it stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Then she understood why John had said she wouldn't be burned. Flames streamed from the wand's tip, spreading through the reeds until the whole field became a sea of fire. The reeds, being highly flammable, caught instantly, blazing out of control. From within the inferno came another round of piercing, agonized screeches. John immediately locked onto the sound. He raised his left hand, an invisible shockwave burst forward, obliterating every obstruction in front of them. A blood-red cat, its fur mottled brown and crimson, was exposed. Purple light flared along the engraved patterns of John's boots. Before Ciri could react, John vanished. The next second, an ear-splitting, infant-like wail tore through the air. John's kick shattered the creature's bones, his sword followed, slicing clean through its head. The second blood cat fell. Ciri's face lit up with relief, but before she could even breathe out, she felt a deadly chill rise from behind her. Just as the chill of death closed in, Ciri instinctively stepped forward, only to gasp in pain as heat seared through her back. A deep claw mark had torn across the bearskin cloak. She turned sharply and saw a blood cat, its entire body wreathed in flames, hissing in fury. Before it could lunge again, a streak of silver flashed through the air. The silver sword pierced straight through its neck, pinning both the creature and the flame to the ground. John strode over and lifted the edge of Ciri's cloak. The claws hadn't penetrated the bearskin, but the force of the blow had shredded the back of her clothes. "It's fine," John said, pulling her to her feet. "Your clothes just took some damage." Ciri hurriedly reached back, feeling the torn fabric with trembling fingers. Her face fell. It was the same outfit she'd worn when she escaped from Sintra, one of the last things that still connected her to her home. "Reparo." Ciri looked up in surprise at the soft murmur. Where John's wand pointed, the shredded fabric began knitting itself back together, good as new. It was a kind of magic she had never seen before, not even from the court mages. After repairing her clothes, John cast a sensory charm to make sure no more monsters were nearby, then extended his hand toward Ciri. Ciri blinked in confusion. "My cloak," John said, gesturing for her to return it. Ciri took a deep breath. For some reason, she suddenly found him irritating. The gratitude she'd felt a moment ago vanished without a trace. By the time the blood cats were dealt with, night had fully fallen. John had successfully lit the 7th rune. He started back toward the house with Ciri. There was no way he would let her walk alone in the dark. This time, though, he didn't mount the horse. Instead, he let Ciri ride while he led the way on foot. "What's your name?" Ciri asked after a moment, curiosity getting the better of her. "And why do you go around killing monsters?" "It's a kind of mission," John replied casually, leading the horse along the narrow path. "My name is Yadani." "Yadani?" Ciri repeated, frowning slightly. The name sounded oddly familiar. Though night had fallen, John moved as if it made no difference to him at all. The two of them made their way toward Ciri's foster mother's house. A sudden wolf's howl, a whoa, made John stop in his tracks. He looked up. Under the moonlight, a white wolf stood in the distance, its fur glimmering faintly with silver light as it gazed in their direction. "What is that?" Ciri asked, eyes wide. "A kind of sign," John said quietly. He could feel it, somehow, his time here might be coming to an end. Ciri didn't understand what he meant by sign, and the white wolf vanished soon after. When they arrived back at her foster mother's home, Christida finally let out the breath she'd been holding upon seeing Ciri safe. "Traveler, why don't you stay the night here?" she offered warmly. Grateful for the deer meat John had brought, Christida insisted he rest for the night. She was a kind woman, after all, she had taken in Ciri as her own. John was about to refuse when he noticed Boro staring toward the stable. Following his gaze, John saw freshly pulled carrots lying there. "All right, I'll pay for them." John pointed at the carrots. 1 gold coin for the lot." Christida was about to refuse, but John had already set the coin down. He placed the carrots in front of Boro, who began crunching away contentedly. Christida's son came out then, and when he saw John carrying a sword, his expression grew wary. After Christida told him about what John had done, he turned to Ciri, still skeptical. "He really killed those 3 monster cats?" Ciri nodded. Once he heard that, the boy's eyes filled with admiration. He reached out, wanting to touch John's sword, but John simply advised, best not to. The boy withdrew his hand reluctantly. Christida cooked the venison with red wine, turning it into a rich, savory dish. The aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouths water, even Ciri, who hadn't eaten anything this good in days. Watching the children devour the food so eagerly, Christida felt a quiet pride. John washed his face outside before coming back in, wiping away the dust of travel and revealing a youthful face beneath. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned. John's composure often made people forget just how young he was. "How old are you?" Ciri couldn't help but ask. 15. John wiped his hands, then used his fork to spear a piece of venison and pop it into his mouth. Christida instinctively glanced at her son. John was about the same age as him. He really didn't act like an ordinary boy. Chewing his food, John said vaguely, "I'll pay for the dinner as well." Ciri found it strange, every word out of his mouth seemed to revolve around payment and transactions. At the mention of money, Christida's son's eyes lit up. "Do you need your horse washed?" "That's a good idea," John said with a faint smile. "If your work satisfies me, I don't mind paying." Christida's husband had been a merchant, and their son had clearly inherited that business-minded streak. He hurriedly wolfed down the rest of his venison and dashed out to the stable to fetch the cleaning tools. Under his care, Boro snorted contentedly as the dust was washed off his coat. Whatever resentment the boy had once held toward his mother for bringing home an orphan girl disappeared after that hearty meal. He didn't dislike Ciri, he just hated the added burden she brought to the household. After finishing his venison dinner, John wiped the corner of his mouth and, out of habit, took a gold coin from his satchel and set it down. Christida looked a little helpless. She tried to persuade him to take it back. After all, the venison had been his gift, she had only cooked it. Ciri, meanwhile, found herself growing even more curious about him. John was unlike anyone she had ever met. Outside, Christida's son was still diligently washing Boro. Just then, a blazing fireball streaked across the night sky like a falling star, crashing into a fortress in the distance. The entire family froze, staring upward. Christida whispered softly, "Nilfgaard." That fireball was the first signal, signifying that the war had officially begun. John watched the fireball descend. Suddenly, his silver sword trembled faintly. He drew it, seeing the runes along the blade flicker to life. "War, huh," he murmured under his breath. Ciri noticed what was happening and, almost without thinking, asked softly, "You're leaving?" John paused, then nodded. He had a feeling that this war might be the sign it was time for him to go. Sheathing his silver sword, John pulled a pouch from his satchel. It was heavy, a full bag of gold coins. He set it down on the table. If his guess was right, he wouldn't be able to take these things back with him anyway. Better to leave them behind for this family than let them vanish into nothing. Christida was stunned by the gesture, her eyes wide at the sight of so much gold. "Let's just call it fate," John said with a small smile. He snapped his fingers, and from the stable, Boro came galloping out, slipping free of the boy's grip. John raised his hand, and in an instant, the horse's damp coat dried completely. Then he swung himself onto the saddle. He glanced at Ciri, a strange sense of familiarity tugging at him, as if the girl carried something special within her. From his satchel, he tossed her a ring. "Use this to protect yourself and your family," he said with a faint smile. And with that, he turned his horse and rode away. Ciri instinctively caught the ring and ran after him, calling out, "Yidani." But John was already gone, leaving Ciri standing there, a quiet ache in her chest. Chapter 407, I participated in the war. As he was leaving, John saw the white wolf again. He understood then, his next trial would take place on that battlefield. Burrow pawed nervously at the ground. Animals could sense danger far better than humans could. If even Burrow was afraid, that war was bound to be brutal. John used mental magic to calm the horse. Another fireball streaked across the sky, and John followed its trajectory. Before long, he saw it get deflected by some force before it could hit the pass. A sorcerer's doing. The ripples of magic were clearly visible to his eyes. "A battle led by mages," he murmured. John rode toward the solitary fortress. Once a quiet place, it now boiled over like a pot brought to a furious boil. The chaotic clamor inside made John pause for a moment. "No army," he muttered in surprise. The panicked shouts made it clear, there were no soldiers stationed there. There were people, yes, but at best, they were militiamen who'd only ever touched a blade. Nowhere near enough to qualify as an army. They were supposed to hold back Nilfgaard's black legions with this. John recalled what he had seen of those black-clad forces, there had to be tens of thousands of them. The walls here weren't even high. On the contrary, they looked ancient and weathered. As John approached the fortress, a sorceress spotted him. "Who's there?" A brown-haired woman fixed him with a wary look as she stepped closer. John slowly turned his head, greeting her calmly. "Hello. Who are you?" The red-haired sorceress didn't lower her guard in the slightest. John sighed helplessly. "I'm not with Nilfgaard. I just came to see what's happening here." "You're a spy." "No, just a traveler," John said quickly, waving his hands in denial. The brown-haired sorceress still looked doubtful. At that moment, a fireball hurtled toward them. The fireball carried an overwhelming surge of magic, and the brown-haired sorceress's expression changed instantly. Someone inside the fortress had countered it, a black-haired sorceress. With both hands raised high, the black-haired woman deflected the falling fireball. The explosion's shockwave sent shards of stone flying toward them. Instinctively, the brown-haired sorceress lifted her arm to shield herself. But the stones froze midair. She glanced at her hands, she hadn't cast any spell. Looking up, she saw John holding a wand. The suspended stones shot away harmlessly. "You're a wizard." She blinked in surprise, then her eyes brightened. "You've come to help us." "Ah." John wasn't entirely sure. After all, he was here for a trial. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the fleeting silhouette of the white wolf atop the wall, as if confirming where he stood. "You could say that," John answered vaguely. That was enough for her. The brown-haired sorceress smiled. "I'm Triss. Welcome to the defense." John, he said, choosing not to give the name Yidani. Witchers were meant to remain neutral, and John had no intention of breaking that rule. If they were looking for the Witcher Yidani, well, what did that have to do with John the Wizard? Though Triss had never seen him among the Brotherhood, she was still relieved. She led John through the city gates. She wasn't worried that he might be from Nilfgaard, his help earlier had dispelled that suspicion. From what John could tell, the sorceresses here were still rather inexperienced. Inside the walls, the commotion had woken the townsfolk. Some were fleeing, others were scrambling to pack their belongings. They're villagers? John asked, noticing the lack of armor or weapons on anyone around. Yes. The army won't arrive for some time. We didn't expect Nilfgaard to advance this quickly. The Nilfgaardian army's speed had far exceeded their expectations. John frowned slightly. Since entering, he hadn't seen the White Wolf again. It had slipped inside the fortress, and then vanished. He found it strange. Ciri could see the White Wolf clearly, yet none of the mages here seemed to notice it. Most of the mages present were women, with only a handful of men among them. Altogether, there were 22 mages. With them and a few remaining villagers, they were expected to stand against Nilfgaard. John said nothing. As the sky grew lighter, the tension from the night attack did not fade. Many villagers had already fled, those who stayed were gathered by the mages. I wonder what tricks they still have up their sleeve, someone muttered. The one leading the mages was Vilgefortz, a male sorcerer. He carried himself with a righteous air, tall and powerfully built, strikingly handsome. Though he looked to be in his 30s, he was in fact much older. John's arrival drew a flicker of curiosity in Vilgefortz's eyes, but he still welcomed him. We can't wait for the northern kingdoms, Vilgefortz declared decisively. He was not only a mage but also a seasoned commander. We have to fight. Nilfgaard's advance had been too swift, the northern armies hadn't even arrived yet. Triss said quietly, but we only have 23 people. She glanced at John instinctively, counting him among them. The difference in strength was overwhelming. A male mage spoke up, I'm not leaving. I've lived long enough anyway. Just then, a thick fog began to rise from the distant forest. It was conjured by magic. John could sense that it bore some resemblance to his own mist magic. The heavy fog rolled closer, shrouding the movements of the Nilfgaardian army. Vilgefortz immediately began giving orders. They're here. Everyone, move. He pointed to 10 mages. You, outside the walls. Then he turned to a woman in a green robe. Sabrina, take the villagers to the artillery platforms. He quickly organized the mages to form a defensive line. John wasn't sent outside. He was assigned to defend the walls against anyone trying to climb up. They still didn't fully trust him. As full mobilization began, John stood on the ramparts, watching as the Black Army drew nearer and nearer. The villagers were distributed bows and arrows, preparing their weapons. Up above, the black-haired sorceress who had deflected the fireball earlier was making her own preparations. Standing beside John, Triss smiled softly. That's Yennefer of Vengerberg. She thought John was staring at her and teased, beautiful, isn't she? John had to admit, she was indeed beautiful. Encouragingly, Triss added, when this war is over, you could try courting her. That won't be necessary, John replied flatly. He couldn't help but feel that everyone here was rather open-minded. He had just looked twice, that was all. Triss pressed her lips together to hide a grin, thinking he was simply shy. Be brave. I'm 15, John said with a straight face. For a moment, Triss's eyes went blank in confusion. The war had begun. The fog reached the outskirts of the fortress. Triss stepped forward. She placed both hands on the ground, letting her magic flow through her fingertips. Ancient words spilled from her lips as John's expression grew solemn. Spores bloomed within the forest, and the drifting toxins caused large numbers of soldiers to collapse. John was slightly surprised and murmured, an advanced application of the growth charm. Then, a voice echoed in his mind, it was Yennefer's. Coral, soldiers approaching from the front. John narrowed his eyes and saw a formation of soldiers advancing straight ahead. Telepathy, he noted in surprise. This magic was remarkably similar to his own mental magic. The sorceress named Coral raised her left hand before the oncoming formation. As her magic surged outward, the entire formation collapsed at once. At the same time, blood trickled from her nose. These spells harm the body, John muttered, sensing the shifting flow of magic around him. In this battle, the world's authenticity was nearly indistinguishable from reality itself. It's the rules, he realized. John understood now, something had changed. The world's laws had solidified, and he was standing on a genuine battlefield. The war raged on as villagers hurled explosive charges using makeshift catapults. Under Yennefer's command, every movement of the enemy soldiers was swiftly detected and tracked. John's pupils narrowed into vertical slits. Through his enhanced vision, he could see the same chaotic particles that had once appeared on Nagini's body now saturating the entire battlefield. These spells, they resemble the blood curse, he murmured. His gaze fixed on the waves of magic, each surge fragmented into countless chaotic motes that spread outward like dust in a storm. It wasn't just the northern mages at work, there were sorcerers among the Nilfgaardian army as well. Sensing the formation of chaotic particles within the city, John drew his wand and aimed at the area where the energy was gathering. Reducto. A flash of white light streaked across the open streets within the fortress. It struck the newly forming vortex head-on. The light disappeared into it. Vega, one of Nilfgaard's sorceresses and a commander in this battle, had gathered a contingent of soldiers. She used magic to open a portal, and the soldiers drew their bows, aiming directly at that swirling vortex. Just as the arrows were about to be released for a surprise strike on the defenders, Vega's expression suddenly changed. A burst of white light shot out from the vortex, exploding like a flashbang. The nearby trees bent under the force of the shockwave, and soldiers were hurled through the air. Vega was caught in it as well. "Who?" she gasped, crashing into a tree and sliding to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. John's attack had immediately drawn Yennefer's attention. In her mind, she recalled Vilgefort's warning. Don't trust that man too much. But now, the battlefield situation was far from favorable. Her eyes hardened with resolve. A voice echoed in John's mind. John, right. Chapter 408, I broke the trial. The mist had almost swallowed the entire fortress. Because of the magical barrier, it couldn't seep inside. But the main gate had already been breached. It was only a matter of time before the terrifying black-clad army poured in. The 10 mages who had been sent out were being surrounded and hunted by the Nilfgaardian troops, their magic nearly spent. From atop the wall, John watched as the witches were chased through the chaos. He noticed streams of chaotic particles surging toward the shattered gate. His duty was to guard the wall. Technically, the gate wasn't his concern. But then he heard a voice calling to him. John, I need you at the gate. It was Yennefer. In the end, she had decided to trust him. Even though they'd known each other for less than a single night. But now, there weren't enough hands left to hold the line. John glanced down toward the gate, then leapt from the wall. It looked like an act of suicide. The black-clad soldiers spotted John and charged toward him. Without even glancing their way, John flicked his left hand, sending a shockwave that blasted them off their feet. He strode straight to the gate, striking down every soldier who tried to approach. The mist was drawing closer. And when he looked carefully, he saw that it wasn't just mist, it was a person. Chaotic particles drifted constantly from the figure's body, whose face was gaunt and lifeless. A white robe hung over a frame that looked more like a skeleton than a man. That figure walked with deliberate, steady steps toward the gate. John didn't reach for his wand. Instead, he drew his sword. The runes along the silver blade shimmered faintly as he lifted his gaze to the approaching figure. The Nilfgaardian mage seemed to sense him as well. The mage spread both hands, and the mist surged forward, rolling toward John. John whispered to his sword, "Tell me, is it you?" The silver sword trembled faintly, as if it were alive. John smiled knowingly. A flicker of flame burst from the blade, whoosh. As though a fire dragon slumbered within it, carrying a power that could rend the heavens and shatter the earth. When the 7th rune ignited, the sword finally revealed its true nature to him. A low, guttural whisper rose from John's throat, ancient, draconic, and incomprehensible. "I am the fire dragon." As the words fell, flames surged along the silver sword. The mage's mist had already reached him. From within the rolling fog, fire tore free, forming the shape of a flying dragon that dove straight into the mage's body. The Nilfgaardian mage reached out toward John, his skeletal face twisted with unwillingness. "The white flame will cleanse the world." With that final, bitter roar, the mage perished. From the center of the mage's brow, a thin red line split open, flames burst forth from within. Crimson fire engulfed his entire body, consuming him completely. A rectangular box with jagged, tooth-like seals fell from his remains. John stood alone beneath the city gate, sword in hand. The blood-red light sank into the blade, igniting the 8th rune. The flames subsided. The sword's appearance changed, as if the dust of ages had been washed away, revealing its true, intricate form beneath. The Silverwick sword. This was what the silver sword truly looked like. John ran his fingers across the slot where a gemstone was missing, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. The white wolf appeared once more. Standing in the mist, its icy blue eyes fixed on John, baring its fangs in challenge. John tightened his grip on the sword, as his eyes slowly turned pale gray. "Looks like you're part of the trial too." He stepped forward slowly, one measured stride after another, approaching the white wolf. "Tell me, who are you?" The tip of the Silverwick sword touched the ground. Wherever it passed, golden flames trailed behind, leaving a burning mark. From the sea of white mist, a line of gold cut through like fire tearing the heavens. Yennefer, overseeing the entire battlefield, caught sight of this scene. "John, come back," she called his name, trying to summon him back to the defenses. But his mind gave no response. "John." After calling several times in vain, Yennefer turned to the others. "Triss, hold the gate." Triss received the order and hurried to the gate. She saw the golden flames on the ground, flames that refused to fade, burning endlessly. The eternal fire. "John. Come back." Triss shouted at the top of her lungs. But John kept walking toward the white wolf, as if he hadn't heard her voice at all. Night passed. Ciri stepped out of the house. Outside, the world was shrouded in thick mist. Through the haze, she saw a white wolf. It looked the same as the one she'd seen yesterday, yet somehow, it wasn't. She froze, whispering, "What is that?" Yes, what was it? She was the second person able to see the white wolf. From it, she felt a presence unlike anything she'd known. It wasn't a monster, nor was it an animal. It was something unspeakable, like a harbinger of calamity, draped in white frost, as if it sought to devour the entire world. A wave of immense terror struck Ciri's heart. Her breathing quickened, and her vision turned pale and blindingly white. It was as if endless snowflakes were filling her eyes, burying her alive. Then, a spark of flame. Golden. Burning eternally upon the earth. It melted the storm of frost before her eyes. Ciri gasped for breath, collapsing where she stood. Chaos flooded her mind, the elder blood within her stirred, and she began to murmur words in an ancient, forgotten tongue. John saw winter itself. Endless white dust blanketing the entire continent. That scene was like an eternal freeze. In his mind surged memories of that thing he had once brought into the world beyond the gate of things/worlds. The box of eternal ice, frozen forever, the white frost descends. Scenes flickered and shifted endlessly. From within the mist, John heard a voice. "Know this, the wolf's blizzard approaches, the time of the sword and axe. The time of the white frost and white light, the time of madness and disdain, Ted Dayreed, the final age. The world will perish amidst ice and be reborn with the new sun. Reborn of the elder blood, of Hen Iker, of a planted seed. A seed that will not sprout but burst into flames. Such is destiny." The voice was strangely familiar, something he felt he had heard before. The gray-white hue completely engulfed his eyes, though his consciousness remained clear. Unlike the usual trance brought by prophecy, this sensation was different. A strange clarity amidst chaos, as though his mind had stepped into a primordial age. Chaotic particles coiled around him, drifting close, yet none dared enter his body. John looked at the white wolf, his voice grave as he murmured, "The age of the frost wolf and the howling snow." Golden flames ignited along the blade of his sword. "So that's why it's been feeling more and more real," John murmured. "The blood of a witcher has allowed this world to find me. The child of surprise of this world." He glanced at the golden fire burning on the sword of Silverwick and muttered to himself, "Destiny, huh? The ninth trial, the white wolf before him. The calamity of this world, and also its destined fate. The child of surprise who once defied the destiny of magic, now arrives in this realm to bear destiny once again." John slowly lowered his sword, his expression cold. "So they're treating me like a pawn. Just like before. Stregobor and Renfrey. They too had forced John to make a choice. And now, this world was doing the same. If he failed to complete the trial, he would never be able to return to his own world. His classmates, his friends, his family, all would remain forever out of reach. If he killed the white wolf, he would bear the curse of calamity, becoming the vessel of the white frost, leading the disaster away from this world and into another. To call it killing was wrong, it was more like a sacrifice. "I see, so the so-called trials should have ended long ago." John lifted his head toward the battlefield, where life itself was as fragile as paper. Except fate. Then he wouldn't be John Wick. He gripped the Witcher's medallion and tore it from his neck. As it came loose, a magic circle of lines and rings shimmered into view in his palm. Planting the sword of Silverwick into the ground, John brought his hands together with a sharp clap. The medallion began to shift rapidly in his palm, melting into a pool of silver light. He caught the glowing liquid in his left hand and drew his sword with his right. Then John pressed his palm against the ninth rune engraved on the blade. Heat seared his skin, burning even through the hide of a dragon. Bit by bit, the silver medallion sank into the sword's body. When John released his hand, the spot of the ninth rune was filled with silver. John said coldly, "Don't think you can control me." Slytherin would not be swayed by anyone else. The world would bend for him instead. The white wolf gradually vanished, and with it went the Witcher's medallion. John imprinted a circle in his left hand. It meant that Yidani the Witcher was dead. Here, in this world, he existed as John Wick, a wizard of Hogwarts. A man unbound by rules. John slowly sheathed the sword of Silverwick. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. The final trial, huh? Having forcibly broken the 9th trial, only the last one remained before he could return to his own world. He looked back. Triss was summoning vines to seal the city gate. A group of Nilfgaardian soldiers were chasing the witches, closing in not far from him. Coral, come back. Don't linger. Yennefer's voice rang out. John looked over. The witch was in grave danger. Seeing John return to normal, Yennefer connected with him. John, go save her. Yennefer's voice echoed in John's mind. Coral's steps faltered. She saw one of their male wizards being attacked. She had to help him, even as Yennefer's voice in her mind nearly screamed itself hoarse. As Coral raised her hands to cast a spell, a soldier in black armor swung his sword down at her. Her arm was severed, and with it, the spell was interrupted. Yennefer closed her eyes in pain. She couldn't save her companion. As the soldier advanced, ready to torment Coral to death, he raised his weapon, and to his horror, the sword in his hand disintegrated into dust. He wasn't the only one. Nilfgaardian soldiers near the city gate found their weapons turning brittle and fragile. A ripple of white light spread outward. John raised his hand and swung his wand. Since he had abandoned his Witcher identity, John no longer needed to follow those rules. His gaze swept over the battlefield. He was still missing the final trial. Then Nilfgaard would serve as the final period. His expression was cold. In his eyes, these soldiers were now nothing more than chips in his game. He strolled toward the outskirts of the city, his voice ringing out like a chant. Black soldiers, remember this moment. Those who stand before the army. For the Lord of the Stars, the maker of Johnny Silverhand. The King of Green Glass, the new sovereign of the magical world. One who has endured eternal freeze, the wielder of the golden flame. The second to forge a magical stone, the one who touches the gate of things. Javanovikas Yadani. Black soldiers, remember this man. The one who will pierce the Black Army. John Wick. His voice reverberated across the battlefield. As the last word fell, thick black clouds rose into the sky. John soared into the air, reaching above the city. He raised his wand, and a white bolt of lightning shot into the heavens. Boom. The thunder transformed into a massive white sword, plunging into the heart of Nilfgaard's territory. The earth was torn apart. The black forces were shattered. A flash of black lightning streaked through John's eyes. His body greedily absorbed the surrounding magical energy. The once pressing Nilfgaardian army came to a halt, all eyes fixed on the dark-haired figure hovering in the sky. Chapter 409, Flames, Burn Eternal. After being struck by the white light, Vega finally recovered. She sensed that the wizard she'd sent to the other side hadn't entered. For the white flame. Nilfgaardian soldiers shouted loudly in the woods. The others echoed the call, the Nilfgaardian troops still gathering in force. Even with so many wizards aiding them, they couldn't stand against such numbers. The White Flame was the name of Nilfgaard's emperor, the men who dug up his enemies' graves to pave his floors, earning the title, the White Flame, dancing on the graves of his foes. It was faith in the White Flame that had allowed that small southern kingdom to grow into the mighty empire Nilfgaard was now. The soldiers' morale surged, and Vega prepared to unleash her secret weapon. Open the burial. The whisper of magic rippled outward. At the spot where John had slain a wizard, a box with jagged seals creaked open. Inside writhed tiny metallic insects, crawling toward the city gates. While Triss still fretted over John, the insects slipped into the city. They burrowed into people's ears, taking control of a few. Through them, Vega guided their hands, lifting explosives, turning them toward destruction. Yennefer saw Sabina approaching and was just about to ask her purpose when an arrow pierced her abdomen. She caught sight of the wriggling insect in the woman's ear, utter disbelief flashing in her eyes. At that moment, the controlled villagers detonated their explosives. Boo-oh-oh-oh-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. The deafening blast hurled both women through the air. A massive explosion erupted within the city. Vega's scheme had succeeded. That single explosion shattered all hope of Yennefer's victory. Many of the mages were caught in the blast as well. Amid the white mist, Yennefer stood dazed and disoriented. She called out again and again, desperate for an answer. When she finally stepped out of the city gates, Triss looked at her in astonishment. Despite the explosion, she had somehow survived unscathed. Yennefer, Triss called softly. Yennefer leaned on her for support as they walked out of the city. Outside the city, the rescued sorceress Coral and the sorcerer Atlan struggled to their feet. The soldiers, having lost their weapons, were slain in turn. Yennefer. They called her name, it was their last hope. The sky was growing dim. This long and grueling battle was finally nearing its end. Yennefer looked at the few who remained, then lifted her gaze toward the heavens. Following her line of sight, the others turned their eyes to the figure suspended in the air. John. The white light had torn through the Nilfgaardian ranks, yet they were quickly regrouping. That brief window of chaos gave the mages a moment to breathe. John slowly descended, meeting the eyes of everyone below. "Who are you, really?" Yennefer demanded, staring hard at him. John chuckled softly. "I told you, John Wick." It was a name that had never before been heard on the continent. Yennefer tried to see through him, to understand this man's true purpose. With such immense power, why had he appeared at Sodden? The sun sank below the horizon, and flames rose from the forest. Every torch marked another Nilfgaardian soldier. Of the 10 mages they had sent out, only a few were still struggling to hold on. Yennefer was out of time. She needed help, his help. "I need your power, John." Her voice wasn't commanding but pleading. "I need your help, John." The others turned their eyes toward him as the black-armored soldiers advanced. John stood silent for a moment, meeting Yennefer's gaze. "Should I take that to mean you want to make a deal with me?" he asked. Then, in a low murmur, he added, "If that's the case, what price are you willing to pay?" Yennefer didn't answer, but her eyes were unwavering. "A noble decision." John looked at her deeply and said softly, "I hope you won't regret it." He accepted Yennefer's offer. Whatever he demanded, she would have to agree to it. Their hands reached out and clasped together. Lines and circles, an intricate pattern, flashed briefly across the backs of their hands. Yennefer felt a sharp sting, but when she let go, her skin was smooth as before. The White Flame's army was already charging toward them. Triss said gravely, "We have to hold out until the armies of the northern kingdoms arrive." She turned to John and asked, "Can you do it?" John didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, walking slowly toward the Nilfgaardian host, and asked in return, "Have you ever seen golden fire?" Triss froze, recalling the flames that never went out. "What are you going to do?" Yennefer called after him. John stopped, a grin tugging at his lips. "I'm going to become the fire." He gripped the silver Wick sword, and the 9 runes etched along its blade began to glow. Golden flames ignited from the sword's tip, then spread along its length. And finally, to his arm. Whoosh! His body burst into flames. The sight left the mages utterly stunned. "Is he dead?" Coral asked nervously. From within the fire came a deep, resonant voice. "Those who seek my aid, call my name." The flames climbed higher and higher, forming a vast, swirling vortex of fire. Within that blazing whirlpool, John's true name shone forth. Golden scales pushed through his skin, and wings unfurled from his back. The shadow of destruction, Votan. Whispering his true name, John's form transformed into a golden dragon. Grr. A colossal body, born from fire itself, 70 feet long, spread its wings beneath the starlit sky, drawing the light of the constellations. He beat his wings once, and golden fire swept outward in waves. The golden dragon soared into the air, its inextinguishable flames devouring everything in its path. The mist was consumed, the black forest replaced by a sea of gold. Flames, burn eternal. In the ancient tongue of dragons, he summoned the everlasting fire, blazing torrents erupted from his golden maw. The Nilfgaardian soldiers quailed, terror clutching their hearts. The white flame they worshipped could not stand against the eternal gold. One weary mage, surrounded and cornered by Nilfgaardian troops, was moments away from death. A black-armored soldier raised his sword to slit the mage's throat. And just as death was about to strike, roar! Golden fire ignited the forest, a roaring wave crashing into the soldiers. The flames spread outward like a plague, devouring everything in their path. Yet the mage at the center stood untouched, unharmed, staring upward in stunned disbelief. Above him, the golden dragon's wings shimmered, trailing inextinguishable fire. It was hope, it was salvation. But to their enemies, it was endless destruction and despair. Vega, the royal sorceress, could only stare blankly at the magnificent creature before her. A breathtaking dragon, bringing with it merciless ruin. Being so close to the stars granted John an endless flow of magic. His flaming wings swept across the battlefield, burning tens of thousands of soldiers to ash. It was a catastrophe. Before the coming of the White Frost, the golden fire had already left an indelible scar upon the world. It was the response of the magic world's king to the world itself. Everywhere he passed, trails of crimson light followed in the golden dragon's wake. As the blood-red light merged into his sword, John felt the 10th rune begin to fill. A fireball shot toward him, he swatted it aside with a single claw. It exploded midair, only to be devoured by his golden flames. Looking down, John saw a Nilfgaardian sorceress below, trying to halt him. Roar! He unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, scorching the earth beneath. Her fate was unknown. The inferno unleashed by the golden dragon raged on until the armies of the northern kingdoms arrived at Sodden Hill. The kings looked toward the blazing battlefield, and seeing the golden dragon's wrath, realized there was no need for them to act. The eternal fire still burned, and there were hardly any Nilfgaardian soldiers left in sight. Swoosh. Thud thud. John descended from the sky, staggering a few steps as he landed. Such a wide-scale attack had taken its toll on him as well. If not for the cover of the forest, things might have gotten far more troublesome. The mages of the Brotherhood regrouped, staring at the sea of flames before them. After the golden dragon had fallen, it never rose again. Triss, anxious, asked, "Yennefer, have you found John?" Yennefer was casting spell after spell, trying to locate him. But the flames blocked all her attempts. Could he have? Coral, the red-haired sorceress who had lost an arm, began softly. She didn't finish the sentence, but everyone knew what she meant. Nothing could have survived those flames. Yennefer's emotions were tangled, part of her should have been relieved, no longer bound to fulfill their bargain. Yet deep down, she felt it, he wasn't dead. The strange feeling left Yennefer deeply unsettled. As everyone waited anxiously, the armies of the northern kingdoms finally arrived. They were slaughtering the black-clad soldiers who had fled to the outskirts. There was no mercy on the battlefield. Only the wall of flames halted their advance. And just as everyone was wondering whether John was alive or dead, the 10th rune on the silver Wick sword lit up. Chapter 410, Whispers from the Ancient God. John stood upon the burning earth. The golden flames would not fade, the forest would burn without end. The 10th rune lit up. He had completed his final trial. That meant everything was finished. And yet, there was still no sign of his return. A force pulled at him, trying to take him away, but another held him fast, refusing to let him go. The white wolf appeared once more, walking through the fire unharmed, untouched even by the eternal flames. John met the wolf's gaze. Then suddenly, shing! He raised the sword in his hand. The silver Wick sword plunged into the ground. In that instant, the eternal fire pouring through the forest surged toward the blade. The burning woods fell into darkness. The golden flames swirled into a vortex, consuming themselves, until the fire was no more. John drew his wand and pointed it toward the sky. Golden scales spread across his body, and the power of the stars turned into a shimmering, ethereal blue that descended over the forest. He looked up at the white wolf, a mysterious smile curving his lips. "Do you know the origin of the monoliths?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "When worlds overlap and celestial spheres converge, the traces they leave behind form monoliths, gateways capable of traversing worlds." The starlight pressed downward, its power merging with the eternal fire below, painting the land in a surreal blend of gold and spectral blue. As the two forces were drawn in, John seized the silver Wick sword. Magic surged into the blade, making it tremble violently. He raised the silver sword and pointed it at the ground. Lines and circles emerged, rising from the earth to form a massive magic circle. He was forging a monolith. "My blood belongs to another world," he said. "With it as the guide, show me the way." John sliced open his palm, and his blood splattered into the air, condensing into a ruby. He lifted his hand, and the gem slowly floated into the center of the magic circle. From the ground, stones began to rise one after another, stacking and fusing together. Within a few breaths, a tall, prism-shaped monolith stood towering above the earth. Blood trace. John drew his wand, using his own blood as the guide. The monolith released a pulse of energy. Centered on it, the wave spread outward for hundreds of meters. Everything it touched, trees burned to ash, corpses strewn across the ground, was crushed into dust. The white wolf began walking toward John. "Kill it." A voice echoed in John's mind, coaxing him, urging him to slay the wolf. But John had already seen through the truth. He looked at the white wolf, and a golden ribbon of light gathered at the tip of his wand. "Even calamity," he said softly, "cannot transcend time." The golden ribbon formed from drifting sand, its ends joining to create a Mobius loop. A matching golden Mobius mark appeared on the white wolf's body. It kept taking step after step, repeating the motion endlessly, yet it never moved from its place. The monolith was complete, and the other force tugging at John's body began to overpower the one holding him here. He stepped toward the monolith, the briefly formed gateway connecting him back to his original world. But just as he was about to enter, an ancient, indescribable voice echoed deep within his mind. "Frank L. Mongolian Tugrik." It spoke in a language long forgotten, one nearly incomprehensible, yet John understood its meaning. It came from within the monolith itself. Something else was trying to use the gateway, something that did not belong to this world, seeking passage through. John knew that if he allowed it to cross over, this world would face an irreversible catastrophe. Cuban peso Mongolian Tugrik." The voice tried to seize his mind, urging him to open the gate. But John forced it down with sheer will. Sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered to himself, "So this is this world's god." His expression shifted again and again, caught between conflict and resolve. John, who had once dealt with death itself, now felt the presence of another god. Just like the one that dwelled within the frozen casket, the god that ruled here must also possess unimaginable power. The white wolf was still trapped within the loop of time, endlessly repeating its futile steps. Before John, the monolith began to twist and distort, its surface turning into the gaping maw of some ancient beast. Trying to make me afraid. John steadied his mind, his voice calm. But the whispering did not stop. A restless irritation began to stir deep in his heart. Let the stars guide my path. His gaze hardened with determination. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar face. Ambro. Before he could finish the name, the monolith's passage pulled him in. The young man left behind frowned, muttering to himself, a world between dream and reality. I've taken the wrong path. Shaking his head, he wandered away from the scorched wasteland. Another Merlin. With John's disappearance, the white wolf's body slowly faded into translucence, until it, too, vanished completely. The monolith collapsed with a thunderous crash. The voices that had tried to force their way through were buried beneath the rubble. All returned to dust. Amid the charred forest, a golden-haired woman led her subordinates to the site where the monolith had fallen. Where are you, Yidani? A red mark stained the woman's neck. She called out the name of the Witcher. Renfrey. She had not died. She had escaped the gears of predetermined fate, only to fall into another relentless pursuit. The Shrike searched for the trail of the Black Witcher. The northern kingdoms had triumphed over Nilfgaard. At dawn's first light, a merchant was pulling a white-haired Witcher along, their wagon swaying as it rolled toward a distant house. Yurga was saved by the white-haired Witcher. To repay the debt, he invoked the law of surprise. He took the injured Witcher back to his home. When Yurga arrived, his wife, Christide, came running out, her voice trembling with relief as she spoke of how much she had missed him, of their adopted daughter, and of a strange traveler who had stayed with them. Something you already have, but do not yet know. Geralt hadn't cared much about the law of surprise at first. He told Yurga that a cup of malt beer would be enough. But when he heard that the adopted daughter had been found as an orphan on a battlefield, Geralt froze. Then, like a man possessed, he ran into the forest. And there, among the trees, he found the one he had searched for so long. Ciri. His child of surprise. Princess Cirilla of Cintra. And Ciri, remembering her grandmother's words, had been seeking Geralt of Rivia. In that moment, the gears of destiny began to turn once more. Twice now, the law of surprise had bound their fates together. Bringing Ciri back to Yurga's home, Geralt could see Christide's reluctance, yet the law of surprise had to be honored. Ciri, too, felt guilty toward the woman who had shown her a mother's love. In the end, she still chose to leave with Geralt. Their destination was the battlefield. During Geralt's recovery, he had heard Yennefer's name. He was determined to find her. When the two finally arrived at the battlefield, it was a vision of hell itself. Countless corpses, soldiers crying in agony. Ciri sat astride Geralt's horse, Roach. Suddenly, Roach grew restless, stamping its hooves uneasily. Ahead stood a brown horse, a white diamond-shaped mark gleaming on its face. Ciri froze for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise and delight, Burrow. She immediately called out loudly for Burrow, twice, before remembering that Burrow was deaf. Leaping off Roach's back, she ran toward the brown horse. Burrow. Geralt had spotted the horse as well. Having spent a whole winter with John, he naturally recognized it. But if Burrow was here, where was his master? Ciri reached the horse's side, smiling brightly, hoping to find Burrow's owner. She shouted, Yidani. Yidani. Both voices froze mid-cry. Ciri turned toward the sound and saw a woman with golden hair standing amid the scorched earth, Renfrey. Geralt also noticed her, along with the band of mercenaries armed behind her. Instinctively, he pulled Ciri behind him, his hand resting on the steel sword at his hip. Renfrey didn't make a move. She only gazed at Ciri, etching that small, delicate face deeply into her memory. There's no Yidani here. Let's go. Renfrey turned and left with her men. Geralt let out a quiet sigh of relief. For some reason, though, a faint sense of guilt stirred in his chest whenever he thought of Renfrey. They had never met, of that he was certain. So where did that guilt come from? He couldn't understand it, but he did know one thing, this place was still dangerous. Do you know Yidani? Geralt asked Ciri. Ciri began recounting the incident with the blood cat, and Geralt's expression darkened. If Burrow was here, then his master might not have been so lucky. Stay on the horse. Don't get down. He still had to look for Yennefer. Ciri, however, seemed eager and hopeful. She patted Burrow's head gently. Even knowing the horse couldn't hear, she still liked whispering by its ear. Maybe Yidani doesn't know I'm here, she murmured softly. she whispered softly to Burrow. Meanwhile, after searching for some time, Geralt and Ciri found no trace of the Black Witcher. The mages were in the same situation, they could not locate John Wick, the wizard who could have turned the tide of battle. Before the collapsed monolith, Yennefer furrowed her brow. She rubbed her right hand, and a faint mark flickered across the back of it. Wijvots, seeing that the wizard had vanished, let a strange glint flash in his eyes, then turned to console the others, securing this hard-won victory. In the Jovanovic castle, the spring suddenly erupted, forming a curtain of water. Through the shimmering veil, the shape of a monolith could be faintly seen. As John stepped out from within, the water curtain collapsed back into the spring. The area was empty, his uncles had all disappeared as well. Rubbing his throbbing head, John wondered, could it be that he was about to repeat the trial all over again? Fortunately, the system's notification sounded just in time. Ding. Chapter 411, Angry Watson and Natalia Wick. Ding, mission complete. Reward, +1 free attribute point, blessing, leader. Leader, when leading a team, gain an all-around enhancement and provide a positive boost to team members. He had completed the trial, meaning he was finally back outside. 7 days have passed, so the flow of time really is different. With the dream challenge over, John tested the time difference between the two worlds. As a wizard versed in temporal magic, he understood the nuances of time. He opened his status panel to check his attributes. First was his mana, no major changes there. Upgrading from level 6 to level 7 required 100,000 points, more than the total needed for all previous upgrades combined. No wonder so few wizards could reach the level capable of rivaling Voldemort. For most people, level 5 or 6 was the peak of their lifetime. At present, John's strongest spells were Incendio Maxima and Confringo. After the enhancements from the Fire Dragon and the Phoenix, Incendio Maxima had reached level 7, his first level 7 spell. The Eternal Flame and Fiend Fire had merged into a new form. Next was Confringo, still at level 6. It hadn't leveled up, but its power had significantly increased, no need to elaborate further. The greatest gains from this trial were in runecraft, alchemy, and ancient magic. Ancient magic had risen to level 4 and could still be improved. Alchemy, after the successful creation of the monolith, had reached its limit, its icon turned from grey to upgradable once more. Runecraft had advanced to level 7, proving that John's time studying in the Royal Palace Library had not been in vain. From the trial, he gained 1 free point, plus 3 additional points for completing his 5th year. Including what he already had, that made a total of 7 free points. John allocated 2 points into alchemy first. Alchemy advanced to level 7 again, turning grey, meaning it could no longer be upgraded for now. He then invested 1 more point into ancient magic, raising it to level 5. 4 free points remained. He glanced at his status panel. The Crushing Curse, Occlumency, the Shield Charm, and Transfiguration had all reached level 6. Only the Crushing Curse and the Shield Charm could still be improved. Each further upgrade would require 2 free points. After some hesitation, John placed the points into the Shield Charm, raising it to level 7. The newly enhanced Shield Charm felt entirely different now. He kept the remaining 2 free points in reserve for emergencies. Stepping out of the spring, John flexed his right hand. On the back of it, he could faintly sense the unfinished contract still linked to the void. He clenched his fist toward the empty air, crack! And the silver Wick sword appeared in his grasp. Along its blade, 10 runes gleamed in different colors. The sword of the trial, John murmured, feeling the surge of magical power radiating from it. You've finally caught up to Gryffindor. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as the silver Wick sword gave a resonant hum, as if responding to his words. Releasing his grip, John checked his belongings once more. Several coins from the Witcher's world crumbled into dust and vanished. The bearskin cloak on his back had also disappeared, apparently reverting to illusion once he left that world. A realm between reality and illusion. However, the signs and swordsmanship he had learned remained intact. The improvement in ancient magic was largely thanks to the signs. Several rings were missing from the pouch, and the rest of his belongings had regained their original magical engravings. Leaving the castle, John followed the passage outward. He exited the mountain tunnel and, spotting the buildings below, began walking down the slope. Along the way, he encountered a brown bear, but before John, the creature behaved as meekly as a puppy. The moment he stepped into the Jovanovic estate, he heard the sound of an argument. Listening closely, he realized it was his father's voice. Mixed in were the crashes of shattering porcelain and the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh. His heart tightened. Were his uncles beating up his father again? Quickening his pace, John hurried inside the Jovanovic estate. As long as he didn't intend to kill the men in front of him, no one could stop him. Not even his father-in-law, old Jovanovic. Andrei took a solid punch to the face, hard enough to almost break his prominent nose. I want my son. The man who was usually mild and deferential before this group now raged like a furious lion. Watson's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped the collar of Andre, the one he feared most, with both hands, forcing out a hoarse roar from deep within his throat. "Tell me. Where is my son, John Wick?" Andre remained silent, and that silence only fueled Watson's fury. He seemed to have forgotten that the men before him could snap a tree trunk with his bare hands. His own fists bled from striking bone and stone, yet he didn't even notice. He looked up at his father-in-law, the man he had always respected. But under that gaze, even the old Jovanovic, the man the city's mayor had to pay visits to, stayed wordless. "Yadani is. He's John Wick." Watson roared. "My son. My own flesh and blood." He glared at the women too afraid to approach and the men standing in mute silence. "If my son never comes back, I'll lose my mind. I'll become a beast." In that moment, Watson wasn't the London underworld boss or the financial manager he appeared to be. He was simply a father who had lost his child, and that made him all the more terrifying. "I won't harm any of you," he said coldly, "but for the rest of your lives, you will never have my acknowledgement." Mrs. Wick covered her mouth in disbelief. She couldn't comprehend that her own father had caused her son to disappear. "Natalia," Alexei tried to calm his sister down. Smack. Alexei's head jerked to the side, a red mark blooming across his cheek. Mrs. Wick stood firmly beside her husband. The she-wolf of the Jovanovic family now had a child of her own. She had become even more formidable. Even John's aunts didn't dare approach. Watson had discovered his son missing the next day. At first, he wasn't too concerned. His son had a habit of vanishing without notice. On the third day, he asked Sheriosa about it and, hearing that John was fine, he set the matter aside for the moment. But on the fourth day, he requested to see his son, and was denied. Now, on the seventh day, he was exchanging blows with his brother-in-law. Alexei, the most level-headed among the brothers, tried to restore calm. None of them had anticipated that after John slew that flying lion, all means of observing him would cease to work. This situation was unprecedented. They had tried everything to bring John back but failed. All they could do was keep it hidden for the time being. However, Watson, whose profession revolved around reading people, could see right through their guilty expressions. That was why he was so furious. "I swear, if something happens to my son." Just as the tension reached its peak, John returned. Hey guys." He was surprised to see that his father wasn't the one getting beaten up. What's going on here?" Everyone was caught off guard by John's sudden appearance. Especially his parents. A gust of wind brushed past him, and before he could react, he was pulled into a warm embrace. Those seemingly slender arms held a strength that could crush him against her chest. Struggling to lift his head, John looked up and saw his mother's tear-streaked face. With her usually composed voice trembling, Mrs. Wick said, "I can't believe they sent you to take that trial." Watson released Andre but didn't forget to give him a kick on the way down. After all, chances to beat someone without getting hit back didn't come often. He had twisted his ankle while rushing over, yet he forced a grin through the pain. "John, where have you been?" He wanted to hug his son but hesitated, afraid the blood on his hands would stain John's clothes, so he just stood there, smiling awkwardly. If John hadn't overheard what his father said earlier, he might have thought they were having a tea party here. Seeing his usually mild-mannered father lose control like that for his sake, John couldn't help but smile, an innocent, almost childlike smile. "I'm fine, Dad." He reached out first, pulling Watson into a hug. Watson froze for a moment, unable to believe it, then patted John's back hard several times. "As long as you're okay." Watson grinned like a child himself. The three of them, father, mother, and son, were finally reunited. The Jovanovic family slowly stood up. They watched in silence until John's grandfather finally spoke, hesitantly, "Yadani, did you succeed?" It seemed his grandfather and the others still didn't know what he had gone through. When John saw his mother glare sharply at the old man, he gave her a small gesture, reassuring her to stay calm. Stepping out of his parents' embrace, John gave a slow nod to his grandfather. A broad smile spread across the old man's face as he laughed heartily. "Then we'll need a feast to celebrate. Andre, go fetch the best chef, and remember, no violence this time." Andre wiped the blood from his nose. In truth, the few punches Watson had thrown weren't nearly enough to seriously injure a Witcher, they had just left him looking rather disheveled. As he walked past Watson, Andre paused. Watson tensed, thinking another punch might be coming, but instead, Andre said seriously, "Welcome to the Jovanovic family, brother-in-law." Watson blinked in surprise. The rest of the Jovanovic family no longer looked at him as the foreigner, but as one of their own, a father, a husband, a member of the family. His actions had earned everyone's recognition. Watson still felt a little dazed. At the banquet that followed, he was plied with drink after drink. Meanwhile, John was summoned by his grandfather to discuss what had happened. From that conversation, John drew a conclusion. Perhaps the Jovanovic bloodline itself was the result of another world, its origins linked to Witcher mutagens that had since changed over generations, altering the formula enough that their eyes no longer turned amber. They had also lost that long-lived vitality. The next day, John's grandfather stayed awake all night, studying the potion formulas, each one brought back by John from Kaer Morhen. These were precisely what the Jovanovic family had been missing. On the third day, John boarded a flight back home. This time, he gazed out the window, watching as a bird was sucked into the engine, causing it to explode. He fell into quiet contemplation. What struck him most was that none of the passengers seemed alarmed, every face remained calm, as if this were routine. An elderly man even sighed in relief. Only one engine blew this time. Last time, it was 3. Well, it was a Russian airline, those who'd flown it knew the deal. Chapter 412, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Diagon Alley was thriving. Why are you worried about he who must not be named? You should be more concerned about constipation. The pain of constipation torments the nation. After returning home, John made a trip to Diagon Alley. He had to admit, the Weasley twins weren't just creative, they were downright fearless. Old wizards passing by the joke shop couldn't help but mutter to their grandsons, "Look at those boys, they'll be murdered in their sleep one day." To joke about Voldemort like that, Fred and George Weasley were the first to ever dare it. Ever since the news of Voldemort's return had spread, many who had lived through that dark era were filled with anxiety. Even though the Ministry of Magic had arrested nearly everyone involved, they still couldn't rest easy, muttering constantly that Voldemort would come back to kill them all. But most others weren't nearly as tense. Mothers warned their children not to stay out too late, yet that didn't stop them from chatting with other witches about which brand of robes was the most comfortable. Meanwhile, sales of Defense Against the Dark Arts products had skyrocketed. That alone showed how well Silverhand Johnny's products were selling. Half a month's sales now matched what he used to make in an entire month. Although Voldemort had vanished from sight, Aurors and hit wizards could still be seen stationed all over Diagon Alley. Thanks to the Ministry of Magic's current surplus of funding, manpower had also increased. Since taking office, Barty Crouch Sr. had continuously expanded both the Auror office and the hit wizard divisions, setting up multiple new outposts across Britain. The surge of defensive magic merchandise born from the collective sense of crisis forced Barty to establish an entirely new department just to inspect and filter out shoddy products. As a result, many ministry employees were promoted, including Arthur Weasley, who successfully advanced to head of the Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Counterfeit Defensive Spells and Protective Objects. He now had 10 subordinates under him, much better than before. The Silverhand-style renovation company had also taken the opportunity to refurbish the dilapidated ministry building, turning the project into a convenient advertisement for itself. Despite all the ministry's new policies and safety measures, daily life in the wizarding world went on unaffected. Anyone with a bit of sense knew that Voldemort, isolated and weakened, couldn't cause large-scale harm in such a short time. More importantly, he wasn't targeting ordinary wizards personally. His true enemies were the Ministry of Magic, the Order of the Phoenix, and the Constellation Society. John stepped into Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, it was buzzing with life. He saw the red-haired twins darting about, barely touching the ground, their prank products flying off the shelves. One of the most popular was the Daydream Charm, which let customers enjoy an elaborate daydream of their own making. John had been standing there for barely 2.5 minutes when he saw several teenage boys and girls blushing as they went up to pay. George spotted him right away. He'd already heard about John's identity from his younger siblings. "Fred, our boss has arrived," he announced dramatically, pretending to sprint over. He bumped into a few young witches and wizards along the way, sending them stumbling before stopping in front of John, looking up at him with mock devotion. "Shall I lick your boots, my noble lord?" He was as unserious as ever, making it hard not to laugh. John couldn't help but smile helplessly. "Cut it out, George." "Actually, I'm Fred," George said with a grin, clearly joking. He ushered John inside, showing no hint of resentment over the ministry incident. On the contrary, once they'd learned that John was actually Johnny Silverhand, everything made sense, why their startup had been chosen over so many other competing investors. After all, the other companies that had received similar offers were still struggling to pass investment evaluations, while the twins already had a shop in one of the best locations in Diagon Alley. Fred soon joined them, grumbling, "Quit slacking, George. I'm exhausted." Dealing with a crowd of overly curious young witches and wizards had left him frazzled. "We should hire a few Hogwarts students," he muttered. "They'd be cheaper labor, too." Fred shook John's hand, cleared his throat, and said in an overly serious tone, "Hello, my dear sir. May I kiss the hem of your robe?" "Unfortunately, I'm not wearing one," John replied with a shrug. His eyes drifted to the Daydream Charm display, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Your minds are like treasure chests, you're never short of new ideas. Care to try one?" George teased. No thanks. John shook his head, then added, I'm just glad you don't hold any prejudice against me. Why would we? Fred asked, puzzled. You funded us, and you've never done anything harmful. John turned to George, who nodded in agreement. I didn't give you money as a favor, John said, picking up a candy shaped like the Dark Mark. I invested because your ideas were good enough to deserve it. The twins grinned, no one disliked a genuine compliment. George scolded a young wizard trying to sneak the Dark Mark candy into his pocket, then looked back at John. So, can we know the purpose of your visit today? He smirked. Don't tell me you just came to admire two geniuses at work. I'd like to borrow some of your brilliant ideas, John admitted with a nod. To use in the alchemy workshop for creating defensive tools. But George hesitated. We've already joined the Order of the Phoenix. What he wanted to say was, is it really okay to let us collaborate with you? After all, the conflict between the Constellation Society and the Order of the Phoenix had ended barely a month ago. Not only George, but Fred was thinking the same thing. John smiled. These are meant for the public. If you're interested, you can always buy them from Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop. I don't mind selling a few more. It wasn't classified material, so he didn't care much. Besides, he doubted the Order of the Phoenix would ever tamper with something like that. John extended an invitation to the Weasley twins. He had always believed the two of them had great potential for alchemy. What do you think, Fred? Exactly what you're thinking, George. The twins exchanged smiles, they agreed. John promised to give them access privileges to the alchemy workshop. Fred handed him a bag of chestnuts roasted with a miniature fire drake model. Try these. Oh, right, Fred added cautiously, Hermione's written you quite a few letters. That silly girl even wanted to go to your house to apologize. Could you please? No need. John popped a chestnut into his mouth, his expression calm and unreadable. She made the choice her heart told her was right, and I respect that. John slipped the bag of chestnuts into his pouch and walked toward the door. Fred opened his mouth as if to say something but stayed silent, simply watching John leave. Is he angry? George asked. Look at Percy, Fred sighed. He hasn't spoken to Dad in half a month. Honestly, I've never seen him like this. Yeah. Even when we turned his badge into a giant head, he didn't act like this, George muttered, his tone tinged with regret. Percy Weasley, the third Weasley brother, worked at the ministry just like his father, yet the two hadn't exchanged a single word. Mr. Weasley could never have imagined that his own son would one day raise his wand against Dumbledore. Nor could he have imagined that the Constellation Society, which he'd once dismissed as a joke, would be the reason the Death Eaters were wiped out. The tangled emotions that followed left him unsure how to face Percy. Several times, he had gone to his son's office door, only to lose the courage to knock. Thankfully, Barty Crouch Sr.'s promotion kept him busy enough not to dwell on it. Hey, George, Fred said suddenly, you know, if you ever died, I think I'd go insane trying to save you. George fell silent. Maybe, Fred continued quietly, that's exactly how John feels too. Privet Drive. Wick Manor. After spending some time abroad, there was still no place more comfortable than home. No sooner had Watson returned than he was buried under a mountain of work. He planned to establish a nationwide chain of hotels, starting with the first one in London. As the Emperor of London's underworld, he had countless matters to handle, chief among them were dealing with investors and settling disputes among rival gangs. The path to legitimacy would still take a great deal of effort. John headed down to the basement. The house had been reinforced with layers of enchantments. The basement itself served as the magical core of the home. John embedded a red gemstone into the hilt of the silver Wick sword. A philosopher's stone. After reaching level 7 in alchemy, he couldn't yet craft one casually, but he no longer faced any insurmountable bottlenecks either. With the help of Ravenclaw's diadem, he successfully refined a new philosopher's stone. The philosopher's stone was now embedded within the silver Wick sword. Just as he was about to forge a third one, John suddenly felt a strange instinct. 3 is the limit. Something told him that creating too many philosopher's stones would invite disaster. So he abandoned the idea of crafting a third. Down in the basement, he blinked his right eye. His vision was blurry, something that had persisted ever since he left the spring. Basil and Riddle fluttered onto the cabinet as John tried switching to his draconic eyes. Once he did, his right eye's vision returned to normal. So it doesn't work in my normal state. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps it had something to do with his true name. When he stepped out of the basement, he found an unexpected visitor waiting for him. Dudley. Chapter 413, The Dursleys and the Intruder. Dudley had lost quite a bit of weight. The childhood bulk that once made him look like a baby whale had turned into solid muscle. In a way, it even made him more handsome. Rumor had it he'd gotten himself a girlfriend at school. John could only think, these people really had no concept of waiting until they were older to fall in love. It was the first time Dudley had ever visited the Wick household on his own. The last time he'd come over was when he'd eaten a Tuntung toffee and nearly choked. John had been the one to save him. Mrs. Wick let him in, and Dudley looked unusually nervous, nothing like the school bully he was known to be. Then again, that only applied here. In school, Dudley's boxing skills made him a veritable king among his peers. When John appeared, Dudley instinctively stood up, like a subordinate seeing his boss. John gestured for him to sit and asked, puzzled, "You were looking for me?" Dudley hesitated, fidgeted, then finally gathered the courage to ask, "My mum said, that murderer got out." "Murderer?" John repeated. Voldemort, Dudley stammered after thinking for a moment, finally recalling the name. It seemed he'd picked up bits and pieces of information from Harry and his friends. John gestured for him to go on. "That man, he kills people like us, doesn't he?" Dudley asked. "Harry's parents were killed by him." Dudley's voice trembled. "He won't spare people like us either, will he?" "Mum didn't say much, but she's terrified," he added after a pause, gritting his teeth. "Can I ask you to protect us?" When John fell silent in thought, Dudley hurried to add, "We can pay you if you want, we can afford it." He was trying to use money to persuade him. Dudley didn't believe Harry could protect them. Though their relationship had improved somewhat, it still wasn't enough for him to trust Harry with their lives. Those dangerous people, those who could turn someone into a pig just for fun, were beyond anything he could understand. The only people he trusted were the Wicks, his neighbors. As for everyone else, he couldn't bring himself to rely on them. John thought for a moment, then said, "I still have to attend school, so I can't guard you all the time." Dudley's face fell. "But," John added, "I have another way." The situation took a turn as John went down to the basement and brought out 3 items, a small dog figurine, one of Watson's wizard chess pawns, and a wooden shield. "Place these in your house. If anyone tries to break in, they'll protect you," John said, handing the items to Dudley. These weren't ordinary objects. The dog figurine and the chess soldier were enchanted with transfiguration and enlargement charms, powerful enough to deal with most wizards. The wooden shield was inscribed with the shield charm and a repelling spell, capable of instantly creating a barrier to drive away intruders. Anyone not invited into the house would automatically be treated as a hostile outsider. They were originally prototypes for a new household defense line, meant to deter intruders or unwanted guests. The products hadn't been released yet, but the Dursleys could serve as the first to try them out. Dudley was overjoyed and thanked John repeatedly. "Dudley," John called out just before he left, speaking seriously, "you've grown, you've learned to protect your family." Dudley froze for a moment, caught off guard by the unexpected recognition. He walked back home in a daze. Petunia Dursley, seeing her son so absent-minded, immediately assumed he'd been bullied at school. She walked over, concern written on her face. "Dudders, what's wrong?" "Nothing, Mum." Dudley's gaze drifted to the family photo on the table. It had been taken earlier that year after he'd won the boxing championship. The 3 of them were all smiling brightly. Vernon Dursley, especially, had shouted from the audience that day, swelling with pride. "That's my son." "Mum," Dudley suddenly asked, "do you think I'm a good kid?" "Of course," Petunia said with a gentle smile. "You'll always be my good boy." For the first time, Dudley felt he should start acting more mature, stop hanging around with troublemakers at school. He went upstairs and glanced toward the room at the end of the hall. It was Harry's room. Harry looked like an anxious ant on a hot pan, pacing by the window, waiting for something, or someone. Perhaps it was Dudley's sudden maturity, but even Vernon Dursley, reading his newspaper in the living room, noticed something unusual. "What's gotten into him?" Vernon muttered, glancing toward the objects on the table. "Is he in some drama club now?" He picked up the wooden shield, examining it with interest. That night, after dinner, the Dursleys watched as Harry hurried upstairs. By now, they'd practically learned to treat him like heir. It had been their way of living for years. "Son, did you make this?" Vernon picked up the small dog figurine, ready to praise Dudley for his craftsmanship. "I got it from the Wick's place," Dudley said after swallowing a bite of chicken breast. "It's supposed to protect us." "What?" Vernon's hand trembled as he stared wide-eyed. "You mean that Wick boy gave you this thing?" Petunia set down the dishes she'd been washing and came over to look. The 3 of them gathered around, studying the items intently. Time ticked by, minute after minute. Upstairs, Harry sat waiting, his anticipation growing. 3 days ago, Dumbledore had written to him, saying he would come to pick him up tonight at 11 to take him to the Burrow. Harry had been sitting by his bedroom window since 7 o'clock, where he could clearly see both ends of Privet Drive. Every few minutes, he would glance outside again. He'd already memorized every word of the letter. Despite what had happened at the Ministry, Dumbledore still chose to believe in the prophecy. And Harry had now heard the full version of that prophecy directly from him. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have a power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. Dumbledore had told him that there had been 2 boys born at the end of July, one of them was Neville Longbottom. But the prophecy wasn't about who it could have been, it was about whom Voldemort chose. Voldemort had chosen Harry Potter, and so Harry had become the chosen one. As for Horcruxes, even Dumbledore wasn't completely certain. John claimed he understood souls better than anyone else, but to Harry, Dumbledore had always been the very definition of invincible. The waiting was getting to him. He started to worry that his owl hadn't delivered the reply properly, or that this might all be a cruel joke, or maybe Dumbledore had been delayed by something else. The minutes crept by until the clock's hand struck 12. At that exact moment, the streetlights outside suddenly went out. The abrupt darkness jolted Harry awake as if an alarm had gone off. He pressed his nose against the glass, squinting down at the pavement below. A tall figure in a long cloak was walking up the garden path. The figure paused briefly as he passed one of the houses. Harry jolted upright as if struck by lightning, accidentally knocking his chair over. He hurriedly shoved everything he could grab into his trunk. But he wasn't fast enough, the doorbell rang downstairs. Uncle Vernon's puzzled voice echoed through the hall. "Bloody hell, who's knocking at this hour?" Harry froze. He had completely forgotten to tell the Dursleys that Dumbledore would be coming tonight. He scrambled over his trunk, flung open the bedroom door, and dashed down the stairs. Just as the front door opened, a deep, calm voice greeted them. "Good evening. You must be Mr. Dursley, I presume. I believe Harry must have mentioned that I'd be coming to fetch him, hasn't he?" Vernon stood stiffly, staring at the visitor. Long silver hair and beard fell to his waist, a pair of half-moon spectacles rested on his crooked nose. He wore a black traveling cloak and a pointed hat. Even without a word from Harry, the stunned expression on Vernon's face was enough for Dumbledore to realize that Harry had not, in fact, mentioned anything. "From that astonished look on your face, I take it Harry hasn't told you I'd be coming," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "But let us assume you've already invited me inside," he continued in his usual calm, genial tone. "Times are unsettled, and it's unwise to linger on the doorstep for too long." With that, Dumbledore stepped forward to cross the threshold, beep beep beep. But at that very moment, the wooden shield that had been placed inside the house earlier that day burst into a blinding flash of light. Intruder detected. Expel. John had only just returned home that evening after visiting the Weasley twins. Now, finally with a bit of time to himself, he climbed up to his attic. Basil fluttered his wings and landed on his designated wardrobe perch. John noticed a handful of letters stuffed through the narrow window gap. He opened the window and gathered them inside. Just as he was about to close it, he caught sight of a brilliant white glow emanating from the Dursleys' house. John frowned, thoughtful. He'd given them those items that very afternoon, so why were they activating already? Could it be that Harry had suddenly decided to murder the Dursleys? Chapter 414, Gratitude and Apology Letters. Clearly, Harry hadn't suddenly decided to kill the Dursleys. Through the window, John saw the old man at the door being blasted backward. He couldn't help but feel a little amused, so even the greatest wizard of their age could be caught off guard now and then. Harry rushed out after him, looking utterly confused by what had just happened. A level 7 shield charm, even that can only fling someone like Dumbledore away if he's not paying attention, John murmured thoughtfully. Then he noticed a pair of eyes turning toward his direction. Expressionless, he pulled the curtains shut and tapped the wall with his wand. Any external detection spells were immediately blocked from entering. Though he could easily read without light, John preferred to turn on a lamp when examining letters. Most of them bore a familiar address. They were from Hermione. His gaze darkened slightly as he gathered her letters into a neat pile and set them aside. Then he opened a few others. One was a letter of gratitude from Lucius Malfoy. Even after learning that John was his son's friend, Lucius still maintained his formal respect. Narcissa was the same, her letter of thanks carried an undertone of worry. She wrote about the Malfoy family's betrayal of Voldemort and cursed the Order of the Phoenix for ruining their plans. Voldemort's revenge, perhaps. John muttered, flexing his fingers. The drawer slid open on its own, and a quill floated out. He penned a letter to Narcissa, acknowledging her concerns. With 2 Dark Lords missing in action, either one posed a serious threat to families like the Malfoys. Especially Voldemort, after personally witnessing the Grail's power, it was only natural he'd shift his attention toward it. Spread the word, John instructed in his letter, let certain people know there's an object capable of granting immortality hidden within Hogwarts. He entrusted this task to Narcissa, she was the best choice he could think of. Lucius had already betrayed Voldemort once, his words would never regain the Dark Lord's trust. But Narcissa was different. She hadn't shown her face during the Ministry battle, and she had completed a task for Voldemort that still earned her a sliver of credibility. John was confident she'd know exactly how to handle it. He handed the letter to Basil for delivery. Pulling out the next envelope, John saw that it was an invitation. The Slug Club. John stared at the letter. It was from the new headmaster, Horace Slughorn. Apparently, Voldemort's downfall had emboldened him quite a bit. Previously, even though Slughorn had expressed concern about Hogwarts, he'd only written letters, always hesitant when it came to taking the headmaster's position. Now, in this letter, he was inviting John to join his private little gatherings. Despite being the new headmaster, he clearly hadn't shed his old habits. Slughorn was a collector by nature, not of rare or expensive artifacts, but of talented individuals. As one of the brightest figures at Hogwarts, John was undoubtedly a prize he was eager to add to his collection. John glanced at the invitation twice before slipping it into a drawer. Slughorn was being far too eager. In doing so, he'd shifted the balance of power in John's favor. Now it wasn't John seeking something from him, it was the other way around. Between attack and defense, the advantage could change with just a single word. Revealing one's hand too early would only diminish the final payoff. Just as John picked up the next letter, he heard a tapping sound against the window. Pulling the curtain open slightly, he saw an owl pecking at the glass with its beak. He opened the window, and the owl swooped in, dropping off a letter before flying back into the night. John picked it up. It was from Hermione. Judging by the sheer number of letters, she must have been writing to him almost every day. As he held one in his hand, a memory flashed through his mind, the first time he'd stepped onto platform 9 3/4. "I was such a reckless happy-go-lucky back then," John murmured with a wry smile. He gathered the letters neatly and began reading from the first one. It felt like going through a long academic essay. Tiny, precise handwriting filled every inch of the parchment. The theme throughout was the same: apology. Hermione Granger. John's gaze went unfocused as he stared at the reflection of the piled letters on the desk. He could feel her remorse, the repeated, genuine guilt woven between every line. But she'd fallen short, just by a single step. John closed his eyes. Once a choice was made, it couldn't be undone. He picked up his quill, dipped it in ink, and as a bead of black glistened at the tip, about to fall onto the parchment, he finally began to write. The ink dried quickly after he finished writing. John set the letter aside, planning to wait for Basil's return before sending it out. He opened a drawer and took out a silver pocket watch engraved with an elegant lily design. When Basil finally returned from its delivery run, John handed it both the watch and the letter. The owl gave a couple of indignant hoots but was promptly appeased with a small dried fish. With the correspondence taken care of, Dumbledore had by then already come and taken Harry away. Though, when Dumbledore stepped back outside, his beard still showed a few singed ends. Harry couldn't make sense of it, how the wooden sculpture had turned into a giant plush dog that tried to bite people, or how the Dursleys suddenly had a wizard chess pawn in their house. The moment Dumbledore entered and conjured a sofa for the Dursleys to sit on, the wooden dog sculpture had leapt up and clamped onto his beard. Fortunately, it ended without incident, and Dumbledore succeeded in his purpose, taking Harry along with him. But before leaving, Dumbledore asked Harry to accompany him somewhere first. He told Harry to bring out his invisibility cloak. Even if Voldemort might currently be occupied elsewhere, one could never be too careful. Dumbledore sent Harry's trunk and Hedwig to the burrow with a spell. Then, standing together at the end of Privet Drive, Dumbledore instructed, "Hold on to my arm tightly." Harry did as he was told, and with a twist, Dumbledore brought them both away from the street corner. It felt completely different from using a portkey. Harry felt as if he were being squeezed through a narrow rubber tube. When they reappeared, he gasped for breath, gulping down the cold night air. Tears streamed from his eyes, and for a moment, it felt like he'd just been forced out of an elastic pipe. It took him 2.5 seconds to recover. Looking around, he realized they were far from Privet Drive, standing in what seemed to be an abandoned village square. In the center stood a war memorial, with a few benches scattered nearby. "Are you all right?" Dumbledore asked, glancing down at him with gentle concern. "It takes a bit of getting used to, that feeling." "I'm fine," Harry muttered, rubbing his ears, which still didn't quite feel like his own. "But I think I prefer flying by broom." Dumbledore chuckled, wrapping his traveling cloak tightly around his neck. "This way." He set off down the path. Harry followed, noticing how deserted the place was, an empty pub, a few small houses, all silent under the night sky. A church clock told him it was nearly midnight. "Tell me, Harry," Dumbledore suddenly said, "does your scar still hurt?" Harry instinctively touched his scar. It had faded so much it was almost as if nothing had ever happened there. "No," he said dully, "it hasn't hurt since the night at the Ministry." He glanced up at Dumbledore and saw a mix of relief and faint regret on the old man's face. "It seems that, in some matters, John has always been honest with you," Dumbledore said quietly. Voldemort can no longer influence your thoughts. Professor, what do you think of John? Harry asked hesitantly. He's Johnny Silverhand, and your position. In his eyes, I was never a qualified headmaster, Dumbledore said with a small shake of his head. And looking back now, he was right, I was not suited for that role. They turned a corner, passing a phone booth and a bus stop. Harry still had no idea where they were heading. This is the charming village of Budleigh Babberton, Harry, Dumbledore explained. Ah, yes, I haven't told you yet. Meeting Harry's confused gaze, Dumbledore continued, though I'm no longer headmaster, there are still duties I must attend to. Tonight, we're visiting an old colleague, someone who might be able to tell us a few things. This old friend is a very clever man, and he keeps certain connections. Harry remained puzzled, unsure why Dumbledore had brought him along. He'll want to see you, Harry. The night air was cold. Harry tightened his cloak around himself, glancing at the rows of houses ahead, wondering why Dumbledore didn't simply apparate again. Because that would be as rude as kicking down someone's front door, Dumbledore explained. Courtesy dictates that we give other wizards the chance to refuse us entry. Most wizarding homes, after all, are warded against unwanted apparition. For some reason, Harry suddenly thought back to what had happened at the Dursleys, Dumbledore insisting on entering the house, only to be blasted back by that wooden shield. Maybe that was exactly what it meant to be an unwelcome guest. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside. For example, apparition isn't possible inside Hogwarts or anywhere on its grounds, Harry said quickly. Hermione Granger told me that. She's quite right. Now, we'll need to take a left here, Dumbledore said, straightening his beard. The walk felt long. Along the way, they discussed a few things, chiefly the ministry. Barty Crouch is a remarkable man, Dumbledore remarked thoughtfully. He prepared for Voldemort's return long before it happened, and he managed to keep the wizarding world from falling into chaos. I couldn't have done better myself. Still, fear spreads easily. Sales of dark arts defense trinkets have risen in every household. Their conversation carried on until they reached their destination. A house with a broken front hinge, its door hanging crookedly from the frame. It didn't look like a very promising sign. Chapter 415, Bloodstains and Secrets. Dumbledore raised his wand, casting light across a narrow hallway where a door stood open on the left. Harry followed closely behind him into the living room. The place was a wreck, an old grandfather clock lay shattered, its face cracked, the pendulum thrown clear across the floor. A piano had been overturned, its black and white keys scattered everywhere. The broken fragments of a chandelier glittered faintly among the debris. Cushions had been torn apart, feathers spilling from ripped seams. Dumbledore lifted his wand higher, illuminating the wall. Dark red streaks of something thick and sticky were splattered across it. Harry drew in a sharp breath at the sight. Dumbledore looked around slowly. Not a pleasant scene, is it? His voice grew heavy. Something terrible happened here. They stepped carefully toward the center of the room, examining the shattered remains underfoot. A grim unease hung over both of them. The only small mercy was that there were no bodies anywhere in sight. There was a fight here, and then they either dragged someone away or he managed to escape. Right, Professor. Harry tried to sound hopeful. But with that much blood splattered across the room, it was hard to think of any hopeful explanation. From the ceiling, a thick drop of dark red blood fell and landed on Harry's forehead. Dumbledore seemed to notice something. He touched the spot with his fingers, then brought them to his tongue. His expression shifted as realization dawned. The initial look of shock and concern faded from his face, replaced by calm understanding. I don't believe that's the case, Dumbledore said quietly. As he spoke, he subtly tightened his grip on his old wand. Harry frowned. You mean, he's still here, Dumbledore said, nodding. Yes, that's right. Before Harry could react, Dumbledore's wand shot forward, stabbing into the bulging cushion of an armchair. To Harry's astonishment, the chair let out a yelp. Ow. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with amusement as he greeted politely, Good evening, Horace. In the blink of an eye, the armchair transformed into a bald, round old man who got to his feet, rubbing his belly. There was no need to jab so hard, the man complained, glaring at Dumbledore. He was wearing a richly patterned robe that matched the upholstery of the armchair perfectly. The once puffed-up armchair deflated quickly, shrinking back into the shape of the short, stout old man. Now how did you figure that out, the man grumbled, clearly puzzled. My dear Horace, Dumbledore replied with mild amusement, if you had truly met a grim fate, we wouldn't be seeing dragon's blood splattered all over the walls. Ah, yes, I should have thought of that, Slughorn said gloomily. And who was it, again, that discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood, oh? His voice trailed off mid-sentence as his eyes fell on Harry standing behind Dumbledore. His expression shifted instantly, like a pirate who had just unearthed a chest of treasure. Dumbledore took in the reaction but pretended not to notice, speaking casually. Allow me to introduce my old colleague, Horace Slughorn. Horace, I imagine you already know who this is. Harry Potter, Slughorn breathed, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Harry. Harry felt awkward under the intense stare, unsure what to do with himself. If you don't mind, Dumbledore said politely, shall I help you tidy up a bit? Slughorn blinked, snapping out of his daze. Please do. Harry watched as Dumbledore waved his wand. One by one, the furniture pieces leapt back into place, and decorations reassembled themselves midair. Damaged books mended and returned neatly to their shelves. The oil lamps floated back to their stands and flickered to life once more. Under Dumbledore's spell, everything was restored so perfectly that no trace of the earlier chaos remained. Even the bloodstains on the walls vanished, scrubbed away by invisible hands. Harry heard a faint creaking sound and looked down. His foot was resting on a fallen crystal pendant from the chandelier. He quickly stepped back, and the pendant floated up, reattaching itself to the chandelier as if it had never been broken. Dragon's blood has become rather scarce on the market lately, Dumbledore said lightly, waving his wand to right an overturned bottle. Where did you manage to get some? Yes, that was my last bottle, Slughorn replied, his eyes still half fixed on Harry. Its price has skyrocketed. Wild dragons have been disappearing lately, there've even been several escape incidents reported in Romania. That's made dragon's blood far more valuable. Hearing that, Harry recalled reading something similar in the papers. Ron's second brother, Charlie, had mentioned that dragons in Romania had been breaking free of their reserves, something completely out of character for them. Charlie Weasley had guessed it might be mating season, but that explanation never sat quite right. Dumbledore noticed that Slughorn was still staring at Harry and suddenly asked, Are you hiding from someone, Horace? Oh, come now, Albus, do you really need me to say it out loud? Slughorn replied, looking embarrassed. Who else could he be hiding from, after all, if not his old friend Dumbledore, the man who had taken his place? Dumbledore, as if ignoring the awkwardness, said kindly, at the very least, we can share a drink, for old time's sake. The suggestion made Slughorn hesitate for a moment, but he eventually nodded. All right, one drink. Harry didn't quite understand what they were talking about. Though full of questions, he followed Dumbledore's lead and sat down. Something about his seat made him feel like he'd been deliberately placed in the most noticeable spot. Sure enough, when Slughorn turned back with a bottle and 2 glasses, the first thing he saw was Harry. He quickly averted his eyes and stiffly handed a glass to Dumbledore before lowering himself into the freshly restored armchair. How have you been, Horace? Keeping well, I hope. Dumbledore asked pleasantly. More or less, Slughorn replied with some reluctance. This past year's been nerve-wracking, though things have settled down a bit lately. Slughorn wasn't a particularly brave man, though his influence in the wizarding world was considerable. The moment he'd heard that Death Eaters had reappeared, his nerves had nearly shattered. And with everything that had happened at Hogwarts, Dumbledore resigning from his post, it had only made things worse. Fortunately, good news had come from the Ministry afterward. The Death Eaters had been wiped out in one sweep, which was what finally convinced Slughorn to accept the position of headmaster at Hogwarts. I swear I never intended to take your place, Albus, Slughorn said earnestly. You know I'm not that sort. Yes, I'm well aware, Dumbledore replied calmly. But I'm glad it was you who succeeded me. Truly. Slughorn looked doubtful. Of course, Dumbledore said with a genial smile. You know me, Horace. Perhaps there's something else troubling you now. If you mean the matter of the defense against the dark arts post, then yes, I admit it, Slughorn sighed. No one seems willing to take that position. The Death Eaters may be captured, but their master is still at large. The uncertainty in Slughorn's tone made Harry take an instant dislike to the man's lack of backbone. Oh, I almost forgot, Dumbledore said as if just remembering, Harry has quite the talent for defense against the dark arts. You must have heard about his results. Harry, suddenly mentioned by name, froze in surprise. Dumbledore gave him a playful wink, then stood and asked Slughorn, might I use your bathroom? Oh, of course, down the hall, second door on the left, Slughorn replied. As Dumbledore left, Harry noticed him wink once more. But cross-channel communication was never Harry's strong suit, and he had no idea what the old man was trying to say. Harry was left alone with Slughorn. The atmosphere grew heavy and awkward. You look very much like your father, Slughorn said, studying him. The same old line, Harry had heard it from nearly every adult he'd ever met. Except for the eyes. Your eyes. Before he could finish, Harry cut in, are like my mother's. Yes. Lily, dear, clever Lily, Slughorn said softly, gazing into Harry's eyes. She was an extraordinarily gifted witch, especially considering she came from a Muggle family. I have a good friend who's Muggle-born too. She's one of the best in our year, Harry replied, a touch defensive. No, 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 please don't think I'm prejudiced, Slughorn said quickly. Your mother was one of my favorite students. I always told her she should have been in my house. At the memory, Slughorn chuckled rather than taking offense. She never failed to give me a sharp retort for that. Which house were you in? Harry asked. I was head of Slytherin back then, Slughorn replied. The mention of that house made Harry's expression stiffen slightly. Oh, come now, Slughorn said, clearly reading his thoughts. Don't hold that against me. I suppose you're like her, a Gryffindor, aren't you? He wore a self-satisfied smile and pointed at the many gleaming frames on the cabinet, each holding a moving figure. Look, your mother's right there, the one in front. Harry leaned closer, with Slughorn standing beside him. He saw a photo of his mother standing next to a younger Slughorn, surrounded by a group of students. Puffing up like a curator showing off a collection, Slughorn said, You should recognize Barnabas Cuff, editor of the Daily Prophet. I often have owls carry him my thoughts on current affairs. But in recent years he's been outdone by another editor. Honestly, I never imagined Rita would end up in the editor's chair. Back at school she was forever spreading gossip, Slughorn went on. Harry listened as his gaze drifted from his mother's photo. There was Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies. The proprietor of Honeydukes. And Sirius's younger brother, Regulus Black. Slughorn added with a sigh that he'd taught every member of the Black family, except Sirius. On the photo cabinet sat a basket specially for letters. Curious, Harry asked, what's that? Words still flowing about his former students, Slughorn answered without thinking, that's where I keep John Wick's letters. He often sends the trickiest questions, ones I have to really ponder before replying. A brilliantly clever young man. He was the same at school, Harry said, his feelings a complicated mix. Always top of the class, no one ever managed to surpass him. At that, Slughorn suddenly seemed to realize something. Good heavens, I'd forgotten, you were in the same year as him, he exclaimed. Though he had never personally taught John Wick, even their exchanged letters were a source of pride for Slughorn, so much so that he'd placed them in his cabinet of honors. Harry forced a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the handful of letters resting there. He wondered what kind of topics John and Slughorn had discussed, topics so complex that even someone Dumbledore called a very clever man needed a long time to answer. Chapter 416, Preparation, Realization, and Group Chat. Let's talk about something else. Dumbledore mentioned you're quite talented in defense against the dark arts. Perhaps sensing the mood had turned a bit heavy, Slughorn changed the subject. I've seen your academic record, he said, and I completely agree with that assessment. To be honest, defense against the dark arts has always been a bit of a problem area at Hogwarts. He lowered his voice slightly. You know how it is, because of certain reasons, the clever ones don't usually want the job. As the new headmaster, the issue clearly troubled Slughorn. He had no good candidates. Even his once proud student, Severus Snape, had already volunteered himself for the position. Harry thought for a moment before saying, when I was in third year, Professor Remus Lupin was the best defense against the dark arts teacher we ever had. Ah, yes, Remus, Slughorn said with a knowing nod. I remember him. Even as a student, he stood apart from his three companions. He was a prefect back then. And Sirius, he was another bright black, haha, very clever, though a bit of a troublemaker. Slughorn clearly had fond memories. Mentioning Lupin brought that old group to mind again, those talented students who had always held a special place in his regard. I remember Sirius Black leaving Azkaban, Slughorn mused. That whole incident back then, it was a terrible misunderstanding. Horace, would you mind if I kept this knitting magazine? Dumbledore finally emerged from what had felt like an endless trip to the bathroom. He held up a magazine, asking as if he'd simply happened to find it lying around. Take it, Slughorn said, surprised. You're leaving already? Yes, Dumbledore replied kindly. I imagine you still have plenty of important matters to attend to. The headmaster's post comes with no shortage of work, doesn't it? You may not realize it, Dumbledore added, lifting his glass and draining it in one sip, but there are things at Hogwarts that outsiders find far too tempting. He motioned for Harry to follow him, catching Slughorn a little off guard. As the two stepped out the door, Slughorn hurried after them and, after a brief struggle with himself, called out, Dumbledore. I've been thinking, perhaps retirement life doesn't suit you after all. Dumbledore turned back, eyebrows raised in surprise. I think Hogwarts could use stronger defenses, Slughorn said, sounding conflicted. If you were willing to lend a hand, that would be best. I'd be delighted, Dumbledore replied with a small nod. He chuckled softly as the garden gate swung shut behind them. Well done, Harry, Dumbledore said. I didn't do anything, Harry said, startled. Oh, but you did, Dumbledore smiled. You helped Horace make up his mind. My old friend is a cautious man, if not for the Death Eater's downfall, he'd never have agreed to be headmaster. Harry saw the deep wisdom in Dumbledore's eyes. Horace enjoys the finer things in life, Dumbledore said softly. He also delights in surrounding himself with people who are famous, successful, and influential. He likes the feeling of being needed, of being at the center of things, though he himself has no desire to wield power. He prefers to stay just beneath it, where he has more freedom to move and breathe. But, Professor, Harry said in confusion, he's the new headmaster of Hogwarts. That's not exactly a secondary position. Yes, it's an important one, Dumbledore replied, as though he were speaking of a position that had never been his own. But something within those walls compelled him, enough to make him go against his nature and accept it. You mean John? Harry asked, a sudden spark of insight flashing through him. You and John, Harry, Dumbledore said fondly. Back at Hogwarts, Horace always had a habit of gathering students he favored, sometimes for their ambition or intellect, other times for their talent or charm. Horace has a peculiar gift, Dumbledore continued. He can always spot those destined to rise to prominence in the future. He built a little club around himself, a network of connections. He enjoys the benefits those connections bring, and in turn, he can offer favors back to his students. Harry immediately thought of someone, John Wick. But unlike Slughorn, John's network wasn't made of acquaintances, it was made of loyal followers. I'm telling you this, Dumbledore said, not so you'll resent Horace, but so you'll understand, he'll try to recruit you. John isn't like the others. He refuses to become anyone's trophy, anyone's possession. You must use that to your advantage. Use it for what? Harry asked, feeling a chill crawl up the back of his neck. Sweat began to form in his palms. Dumbledore stopped at the church gate and turned to Harry, his expression calm. You've been subscribing to the Daily Prophet these past 2 weeks, haven't you? Yes, Harry said, feeling his heartbeat quicken. The events in the Hall of Prophecy were leaked like a flood, weren't they? They were, Harry replied, not finding anything strange about it. Is there a problem, Professor? Did you notice, Dumbledore said evenly, that not a single word in those reports mentioned the Constellation Society? Harry's heartbeat thundered in his ears. Sweat began to beat across his forehead. He suddenly realized it was true, the Daily Prophet hadn't said a single thing about the Constellation Society. And what it did print used the name Johnny Silverhand, not John Wick. He swallowed hard and asked, why is that, Professor? In the dim night, Dumbledore's face looked unreadable. A diversion, he said simply. Harry's mind reeled. It was one of Dumbledore's chess games again, impossible to grasp in the moment, but deliberate in every move. Since stepping down as headmaster, Dumbledore seemed to see everything with unsettling clarity. He knew full well that Hogwarts might soon face a great catastrophe, driven by Voldemort's obsession with the prophecy and his relentless pursuit of immortality. The battlefield, Dumbledore knew, would eventually shift to Hogwarts. All he could do now was set the board, make preparations before the storm arrived. In the Constellation Society's group chat, it seemed Fleur was in love. The news was so unexpected that it sent ripples through the entire group. Everyone wanted to know who could possibly have captured the heart of the proud Fleur Delacour. Even John was curious. Percy finally cleared up the mystery, no need to guess, it's Bill. Neville, Bill. Bill Weasley. Percy, yes, that's right. My brother. The chat instantly exploded with reactions. Even John was stunned. Those two have met. Percy had no choice but to explain. It all started with work. Bill was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, while Fleur belonged to the Constellation Society. Their only real connection was Percy, the Weasley who happened to be part of the Constellation Society. Fleur worked at Silverhand Angel Investments, but her heavy accent often caused complications. To fix this, she sought Percy's help for language lessons. But, well, Percy being Percy, everyone knew how that went. His lessons were rigid and mechanical, the kind that could put someone to sleep. Just when Fleur was starting to regret not asking Cedric instead, the talented, charming, and well-mannered big brother, Bill, happened to drop by to speak with his brother about the tension between Percy and their father. That was when the two met. Bill remembered her immediately, the beautiful witch from the Triwizard Tournament. And before long, with his handsome face and the easy charm honed during his years at Gringotts, Bill managed to win over the proud Fleur's heart. Draco, he's with the Order of the Phoenix, Fleur. Fleur, I like him. That's none of your business. Draco. Even after her romantic history was exposed, Fleur showed not the slightest hint of embarrassment. Fleur said openly, Bill hasn't been too involved with the Order of the Phoenix. Maybe I can convince him to join the Constellation Society instead. Or maybe he's already thinking the same thing, Malfoy muttered sourly. With his kind of charm, I doubt he'd even need an invitation to get in. Percy added pointedly, Bill earned 12 OWLs during school and was also head boy. Malfoy, who could only boast an outstanding in charms and his current title as prefect, fell silent. He does sound like an exceptional man, John finally spoke up. You have my full support, Fleur, whatever you decide. Hearing John's approval, the last bit of hesitation in Fleur's heart melted away. I knew his brilliance would win you over, Fleur said with delight. John corrected her gently, it's not his brilliance that moved me, Fleur, it's the fact that you like him. Fleur froze for a second, then her smile slowly returned as she stared at his name glowing on the badge. You're still as impossible not to like as ever, John, she said softly. The affection in her words wasn't romantic, it came from the kind of genuine admiration that made people want to follow and stand beside him. Perhaps it was that distinctive French warmth and boldness that allowed Fleur to say it so naturally. Meanwhile, at the Greengrass household, Astoria watched as her sister's beautiful face slowly twisted with rage, and she tiptoed carefully across the room, afraid to make a sound. Chapter 417, John's results. Thinking of exams, John suddenly remembered, it had been a month since the OWLS. His results should have arrived by now. The next morning, a persistent owl was blocked at the window by Basil. The poor bird seemed to be pleading for mercy, but Basil stood guard firmly, gesturing for it to hand over the letter. Left with no choice, the owl finally surrendered. Riddle sat aloof atop the wardrobe, while Tom tried eagerly to approach him, but she simply wasn't tall enough. John took the letter from Basil's beak. It was a report card. Unfolding the parchment, he gave it a casual glance. John Wick's OWL results. Astronomy, O. Care of magical creatures, O. Charms, O. Defense against the dark arts, O. Divination, O. Herbology, O. History of magic, O. Potions, O. Transfiguration, O. Arithmancy, O. Muggle studies, O. Ancient runes, O. O stood for outstanding, E for exceeds expectations, and A for acceptable. P meant poor, D dreadful, and T troll. John looked over his 12 outstandings. Even though he'd coughed up blood during his final exam and ended up in the hospital wing afterward, he had still managed to finish his history of magic paper. He glanced at his badge. It was vibrating nonstop, everyone must have received their results. Tapping it with a finger, he opened the message feed. As expected, Malfoy had earned just one outstanding. He really did rank near the top in charms, though his history of magic was marked with a P, he hadn't even finished half of it that day. Surprisingly, the subject he'd felt least confident about, potions, earned him an E, while transfiguration came back as merely A. Daphne was grumbling about her results, she'd gotten 7 outstandings. Her defense against the dark arts, charms, and history of magic were all marked E. Neville, to everyone's surprise, had received 2 outstandings, one in herbology and one in charms, and an E in potions. That comparison, of course, made Malfoy an easy target again. How does Neville get 2 O's? Malfoy demanded indignantly. Because Neville's herbology was good enough for Professor Sprout to personally praise him, Daphne mocked. Not like some people who only know how to study spells. Oh really? Your charms is an E, you know. Malfoy always knew exactly how to get under someone's skin. John could practically feel Daphne's urge to crawl through her badge and strangle him. Neville then asked, John, what about you? Have your results come in? Malfoy scoffed. Neville, why would you humiliate yourself like that? John, 12 O's. Malfoy sneered, see, Neville. You brought that on yourself. Neville. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to punch Malfoy, though he couldn't quite explain why. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was the one who only got a single outstanding. Good news, among the current members of the Constellation Society, only one person had failed a subject. Bad news, that person was Malfoy. His face twisted in disbelief, there were only 4 of them, and somehow he was the only one who'd failed. And he'd failed history of magic. A subject anyone could pass just by memorizing. Sure, he'd turned in his paper early, but it still stung. If the Gryffindors next door, especially Harry Potter, found out, they'd never let him hear the end of it. Then Fleur sent a message, Harry failed 2 subjects, divination and history of magic. He got a D in history. Malfoy, who'd been on the verge of despair, suddenly perked up. Stupid Potter. Can't even pass the simplest classes. But right after sending it, something felt off. He frowned and asked, wait, how do you know that, Fleur? Fleur replied matter-of-factly, I'm at the Burrow. Harry was brought here last night. You went to the Weasleys' house? Malfoy asked in shock. And it wasn't just him, John was surprised too. Percy nearly choked. You've only known Bill for less than a month. It felt right, so I accepted the invitation, Fleur said breezily, unlike a certain someone who'd been pining for years without making any progress. No one said who that someone was, but everyone knew. Daphne was so stunned by how fast things were moving that her mind went blank. Astoria could almost see smoke rising from her sister's head, most likely from short-circuiting. A member of the Constellation Society living in the Weasley house. John suddenly wondered if Fleur might as well use the opportunity to infiltrate the Order of the Phoenix and steal the locket herself. But that wasn't really feasible. Something else caught his attention: the Weasley family wasn't staying at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Had the Order moved their headquarters? After asking around, John learned a few things. Dumbledore had uncovered the traitor, someone no one would have ever suspected. Creature. The old Black family's house elf. It was because of him that Harry had been led to believe Sirius was captured. In a fit of rage, Sirius had wanted to dismiss Creature on the spot, but was stopped in time. Creature knew far too much. If freed, he would no doubt run straight to someone else. The only option was to bind him tightly under a house elf contract. But that came with a price. Number 12 Grimmauld Place had become a dangerous location. So the Weasley family was temporarily moved back to the Burrow. The Order hadn't abandoned Grimmauld Place entirely, though. Sirius locked Creature away and forbade him from ever leaving. Now, they only went there when Order of the Phoenix meetings were held, turning the old house into a full-fledged operations base. Dumbledore himself oversaw it. TCH, Dumbledore, if only you'd sell the place. With the kind of money John had, he wouldn't have minded paying a hefty sum to buy it from Sirius, but unfortunately, Dumbledore seemed to have seen right through him. The Order of the Phoenix had been founded to combat the Death Eaters. Now the Death Eaters were captured, but Voldemort remained free. Alone and furious, Voldemort's hatred toward the Order burned even deeper, making them his prime target. Of course, the one he hated most of all was undoubtedly John. Unfortunately for him, there was nothing he could do about it. Because of the Holy Grail's existence, the Dark Lord who feared death above all else had seen a glimpse of something different, a possibility that both tempted and unsettled him. There was still no news of Grindelwald's whereabouts. The last confirmed sighting had been in Germany, where some of his old followers were believed to remain. Though aged, those followers were still frighteningly powerful. After all, Grindelwald's influence had once stretched across all of Europe, something Voldemort could never truly match. To rule through fear and to rule through faith were two very different things. John began extending his reach beyond Britain. Through Nagini's branch network, he was advised that such expansion required careful timing. In Britain, Silverhand's growth had reached its limit. Only by moving abroad could it continue to thrive. And the Dark Lord's return had just given John the perfect opportunity. By promoting the threat of the Dark Lord, John could push his products to break through the barriers between nations. As for Grindelwald, his name alone was enough to make every European Ministry of Magic feel a renewed sense of crisis. Descending from his home's basement into the Silverhand Johnny office, John found Kim Jean busy at work. Kim had taken off his silver mask, and the somber expression he used to wear had softened into something closer to a genuine smile. "You should have come sooner," Kim Jean said naturally, slipping back into his role as assistant. "Several foreign ministries of magic are seeking collaboration." He laid a stack of documents neatly on the desk. The OF series hasn't been received well by everyone. Some believe it's wrong for something like this to be monopolized. John raised an eyebrow, glancing over the documents. "Ministry officials?" "Yes," Kim Jean replied, pouring a cup of black tea for him. "Director Bones, she believes the ministry shouldn't be restrained by Silverhand and that monopolies must be countered." John turned a page and came across a letter from the American Ministry of Magic. "She's quite capable," John said lightly, "but there are things she doesn't see clearly." He opened the letter and took a slow sip of tea. Amelia Bones, he knew her well. A strong-willed woman who had lost the minister election because of Silverhand's influence. And she hadn't forgotten it. Most of the ministry's current policies now carried Silverhand's influence behind them. Amelia Bones wouldn't just sit back and watch Silverhand continue to expand, so she had proposed an anti-monopoly initiative, an attempt to weaken Silverhand's control by nationalizing the OF series. Old Barty would never allow himself to be led by the nose, of course, and Amelia's plan was clever, on paper. Unfortunately, she'd miscalculated one crucial thing. Old Barty might turn against Silverhand one day, but that day was certainly not today. The ministry's finances and armaments still relied heavily on Silverhand's support. Implementing her policy now would mean severing ties with them, and that would shatter Barty's newly reformed ministry like a fragile, glittering bubble. That was something Barty would never allow. Until the ministry's coffers were full and stable, he would steadfastly uphold Silverhand's interests. So John wasn't worried. What concerned him more was the letter from the American Ministry of Magic. After reading it carefully, John said to Kim Jean, "I think our product line could use a strong spokesperson." Kim, who had also glanced at the contents of the letter, suggested, "Lockhart's last shampoo endorsement sold extremely well." Indeed, the wizarding world's top celebrity, Gilderoy Lockhart, was always ready for a little more publicity. Chapter 418, Lockhart's new endorsement. It was common knowledge that America was the most peaceful and friendly place in the world. Their muggles were all kind, polite, and spoke ever so sweetly, especially those hip-hop prodigies who liked to show half their backsides and carried human conversation tools for convenient, on-the-go communication. It was a land of freedom and friendliness. The American wizarding world wasn't quite as free as its muggle counterpart, but it was no less dangerous. During Grindelwald's rise, America had been one of the many places visited by the Dark Lord himself. So when word spread that Grindelwald had resurfaced, Silverhand Johnny's specialty shop saw a surge in sales. The American Aura Office wanted to collaborate just as the British Ministry had, purchasing equipment through official channels and at government pricing. The local branch was overseen by Lady Serpent, though she operated largely in the shadows. The Aurors had long tried to find something they could use against her, but District 13 had long since become an impenetrable fortress. Even brute force couldn't bring it down. Left with no better option, the American ministry decided to take a different approach. John, of course, was happy to oblige. For new customers, he was never stingy with discounts. The condition was that Silverhand Johnny's equipment would be legalized in the American market. The American Minister for Magic hesitated at first, but that very night, several high-ranking ministry officials found their homes mysteriously filled with gleaming piles of gold galleons. By morning, their opinions had shifted dramatically. They now insisted that, with Grindelwald's reappearance, legalizing magical equipment would help the public feel safer. Their reasoning, coupled with the minister's own surprise gift, a pure gold owl that had somehow appeared at his residence the previous day, was enough to push the proposal through. Thus, Silverhand Johnny's District 13 branch officially became a legally recognized business. Of course, retail prices were 3 times higher than what the ministry paid. The ministry's procurement officers began quietly buying extra stock and reselling it on the black market under their own names, earning quadruple profits. Soon after, Gilderoy Lockhart arrived at the Silverhand Johnny store. As a constant fixture atop the wizarding world's trending lists, Lockhart brought with him immense fan appeal. He was not only a famous author but also a loyal, long-time user of the series. John invited him to become the official spokesperson, promising that his fame would open doors across every European nation. For a man as vain and fame-loving as Lockhart, this was a dream come true. Still, he hesitated. His public image was that of a powerful wizard. If he openly used assistive devices, wouldn't that tarnish the persona he had so carefully built? Think about it, Gilderoy. John walked up beside Lockhart, draping an arm over his shoulder. His voice was low, deep, carrying an almost hypnotic allure. The two stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling chaos of Knockturn Alley below. Soon, America will be just like this, John murmured. Your portraits will hang outside the Ministry of Magic for public display. Remember that golden statue taller than a man outside Silverhand Publishing. At the mention of that pure gold likeness of himself, Lockhart's eyes turned dreamy. When the time comes, John continued, raising his right hand to sketch the image in the air, you'll stand upon the grandest fountain in the Plymouth Enclave, dedicated to the greatest author, the most dazzling smile, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart's mind was already awash with visions of his monument gleaming under the American wizarding sky. Yes, that would be wonderful, he murmured, entranced. Gilderoy, John said with a quiet chuckle, even powerful wizards need allies. Just as Dumbledore has his Order of the Phoenix, you'll have Johnny Silverhand, clearing every obstacle in your way. All right, Lockhart raised both hands in surrender, utterly seduced by the vision. I admit it, you've made it impossible for me to say no. I'll have the design studio craft you a new image, John said smoothly. In this darkened age, the wizarding world needs someone like you to give them hope, Gilderoy. He had turned a marketing campaign into a crusade against the Dark Lord, one meant to give the public a sense of safety, and Lockhart, a sense of divine purpose. Now fired up like a man possessed, Lockhart rolled up his sleeves, ready to lead the people out of darkness. Gilderoy Lockhart feared nothing, except perhaps the thought of his smile not winning awards or his fan count dropping. Back in his school days, when Voldemort's name inspired terror across the land, Lockhart had still dared to mimic him, casting his own giant likeness into the sky like the Dark Mark itself. A man like that was as fearless, and as foolish, as any true Gryffindor could be. But to his credit, Lockhart was a Ravenclaw and did possess one bit of wisdom, he never once doubted John's decisions. Kim stood there, dumbfounded, watching Lockhart rehearse his speech over and over again, swishing his robes dramatically before finally sweeping out of the Silverhand Johnny office. That's the Dark Lord we're talking about, Kim said in disbelief. And you convinced him just like that? John merely shrugged. Everyone in this world is moved by something, fame, power, wealth, or glory. Indeed, there wasn't another man alive who would agree to endorse anti-Dark Lord equipment while 2 Dark Lords were still roaming free. Fame, power, wealth, legacy, those were the 4 pillars that drove ambition. To win renown, to protect the people, to wield influence, to amass fortune, no one could resist having at least one of them. And for Lockhart, this was the perfect opportunity to boost his own fame while pretending to serve the public good. He couldn't have been more delighted. Lockhart wasted no time. That very night, he summoned his image management team and ordered a full redesign of his wardrobe. His previous look had been ostentatious and elegant, but the new one featured a crimson cloak and a weathered wand, making him look like a valiant knight fighting against darkness. The new design also incorporated Silverhands, of series elements. He even embedded a range of Silverhand Johnny accessories into his costume designs. A wooden dog that never shed fur, wizard's chess pieces that could guard one's home, and decorative wooden shields that could, in truth, repel unwanted guests. One by one, these new products hit the market, rapidly selling out through serialized promotional stories. A week later, John noticed that the Silverhand Alchemy Workshop was rushing production day and night. Meanwhile, Lockhart was making passionate, inspirational speeches at every event imaginable, spreading the craze overseas. The Daily Prophet's front page was filled with his name. A book written for the rise of wizards, Gilderoy Lockhart's new series breaks sales records once again. Merlin only knew what went through Harry's mind when Mrs. Weasley proudly brought home a wooden husky from the market. It looked exactly like the one that had bitten Dumbledore at the Dursleys' house. Even Mr. Weasley couldn't help grumbling, since that little dog had cost half a month's salary. Ron's jaw dropped. Why is it so expensive? This is the rare signed edition. Mrs. Weasley declared, her eyes shining. She was a die-hard Lockhart fangirl through and through. Harry glanced at the dog's collar and spotted Lockhart's signature carved there. He recognized it instantly. It was the same handwriting from when Lockhart had made him co-sign fan letters back in second year. Clutching Lockhart's latest book to her chest, Mrs. Weasley said dreamily, buying the limited edition also gets you a ticket to Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph and handshake event. His hands aren't made of gold, Ron muttered with perfect sarcasm. Bill shook his head. Actually, they kind of are. ? Ron and Harry both looked utterly baffled. Bill went on, Fleur said Lockhart had a custom gold glove made, pure gold. Well, poverty had its limits. Ron couldn't even begin to imagine how heavy a solid gold glove would feel. At the mention of Fleur, Ginny's expression instantly soured at the table. That clingy phlegm, Ginny muttered under her breath. Ginny, Bill said sternly, don't talk like that. Fine, Ginny replied half-heartedly. But Harry caught her lips moving again in silent protest. He knew why she disliked Fleur. Fleur's older sister attitude always made her treat Ginny like a child. Worse still, ever since the Ministry incident started, Ginny and Fleur had been butting heads more often. Ginny was talented, no doubt, but Fleur was simply on another level, and that was something Ginny refused to accept. Although that incident had ended with neither the Order of the Phoenix nor the Constellation Society suffering any losses, the fact that Bill was now dating a member of the Constellation Society still made the Weasley family uneasy. Dumbledore didn't object to their relationship. In fact, whenever he saw Fleur, he even smiled kindly. Unfortunately, Fleur never returned that smile. Mrs. Weasley, for her part, worried that Fleur would disrupt the family's harmony. Mr. Weasley said nothing, though he saw things more clearly than most. He understood that Dumbledore's approval of Bill and Fleur's relationship likely stemmed from a desire to ease tensions with the Constellation Society. As a man skilled in alchemy, Mr. Weasley knew exactly what that rejuvenating substance truly meant. If it ever spread beyond control, it could ignite a new war in the wizarding world. And on a larger scale, if the Muggle world ever learned of it, they would lose their minds. Rejuvenation. Immortality. Who wouldn't desire the Holy Grail? So Mr. Weasley chose to turn a blind eye, remaining neutral on the matter. After a while, their conversation faded. Harry looked upstairs with worry in his eyes. Ever since Hermione got that letter back from John, she hasn't come downstairs once, he said quietly. Ron had no idea what was written in that letter either. Ginny and Hermione shared a room. She doesn't talk, doesn't read, Ginny whispered. Just buries her head under the blanket all day. What did that letter even say? Ron murmured, his voice unconsciously low. Ginny shook her head. No one knows. She never showed it to anyone. Chapter 419, Silverhand's Banquet. After dinner, Harry and Ron decided they couldn't just let Hermione go on like this. She was Miss Know-It-All, after all. How could she stay in such a slump? The two of them tiptoed to Hermione's door, shoving each other in hesitation, neither daring to go in first. Ginny couldn't stand it anymore. She strode up and gave them both a firm push, sending them tumbling straight into the room. Ah. Her push was a bit too strong. Ron stumbled forward and smacked his leg against the bedframe with a loud thud. The noise snapped Hermione out of her daze. Ron scrambled to his feet, while Harry just stood there like an awkward idiot, elbowing Ron. Ahem. Hermione, are you okay? Did John forgive you? Harry tried, attempting some verbal finesse. At the sound of John's name, Hermione's eyes reddened, and she turned her head away. "Mate, you had to mention John," Ron muttered, exasperated. Harry looked mortified. After all, it was because of him that things between Hermione and John had fallen apart. Especially now that they knew John had only drawn out that fragment of soul from Harry's body to stop his headaches. Hermione felt even more guilty toward him. Seeing that Harry was useless, Ron had no choice but to step up himself. Ron took the apple pie Ginny handed him and walked forward cautiously, testing the waters. "Mum made apple pie," he said softly. "I brought you a piece." "Thank you, Ron." Hermione wiped the corners of her eyes and accepted it. Harry seized the chance to move closer. He and Ron exchanged a glance, then discreetly looked toward the silver pocket watch and parchment resting on the desk. "I respect your choice. Before the scales tip, no one will ever know the weight of the heart and the feather." That was all the letter said. Ron couldn't understand how such a single line could leave Hermione heartbroken for an entire week. Harry was just as lost. The delicate silver lily-engraved watch ticked quietly, its second hand moving with soft precision. In the stillness, Hermione stabbed the apple pie with her fork until it turned into a mess of crumbs and filling. "John asked me something in the library," she said blankly, eyes unfocused as she mutilated the pie. "He asked, if one day I had to choose between him and you, Harry, what would I do?" Harry and Ron stayed silent, listening. "I panicked at the time," Hermione murmured. She lowered her head, her expression hidden, voice heavy with sorrow. "I told him no. That it would never happen." Gone was the confidence and composure that always defined her. What remained was a fragile, aching tone that made both boys' hearts tighten. "I was so scared back then, scared that my friends would end up hurting each other," Hermione said softly, her voice trembling like a frightened kitten's, fragile enough to make anyone want to hold her close. "He promised me he wouldn't hurt you, Harry, and he kept that promise. He always does. He's never once broken his word." Hermione drew her knees up onto the bed and buried her face in her arms. "But I didn't do what a friend should. I didn't trust him. I misunderstood him, and I hurt him." By the end, her muffled sobs slipped through her folded arms. Harry sat down beside her, trying to comfort her. "At that time, I honestly thought John was going to kill me." "It's not your fault, Hermione. You were just worried about me. If Ron were ever taken hostage, I'd do the same thing. We're best friends, that's what we do." Ron, hearing himself dragged into the example, didn't dare argue. He just nodded repeatedly. "No, it's not the same," Hermione said, lifting her head. Her eyes were red and swollen. "John was my first friend. He never once put up his guard around me. He never hid anything from me." The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. John had always been honest with her. When he bought the firebolt, she was the first one he let try it. Whenever she wanted to know something, he always told her, openly, directly. About the Constellation Society, and everything else. He had always treated her with complete trust, yet when it truly mattered, she hadn't been able to trust him in return. Hermione felt like she'd betrayed John, her very first true friend. The one who had once saved her life. This might be the last gift I ever get from him. Hermione lifted the delicate silver pocket watch engraved with a lily. In the end, neither of the boys were of any help. Seeing that they were only making things worse, Ginny decided to take matters into her own hands. She kicked them both out of the room. By the next morning, Hermione finally came out, and, bafflingly, threw herself into her studies with even more intensity than before. Harry and Ron were completely lost. They were dying to know what Ginny had said to her. Ginny just shrugged. "I told her that when she's reached the same height as John, she can apologize to him face to face. That's it." Harry and Ron exchanged a look. "That's it." Ginny crossed her arms. She'd once been in a similar place, feeling guilty over something she couldn't take back, so she understood exactly how Hermione felt. At the Ministry of Magic, Arthur Weasley lingered outside Percy's office for a long time. Whenever someone passed by, he'd pretend to be busy, shuffling papers or checking his watch. But the truth was, he just wanted to talk to his son. Yet every time that office door opened, he'd lose his nerve and act as though he was just passing through. Percy didn't so much as glance at his father, continuing to busy himself with papers and reports. After watching Arthur fidget with the same unfortunate orchid for the 5th time, Percy finally lost patience. "Father." Arthur froze. Percy was standing by the lift, documents in hand, looking at him with polite detachment. Suppressing that awkward pride only a father could have, Arthur forced his voice steady. "I'd like to talk with you." "Joanna, take these to the Auror office," Percy said to a young witch passing by, handing her the stack of papers. Then he turned back toward his office. "We can talk inside." He opened the door and gestured for Arthur to enter. Inside, the room was cramped, one filing cabinet, a desk buried under neat piles of documents. After closing the door, Percy motioned for his father to sit anywhere. He tapped the desk lightly, clearing a bit of space. "What's this?" Arthur asked, noticing an envelope lying there. The Silverhand emblem stamped on it made it obvious who had sent it. Johnny Silverhand, no, Arthur corrected himself quietly, a letter from John Wick. "A banquet," Percy said casually, giving the envelope a brief glance. "What did you want to talk about?" "I just wanted to say. I shouldn't have spoken to you the way I did before." After a long inner struggle, Arthur chose the quickest path toward reconciliation. He sighed. "I shouldn't have treated you like a child, and I shouldn't have interfered with your decisions." "It's all in the past," Percy replied. His tone remained formal, but the stiffness in his expression had softened. "I won't interfere again," Arthur said. "You're grown now. You should have your own judgment." The tension that had built between them because of the Order of the Phoenix finally eased with Arthur's apology. Deep down, he even felt proud. His son had taken part in the Death Eater arrests. With the matter settled, Arthur left Percy's office, a weight lifted from his chest, and started back toward his own. Halfway there, he stopped. After the renovations, his new office was quite close to the Aura department. From the doorway, he could hear voices inside. "An invitation to the Silverhand banquet," said Lippy, now a member of the Aura training program, in astonishment. Aura Office Director Oshild was holding the letter, and Lippy spoke with open envy. "That's Lord Johnny Silverhand's dinner party. Only the wealthy and powerful get invited. Looks like you've finally made it. The food there is prepared by the best chefs in the country, and the wine, none of it costs less than 100 galleons, Lippy said knowingly. "But those are secondary. The real power lies in the connections gathered there. I heard Minister Crouch himself attends, along with a number of high-ranking officials and nobles." From the way Lippy spoke, it sounded less like a dinner party and more like a ticket into the upper echelons of wizarding society. As she was still gushing with envy, an Aura handed her an envelope stamped with the Silverhand seal. Lippy's eyes went wide with delight. She was so ecstatic he nearly broke into an awkward little dance on the spot. At the last Silverhand banquet, Director Oz had gone, and not long after his return, she'd been promoted. If Lippy could attend this time, maybe her own career would take a leap forward too. Outside the door, Arthur Weasley's expression darkened. Johnny Silverhand's influence within the ministry is astonishing. She hadn't imagined that someone his son's age could build such a vast and terrifying network of power. At the Silverhand estate, night had fallen. One by one, the usually unseen nobles and high officials of the wizarding world began to arrive. This was Oz's second time attending, while Lippy had once worked here as a security guard. Tonight, Lippy wore her best set of robes, every inch of her radiating nervous excitement and importance. From the first floor of the manor, John stood overlooking the guests. A silver mask covered his face, concealing any trace of expression. After reporting the names of the attendees, Tommy quietly withdrew. Kim Jean stepped forward, standing beside John. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. "They're all wolves," John replied calmly. "Greedy, bloodthirsty. They need the right kind of incentive to stay united. Some of them once courted Voldemort," Kim said, his gaze flicking toward a few of the pureblood families below. For profit, nothing more," John said with a faint, knowing smile. "Voldemort now is nothing but a crippled dog. Whatever he can offer, I can offer. And what he can't, I can still provide." A cold glint flashed in John's eyes. The leverage in his hands was enough to make these avaricious wizards cling to him with desperate loyalty. He wanted to see, among them, who were the clever ones, and who were the martyrs. Chapter 420, Drinks, Deceit, and Connections. The glass dome of the Silverhand Manor glittered with countless bright stars. Old Jack entered with Chudai and Sophie at his side. A server approached, carrying a silver tray laden with fresh sashimi from sea fish. "That's the werewolf counselor," Lippy whispered beside Oz, "and those with him are the heads of the werewolf capture unit and the werewolf registration office. Don't be fooled by how minor their departments sound," she added quickly. "Now that the werewolves are under control, those two positions basically hold the authority to restrain the entire werewolf community. Lord Johnny Silverhand plans to open the first werewolf magic school in their district," Lippy continued excitedly. "Old Jack's been appointed as the first headmaster. Look over there, that's the Rogier family, purebloods of the Sacred 28. And that one," Lippy pointed subtly again, "I've seen him at the Department of International Magical Cooperation. He's the German Director of Magical Foreign Affairs. They must be discussing a massive business deal." Lippy's envious murmuring didn't stop for a second. As a decorated undercover operative, her career was practically set, yet his habit of quietly muttering envious remarks persisted, a quirk Oz had long grown used to. "Who's that?" Oz suddenly asked, noticing a man with unnaturally pale skin. Her instincts told her this one was no ordinary guest. The men had ashen cheeks, black hair streaked with silver, and a sharp, handsome face shadowed by cold austerity. But the most striking thing about him was his eyes, deep and glimmering with a dark golden hue. Lippy followed her gaze, and froze. He's here too. That's impossible. Stop speaking in riddles, Oz said, instinctively reaching for a cigarette before deciding against it. You know him. Of course. He's a big name. Realizing how useless that sounded, Lippy quickly added, during my time undercover, I heard his name mentioned more than once among the most secretive circles. A paranoid, dark family, Edgar. Ludwig Edgar. Johnny Silverhand stepped forward slowly, and the moment he appeared, every eye in the hall turned to him. I'm very glad to see so many familiar faces at this banquet. He descended the stairs from the second floor, the emerald ring on his finger gleaming in the candlelight, his silk robes flowing like a ribbon of starlight. Some guests hadn't come, some couldn't show their faces, and others dared not. The crowd was full of shrewd minds, they all knew exactly what John was implying. A few guests' expressions stiffened, their fingers whitening around their glasses. John noticed, of course. With a quiet laugh, he said, in the past month, something happened that shocked us all. I believe you've all heard, some who should have died, and some who should have stayed gone, have returned to this world. Among the purebloods, the representatives of the Rogier family remained perfectly calm. The faces of the Crabbe and Goyle families were marked with fear. Ahaha, we're able to gather here tonight, to speak freely and drink together, John said, taking the crystal glass of golden liquor from a passing waiter. So, our first toast should be to our good friend, Lucius. He raised his glass and nodded toward Lucius, who stood across the room in an elegant robe of deep velvet green. Without this friend of ours, certain unpleasant things might have spilled onto our streets, murder, plunder, and chaos that would have torn order apart. So let's toast to Lucius. For his patience, his endurance, and his courage to resist. The guests lifted their glasses toward Lucius. Lucius smiled, doing his best to hide his satisfaction and maintain composure. He gave a dignified nod, raising his own glass high. For the second toast, John continued, to those friends who have faced threats, openly or in secret, those who have held firm to their hearts and never wavered. As I've said before, courage is as precious as wisdom. Those who dare to say no to oppression are the true warriors. Let us drink to the steadfast warriors whose resolve has bound us all together tonight. After the Death Eater's reappearance, even some pureblood families had suffered persecution. Families like Goyle and Crabbe were forced to bear the dark mark on their descendants, binding them against their will. Others of influence were also threatened, each in their own way, each forced to choose a side. They hadn't left, of course, none of them were willing to abandon such a vast and lucrative alliance. Still, no one disliked hearing praise for themselves. The second glass of wine went down smoothly. Those with weaker tolerance were already feeling a little dizzy, though the drink's warmth faded as quickly as it came. Intelligence, John said, resting his hand on the armrest, is the key to a family's legacy and the lifeblood of its business. That's why I like clever people. Clever people can see the situation clearly, they don't let emotions cloud their judgment. Their wisdom allows them to make the best choices. But even a wrong choice can be corrected, mending the pen after the sheep are lost is never too late. John's gaze swept across the hall. He could see the flicker of fear on several faces. Ahaha, with a quiet laugh, he broke the tension and said meaningfully, so, this third toast, let's drink to the wise ones who wish to turn back. Because repentance and the courage to choose rightly both demand intelligence and bravery. The third toast was raised, signaling the true beginning of the banquet. Lippy noticed that many families whose names had appeared in Death Eater meetings were now eagerly seeking a chance to speak with Lord Johnny Silverhand himself. The clever ones who wished to repent were scrambling to earn forgiveness. As Tommy's longtime friend, Lippy could tell from the way he handled the inquiries that Tommy was in an exceptionally good mood. Meanwhile, the host of the night, John, was making his way toward a quieter corner. There, the black-haired man sat in silence. When he saw John approach, he stood politely and gave a courteous nod. Mr. Edgar, John greeted with a faint smile. Thank you for coming all this way from abroad. Ludwig Edgar looked like a scholar, somewhat reminiscent of Ardle, though his features were far less severe. His skin was pale, his build slender rather than strong, and a pair of rimless spectacles rested on his nose, giving him the air of an old academic. I admire your honesty, and the influence you wield, Ludwig said quietly, tilting his head as his gaze swept over the grand banquet hall. To gather so many powerful figures, not just from this country but from abroad, it's as difficult as founding a new order of alliance. He had mentioned another presence, one that made John's eyes narrow behind his mask. So, it seems you already know why I sought you out, John said softly, glancing briefly over the crowd. Ludwig didn't follow his gaze. Instead, he said, I would prefer somewhere more private to speak. Why, of course, John replied with a polite nod. My study should do nicely. The two of them quietly slipped away from the banquet. Once inside the study, Ludwig looked at John and said calmly, "What I'm about to tell you is not a gift for Johnny Silverhand." John sat down, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, listening in silence. "It's from a father, to his son's friend." For the first time, emotion stirred in Ludwig's eyes, breaking through his scholarly calm. "Thank you, John Wick," he said, bowing deeply. "For everything you did for my son." John drew in a long breath. The cold detachment on his face faded away. "Mr. Edgar, it was my mistake that led to all of this." "No," Ludwig said firmly. "He chose you, as his light. That means everything that followed was of his own free will. This is the fate of the Edgars. Just like my father, who chose Grindelwald, and brother, who chose Voldemort, every step was a choice he made himself." He spoke with sincerity. "So please, don't blame yourself." John fell silent. Ludwig reached into his pocket and took out a folded piece of parchment. The list of the saints who once swept across Europe. It was an old document, preserved from the study of Ludwig's father, Grindelwald's former lieutenant. "I've removed the names of the dead and the imprisoned," Ludwig continued. "What's left are those who vanished or went into hiding. Grindelwald has already gone to Germany. More than 20 wizards have joined him as followers. That's what makes him so terrifying, his plague-like charisma, that power to ensnare minds and hearts." Ludwig had heard it countless times from his father, tales of Grindelwald's overwhelming allure. His brother, too, had once fallen under that influence, seeking in the second Dark Lord a light of his own. John accepted the list. This was something of great importance to him. Ludwig had come all this way for the sake of that list. Once he handed it over, he was ready to leave. "One more thing," he said, pausing at the doorway of the study and turning slightly to the side. "My coachman saw Karkaroff near Durmstrang. He was fleeing in a panic. Voldemort might have been chasing him. When it came to traitors, Voldemort always settled the score. Yet, for some reason, Karkaroff hadn't been killed." Upon hearing this, John stopped him. "Mr. Edgar," he said, his tone calm but his eyes deep with unreadable calculation, "would you be interested in running a school? Durmstrang, the alma mater of Grindelwald. One of the top 3 magical academies in Europe. Perhaps it was time for someone new to take charge." Chapter 421, Estranged Father-Son Relationship. Ludwig left, and Tommy entered soon after. "People from the Goyle and Crabbe families wish to see you, my lord," he reported. "They must be here for their foolish sons," John said evenly as he unfolded the list, his gaze sweeping down the names until it paused on the Rogier entry. Tommy shrugged. "During the last battle at the Ministry, both were captured and sent to Azkaban. In exchange, they're offering part of their holdings in Diagon Alley. Pure-blood families were dwindling, an inevitable trend. Their intermarriages could preserve the purity of blood, but they could not reverse decline. These ancient families controlled much of the wizarding world's commerce, monopolizing industries to maintain their status. But when forced to choose between their wealth and their heirs, they would always choose their heirs." John met with the 2 heads of the pureblood houses. After a round of negotiation, he obtained ownership of a cauldron shop and shares in Literati's Corner. In return, he agreed to petition the ministry to commute the 2 Death Eater sentences from life imprisonment to fixed terms. The family heads thanked him profusely. John gestured for them to come closer. When they came closer, John placed a hand on each of their shoulders, pressing down lightly until the taller one bent forward. "My help is for friends," he said softly. "Not everyone gets this kind of chance. As for your people, I don't want those foolish minds of theirs clinging to another man. I dabble with soul magic. Hey, even in the wizarding world, there are ways to deal with the dead." Cold sweat drenched their backs as they nodded repeatedly, promising they would make sure their kin understood reality. If nothing else, they could keep them confined at home and focus on raising the next generation properly. John gave each of them a firm pat on the shoulder and dismissed them, leaving the 2 men pale and shaken. More visitors followed, each from families with relatives imprisoned in Azkaban. John selected a few of them, those who had sided with Voldemort out of opportunism, seeing him as a kind of high-risk investment. Now that Voldemort had fallen, those were the ones who regretted it most. John accepted what they offered, while the true fanatics, the ones who would never turn back even after slamming into a wall, remained in Azkaban. "Minister Crouch is here," Tommy said as he entered quietly. "He brought something." John raised an eyebrow, and a moment later, Barty Crouch Sr. appeared, carrying a plain, unadorned box. "Barty, should I have your son brought up?" John asked, reading the hesitation in the man's expression. "No, that won't be necessary." Lord Silverhand, Barty Sr. frowned as he set the box down. "Amelia has been attacking your enterprises in the council. She claims they're disrupting the fabric of society." John spread his hands helplessly. "My friend, you don't agree with her, do you?" "If I didn't know the true face beneath your mask," Barty Sr. said. A man who had built a vast fortune by the age of 15. By the time John took power, Barty suspected he himself would already be long retired. Sigh. I can't afford to attend such banquets these days, Barty added, casually explaining his absence. As minister, it's best not to be seen getting too close to certain people. Quite right, John agreed, snapping his fingers. Golden-trimmed crystal glasses appeared on the table. He rose, walked over to the cabinet, and retrieved a bottle of golden Constellation. He gave it a little shake and smiled. Private collection. When he uncorked it, a rich, heady fragrance filled the room. Even Barty couldn't help but praise it. This sort of thing can only be found in your possession. John poured 2 glasses. The moment Barty took a sip, he felt the faint surge of magic coursing through his body, an oddly pleasant sensation. I can send you a bottle, John offered casually as he sat back down. Though my stock is running low. Ah. That won't be necessary then. Barty declined, not wanting anyone to think he indulged in luxury. They drank, exchanged a few pleasantries, then John steered the conversation to the real matter, the sentencing of several Death Eaters. Barty's brow furrowed, his expression souring. I don't recall you ever taking an interest in such affairs. John, ever perceptive, knew that meddling in the minister's authority would only push Barty to the opposite side. So he spoke plainly. Of course not. The heads of several families came to me. Barty gave a small, knowing laugh. Do they think Johnny Silverhand can work miracles? Have you ever heard of a Muggle amusement park? John asked, ignoring the tone behind Barty's laugh and steering the conversation elsewhere. Amusement park? Barty Sr., fluent in over 200 languages and well-versed in Muggle studies, naturally knew what that was. I want to build one, or, more precisely, an entertainment complex, John said, snapping his fingers. Dozens of sheets of parchment flew off the bookshelf and floated neatly in front of Barty. Barty picked them up, scanning through the pages. His brows furrowed and relaxed in turn. As he read on, his expression shifted, thoughtful at first, then faintly intrigued. Seeing the timing was right, John continued, this plan could boost trade tax revenue and stimulate domestic magical tourism. And, he added with a pleasant smile, I don't intend to do it alone. It will be a joint project between Silverhand Aesthetics Architecture and the Ministry of Magic. All I need from the ministry is a plot of land. As for the funding. John pushed a separate list across the table, smiling. They've already paid it on behalf of the ministry. Barty's expression shifted several times. The wizarding world was, in truth, backward in many ways. For instance, it still maintained a kind of atonement fine system. By donating enough money, one could mitigate or even escape punishment. Lucius Malfoy, for example, had avoided Azkaban after Voldemort's first fall through a mix of wealth and a conveniently timed imperious defense. But ever since Barty took office, that loophole had quietly disappeared under his strict administration. Now, with John dangling the prospect of a magical entertainment complex before him, even the iron-willed minister found himself wavering. If I set a precedent, it'll be hard to control what comes after, Barty muttered, almost tempted to light a cigarette to think. Actually, it's not without a solution, John said, seeing his hesitation and offering help like a thoughtful friend. What if they've done something commendable? Oh. Barty raised an eyebrow. Old Goyle and Old Crab have a decent son. At Hogwarts, he helped me misdirect Voldemort's attention while passing along information from his ranks. John laced his fingers together, his tone meaningful. That could be considered service in atonement. They'll need to serve 2 years in Azkaban, Barty said after a pause, lifting his eyes to meet John's. That's for your sake. I'm honored, John replied with a smile, raising his glass. Changing a life sentence to 2 years, what a favor indeed. Barty left with the entertainment complex proposal, while John picked up the gift box the minister had left behind. A proud father to the end, John murmured, noticing the new clothes clearly meant for Barty Jr. He carried the box to the garden and handed it to him. Barty Jr. gave it a cold glance, his face unreadable. It was impossible to tell if he liked it or not. The rift between father and son in the Crouch family wouldn't heal so easily. Even after being cleared of all charges, Barty Jr. still chose to stay in the garden, tending to his work in silence. Perhaps, deep down, he despised the father whose only title was minister. It might take that, until the day Barty Sr. finally steps down, before Barty Jr. can ever truly let go. Grimmauld Place, the old black family home. Get back to your hole, Creature. Sirius roared. Creature touched his nose to the staircase and slowly rolled himself down, inch by inch, until he disappeared beneath the stove in the kitchen. The sight made Hermione wince with pity, though Harry felt nothing but cold indifference, for that creature had nearly cost him everything. Sirius. Harry rushed forward to embrace his godfather. Are you all right? Just a bit sore in the ribs, Sirius said with a grin, returning the hug. Haven't seen you for a month, you've shot up again. He greeted Hermione and Ron warmly before adding, "Dumbledore's inside. We've had word, Voldemort's been seen abroad." Unlike Mrs. Weasley, Sirius never tried to cage Harry. He believed his godson could handle adventure, maybe even needed it. If Molly Weasley overheard that, she'd likely start yelling all over again. Harry glanced toward the door. Behind it, Dumbledore sat with Lupin and several others. "I'd better go," Sirius said, slipping inside and closing the door behind him. Ron frowned. "Was that Mundungus Fletcher I just saw? What's so strange about that?" "He's a member of the Order," Harry said dismissively. "I thought he'd been kicked out," Ron muttered. "He got caught stealing last time." "Yes, but maybe he had his reason. Or Dumbledore would never welcome him again." "He's neck-deep in debt," Ron added with a sneer. "Used to brag about his gold teeth, sold every last one of them." "Harry, Ron, let's go check on Creature," Hermione interrupted, clearly uninterested in Mundungus's financial situation. She felt compelled to look after the poor house elf. Knowing how sympathetic Hermione was toward house elves, Harry and Ron reluctantly followed. They stepped into the kitchen but didn't see Creature anywhere. After calling his name twice, they finally spotted him crouched beneath the stove. The sight of such miserable living conditions made Hermione's heart ache. Harry, however, didn't feel the same pity. He had no patience for the elf's foul mouth and cruel mutterings. As he glanced around carelessly, something under the stove caught his eye, a small box that looked oddly familiar. Chapter 422, Mundungus's History of Theft. Order of the Phoenix. "Voldemort has lost the support of the Death Eaters," Moody said, his wooden leg thumping against the floor. "But we all know his ambition, he'll look for others. Werewolves, giants, banshees. He might even look for new followers." Moody was technically retired, but he still knew Voldemort all too well. Lupin continued, "Voldemort was dealt a heavy blow in the Ministry, he was nearly killed." "Yes, we all know that, Moony," Sirius interrupted, clearly unwilling to revisit the past. "But right now, he's still out there, and we can't easily leave the Order. The Weasleys' enchanted clock still points to mortal peril. That means we could die at any moment." Tonks said in a low voice, "The Ministry hasn't stopped searching either. The new headmaster of Hogwarts, Professor Slughorn, has even requested Aurors to stay on campus for protection." "He's aware of how dangerous Voldemort is now," Lupin said gravely. "Losing his Death Eaters took away his ability to wreak havoc openly, but it's also made him even more dangerous. A Dark Lord with nothing to lose was far more terrifying." Kingsley, his dark skin catching the lamplight, turned to Dumbledore and said, "There's a troubling rumor going around, a certain object said to grant wishes is hidden somewhere within Hogwarts. We can't be sure if any purebloods are still loyal to Voldemort. That kind of news puts us at a serious disadvantage." "The Holy Grail," Sirius said suddenly, leaning sideways in his chair. "Does that thing really have such power?" "I think so, unless your eyes have gone blind for some reason." That familiar, mocking tone made Sirius's face darken instantly. Snape, seated at Dumbledore's right, drawled sarcastically, "You saw it yourself, an old Dark Lord regaining his youth." "Really? You probably wouldn't know. After all, when we were fighting at the Ministry, you were still at school, clutching your cauldron and trembling." Sirius shot back without hesitation. Snape's cold gaze locked on him, but Sirius refused to back down. "The great potions master, Severus Snape, fooled by a student's fake death trick," Sirius continued mockingly. "I honestly doubt you have the competence to teach anyone without ruining them. You dare question me?" Snape said darkly. "A mangy, broken-ribbed mutt like you, Sirius Black." The air between them grew thick with gunpowder, and Tonks couldn't help rubbing her arms to ease the tension. Dumbledore finally spoke, cutting through the hostility. "You're mistaken, Sirius." At first, it sounded as if he were siding with Snape, but that wasn't the case. Dumbledore's tone remained calm. "John died once." "Impossible, we all know that." Kingsley began to object instinctively. "Magic cannot bring back the dead, yes, we all know that," Dumbledore said evenly. "But he did it." Sirius met him in the Death Chamber, beyond the archway that connects to somewhere no one understands. "Could he be the same as the Dark Lord?" Tonks asked, and the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Everyone understood what she meant. In this century, the only person that comparison could possibly refer to was Voldemort. Voldemort had lost his body in Godric's Hollow and become a wandering spirit. After more than 10 years, he had managed to resurrect himself just last year. It was the only possibility they could think of. Dumbledore skipped over the topic and turned to Kingsley. "What about the other one? How has the international community reacted?" "Not well," Kingsley said with a shake of his head. "The ministries of magic in various countries are pointing fingers, accusing us of negligence." "Yes, who could have imagined he'd ever leave that place?" Dumbledore said softly, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Grindelwald. What could possibly make Grindelwald leave Nurmengard now? His last known location was the same as Voldemort's, Germany, Kingsley said in a low voice. We haven't been able to investigate over there. I'll reach out to some old friends, Dumbledore said calmly. Never underestimate the network Dumbledore had built over a century. From the renowned Nicholas Flamel to petty thieves like Mundungus Fletcher. They were all part of Dumbledore's vast network. Even abroad, he had old friends scattered across many countries. The meeting concluded with a discussion about Hogwarts defenses. Tonks was officially assigned by the Ministry of Magic to help strengthen the school's protection, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix were all reminded to stay vigilant. No one knew when Voldemort might strike back. When the meeting ended, Kingsley and Tonks departed. Sirius approached Dumbledore and said quietly, "He's at it again." At that, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Mundungus in the corner. Lupin came over as well, looking helpless. This morning he was rummaging through creatures' bedding in the kitchen, trying to find something to sell. Sirius's expression darkened with anger. This isn't the first time. I'll have a word with him, Dumbledore said, calling Mundungus over. Caught red-handed, the thief's expression was equal parts guilty and ridiculous. Half of Mundungus's head still had hair, while the other half was completely bald. One side of his face was dark, the other pale. His teeth kept falling out and growing back again. By the time he walked over, another tooth had dropped to the floor. Mundungus, why are you so obsessed with stealing the Black family's belongings? Dumbledore asked patiently, without a trace of anger. Mundungus spat out a tooth and pleaded, if I don't pay off my debt soon, I'll lose my mind. He had been used as a human test subject for various experimental products and had spent most of his time in the Silver Cross Hospital. He was nearly insane now, those experiments had left him with lingering side effects. His skin tone had turned abnormal, and his teeth fell out regularly. Lately, he'd begun to feel his mind slipping too, possibly a result of a botched daydream charm experiment. This time, he had tried to steal something Creature had hidden, got into a scuffle with the house elf, and was caught by Sirius. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, Harry came running in, panting. Sirius, what's this? He was holding a golden locket in his hand, with Hermione and Ron hurrying after him. Sirius looked over when he heard Harry call out and, upon seeing the object, said casually, just a broken trinket box. You found it in Creature's pile of junk. Yes, Harry said quickly. I mean, where did you get this thing? No idea, Sirius replied, confused by the question. The Black family kept all sorts of odd things lying around. Maybe Creature picked it up somewhere. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as he noticed the locket. Seeing the markings on its surface, he said to Harry, Harry, let me take a look at that. Harry froze for a moment, then handed it over, noticing Dumbledore's unusually serious expression. You recognize it? Harry asked as Dumbledore examined it closely. John has one exactly like it. That's impossible, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. His gaze met Harry's as he spoke solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, this is Salazar Slytherin's locket. Slytherin's relic? How could it be here? Harry said in shock. At that, Sirius's expression changed. Something clicked in his mind. Fletcher was trying to steal this locket this morning. He turned toward Mundungus, stepped forward in a flash, grabbed him by the collar, and roared, What's your game? What are you after? Mundungus's legs trembled as he stammered, and nothing. I just wanted to steal a few things to pay off my debts. His terrified expression didn't look fake. Dumbledore stopped Sirius before he could act on impulse. He placed a firm hand on Mundungus's shoulder, as if sensing something. Tell me, who told you to do this? Mundungus was terrified. He kept muttering apologies, spilling everything in a panic. I only stole once because I was desperate. Tommy Shelby told me I could keep paying off my debts using these valuable items. Tommy Shelby. Lupin froze for a moment, then asked urgently, Johnny Silverhand's Tommy? Yes, that's him, Mundungus said with a frantic nod. Dumbledore's expression changed as he looked down at the object in his hand. In that instant, he was certain. John is searching for it, he said quietly, holding up Slytherin's locket. Sirius turned to Harry. You did very well, Harry. Then he looked at the locket, and at the grave look on Dumbledore's face. It seems we've uncovered one of that clever boy's secrets. Using Fletcher, he really is clever, Sirius said. Harry looked utterly confused. Meanwhile, John had no idea that he was only one step away from the Horcrux hidden by the Order of the Phoenix. He was busy setting his own plans into motion. An unremarkable rumor, sparked at a banquet by the drunken murmurs of the Malfoy matriarch, began to spread through Nocturne Alley. Like a tiny spark falling onto dry grass, it slowly grew into a blaze. Chapter 423, Things Hidden in Hogwarts. A strange question began circulating through Nocturne Alley. Do you know about that thing? People tried to trace its origin, but the phrase seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was still a week left before the new school term began. The odd rumor spread like a virus, so quickly that it had practically become a greeting. "Isn't this kind of publicity going to cause trouble?" Tommy asked, putting away the candy gift box he prepared for Oz, his tone full of concern. "More and more people are starting to take notice." "It won't," John said, reclining comfortably in his chair and adjusting the angle of the backrest. "That object is, in essence, a contract." Finding just the right angle, John leaned back with a quiet sigh of satisfaction. "Other than the side effects it carries, it's not a wish-granting item. And even if it were, it would only grant my wish." John chuckled softly. Kim rubbed his sore hands, exasperated by his boss's complete hands-off attitude. During John's absence, Kim had taken over his post. And John, using the excuse that Kim should continue getting familiar with the work, had shamelessly left everything in his care. Now, Kim and Tommy had naturally fallen into a rhythm, one handling affairs outside, the other inside. John felt much more at ease. Tommy, however, was uneasy about the Holy Grail. That was, after all, an object said to restore youth and grant immortality. As its creator, John knew perfectly well that the powers it offered weren't nearly as exaggerated as the rumors claimed. Reversing aging and achieving immortality, those were indeed possible. But anything beyond that was beyond its reach. The Holy Grail was, at its core, a vessel, one that bore the power of the Gate of Matter/Things and the Reaper's contract. That was why John had chosen Hufflepuff's Golden Cup. When imbued with magic and the Philosopher's Stone's elixir of life, it could nourish the soul bound by the contract. "What we need to focus on now," John said, closing his eyes in thought, "is when we'll finally get our hands on the one the Order of the Phoenix has." Mundungus's thieving had been disappointingly slow. Despite all this time, while the items he'd brought back were valuable, not a single one was a Horcrux. John raised his eyes slightly, and outside the window, a black long-eared owl swooped down. Riddle landed neatly on the desk, dropping a letter before him. John opened it, and as his eyes skimmed the contents, his posture straightened instantly. "What's wrong?" Tommy noticed the change in his expression. "I underestimated you, Dumbledore." John held the parchment between his fingers, his expression shifting between light and shadow. "I thought you'd be in quite a sorry state after losing the headmaster's post. Didn't expect you to convince Slughorn to let you return to Hogwarts." Dumbledore had been allowed back into the castle to spend his twilight years there. Slughorn was a cautious man. With Voldemort still at large, he had not only requested aura protection from the Ministry but had also agreed to let the greatest wizard of the century remain at school. It took no small amount of cunning to exploit Slughorn's overly cautious nature, and Dumbledore certainly had that in spades. "To protect Harry?" John murmured, rubbing the rough parchment between his fingers, his eyes unreadable. "My lord?" Tommy asked. "Do you want us to intervene?" If John wished, he could easily make a suggestion to Barty Crouch Sr., but John shook his head. He had no intention of doing so. Let him stay. Whether he's there to counter my influence or to protect Harry, he can still serve a purpose at Hogwarts. His expression steadied once more as he flicked his wand, igniting the parchment. It burned to ash and drifted away. "My new headmaster has plenty to deal with. Let's hope he resolves things quickly." Being jointly invited back by the four heads of house had given Slughorn plenty of face. John had no intention of interfering with Slughorn's decision. He only needed to make sure the next 2 years passed peacefully. 30 galleons per trip. The man, drunk and missing one shoe, spoke with a pipe hanging from his mouth and a bottle clutched in his arm. He hiccuped mid-sentence. "Payment up front, no tabs." In front of him lay his missing shoe, a hard, foul-smelling leather loafer with a cracked heel. A pouch full of galleons landed before him, and the drunken wizard's face instantly lit up with delight. He looked up, but the person before him was hidden under a black cloak, their face completely obscured. The voice that spoke was low and distorted, its tone impossible to place as male or female. "London." The drunken wizard nodded. The cloaked figure stepped forward and stopped before the leather shoe. It was an unregulated portkey passage, expensive, illegal, and used for smuggling. Grasping the shoelace, the cloaked figure vanished. The drunk wizard loosened the pouch, grinning wide at the gleaming pile of gold inside. Meanwhile, just outside a suburb of London, crack! The figure in the black cloak appeared. She looked into the distance, and with a sharp crack, her body vanished. She reappeared at the junction between Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley, outside the Blind Pig Tavern. A gust of wind lifted the edge of her cloak, revealing a patch of horribly burned skin. She pushed open the door and entered. The Blind Pig's patrons barely glanced at her attire, strange figures were nothing new here. A waiter approached to ask something, but the cloaked woman brushed past without a word, heading straight for one of the private booths deeper inside. Amid the hazy lights and drifting bubbles that filled the tavern's air, a refined, well-dressed lady sat in stark contrast to her surroundings. The lady's eyes moved restlessly about, her expression carrying a mix of expectation and anxiety. Suddenly, the booth door swung open. A curved wand shot forward like a talon, pressing against the lady's throat. The door closed again, shutting out all sound from the outside. "Bella," the lady said, her head forced upward. "You shouldn't treat me like this. Your husband. Your son. They both betrayed the master." The voice was hoarse, barely that of a woman, madness barely restrained, her eyes blazing with hatred and frenzy. "Sissy, tell me, how should I take my revenge?" At the word revenge, Narcissa's heart gave a sharp jolt. Forcing herself to stay composed, she replied coldly, "That was them. I have never betrayed the Dark Lord." "Really?" Bellatrix seemed to be trying to see straight through her sister's soul. Narcissa met her gaze unflinchingly, her voice laced with pride. "Everything I have done for him has been flawless." The sharp tip of the wand at her throat slowly withdrew. Bellatrix straightened up, then slowly pulled back her hood, revealing a face more terrifying than any nightmare. Nearly a third of her skin had been pinned in place with wooden nails. She looked at her sister as if terrified that Narcissa might lie to her. "Sissy, I know, you would never betray us." Bellatrix, fragile as a child despite the madness in her eyes, suddenly clutched her sister tightly. Her voice trembled with venom. "Rodolphus, that filthy wretch. He betrayed the master in the end. He should be grateful he's already dead." The hatred in her voice was so deep it was as if she weren't speaking of her own husband. It had always been a marriage of convenience between the Blacks and the Lestranges. Bellatrix had never felt anything for him. Narcissa's body stiffened. Slowly, she lifted her hands and placed them gently on her sister's scarred, burned back. A flicker of pity passed through Narcissa's eyes as she asked softly, "How did you survive?" She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against one of the nails embedded in Bellatrix's face. Narcissa could hardly believe that this creature before her was her sister. Once, though insane, Bellatrix had still been beautiful, not the monster she had become. "Hatred," Bellatrix murmured dreamily, as though wrapped in the comfort of her sister's presence. "Hatred is what kept me alive." She leaned against Narcissa and began recounting what had happened. Voldemort had used a very ancient form of dark magic to heal her. It had kept her alive. But at the cost of her humanity. Then he went to settle scores with those who had betrayed him. With his soul restored, Voldemort seemed to have regained his reason. He had gone to ground, quietly re-establishing contact with the darker creatures of the world. Originally, the Malfoy family had been among those marked for retribution. But Narcissa, using the Blake's secret messenger spell, the Flying Cicada charm, had managed to change his mind. Perhaps recalling her past service, turning the old Black Manor's house elf to his cause, Voldemort had decided to grant her family a reprieve. "Oh, my sissy, my dear sister," Bellatrix whispered, her voice trembling between madness and affection. "You would never betray us. Would you?" Bellatrix, looking pitiful and broken, reached out to caress Narcissa's face. "Bella," Narcissa said quietly, "there's something I need to tell the Dark Lord. It's about that thing hidden in Hogwarts." She hadn't even finished speaking before Bellatrix's expression twisted, and the sharp tip of her wand pressed hard against Narcissa's throat. Then, as if spiraling into madness, Bellatrix half laughed, half cried. "Sissy, you have to do something to make me believe you." "Why, of course. What do you want?" Narcissa's fingers curled tightly around the wand hidden beneath the table. "I came here with a mission," Bellatrix hissed, her voice trembling with hysteria. "You'll help me with it, won't you, sissy?" The pointed tip of her wand pricked Narcissa's skin, drawing a faint sting. Narcissa's heart sank. Her hand, gripping the wand under the table, was suddenly caught, entwined by a cold, slender green serpent. There was no choice left. Slowly, she loosened her grip, then nodded. "I'll help you." Bellatrix's manic expression softened again into that same pitiful, childlike look. Chapter 424, Durmstrang's new headmaster. Night fell. An augury burst through the curtain of rain. A large boot splashed into a puddle formed by the downpour. Muddy water sprayed across the man's robe, but he didn't care. His thin chin and wet goatee clung to his neck, dripping. Panicked and disoriented, he ran blindly into the wild forest. Figures flitted past the tree trunks one after another, sending waves of terror through him. "And no, please," a flash of lightning split the sky, revealing his face. Tall and gaunt, his head covered in white hair. His robe was filthy, and his trembling hand clutched a wand tightly. His face was a picture of pure fear. "Please. I beg you, let me go." Igor Karkaroff. Headmaster of Durmstrang. Once a Death Eater, now he was nothing more than a hunted dog, chased through the open wilds. Rain poured down on him, soaking him to the bone and leaving him utterly disheveled. Karkaroff. Oh, Karkaroff. The voice was smooth and delicate, like an old friend's greeting. Another bolt of lightning tore through the sky. The night exploded in blinding white. Karkaroff froze in terror. 3 figures stood about 10 meters ahead. They wore long black coats that blended seamlessly with the darkness, like reapers come to harvest his soul. Their hats shielded their faces from the falling rain. When the light faded, Karkaroff raised his wand toward them in panic. A flash of spellfire streaked across the night, striking a tree and blowing a jagged hole through its trunk. But the figures were gone. Who are you people? What do you want? I can give you a, Karkaroff shouted, his voice cracking with hysteria. SSH, we serve only the strong. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck a tall tree in the distance, the crack of thunder landing far too close for comfort. Before Karkaroff could react, they were there, less than 2 meters away. Face to face, he stared in disbelief. The lightning's glow vanished, plunging them back into darkness. In its place, 3 flashes of green light lit up the night. Then, Reanimatio Ossium. Morsmordra. A dark mark unfurled across the sky. When Karkaroff was found, his limbs were cold and his body lifeless. On the tree he had died against, a single line had been carved. This is the price of betrayal. Those who stand against me, tremble. A rough, aged hand brushed against the bark. An old man with a sweeping silver beard frowned deeply. It's him, the old man murmured, disbelief clouding his eyes. Voldemort, he was here. The aurors around him wore grim expressions as they searched the area for clues. The old man turned to the men standing just behind them. Mr. Edgar, your family knows the dark arts better than anyone. The prejudiced tone didn't disturb Ludvisi's calm. He stepped forward, crouched, and examined Karkaroff's body. The killing curse, Ludvisi said, giving voice to the conclusion that made the old man's heart sink. Yuluvin, there are signs of a chase, he wasn't alone. Yuluvin, that was the old man's name. Frustrated, Yuluvin yanked at his own beard. Impossible. He was supposed to be alone, completely cut off. He had that madwoman with him, Ludvisi replied, his tone steady. We all saw Karkaroff's fear a while back. Yes. I know. Even if he wanted to deny it, the truth was undeniable. No matter how much Yuluvin resisted, he had to face one reality. The Dark Lord might still be nearby. A moment later, an owl swooped down from the dark sky. Ludvisi reached to take the letter it carried, but Yuluvin snatched it from his hands. Headmaster of Durmstrang. Yuluvin's eyes widened as he read. When did this happen? The headmaster of Durmstrang abandoned the school and fled, Ludvisi explained patiently. The school board has extended an invitation to me. They actually asked you. Yuluvin's beard bristled as he glared, his eyes widening like bronze bells. That's completely irresponsible. The wicked Edgar should never sit in that position. You're free to discuss that with the board, Ludvisi replied, his tone cooling. Now, it's time you returned what's mine. Yuluvin huffed angrily, but after a moment, handed the letter back. I'll be having words with them, he muttered, leaving behind a threat before departing with the aurors and Karkaroff's body. Ludvisi looked down at the letter in his hand, murmuring to himself, resourceful, aren't you? He cast one last deep glance at the words carved into the tree, then turned and walked away. Former Durmstrang headmaster found dead, he who must not be named strikes again. The headline soared through the wizarding world, delivered to countless homes by owl. As one owl flew over Privet Drive, ready to drop off the morning paper, twack. A snowy owl swooped down from above, kicking it aside and snatching the paper away. John watched as Basil flew toward him with the newspaper, her domineering behavior no longer surprising in the slightest. John was sipping a cup of Mrs. Wick's freshly ground coffee as he read the newspaper. Watson stood before the mirror, adjusting his tie and asking the king piece from his wizard's chess set, how's this? Very handsome, the chess king said flatteringly, giving him a thumbs up. Let's hope the girls on the street don't faint at the sight of you. Fastening his red checkered tie, Watson sat down at the table for breakfast. He held a copy of the Daily Prophet in his hand. If it weren't for the inconvenience, he would have bought an owl of his own by now. These magical newspapers were far more entertaining than the Muggle ones. Who's this Igor Karkaroff? Watson asked curiously. And what's a Death Eater? John took a bite of his sandwich and explained in terms Watson could understand. A school headmaster. Used to be part of a terrorist organization. Later betrayed their leader, and got killed in revenge. There are terrorists in the wizarding world too. Watson's eyes widened in amazement. He'd recently seen how popular swinging my greatsword at Hogwarts by Lockhart had become, and when John went to buy textbooks, Watson had him pick up a copy for himself too. John responded absently, the easy banter between father and son drawing a smile from Mrs. Wick. Watching the two of them, she glanced at the wall clock and said with a gentle reminder, time's almost up. Watson looked over, only 10 minutes left. He hurriedly stuffed food into his mouth, chased it down with a gulp of milk, and stood up. Sorry, things at the hotel have been a mess lately. I can't come with you to shop today. He leaned in to steal a quick moment of affection with his wife, then hurried out the door. John looked at his mother, Mrs. Wick, her face flushed with that unmistakable, girlish warmth of affection. He quietly lifted the newspaper higher, using it to hide the faintly pained expression that crossed his own face. Watson had wanted to join his son for the textbook shopping on a whim. But, at the last moment, problems had arisen at the hotel, ones that needed his personal attention. He could only promise he'd definitely take John to Hogwarts when term began. After breakfast, John climbed into the car that Mrs. Wick was driving. He could have simply teleported there, of course, but he decided to go along. It was a good chance to keep her company. As he gazed out the window at the light drizzle, a hint of reflection flickered in his eyes. John, Mrs. Wick's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She kept her eyes on the road as she spoke. Your father has been trying very hard. He didn't believe in magic at first. He didn't even like wizards. When he found out you were one, and that you'd be going to a school for wizards, he was actually terrified. He used to think of witches and dark spells, the kind you hear about in storybooks. Just the thought of it made him uneasy. John's thoughts were interrupted. He turned to look at his mother. But he's been trying, she continued softly. Trying not to let that worry show, trying not to make you feel different. He's been doing his best to act like an eager, silly child who's fascinated by everything connected to magic. He is. Sigh. They stopped at an intersection, waiting for the cars to pass. He managed it, she said, her tone gentle but tinged with something wistful. But even now, he can't stop wanting to understand the dangers of that world. All these years, he's learned from you that your world is just like ours, filled with good people and bad, with dangers and crimes alike. He's been suppressing that worry, hiding it so well that even I almost believed he'd gotten over it. But if you ever went missing, if you were ever in danger, he'd fall apart. He'd lose his mind. Mrs. Wick turned to her beloved son, smiling warmly. You're our pride, Johnnikins. We love you. No matter who you are or what kind of person you become, we'll always stand by you. So do I, John said, looking at her with a sincere smile. I love you both, always have. Mrs. Wick reached over and gently ran her fingers through his hair. Their tender moment was interrupted by a loud honk from behind. Mrs. Wick's smile faltered. Rolling down the window, she leaned out and offered a very universal gesture of goodwill. The middle finger. Starting the car again, John could only shake his head helplessly. He was all too familiar with his mother's temper behind the wheel. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the furious driver of the pickup truck behind them. Expressionless, John snapped his fingers. The driver's tires burst instantly, sending the truck veering into a fire hydrant on the curb. As long as the other driver suffered enough, Mrs. Wick's road rage would vanish. John thought to himself that he truly was a good son. Chapter 425, Malfoy under attack. The leaky cauldron was still the same kind of place that made people frown as soon as they stepped in. When John entered, the bar fell silent for a brief moment, then came the hushed whispers. He ignored them completely, walking straight to the back alley and stepping into Diagon Alley. Watson couldn't make it this time, no doubt he'd be disappointed. What books do you need? Inside Flourish and Blots, it had been a while since John's last visit. Last year, he'd chosen to have his textbooks delivered by mail. He glanced at the cage containing that vicious, half-mad book that looked like a rabid dog, then at the shop clerk's lifeless expression. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Advanced Potion Making. He listed a string of titles, and slowly, the clerk's eyes began to regain some light. Clearly, not having to touch those damned biting books was reason enough for joy. Mrs. Wick, too, noticed the shelf of snapping books and said, the one at home is always chasing Tom's tail around. That sounds fun, John replied, picturing the scene. He could already imagine Tom not being frightened in the least, in fact, she'd probably enjoy it. After finishing up at Flourish and Blots, they still had a few more items to buy. John stuffed Swinging My Greatsword at Hogwarts by Lockhart into the small handbag. No doubt his father, Watson, would have been disappointed if they'd come all this way without picking up the wizarding bestseller. Next, they stopped by the ice cream shop. To Mrs. Wick's taste, the flavors here were far too rich. Perhaps it was because of the wizarding constitution, these sweets were so sugary that any normal person would have woken up the next day with a full set of cavities. Mrs. Wick was more interested in the clothing shops. She was quite the skilled seamstress herself. Along the street, several notices were posted, mostly warnings about danger and wanted posters that actually moved. Despite Voldemort's return, Diagon Alley's business hadn't suffered much. John saw several young witches and wizards on their way to Ollivanders, accompanied by their parents. One girl held a paper bag of fire-roasted dragon chestnuts she'd just bought from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the rich aroma making a chubby boy nearby practically drool. A few street vendors had quietly set up stalls, selling all kinds of so-called protective charms. Most of them were useless trinkets, the very sort of thing the ministry's new department had made it a priority to crack down on. To those peddlers, Mrs. Wick must have looked like the perfect mark, a kind, gullible muggle woman. John sneered inwardly. Did they really think Mrs. Wick was as naive as Watson? A wizard with an absurdly large nose approached them enthusiastically, waving a charm and claiming it could block 90% of all dark curses. Mrs. Wick didn't even look at him, her gaze slid past as though she'd just seen something filthy. The large-nosed wizard was left awkwardly standing there, before quickly turning to pitch his charms to a nearby family instead. Unfortunately for him, his luck was poor, because that family happened to include a certain ministry department head in charge of cracking down on such scams. Oh. The Weasleys. John glanced their way but said nothing, continuing on with Mrs. Wick toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. These monopoly businesses really did make money hand over fist. John stepped inside. He'd grown quite a bit again, nearly a full inch taller every year. When Madame Malkin saw him, her eyes lit up immediately. This tall, well-built boy wasn't just another student, he was the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin. As she took his measurements, she couldn't resist asking if he'd be interested in modeling for her shop. As the owner of the Silver Hand collection, one of Madame Malkin's biggest competitors, John politely declined. Madame Malkin looked a little disappointed, but Mrs. Wick beamed with pride. Her son was clearly quite famous in the wizarding world. The Wicks had always known John was exceptional, but they hadn't realized just how far his talents reached. She thought he might simply be top of his year, but it seemed that was only scratching the surface. Madame Malkin circled John with her measuring tape, jotting down each of his new measurements carefully. The door opened just then. John glanced to the side, but since he was facing right, and his right eye wasn't in the best condition, all he saw was a blur. A clothing rack stood between them, so the newcomer didn't notice him at first either. Still, from that unmistakable flash of fiery red hair, John already guessed who it was. Hermione didn't immediately see Madame Malkin and was about to call out when, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of someone standing behind the rack. Her expression shifted at once. Ron noticed something was off and was about to ask when a loud, arrogant voice sounded from outside. "Do you know who I am?" The familiar tone made both Harry and Ron turn toward the entrance. The door burst open, and in strode Draco Malfoy with his mother, Narcissa, right behind him. "Call me, sir, if you want to be polite. If not, I'll bury you myself," Draco sneered, spouting lines he'd clearly picked up from somewhere unsavory. A shadow of gloom crossed Narcissa's features as they entered Madame Malkin's. Her gaze swept subtly around the shop. The moment Draco stepped inside and spotted the trio, his expression sharpened instantly. "Well, look who it is," he said mockingly. "Our grand savior himself, Harry Potter." Harry's face darkened, but Draco went on as if he hadn't noticed. "What's next? Gonna have the big guy stand guard for you? You really think you're the chosen one, don't you?" Draco threw his arms wide, dramatically exaggerating his tone. "Oh no, Voldemort. Dumbledore, save me." He acted out the scene with mock terror, his face twisted in feigned panic, making Harry's fists clench with the urge to hit him. "Malfoy, shut up!" Ron roared, stepping forward. Draco glanced at him and sneered. "What's this? The Savior's little lapdog coming to defend his master." A smirk tugged at his lips as he spread his arms, mocking. "To deal with you, I don't even need a wand." Honestly, seeing him like that, John felt his own fists itch. If Draco ever got beaten up outside, no one would find it surprising. Come on then. Who's afraid of who? Ron's face turned red, whether from being called a lackey or from sheer anger at being looked down on. "Draco," Narcissa said sharply, frowning at her son. Draco's smirk faded. He gave a short, disdainful snort. "You're lucky. I'm not in the mood to dirty my robes today." Ron was breathing heavily through his nose like an angry bull. Harry, too, was ready to punch Draco, or maybe just wash his mouth out with his wand. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Just as Harry was about to draw his wand, he sensed something was off. There was no sound from Hermione's side. He turned and saw her standing still, hesitant, almost afraid to step forward. It wasn't Draco who had scared her, that much he was sure of, so it had to be something else. "Oh, John. Ah, good afternoon, ma'am." As if he hadn't just been mouthing off seconds ago, Draco immediately straightened when he noticed John and Mrs. Wick. In an instant, the arrogant brat turned into a perfect gentleman. "Mrs. Wick," Draco said politely, bowing slightly, "I'm Draco Malfoy, a friend of John's." The sight was so surreal that Ron's eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was more shocking than the idea of Snape washing his hair. "Draco, I've heard John mention you," Mrs. Wick said warmly. "He spoke of you as a very spirited young man." Draco puffed up with pride, standing tall at the praise. John, meanwhile, noticed Narcissa watching him. He turned his head slightly to meet her gaze. After a brief moment, he looked back at Draco, his brow furrowing. Madame Malkin finished taking his measurements, and just as she stepped away, John suddenly walked over to Draco. Before Draco could react, John reached out and adjusted the boy's collar, saying calmly, "Draco, you should pay more attention to your appearance." Draco instinctively touched his collar, looking puzzled, while John continued, "I still need to stop by the cauldron shop." With that, he said his goodbyes to Draco. As he reached the door, he caught sight of Hermione watching him. She seemed about to approach but stopped herself. Their eyes met for a brief moment. John gave her a small nod, said nothing, and walked out. Hermione's expression dimmed, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Even the fitting that followed couldn't lift her spirits. Outside stood a large, familiar figure, Hagrid. When John stepped out and saw him, he smiled. "John. You're here too," Hagrid said in delight. "You've no idea how worried I was after what happened last time." "I'm sorry, Hagrid," John replied. "I should have told you sooner." Hagrid swept him into a crushing hug, the same bone-cracking embrace as always. When he finally set John down, Hagrid noticed Mrs. Wick and spoke a little awkwardly, "You must be Mrs. Wick." "I'm Rubeus Hagrid, John's friend." "And one of Hogwarts' professors," John added, patting Hagrid's broad stomach. Hagrid's classes might not always be the best, but they're definitely the most exciting. Hagrid scratched his head in embarrassment at the introduction. Mrs. Wick greeted him politely. She still remembered the towering man they'd met during her very first visit to Diagon Alley. She hadn't expected John to have become friends with him. Hagrid and John chatted for a while, mostly about Grop. Grop had learned to say a few more words now, and that alone made Hagrid immensely proud. After saying their goodbyes, John and Mrs. Wick visited a few more supply shops. Draco stepped out of Madame Malkin's shop. "This way leads to Nocturne Alley?" he asked, walking ahead carelessly. The narrow lane was deserted, lined with cramped, tightly shuttered windows that seemed to block out all light. He didn't notice the change in his mother Narcissa's expression. After a few steps, he stopped abruptly. "Bellatrix." Draco's face paled as he saw the woman with scarred, burned skin standing before them. "Mother, go ahead without me." Draco drew his wand, his voice calm and steady. "I can handle her. Go find Father, or John." He was no longer the same Draco Malfoy as before. His gaze stayed sharp and alert, fixed on Bellatrix. Bellatrix approached step by step, her expression twisted and deranged. "Draco, little Drakikins, come give your dear aunt a hug." The words made Draco's stomach churn. His tone turned cutting as he snapped back, "Have you seen yourself lately? You're disgusting." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bellatrix, furious, struck first. In the narrow alleyway, two wands flared to life at once. Crackling arcs of electricity danced through the air. Draco had been training under Barty Jr. for some time now, his dueling skills had improved quickly. Even facing Bellatrix, he wasn't immediately forced back. "Cruci. Expelliarmus." A third voice. He didn't even have time to figure out who it was. Huh. Draco's wand flew from his hand before he could react, and Bellatrix's next spell sent him crashing to the ground. A small emerald-green serpent slithered across the cold stone floor, winding its way toward the unconscious Draco. Its crimson tongue flicked out repeatedly, brushing against his cheek. Behind him, Narcissa's hand trembled as she held her wand. She raised her head, unshed tears glimmering in her eyes. Her voice shook with both fury and grief. "Do you believe me now?" Bellatrix let out a shrill, grating laugh. Narcissa shut her eyes in pain, her other hand clenched tightly. Inside her palm, hidden from sight, was a silver ring, one she carried for the sole purpose of killing her sister. "Of course, Sissy," Bellatrix crooned. "My dearest little sister." In the dim, narrow alleyway, Draco lay unconscious on the ground. And behind the sealed windows and doors, John watched silently, without lifting his wand. Chapter 426, The Emerald Green Snake. Draco was found lying there by a passing wizard. At the time, he was sprawled out flat, arms and legs spread. When he woke, it was in the Silver Cross Hospital. Still dazed, Draco rubbed his face. Not long after, a healer came over, dragging him off for a thorough examination. Later, he was told he'd fully recovered and could leave. He stumbled over to the counter to settle his bill, still feeling like he'd forgotten something. "Whatever," he muttered under his breath. "Whenever I can't make sense of something, John always can." As he mumbled to himself, his turn at the discharge desk came up. "What? 100 galleons." Draco froze. "I was just lying there." "You're charging me 100 galleons for that?" The nurse in the white uniform smiled sweetly. "Yes, while you were unconscious, our finest healers performed a full examination. The equipment and service fees add up to that amount. Her voice was soft and pleasant, like a customer service representative trained to perfection. Draco could only grimace miserably. Who's the idiot that ordered all those tests, he grumbled. If he ever found out who was behind it, he'd make sure they regretted it. Acco. At that exact moment, Neville, shopping for textbooks in Diagon Alley, sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he looked up as Mrs. Longbottom held up a set of robes. Neville, your arms have gotten bigger again. We'll have Madame Malkin loosen the sleeves. Thanks, Gran, Neville said awkwardly. But I'd rather change the fabric this time. The sleeves of his current robes were always too tight, it made him afraid to even use his strength. When Draco left the hospital, he was carrying a medical report nearly 2 inches thick. It detailed everything, down to the 12th split end in the 3rd row of hair from the left. This wasn't a medical report, it was a full instruction manual for Draco Malfoy. No wonder it had cost 100 galleons. If he'd had medical insurance, the fee would have been cut in half to 50. Unfortunately, Draco wasn't employed in Nocturne Alley, so he had no such benefits. Where's Mother, he muttered, belatedly realizing he hadn't come alone. He tried to recall what had happened, but every time his memory reached the moment they left Madame Malkin's, everything went blank. Walking along the cobbled path, he wandered deeper into Nocturne Alley. Some parents brought their children here for experience, though with the clear warning not to touch anything. After all, one careless grab could mean the kid walked out clutching a shrunken, talking head. Most people stopped at the inverted garden, unwilling to go further. Draco, however, stepped into the garden, intent on finding John. He headed straight for Silverhand Johnny's specialty shop, loudly demanding to see the owner, only to be tossed out by security on the spot. Who do you think you are, wanting to see the boss? One of them barked. The proud heir of the Malfoy family, insulted and thrown out like a common nobody, Draco could hardly believe it. Draco, furious, could only stew in silence. He decided to linger around the garden, hoping to run into someone he knew, and by pure chance, he actually did. Astoria spotted Draco first and was about to run over when her sister Daphne gave her a sharp look, stopping her in her tracks. Staying close behind her sister, Astoria followed her in small, careful steps until they stood before Draco. Draco. What are you doing here? Daphne asked, puzzled. What business could Draco Malfoy possibly have in the inverted garden alone? I'm waiting for John, Draco said blankly, sounding as if his brain had temporarily stopped working. John. Daphne's eyes darted around immediately. John's coming here? Draco answered honestly, I don't know. I couldn't get into Silverhand Johnny's, so I figured I'd wait here. Daphne had to restrain herself from smacking him. You couldn't just send him a message? Message. Draco repeated dumbly. Astoria tilted her head. Where's your badge? Why aren't you wearing it? Draco blinked, suddenly remembering it existed. He reached for his chest, then froze, panic flashing across his face. Right, my badge. Where is it? He searched frantically, patting himself down from head to toe, but the Constellation Society badge was nowhere to be found. Did you drop it? Astoria asked, frowning. She knew Draco well, he practically flaunted that badge, as if he'd hang it from his forehead if he could. Let me think. Draco furrowed his brow, trying to piece things together. Before leaving home, it was fine. Then I went to Madame Malkin's for robes, then to Flourish and Blots, and then. The blank space in his memory made his face go pale. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember what came next. I think. Draco said weakly, his face ashen. I've forgotten. What? Daphne's eyes widened. Her brow furrowed sharply as realization struck. You've been hit with a memory charm. The news spread through the Constellation Society before long, Draco Malfoy had been attacked. By afternoon, Draco was sitting in the Silverhand Manor, while John stood before him, wand in hand, attempting to restore his memory. Lucius was there too, his face dark and drawn as he held his wife's arm. Sir, my wife has also been struck by a memory charm, Lucius said, his voice trembling slightly. She's forgotten everything. He couldn't help but think of Karkaroff's death. Voldemort's revenge came to mind immediately. That's not impossible, John said grimly. They attacked your wife and son. His expression was cold as he glanced at Narcissa out of the corner of his eye. She looked lost, her eyes unfocused, utterly unaware of what she had gone through. He hadn't expected Voldemort to be so decisive, to even wipe Narcissa's memory clean. Fortunately, John had taken precautions in advance. Lucius was racked with guilt, furious at himself for letting his guard down and allowing his wife and son to be attacked. What puzzled him most was Voldemort's motive. Why erase only their memories, and nothing else? In any case, it's best to stay fully alert for now, John said evenly. I'll have Tommy install defensive wards and devices throughout Malfoy Manor. He offered Lucius a few words of reassurance before sending him off, keeping Draco behind. Draco sat there, running a hand through his hair until it stuck out in every direction, groaning, "I can't remember anything at all." "Don't worry," John said casually. "Your medical report should have cleared you, right?" Now that Lucius was gone, John's tone was much more relaxed. Draco nodded and pulled out the 2-inch-thick Malfoy manual from the hospital. John took it, flipped through a few pages, and remarked, "Aside from a little split ends from lack of sleep, you're fine." Then he stepped closer and adjusted Draco's collar again, just as casually as before. From within the seam of Draco's collar, John pulled out a thin, pen-shaped silver vial. Draco had no idea when that thing had been slipped into his collar. John twisted off the bent, needle-like cap of the silver vial, revealing wisps of faintly glowing silver light swirling inside. "What is that?" Draco asked, not suspicious of any danger, but genuinely curious about what it was for. "Your stored memory," John said casually. "Specifically, from the moment you stepped out of Madame Malkin's." He shrugged, and Draco's eyes widened. He suddenly recalled John adjusting his collar back in the shop, so that's when he'd planted it. "You knew all along?" Draco asked uncertainly. "Heh. Did you really think your mother brought you to the shop just to buy new robes? Your family has tailors who come to your manor for fittings." John poured the silver light into his palm, kneading it together into a small, shimmering orb. Then he exhaled softly over it. The light spread into a thin mist, forming a silvery image that hovered between them. Draco watched as the scene unfolded, his mother suggesting they take the narrow side street, his casual agreement, then Bellatrix's sudden appearance and the ambush that followed. When the vision showed Narcissa raising her wand, Draco froze, his composure breaking. "My mother attacked me," he said, staring in disbelief at the image of Narcissa with her wand raised. He clutched his face in anguish, on the verge of breaking into a full "my mother doesn't love me anymore" performance. John cut him off before he could spiral further. "Your mother had her reasons for doing that." He gestured for Draco to keep watching. Together, they listened to the conversation between Narcissa and Bellatrix. It had all been a test, a cruel trial to measure Narcissa's loyalty, to see whether her devotion to Voldemort outweighed her love for family. In the vision, a small green serpent slithered up beside Draco's unconscious body and took his Constellation Society badge. "My badge." Draco fumed, glaring at the snake. He looked ready to crush the slimy creature under his heel for daring to steal from him. Bellatrix, holding the badge, then cast a memory charm, wiping the memories of both mother and son before leaving the alley. John's gaze lingered on that green snake. He remembered Percy mentioning that the one who'd attacked Mr. Weasley had also been a green serpent. But this one, its size didn't match. Voldemort didn't appear, John thought silently. So he hasn't crossed back over yet. He'd only sent Bellatrix. So where was he himself? It was him. Draco suddenly hissed through gritted teeth. John lifted his head. Narcissa, still lost in her wiped memories, had already left, without sparing her son a glance. Before long, Neville, who had received John's message, arrived and brought Draco to the Silver Cross Hospital. That reminder alone made Draco grit his teeth. "I paid 100 galleons for a bunch of pointless tests." John coughed lightly. That had been his order, after all, he couldn't risk any potential after-effects. Of course, Draco didn't know that. Now he was fuming, cracking his knuckles and muttering about finding Neville to settle the score. John tried to talk him down but failed. Then, raising his hand, he pressed his palm lightly in the air, as if hitting a pause button. The projection froze. He rewound it a bit, stopping the image right where the small green snake appeared. John studied the creature's crimson eyes, his expression turning thoughtful. Could it be a new Horcrux?